Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Jujutsu Kaisen, Longing for Immortality, completed, chapter 101 to 133, 23. Arrogance. 2,199 words. Yurorm opened her eyes, looking left and right. Her original location was the Tokyo No. 1 colony. The Grade 1 curse user fighting Yuji Itadori had been recruited by her to collect Sukuna's fingers. After Ryam and Sukuna entered the dream migration, she contacted him immediately. Then, she learned of Ryam and Sukuna's plan to seize Yuta Okotsu's body. Yurorm naturally accepted this task. She spent 2,000 points and arrived inside the barrier where Yuta Okotsu was located. This was Sendai. Boom. A massive sound pierced Yurorm's ears. She raised a hand to gently touch her ear and chuckled, "It really is lively here." Indeed, it was lively. Yurorm looked toward the source of the explosion. High-rise buildings within the once quiet Sendai colony had long since collapsed. Ruins were everywhere. Various explosions occurred incessantly. Massive cursed spirits flew through the sky, but in the next instant, they let out sharp shrieks and fell, disintegrating into cursed energy residuals before they even hit the ground. The sound of massive cannon fire rang out continuously. It felt like entering a war zone, but the cannon fire wasn't from actual artillery shells landing, it was a technique released by a sorcerer. It must have been a high-output bombardment technique, pure cursed energy gathered and roared out, the sound deafening. The sky suddenly curled up. A nearly naked woman was laughing in the air. She waved her arm casually, and the entire sky seemed to move with her, as easily as rolling up a scroll. Even with Yurorm's discerning eye, this woman was a genuine powerhouse, an undoubted, special-grade sorcerer. The sorcerer manipulating cursed spirits, the sorcerer firing cannons, the sorcerer turning the sky into a painting. These three were fighting each other without any restraint. The entire Sendai colony had become their battleground. Countless sorcerers were attracted by this grand battle, gathering around the positions of these three, and upon running into each other, they launched attacks without hesitation. While other colonies were still in the probing phase, Sendai colony had already been fully subsumed into this massive frenzy. Yurorm felt a stirring fighting spirit in her heart, but she controlled it well. She clearly remembered her purpose. Yuta Okotsu was her target. Before finding him, she shouldn't make too many moves. Accompanied by the roaring sounds, she leaned against a wall and summoned her Kogane. "Kogane, where is Yuta Okotsu's current location?" she asked. The Kogane appeared beside Yurorm. "Beep beep. Apologies, Master. I can only confirm he is inside this colony. Because the target has placed an information lock, his specific location cannot be known unless the target unlocks the information." Yurorm clicked her tongue. Sorcerers had all kinds of innate techniques, and there was no shortage of techniques that required hiding oneself to maximize their effect. The function of the information lock was exactly for this. Although it couldn't cover all intelligence perfectly, purchasing an information lock could at least protect one specific location, preventing innate techniques like invisibility, stealth, or sneak attack from becoming useless. Of course, there were also people like Hiromi Higuruma who not only didn't buy an information lock but used public announcements to display their location openly. That was because sorcerers like Higuruma wanted a head-on fight. The more direct the combat, the greater their advantage, so they naturally didn't worry about being found. Yurorm thought about Yuta Okotsu's information. Copy. This was also a technique extremely strong in head-on combat. Yurorm had assumed Yuta Okotsu wouldn't buy an information lock, especially in this dream migration where resurrection was easy. Even if he was accidentally killed by a sneak attack, he could seek revenge after reviving. Theoretically, Yuta shouldn't have bought an information lock. It only proves that this guy is overly cautious, Yurorm pondered. Or perhaps, despite possessing excellent frontal combat abilities, he has been taught so many lessons that he has begun to doubt his own power. She had heard from Kenjaku that to better counter Mahito, Yuta Okotsu had undergone special training with Satoru Gojo and Tengen. That training probably molded Yuta into this personality. Urom thought, good. Sorcerers were extremely ego-driven people. Every sorcerer was like this. When a sorcerer's self-confidence took a severe hit, no matter how powerful their technique, their strength would inevitably be seriously impacted. Urom was happy to see this. Because this meant that in the future, Ryuman Sukuna could seize Yuta Okotsu's body more easily. Although I know it's futile, Urom sighed, but still said to the Kogane, I want to send a private message to Yuta Okotsu. Tell him, the ancient sorcerer Urom is looking for him. The Kogane made whirring beeps. This requires a deduction of 20 points. Does Master agree? Agreed. Beep beep beep, message sent, the Kogane said. The reason for sending this message was simple. She was certain the other party knew the significance of the name, Urom. In her past life, she had followed Ryuman Sukuna her entire life. Now that Sukuna had fully revived, she didn't believe the people of the Jujutsu world wouldn't be interested in Sukuna's secrets. Judging from the intel, Yuta Okotsu was a sorcerer possessing a spirit of self-sacrifice. Therefore, Urom judged that Yuta would disregard the danger and come to contact her to obtain Sukuna's secrets. Of course, in this dream migration where there was no risk of true death, even if there was danger, it didn't matter. If Yuta thought that way, Urom would be very happy. Because her ability happened to counter immortality quite well. Now, I just have to wait. Beep beep beep. Incoming message. Incoming message. So fast. Even Urom was a bit surprised. Although she didn't want to admit it, Urom knew very well why Sukuna needed Yuta's body. Sukuna had determined that relying on his own ability alone was impossible to kill the Lord of Cursed Spirits. For this, he needed Yuta's body, needed to combine Yuta's technique with his own to kill the King of Curses and avenge his humiliation. In other words, in this era, the most urgent problem to solve wasn't the resurrected Ryuman Sukuna, but the host of this dream migration, the King of Curses, Mahito. Why did Yuta reply so impatiently after receiving the message? Urom felt a slight unease in her heart but still calmly said to the Kogane, open it. This is Yuta Okotsu. The Kogane's voice suddenly changed. The tone was young, a boy's voice. Where are you? I'll come find you. Urom smiled. Truly confident, Yuta Okotsu. She had somewhat figured out the meaning behind Yuta sending this message. Just as she expected, perhaps it was precisely because Yuta prided himself on being a modern special-grade sorcerer with a copy technique, strong in both frontal combat and breaking out of desperate situations, that he simply didn't care if Urom's invitation was a trap. He came with great confidence. Additionally, maybe Yuta even harbored thoughts of taking Urom down. Regarding that, Urom felt the same. I like confident children, Urom smiled and said to the Kogane. Open my information lock specifically for Yuta Okotsu. Report my location to him. Beep whir. Requires 20 points. Does Master agree to the deduction? Agreed. Urom turned and walked toward the nearby shopping mall. She wanted to find a place to welcome Yuta's arrival. In her view, even if she had publicized her location, it would surely take Yuta some time to arrive. She had the self-awareness of a follower of Ryuman Sukuna. Surely, even if prepared to step into a trap, one would hesitate for a while. Thinking this, she looked up at the mall, and then she froze. You're kidding, right? She whispered to herself. Right before her eyes, a young man appeared at the entrance of the mall. This young man had short black hair and a face as tender as a middle school student. He wore a loose white jacket with cinched cuffs, but the baggy sleeves still couldn't hide his slender frame. He wore black pants and white sneakers, carrying a long, rod-like bag on his back. Yuta Okotsu appeared before Urom abruptly, as if it wasn't Urom actively looking for him, but him finding her. What was more terrifying was that even though Yuta was right in front of her, Urom hadn't sensed when he arrived at all until she confirmed his presence with her own eyes. She couldn't even judge if Yuta had been there from the start. Urom recalled Kenjaku's evaluation of Yuta, which mocked him. Although Yuta possessed immense cursed energy, his cursed energy manipulation was lacking, causing his residuals to accompany him like a storm, as conspicuous as a candle in the dark night. But looking at it now, this guy's cursed energy manipulation was proficient enough to hide himself to the limit. Even Urom couldn't detect him. Yuta Okotsu? Urom asked. It's me. Yuta's expression was serious as he looked at Urom. You are Sukuna's personal chef, Urom. It seems the world has not forgotten me, Urom said faintly. Sukuna has resurrected. Yuta took a deep breath. He was thrown into the dream migration by the King of Curses. I thought you would rush to his side impatiently, but you didn't. You actively came to the Sendai colony to find me. Why? Urom suddenly felt a palpitation. While taking a deep breath, Yuta took the bag from his back into his hands. He slowly opened the bag, revealing a katana in its sheath. He slowly drew the long sword. As the blade was drawn, the pressure on his body grew heavier and heavier. Cursed energy, tangible as substance, spread outward from inside his body. Intel on Yuta Okotsu flashed through Urom's mind, the holder of the strongest power in the modern Jujutsu world. His naturally leaking cursed energy residuals alone were enough to induce fear in people. Urom slowly extended 2 fingers. Yuta Okotsu, I give you 2 choices. I'm listening. Yuta discarded the scabbard. It hit the ground with a crisp sound. He lowered the katana naturally. Cursed energy reinforcement slowly covered the blade, making the edge appear as if it were burning with blue flame. 1. Use your only colony transfer right now. Spend 2,000 points to move from here to the Tokyo No. 1 colony. This way, we don't have to fight. You just need to wait for Lord Sukuna's arrival, Urom said. And the second? Yuta was non-committal. Be frozen into a block of ice by me, and I will personally throw you into the Tokyo No. 1 colony. Urom folded 1 finger. Even if I don't agree, you have the ability to throw me into Tokyo No. 1. It requires more points, Urom said lightly. The conditions are also harsher, but I have the ability to make it happen. Is that so? Yuta thought for a moment. It must be through some kind of binding vow, right? Although the dream migration claims to grant all wishes, aside from finite infinity, the cost of any wish involving forcing another person's will rises drastically. If it were forcing an ordinary person, it might be acceptable compared to special grade sorcerers like us. But if the condition is restricted to a sorcerer, the points skyrocket. If it's forcing someone of the same level as us special grades, it would probably involve finite infinity. It's not that complicated, Urom said. The points are mainly used to find you. As for the harsh conditions, that refers to. Cold air began to radiate from her body. Her hands slowly came together, forming a seal. Just killing, killing, and killing. Killing your will until it's numb, freezing your body into ice, torturing you until your sanity collapses. Then, you will cry and accept my conditions while thinking of me. That is all. Then those conditions really are quite harsh. Yuta sighed. So, your choices? Urom asked. Yuta looked deeply at the ancient sorcerer before him. She had a delicate face, white hair cut in a disciplined bob. The eyes under her straight bangs were not the gentle cuteness of a girl next door, but the ruthlessness of a glacier. She wore black and white monk robes, white socks, and straw sandals. Judging by appearance alone, it was hard to believe she was the legendary personal chef of Ryaman Sukuna. But anyone who checked her data would understand what crimes against humanity the monk before him had committed. To her, whether women or infants, they were all ingredients to be cooked and offered to Ryaman Sukuna without hesitation. A true villain. There was no need to hesitate. Yuta Okotsu gave his answer. I choose the third option, he said. I thought so. Urom sighed, then suddenly smiled. This is good, actually. I was holding back a massive amount of rage during our conversation just now. For Lord Sukuna's plan, I decided to endure it. But now, finally, I don't have to endure anymore. Monstrous cold air erupted violently. Urom roared. Who gave you permission to address Lord Sukuna without an honorific? Technique release, ice formation. Yuta Okotsu took a step forward, speaking with a fearless voice. Tokyo Jujutsu High, 2nd year. Special grade sorcerer, Yuta Okotsu. Let's do this. Chapter 102, 24. Lose. 2,637 words. Urom exhaled softly. A wisp of freezing wind followed the breath, growing larger and larger until it formed a magnificent blizzard that extended infinitely forward. The glacial wind slammed violently into Yuta Okotsu, coating his surroundings in hoarfrost. The ground beneath his feet froze into hard permafrost, and a crisp cracking sound rang out, the sound of mixed soil walls splitting under the extreme cold. Urom's ice formation was an extremely superior technique. In the original timeline, she had used ice formation to nearly wipe out the protagonist's group with ease. If the special grade sorcerer Yuki Tsukumo hadn't arrived at the critical moment, Urom alone could have forced a bad ending. She was, without a doubt, a special grade sorcerer. And now, she was unleashing her full power without restraint, just as she had declared. She would use this ice, cold enough to crack all creation, to make Yuta Okotsu wish for death, eventually forcing him to become her pawn, doing exactly as she said. She had done so 1,000 years ago, and she would do so again today. To this, Yuta Okotsu's response was simple: melt. Technique release. Copy technique, cursed speech. The moment the words fell, the ice and snow turned into water droplets. The frost that was cold enough to crack all creation transformed into liquid under an unknown force, as if a sudden rainstorm had begun. Yuta Okotsu walked forward, raindrops smashing against his body. Urom's pupils trembled slightly. Of course, she knew what cursed speech was. It was indeed a convenient and versatile technique, but it could only be used freely against targets at the same level or lower. Attempting to use it against a superior opponent would cause massive damage to the user's throat, potentially shattering it and causing death by asphyxiation. Urom was a genuine special grade sorcerer. Controlling her directly with cursed speech would be extremely difficult. However, if the target wasn't Urom herself, but the ice formation she breathed out, that was a different story entirely. Yuta Okotsu had cleverly exploited this loophole, easily dismantling her offensive. This single move made Urom realize, this guy, Yuta Okotsu, possessed extremely rich combat experience. Urom's judgment was accurate. In the original timeline, Yuta had fought a deathmatch against Suguru Geto. At that time, he determined that cursed speech wouldn't work on Geto himself, so he refrained from using it directly on him. Instead, when Geto released a swarm of weak cursed spirits, Yuta unhesitatingly used cursed speech to wipe them out in one breath. The past mirrored the present. Yuta Okotsu was utilizing his experience from fighting special grade sorcerers. Very good, Urom laughed. Now this is getting interesting. Both sides launched simultaneously, sprinting, colliding. The logic was simple, since long-range attacks would be easily neutralized by Yuta's cursed speech the victor would be decided in close-quarters combat. Seeing Yuta draw his katana proved he was confident in his melee skills. Unfortunately for him, Urom was even more confident. Taste the technique of 1,000 years ago, modern human, bang. Bang. Bang, palms reinforced with ice formation clashed against Yuta's katana blade, producing the sound of metal striking metal. Urom flared her wide monk robes, the sleeves emitting a biting chill. Yuta utilized cursed energy reinforcement to negate the freezing wind, engaging Urom in close combat. Theoretically, Urom's loose robes were ill-suited for melee, yet she moved without any hindrance. Her offense and defense were flawless. Though using bare palms, she did not lose ground against Yuta's blade. On the contrary, she pressed forward step by step, squeezing Yuta's defensive space like a tsunami. She even had the leisure to launch verbal attacks. "What's wrong, special grade Yuta? You were the one who initiated close combat, yet now you look like a rat scurrying away." Asterisk crash, asterisk Yuta's blade clashed once more against Urome's ice-encased flesh. Cursed energy residuals detonated like explosives. The shockwave, mixed with cursed energy, expanded outward like an air ring. The immense force shattered the mall's glass windows, sending shards collapsing into the freezing wind with a sound like a banshee scream. Yuta began to retreat, smashing through the mall's glass doors with his back. Amidst the crisp sound of shattering glass, both Urome and Yuta entered the massive interior of the shopping mall. Suddenly, Yuta roared, "Rika!" Asterisk boom, asterisk a massive fist abruptly appeared at Urome's flank. Urome's eyes darted toward the fist. It belonged to a gigantic cursed spirit, a terrifying face with no eyes, a white mask covering its visage, and a horrific maw split open to reveal jagged teeth. Its immense cursed energy slammed into Urome's face in an instant. Special grade vengeful spirit, Queen of Curses, Oromoto Rika. Urome immediately realized, asterisk this bastard Yuta intentionally lured me here, asterisk. Asterisk bang, asterisk. Just before the Queen of Curses' fist struck the side of Urome's face, an ice shield blocked it at the critical moment. But the defense took less than 0.2 seconds to fail. The ice shield shattered, and the fist embedded itself into the side of Urome's head. The sickening crunch of facial bone shattering rang out, and she was launched sideways like a cannonball, crashing through the mall's walls. Rika is the external cursed technique and cursed energy storage left behind by Yuta Okotsu after Oromoto Rika passed on. Only while connected to Rika through the ring can he use his techniques. The full manifestation of Rika grants a supply of cursed energy from her. Connection duration, 5 minutes. Good girl, Rika. Yuta reached out, gently stroking the Queen of Curses' head. The Queen let out a delighted screech. Well done, Yuta Okotsu. Urome pushed aside the rubble covering her, slowly standing up from the dust. She touched the half of her face that had been smashed. In that instant, her face began to regenerate. By the time the dust settled, her face was fully restored. First, you used asterisk cursed speech asterisk to neutralize my asterisk ice formation asterisk, leading me to believe long-range attacks were useless and forcing me into close combat. Then, you lured me step by step into this mall. Finally, when I was convinced you were inferior in melee, you suddenly called upon your hidden Shikigami to attack. Is this layered trap the tactic modern sorcerers are so proud of? I thought that hit would settle it, Yuta sighed. You're stronger than I imagined. Yuta wasn't bluffing, he genuinely believed it. His, Rika, was called the Queen of Curses, a title acknowledged even by the original Ryam and Sukuna. In the final battle, when Yuta called out, Rika, Sukuna had smiled, whether in mockery or anticipation, and thought to himself, asterisk, she's out? The Queen. Asterisk. That was proof enough of Rika's power. Yet Urome, caught completely off guard and relying only on basic, instinctual defense, had taken a direct hit from Rika. A normal sorcerer would have died instantly. Even a traditional special grade sorcerer, the kind not specialized in durability, would have been critically injured. Yes, that special grade sorcerer not specialized in durability referred to Yuki Tsukumo. The Queen of Curses had aimed for Urome's head. That impact should have turned her brain into paste through sheer concussive force. Yet Urome was able to use reverse cursed technique to recover under those conditions. It proved that Urome was precisely the type of special grade sorcerer who excelled in defense. Urome wiped the side of her face with the back of her hand, revealing a bone-chilling smile. I did indeed almost die just now. Yuta Okotsu, I apologize for my arrogance when we first met. You are worth my going all out. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Euron placed her hand on the collar of her monk robe and suddenly yanked hard. The entire robe tore apart. She breathed slowly as the tattered fabric fell, revealing skin astonishingly white, like congealed fat. Her body was pristine, without an ounce of excess fat or scarring. It was a beautiful, nude form, with curves like distant rolling hills and V-lines outlining a captivating waist. A layer of white bandages covered her chest. She grinned. Ryaman Sukuna's personal chef. Euron. Let's begin. Euron stomped the ground, hands forming a seal. Yuta Okotsu, let's see if your asterisk cursed speech asterisk works on my asterisk ice formation asterisk now. Technique release. Ice formation, waterfall. Asterisk rumble, rumble. Asterisk the entire mall seemed to shake. A sudden palpitation struck Yuta's heart. He didn't look at Euron in front of him, but upward. The floors of the mall were expanding outward. The groaning sound was like some massive object squeezing through the building. Then, Yuta saw it, a colossal block of ice. No, calling it a block was insufficient. This was an ice meteorite. The ice meteorite continued to expand, crushing the floors outward. The commercial building's width couldn't contain the meteorite's girth, and it was being swept aside. Before the meteorite even landed, the freezing wind had already nearly frozen the entire mall. Yuta exhaled, a visible plume of white steam escaping his lips. It was as if he had entered the depths of winter. It's over, Yuta Okotsu, Euron said coldly. The weakness of asterisk cursed speech asterisk is its inability to control objects of immense mass and immense cursed energy. My asterisk waterfall asterisk is not formed of simple cursed energy. Amidst this scale of frozen cursed energy, it possesses physical properties. Your asterisk cursed speech asterisk cannot affect asterisk waterfall star. You can only die here, crushed under the dual strike of physics and cursed energy. Then, after confirming her victory, Euron would immediately use her Kogane to purchase the recovery option, then use the search option to find Yuta Okotsu again. She would repeat this process, torturing Yuta until he was numb, then command him to go to the Tokyo No. 1 colony. That was Euron's plan. Yuta sighed. I underestimated ancient sorcerers. I thought you'd be as easy to deal with as Euro. Euron frowned. Asterisk Euro? Who is that, asterisk? Takako Euro. She should be a sorcerer from your era, Yuta said strangely, seeing Euron's expression. She said she had witnessed Sukuna in his prime. Ah, she's that sorcerer still floating in the sky outside. Her technique is called sky manipulation. She can seize the surface of the sky. A very tricky ancient sorcerer. I have no need to remember nameless nobodies, Euron said indifferently. Is that so? She had quite the impression of you, Yuta said meaningfully. Stalling for time won't work on me. Euron roared. Now, welcome your first death. The massive ice meteorite crashed down. Yuta exhaled, then casually grabbed the sky above his head. He violently tugged the sky downward. The massive ice meteorite, which would undoubtedly cause a localized earthquake and destroy everything upon impact, now fell into this sky surface. Despite falling downward, it distorted sideways toward the plane of the sky, crashing into the wall of the commercial building with a deafening boom. Technique release. Copy technique, asterisk sky manipulation asterisk. Euron's eyes widened. She suddenly remembered. 1,000 years ago, yes, someone did use such a technique. Was it the captain of the Sun, Moon, and Star Squad, the TOE assassination unit? How did she die again? It seemed she was hit directly by Lord Sukuna's technique and fled in disgrace. Yuta said calmly, she is no nameless nobody. I recall her saying she was defeated by Sukuna in his prime, not you. It's not over yet. Euron stomped her foot violently. Frost Calm. Ice formation, Frost Calm. A move that shone brilliantly in the original timeline. Urom had used this move to nearly wipe out the protagonist team. It combined crowd control and attack power. Massive ice would spread from beneath Urom's feet to freeze everything in front of her. Although its direct attack power was far inferior to *waterfall*, it excelled in ease of use and potent control. To prevent being controlled by *cursed speech*, Urom put extra cursed energy into this *frost calm star. But Yuta didn't use *cursed speech* at all. Unhurriedly, he pulled out a straw doll and a hammer. During this time, the *frost calm* surged toward Yuta, but just like the ice meteorite before it, the space *frost calm* hit was distorted. It curved and scattered in other directions, completely failing to hit Yuta. Urom felt disgusted. How can such a disgusting technique exist? No wonder that Queen of Curses remained motionless in the face of these attacks, she didn't need to move. Sky manipulation provided omnidirectional defense. Direct cursed energy attacks like this, no matter what they were, likely couldn't threaten Yuta or Kotsu. So, it comes down to close quarters combat in the end. Urom stepped forward without fear. Urom's judgment wasn't wrong. Sky manipulation possessed complete defense against direct attacks. In the original work, Yuta relied on the element of surprise. Takako Uro misjudged cursed speech as relying on sound waves to travel, and that momentary error cost her life. Urom's rich experience told her what to do. She was about to execute her plan to continue the fight, but... Phut! She coughed up a mouthful of blood. Technique release. Copy technique, resonance *. This was Nobara Kujisaki's technique. It allowed the user to curse a target by acquiring a part of them. Usually, blood was sufficient. Just now, the Queen of Curses had landed a solid punch on Urom's face. In that moment, the Queen had captured some of her blood. And now, that blood was embedded inside the straw doll. Finally, Yuta struck it violently with the hammer. The damage to the doll was synchronized to Urom, and she felt as if she had been hammered. Now, it is over, Yuta said. It was only a momentary opening. Urom was confident she could heal with reverse cursed technique in the next instant. But that single instant was enough. Just as Ryomen Sukuna had been stunned for a moment by Nobara Kujisaki's resonance *, the current Urom was also stunned for a split second. And then, the Queen of Curses' fist appeared before Urom's eyes. This time, Urom had no time to use a defensive technique. Thud, Urom's head was completely exploded. Urom, dead. Yuta Okotsu summoned his Kogane, licked his lips, and asked, Urom's information lock hasn't closed on me yet, right? The Kogane bobbed its body. Nope. The moment she revives, automatically deduct my points, Yuta said. Then, use points to automatically teleport me to her revival location. Urom had once told Yuta she would use violence to make him despair, then use that despair to make him numb, forcing him to become her pawn. This was the contempt of the strong for the weak, and an extremely dark method. But conversely, if Yuta Okotsu was the strong one, then Yuta could do the same to Urom. The only issue was morality. And regarding morality, as a wholesome high school student, he shouldn't do such things. But Yuta Okotsu was a strange individual. He was the one who, in the original work, volunteered that if Gojo Satoru lost, he would have Rika eat Kenjaku's body-hopping technique, then use Gojo Satoru's corpse to body-hop and join the fight using Gojo's body. This became yet another meme from the original work, the pilot of Gojo Satoru. This underage boy, if it meant victory. He was willing to trample on all morality. And now, he was doing just that. He thought, Urom is Ryomen Sukuna's follower and knows all of Sukuna's secrets. Also, the reason she strangely contacted me and forced me to go to the Tokyo No. 1 colony is unknown. All these questions can be answered through similar torture. Conveniently, death doesn't exist in the dream migration. Isn't this perfect? Asterisk. Beep beep beep, new message, new message. Kogane suddenly spoke. A group message from Gojo Satoru. He says, I have engaged Sukuna. After killing him 20 times, I have forced him to switch colonies. Now, all sorcerers, find out which barrier Sukuna has transferred to. Chapter 103, 25. Who is the challenger? 2,548 words. Sakurajima Colony. The Kogane in front of Ryomen Sukuna suddenly projected a screen from its eyes. However, the screen didn't show the usual personal data, but a human face. Pitch black hair woven into a ponytail, a rounded forehead, delicate features, a cute face radiating the scent of youth, yet arranged in a dignified posture. Her name was Tsumiki Fushiguro, a modern soul revived as an ancient sorcerer. Long time no see, Lord Sukuna, she greeted proactively. It is wonderful to see you in such a perfect body. This is likely not a vessel incarnation, but a body manifested from true resurrection, correct? That means you can return to your Heian era prime at any time. You've changed quite a bit, Yorozu, Ryomen Sukuna said indifferently. That is likely because I am not like you, Rom, who revived solely with ancient memories. Tsumiki stared fearlessly at Sukuna's terrifying face, her voice calm as ever. When I was awakened, the ancient memories and modern memories intertwined, ultimately constructing the current me. Ryomen Sukuna scoffed softly, thinking of the Yorozu from 1,000 years ago. The Yorozu of that time was a certified madwoman. She did whatever she pleased until she met Ryomen Sukuna. Sukuna greatly appreciated her wayward nature, and Yorozu offered him her infinite loyalty. She was one of the very few who could boldly stand by Sukuna's side. The other was Urom. 1,000 years ago, she and Urom were Sukuna's stanchest followers. Whether it was her or Urom, they followed Sukuna out of reverence, while others followed out of fear. If it were the old Yorozu, no matter what request Sukuna made, she would likely agree without hesitation. Even the resurfacing of modern memories couldn't block Yorozu's reverence for Sukuna, he was convinced of this. So, even though the current Yorozu's temperament was completely different from a millennium ago, Sukuna naturally stated his condition. I heard that since your awakening, you have been following the Lord of Cursed Spirits. You should know many of his secrets. Now, tell me all of them. Tsumiki Fushiguro fell silent. Sukuna frowned. What is it, Yorozu? Why do you hesitate? I am unsure what secrets of Mahito's you require, Lord Sukuna. Tsumiki Fushiguro's voice was peculiar. She said, Mahito has many secrets, but his growth path has been clearly publicized. I recall that during Gojo Satoru's secret meeting when the apotheosis ritual was established, he announced it to the world. Your vessel at the time, Yuji Itadori, was also in that meeting. You should be very clear about Mahito's path to power. Ryomen Sukuna actually was clear about it. If it were the Gojo of the past, he might have shouldered those secrets alone and walked forward, leaving everyone a confident back to admire. But the current Gojo Satoru had been ruthlessly hammered by Mahito once. In that battle, Gojo was nearly killed 3 times. No matter how arrogant he was, he should have been beaten awake. Thus, in the secret meeting, he hid nothing and disclosed all intelligence. The key point was his technique reversal, soul creation star. By recording the soul information of others to construct simulated souls, and using the information of those simulated souls to construct others' techniques, Mahito achieved infinite cursed techniques. Sukuna knew all too well how terrifying infinite techniques were. After all, before being thrown into this Sakurajima colony, he had been pit-killed by those infinite techniques in various ways, barely able to fight back. If soul creation was the blade that cut through the heavens, then idol transfiguration was the shield that could not be breached. Damage can only be dealt by destroying the soul. While this was extremely difficult, it wasn't impossible. What was worse was that after obtaining the soul creation dragon spirit body, the Lord of Cursed Spirits could make positive and negative energy coexist and circulate. This meant that even if one used methods capable of attacking the soul to breach idle transfiguration they couldn't stop the positive and negative circulation, failing to deal true damage to the soul creation dragon spirit body. So what could be done? Ryman Sukuna's solution was, inflict a single attack with enough destructive power to instantly kill the soul creation dragon spirit body through dual damage to both the soul and the physical body. Correct. Pure physical damage was useless because idle transfiguration didn't fear physical damage. But pure soul damage was also useless, because due to the soul creation dragon spirit body's energy circulation, soul damage would be healed by positive energy and rendered ineffective. Only when both types of damage achieved a one-hit kill threshold could the Lord of Cursed Spirits truly be killed. Sukuna stroked his chin, pondering this, and asked Tsumiki Fushiguro, which techniques can the Lord of Cursed Spirits currently use? Tsumiki Fushiguro fell silent again for about 2 seconds. Only when Sukuna began to frown in impatience did she speak: poison technique, miracle storage, inverse, star rendezvous, probability alteration, puppet manipulation, crow manipulation, teleportation, boogie-woogie, tool manipulation, earth and stone manipulation, blaze release, divine eyes, pugilism, shadow crocodile, heavy pressure, ame no habakiri, Utsusimi leap, fatal crimson spider silk, projection sorcery, construction, star rage, limitless, cursed speech, resonance, mutation curse, 10. Shadows technique. Ryman Sukuna's face twitched slightly, but Tsumiki wasn't finished. She continued in a steady voice, additionally, aside from techniques, Mahito has mastered the 3 great families' secret art: Falling Blossom Emotion, mastered, Simple Domain, mastered the Resurrection Domain expansion, Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm, and the Gojo clan's Divine Eyes, the 6 Eyes. But none of these are his greatest threat. Mahito's greatest threat is the unique cursed tool he wields, the Tsukumagami Imirakuji Kirigiri. Its ability is cleaving line. Any object marked by it, whether human body, cursed spirit, or even conceptual things, can be severed in a single cut. It is a blade that truly cuts gods and Buddhas alike. Sukuna began to take deep breaths. He had experienced the infinite techniques firsthand, but as for Falling Blossom Emotion or Simple Domain he hadn't seemingly experienced those. He had indeed fought inside Mahito's domain expansion, but at that time, although Mahito had opened his domain, he didn't use the domain's ability. Sukuna suspected that until the dream migration ended, Mahito's domain couldn't perform more precise operations because most of its capacity was applied to the dream migration itself. Did he not even qualify to make the Lord of Cursed Spirits enjoy himself? Finally, Tsumiki said faintly, Mahito himself has mastered the legendary secret technique, Shinmyokan, from the new shadow styles, Moon Shadow. Legend has it that this is a sword that communes with the divine, a sword that can slay gods. Mahito combines the Shinmyokan with a black flash of cursed energy, capable of unleashing a fusion black flash never before seen in the history of Jujutsu. Its power can easily sever Gojo Satoru's limitless and split Yuki Tsukumo's star rage star. On this planet, I cannot even imagine any existence capable of standing in the path of this sword. Speaking to this point, Tsumiki Fushiguro smiled at Ryman Sukuna. Perhaps, Lord Sukuna can shatter my shallow imagination of this planet. Sukuna remained stony-faced. Does Lord Sukuna understand this dream migration? Tsumiki asked. Sukuna walked to the window and looked up at the sky. The azure sky seemed the same as usual, yet Sukuna seemed able to see massive cursed energy being sucked into the deepest depths of the heavens. Afterward, those depths spat out an equivalent amount of cursed energy. This absorbed and expelled energy formed a new cycle, a natural cursed energy great cycle. The Kogane followed Sukuna's movement. At that moment, Sukuna spoke, I understand most of it. All cursed energy residuals released in the dream migration are recorded into its central hub. That hub is the Lord of Cursed Spirits domain expansion. The Lord of Cursed Spirits is recording the residuals of all sorcerers within. According to you, any sorcerer's technique used in this dream migration will be recorded by the Lord of Cursed Spirits and mastered via soul creation correct? Tsumiki Fushiguro looked at Sukuna's profile and nodded gently. Precisely. That is why, although Lord Sukuna asks me about Mahito's current techniques and how strong he is, I can only answer I don't know. Because as long as the dream migration runs for another day, Mahito's strength grows by another fraction. Even now, techniques not yet recorded by Mahito are continuously increasing. Lord Sukuna, the ultimate answer to your question is actually, I do not know. Sukuna let out a rare, irritated click of his tongue. If Lord Sukuna wishes to challenge Mahito. Do not misspeak. Sukuna suddenly interrupted Tsumiki Fushiguro. Yes? The one challenging should be the Lord of Cursed Spirits, Sukuna said indifferently. Since 1,000 years ago, I have been the one accepting challenges. If that were not so, the Lord of Cursed Spirits wouldn't have thrown me into this dream migration. Even if I am indeed not his match right now, he likely needs me to fight within this dream migration. He must be observing, terrified that I will deal a fatal blow to his path to godhood. Tsumiki looked as if she wanted to say something but stopped, finally sighing. You are correct. Yorozu, how long do you need to craft a cursed tool capable of seamlessly converting my cursed energy attacks into soul attacks? Sukuna asked. Please give me 1 month, Tsumiki said confidently. If quality is not required, 3 days will suffice. But if you want a cursed tool that can fully contain all of Lord Sukuna's cursed energy and won't break even under a black flash, the time required will be extended. Even so, 1 month is enough. Very good. Sukuna nodded in satisfaction. Then start on it now. Does Lord Sukuna not require Kamu Tokei and Haiten? Tsumiki asked. Those 2 cursed tools are excellent, but they are useless against both Gojo Satoru and the Lord of Cursed Spirits, Sukuna said dismissively. If there were more time, I would certainly use them, but the decisive battle with Gojo Satoru and the Lord of Cursed Spirits is at the end of the year. Rather than those 2 tools, I desire a tool that brings me victory. Kamu Tokei was a Vajra-like cursed tool capable of unleashing powerful lightning. An average sorcerer would be turned to ash with a light wave. It was an incredibly powerful tool that shone in the original work, though it was destroyed by Hiromi Higuruma at the cost of his life. Haiten was a spear. As the name implied, it was a tool that granted flight capabilities. The Sukuna of 1,000 years ago, holding a Haiten in one hand and Kamu Tokei in another, while attacking freely with his other 2 hands, was truly a sorcerer like a god, titled the King of Curses. But that was 1,000 years ago. Back then, both Kamu Tokei and Haiten were superior tools that greatly enhanced Sukuna's abilities, allowing him to act even more willfully. But not now. Kamu Tokei's destructive power was meaningless against Gojo Satoru or Mahito. Haiten's flight advantage was a mere parlor trick compared to the limitless star. Thus, these 2 powerful cursed tools seemed so incompetent that Sukuna abandoned them without regret. I understand. Tsumiki nodded gently. I will craft a satisfactory cursed tool for Lord Sukuna. But now, there is one more question. Oh. Sukuna made a questioning sound. Why would I, Tsumiki Fushiguro, she asked in her usual calm voice, make a cursed tool for Lord Sukuna? Surprisingly, Sukuna did not feel angry. The modern Yorozu and the ancient Yorozu differed greatly in temperament. Sukuna had sensed this even before contact. After actually conversing, the feeling overflowed. Sukuna could easily judge that the current Yorozu would not offer him everything like in ancient times. Right? As if, Sukuna said confidently, HMPH, you want to fight me, don't you? Lord Sukuna understands me well. Tsumiki smiled. You were like this before. To make me feel some kind of love, you were willing to provide powerful weapons to worthless weaklings, just so I wouldn't be lonely. And ever since you truly mastered the insect armor, your fanaticism for me has been undisguised. You want to be killed by me, or kill me, correct? Sukuna curled his lips, laughing with delight. Precisely, Lord Sukuna. Tsumiki raised a hand to gently cover her lips, like an elegant court lady. She said, Lord Sukuna, I will wait for you in the Tokyo No. 1 colony. As long as you defeat me, I will offer the cursed tool you desire with both hands. I swear I will give it my all, holding nothing back. I believe you. Sukuna yawned. One last question. Please ask. The exchange system in this dream migration should be absolute, correct? Due to the massive apotheosis binding vow, all exchanges here are absolutely harmless. If it is Lord Sukuna, you should realize the essence of this apotheosis ritual, and not doubt everything Mahito has done within this barrier, Tsumiki asked curiously. What does Lord Sukuna wish to exchange for? Sukuna pulled up the exchange menu, laughing. I thought I had to possess other bodies to truly master the specific usage of their techniques, but isn't there something right here that allows me to maintain my current perfect body while still obtaining new techniques? In that exchange menu, 2 items shone brightly. Innate Technique, *10 Shadows Technique star. Innate Technique, *Copy Technique star. Tsumiki wanted to say something more, but suddenly the Kogane emitted a *beep beep beep * sound, and the screen closed directly. A sorcerer is attacking. A sorcerer is attacking. Kogane shouted. Master, please prepare for impact. Sukuna was about to show an expression of impatience, thinking it was that reckless fool Kokichi Muta coming to die again. But soon, his expression grew grave. Because the cursed energy residual wasn't that waste who only knew how to die, but boom, accompanied by a loud crash, someone smashed through the wall and landed behind Ryaman Sukuna. Sukuna withdrew his gaze from the window and turned slowly. Kogane vanished on cue, and beneath the phantom of the vanishing Kogane, the figure greeted Ryaman Sukuna with a beaming smile. Yo, he said. Been doing well lately? Sukuna. Go. Joe. Sao. 2. Are you? Sukuna chewed on the name, his voice filled with venomous rage. You dare appear before me just like this? Looks like I'm a bit early, Gojo said with a laugh. Your strength right now is, what, 2 or 3 fingers? Ryaman Sukuna fell silent. Gojo said indifferently, open Kogane's exchange menu. I just saw you were about to buy something. I won't stop you. Exchange for it, then. Be a good boy and let me beat you until you're numb, then ship you off to another colony. This was a massive humiliation. Comparing Sukuna to the Lord of Cursed Spirits, he found that Gojo Satoru truly made his blood boil with murderous intent. Indeed, compared to the Lord of Cursed Spirits, Gojo Satoru was the one who deserved to die more. Yet, faced with such blatant humiliation, Sukuna laughed. He laughed out of extreme anger. Very good, Gojo Satoru. His voice was like an evil spirit. You have successfully pissed me off. Kogane. Sukuna roared. Exchange for the 10 Shadows Technique. Chapter 104:26. Professor Sukuna. 2,211 words. The reason Ryaman Sukuna showed no fear despite knowing he was currently no match for Gojo Satoru was simple. He was indeed confident he could truly defeat Gojo, and he could even use Gojo to recover his strength faster, reaching an even higher level. Near the end of his conversation with Tsumiki Fushiguro, Sukuna specifically asked her if the exchange was absolutely safe. In fact, prior to this, he had already vaguely sensed the true gameplay of this dream migration, but he needed confirmation from Tsumiki precisely because he was ready to ascend. The logic was simple, since this was a genuine apotheosis ritual, and since the Lord of Cursed Spirits could become a god, why couldn't he himself use this apotheosis ritual to become a god? In this game where everyone had a chance, the Lord of Cursed Spirits wasn't the only player. This was his thought, and this was his action. He intended to use this game to restore his own strength at maximum speed. This strength would not be obtained by eating his fingers, but by directly exchanging points. This was not impossible. If he had revived via a vessel, he would indeed need to eat all the fingers because each finger contained part of his soul. Only by gathering all fingers could he return to his true prime. But this time was different. This resurrection was a complete revival. His soul was fully resurrected within the Lord of Cursed Spirits domain expansion. Upon revival, he was flawless, his soul and power had no defects. He was, in the truest sense, in his prime. After that, he fought the Lord of Cursed Spirits, and his soul was torn apart piece by piece until he fell to the power level of only one finger, at which point he was thrown into the Sakurajima colony. What did this imply? His entire soul information was right in the hands of the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Just as in the original work, even without the final finger, Kenjaku found his mummy to supplement the power of the last finger. Why could the mummy make up for the power of the last finger? Because that mummy contained his soul and body information, perfectly compensating for the missing soul information. The situation now was the same. His fingers scattered elsewhere totaled 20. Because his complete soul and body information was recorded by the Lord of Cursed Spirits, it could be exchanged for on the menu. His total power now totaled the power of 40 fingers. This was why, despite having the power of only one finger when thrown down and not having eaten any fingers, Gojo asserted upon seeing him that he had the power of 2 or 3 fingers. He had gained power by exchanging points. This power was no different from the power of the fingers. He could continue to exchange until he redeemed his complete soul and body information. Of course, if it were purely about gathering full power, 20 fingers would suffice. The other 20 were not useless, but would only serve as icing on the cake. Sukuna did not intend to waste the power of the extra 20 fingers. He planned to rely on a binding vow to consume the power of the extra fingers to digest additional innate techniques at maximum speed. Yes, specifically *10 shadows technique and copy technique star. Could it succeed? For other sorcerers, even if that sorcerer was Kenjaku or Gojo Satoru, it would be impossible. The time and energy required to push a technique to its limit was staggering. In the original work, when Yuta Okotsu used the brain swap to fight in Gojo's corpse, he lamented inwardly, how much effort did Gojo-sensei put into this? Even Gojo Satoru needed immense effort to train the 6 Eyes and Limitless to their current level. Other sorcerers didn't have a 10,000th of Gojo's talent, how could they reach that level in such a short time? But if it was Ryman Sukuna, he had done this exact thing in the original work. Having possessed Megumi Fushiguro's *10 shadows for less than a month, he could use the *10 shadows at a level Megumi himself couldn't achieve. The only difference was that in the original work, there was no convenient barrier like the dream migration, nor extra finger power for him to burn. He had simply used his knowledge and skill to raise the *10 shadows capability. Now, after raising it to the limit, Sukuna had a new ambition. To use the *10 shadows technique beyond common sense. Sukuna was extraordinarily confident. Not just with *10 shadows but with copy technique as well. After using his extra fingers to push these 2 techniques to their limits, he would use his knowledge and skill to break through that limit directly, arriving at an unprecedented realm. In that way, Ryman Sukuna would become truly flawless. Perfect body, plus own technique, plus 10 shadows technique, plus copy technique. With this, who under the heavens could withstand him? Even the final apotheosis ritual of this dream migration would likely be in the bag. To start all this, he first needed to collect a massive amount of points. In this dream migration, was there a faster way to collect points than a death match? No, there wasn't. And now, a sorcerer named Gojo Satoru was here to fight him to the death. How could Sukuna not accept the challenge? How could he not use this to acquire massive points? No, there wasn't. There was no better situation than this. Ryomen Sukuna roared loudly, "Come! Gojo Satoru, let's fight!" Asterisk crunch, crunch. Asterisk Mahito ate potato chips, nodding happily. That's right, that's right. Sukuna, your future holds the power of 40 fingers. Grow well, grow until you surprise even me. Mahito currently had a screen open in front of him, playing the earth-shattering battle between Ryomen Sukuna and Gojo Satoru. He watched this fight with high spirits and a smile, carefully sensing the operation of the dream migration barrier, feeling as refreshed physically and mentally as if soaking in an open-air hot spring in winter. Ryomen Sukuna's guesses were correct. In fact, they were accurate at every conjecture node. Mahito indeed held all of Sukuna's soul and body information. Mahito had indeed placed all this information on the exchange menu without hiding anything. Within the entire dream migration, Sukuna could indeed collect the power of 40 fingers. Finally, with Sukuna's ability, he could indeed consume the extra finger power to acquire the limit capabilities of *10 shadows and copy star. And with Sukuna's knowledge, technique, and talent, he could indeed break through the limits of these two techniques within these 2 months, reaching an unprecedented strongest state, enough to rival the current Dragon God, Mahito. And due to the massive binding vow of the dream migration, Mahito couldn't even stop Sukuna from doing this. He could only watch him get stronger, eventually participating in the final apotheosis ritual to compete for the qualification of godhood with his own power. Ryomen Sukuna had calculated everything perfectly. Save for one point he got wrong. These thoughts, action trajectories, and even his resolve were all imprinted with a thought imprint by Mahito personally. After all, you probably can't imagine what specific binding vow I made. If you knew, you wouldn't have fallen into the trap so simply. Mahito sighed, eating chips and smiling. Jujutsu battles are information battles. That sentence truly pierces through the core of the entire original work. Gojo died to Sukuna's carefully designed world slash, and Sukuna died to his own last finger, to Megumi Fushiguro's final awakening. Unexpected attacks are the deadliest. Gungnir. Ryomen Sukuna had judged that Mahito's domain expansion, Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm, was the hub of this dream migration barrier, and that all cursed energy residuals would ultimately be swallowed by this hub and spat back out via the Nirvana realm. In fact, Sukuna had indeed seen that spewing hub location, which made him even more certain of his judgment. Not just Sukuna, even Gojo Satoru with his 6 eyes would likely reach the same conclusion if he looked. But this was wrong. In fact, the entire dream migration was built inside the Dharmadhatu transmigration Nirvana realm. So, it wasn't that the Nirvana realm was the hub of the dream migration. On the contrary, the dream migration was the hub of the Nirvana realm. Cursed energy residuals were never swallowed and spat in a cycle by a hub. From the very beginning, they were circulating inside the larger domain expansion, Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm. Was this possible? Actually, this situation existed in the original work. During the final battle between Gojo and Sukuna, both manipulated the range of their domain expansions during combat. So as long as one had sufficient control and cursed energy, any exaggerated range could be realized. Mahito possessed the 6 eyes and infinite cursed energy. If he had the patience, he could even encompass the entire Earth within his domain expansion single-handedly. Besides that, another reason he could do such an exaggerated thing was, this was the dream migration. All their actions were entirely within a dream. Oh, here it comes, here it comes. Mahito suddenly perked up. He sat up straight, looking at the screen. Even I couldn't replicate this behavior from the original work no matter how hard I tried, and now it finally appears. On the screen, after being killed by Gojo about 5 times, Sukuna finally couldn't bear it anymore and used the technique from the original work. Behind his head, a Dharma wheel suddenly appeared. This wheel represented Mahoruga's adaptation ability. Every time the wheel turned, Mahoruga's adaptation progress bar would grow. Once the wheel finished turning, it meant Mahoruga had fully adapted to the current attack. However, usually, this wheel only appeared on Mahoruga after it was summoned. But in the original work, Sukuna used some unknown method to make himself part of the adaptation process. Although Mahoruga could adapt to all attacks, it had a fatal weakness: it wasn't very tough in the eyes of true powerhouses. Methods to one-shot it existed. For this reason, Sukuna specifically shifted the pre-adaptation process to himself. The effect was that the sorcerer used their own body to pre-adapt to attacks. Once adaptation was complete, Mahoruga would emerge from the shadows with full resistance to the countered ability. Sukuna had once used this move to break the ancient sorcerer's domain expansions and perfect sphere, a technique worthy of being called an insidious ultimate move. Mahito had been researching this ability ever since he obtained the *10 Shadows*, but while reading the manga made it look simple, the actual principles weren't revealed at all. He only knew it could be done, but not how or *y*. Mahito instantly became convinced that for things requiring a combination of theory and knowledge, one really couldn't do without a teacher. But he couldn't do it. Isn't there a capable teacher right here, teaching him? Remember the ability of Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm? Aside from resurrection, its ability was to unconditionally touch the souls of all living beings within the barrier. In the domain battle with Gojo, even though Gojo imprinted his limitless onto his own soul, the Nirvana realm's soul touch could still forcibly read it. Sukuna misjudged. If Mahito's domain expansion were merely the hub, then as long as Sukuna appropriately withheld his information, that withheld part could never truly flow into Mahito's hands. But the Nirvana realm wasn't an internal hub, but the external barrier. This was equivalent to everyone in the dream migration actually being inside Mahito's domain expansion, having their soul information read every moment of every day. The true binding vow Mahito placed on the dream migration was: never use the direct or indirect offensive capabilities of Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm, in exchange for the ability to read the soul information of everyone inside the barrier at all times. This binding vow would last until the final moment of the apotheosis ritual. The price of this extremely harsh binding vow bought Mahito the ability he needed most. Mahito formed a seal with his hands, watching Sukuna's movements on the screen. Reverse Cursed Technique. Soul Creation, Megumi Fushiguro. Technique Release. 10 Shadows Technique. Behind Mahito's head, a Dharma wheel emerged. At this very moment, the cursed energy residuals of all attacks and defenses within the dream migration surged endlessly into Mahito. These residuals were too weak to affect Mahito at all, but they undeniably touched his body. And so, the wheel suddenly turned a notch. Mahoruga's adaptation ability was achieved through changes in cursed energy, determining the time required for adaptation based on the frequency of attacks received. Such minute cursed energy residuals meant that in a normal state, even years or decades of combat might not result in true adaptation. But this was the dream migration. At all times, every minute and every second, cursed energy residuals accumulated in astonishing quantities. True, normal accumulation might take years or decades, but what if it accumulated every second of every moment like this? How long would it take then? Mahito watched the screen. Naturally, Sukuna died yet again. He smiled and thanked the Sukuna on the screen. Thanks a bunch, Professor Sukuna. Chapter 105, 27. Days of the Past. 2,379 words. Outskirts of Tokyo, Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical High School. A man walked into the school like a ghost. Due to the dream migration, almost all non-combatant personnel had been evacuated. Those remaining here during this period were, without a doubt, people prepared to sacrifice their lives. Complete fortification. That was the current state of Tokyo Jujutsu High. ****. The man entered the Torii gate of the school. He stood quietly, freezing in the posture of taking a single step. Soon, he saw a reaction. He sensed two men rushing toward him from the distance. The man could even imagine that, aside from these two coming to greet him, others were likely waking up those who had entered the dream migration. In particular, that man, Satoru Gojo, would likely wake up from the dream migration immediately and appear before his eyes. Yet, he held no fear. He simply continued forward. One footprint at a time, he slowly ascended the stairs from the Torii Gate. It was clearly an extremely dangerous act, yet he felt an incredible sense of relief. He thought of the moment years ago when he finally chose to part ways with his best friend. Back then, he had undoubtedly held the resolve to die. He knew that one slip-up would mean his death, yet he approached his friend without hesitation, boldly exposing his back to him. Back then, his best friend could have killed him with a casual strike, but he didn't. He just watched him disappear into the crowd. And now, as always, he chose to face his best friend directly once again. The man stepped off the stairs and onto the edge of the school plaza. There, two men were already standing, waiting to receive him. They were the current principal of Tokyo High, Masamichi Yaga, and the current kendo instructor, Atsuya Kusakabe. Now, both of them wore expressions of shock. The man raised his hand, revealing a smile. "Long time no see, Yaga-sensei. Seeing you so energetic is better than anything. Are you Kenjaku?" Atsuya Kusakabe asked, trembling. "No, I am not." The man tucked both hands into the wide sleeves of his monk robes and smiled. "I assume you learned Kenjaku's secret from Tengen. I haven't covered my forehead. As you can see, I am the original." "Suguru Geto," Masamichi Yaga asked in a low voice. "Is it really you?" The man, Suguru Geto, nodded. "It is exactly me." Suguru Geto had specifically chosen to come during the time Gojo was fighting Ryam Sukuna. He knew that compared to his resurrected self, Kenjaku and Sukuna were the enemies Gojo truly wanted to deal with. Especially Sukuna, if that egocentric monster truly broke through the dream migration, the trouble caused would be far more severe than anything Geto himself could do. "I thought about wearing my old Tokyo High uniform, but after thinking it over, it felt a bit embarrassing," Geto laughed. "What's wrong? Seeing an old friend resurrected in front of you, is all you have suspicion and stern faces?" Kusakabe gritted his teeth. "You sure have the nerve to speak. It hasn't been that many years since the night parade of 100 demons. The damage you caused has already been written into textbooks. In a few years, it'll probably be a required exam question for Jujutsu High. Your infamy is thunderous. For someone like you to dare appear before us like this, what exactly are your intentions?" Kusakabe's defensiveness wasn't an overreaction. On the contrary, the fact that they were exchanging pleasantries was the true anomaly. Logically speaking, the moment a special-grade curse user like Suguru Geto appeared here, they should have immediately initiated an extermination operation. But, how to put it? Suguru Geto's crimes in the Jujutsu world were actually quite strange. His crime was mass slaughter of non-sorcerers, causing a collapse of the balance of the Jujutsu world. During his years as a curse user, Geto only targeted non-sorcerers. He caused almost no harm to Jujutsu sorcerers. In fact, he cherished talent. As long as you were a sorcerer, even if you stood in his way, he wouldn't kill you. Even during the night parade of 100 demons, the most severe incident, as long as you didn't stop him from killing non-sorcerers, he would always let you go at the last moment. His crime in ordinary society was crimes against humanity. But in the Jujutsu world, it was the flexible crime of disrupting the Jujutsu balance. To sorcerers, he could even be considered friendly. Among all curse users, Suguru Geto was the most unique. Unique enough that even after he had physically stepped into Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical High School, a battle did not immediately break out. Tengen has left the Japanese mainland. The one controlling the Great Barrier of Japan now is the Lord of Cursed Spirits, Mahito, Masamichi Yaga said in a deep voice. At this point, even infiltrating the tombs of the star is useless. You should know this. After all, you were resurrected by the Lord of Cursed Spirits himself. Yaga was referring to the reason Geto infiltrated Tokyo High during the night parade of 100 demons years ago. Back then, he released almost all his cursed spirits across Japan, forcing sorcerers, including Gojo, to defend against the slaughter, while he secretly came here alone. He was resisted by the students remaining at the school and ultimately died at the hands of Utarokotsu. Why did he have to come? Afterwards, it was determined he came for Tengen within the tombs of the star. Although Tengen's form was in an intermediate stage between human and god, their classification was close to a cursed spirit. Even if only a close to a cursed spirit, they could be captured by cursed spirit manipulation star. Geto must have learned of Tengen's state from somewhere, which was why he had to come alone in secret. It seems Yaga-sensei has confirmed that I am me. Geto smiled. I can't forget your righteousness, Yaga said with a complex tone. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder where I failed in teaching you, causing you to slide into such a state. You clearly cared more about the ideals of justice than Satoru, yet in the end. You became the most evil of men. Yaga swallowed the final words. Saguru Geto took another step forward. Kusakabe instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of the longsword at his waist. Saguru Geto. Stand right there. Don't move. He couldn't be blamed for being so nervous. After all, this was a genuine special grade curse user. He had been present during the night parade of 100 demons. Those cursed spirits blotting out the sun had flown past him and over his head. He killed until his hands went soft, yet they were endless. It wasn't until the spirits suddenly dispersed uncontrollably that he felt a moment of respite. At the time, he truly thought he would die. And that was just a side battlefield. He didn't dare imagine how terrifying the main battlefield, facing Saguru Geto directly, must have been. And now, just when he thought the night parade would become nothing more than a chapter in a history book, the true Demon King had suddenly appeared before him. His mental state was like a hero encountering the final boss in the starter village. Geto glanced at Kusakabe, maintaining his smile. No need to be nervous, Kusakabe. I didn't come with malice. On the contrary, I came to ask for help. Kusakabe froze. Help. A special grade curse user, came here to ask for help, After all, I graduated from here too. If I run into trouble, can't I ask my alma mater for assistance? Geto said with a beaming smile. What do you say, Yaga-sensei? Yaga took a deep look at Geto, then turned around. Come with me. Kusakabe looked back at Yaga in disbelief. Are you serious? You're letting a special grade curse user into the school. Saguru is special, Yaga said flatly. Special how? Special in that, he is harmless to Jujutsu sorcerers, Yaga said gravely. Special in that, before he died, he didn't kill a single sorcerer, not one. But he killed countless ordinary people. Kusakabe roared. That's why I was killed by my junior, Utarokotsu, wasn't I? Geto strolled past Kusakabe casually. Look, I've already died once. You should lower your guard a little. Don't mangas these days always have that plot, where the early game boss repents and immediately becomes a trustworthy friend? Just treat me like that kind of person. Kusakabe glared daggers at Geto, finally taking his hand off his sword hilt. He grumbled viciously to Yaga, you're going to regret this, Principal Yaga. Right now, I am the principal, Yaga said subconsciously. He froze as soon as he said it. Hearing this, Geto burst into laughter. I know that one. It's a famous line from Naruto right? Hava hava. The daughters I adopted used to love watching that. They told me about it. Yaga fell silent, simply leading the way. Geto stepped up to walk shoulder to shoulder with Yaga, still laughing heartily. Kusakabe watched their backs, momentarily forgetting this was a dangerous special grade curse user. Kusakabe covered his eyes and sighed to the heavens. I don't care what happens in the end anymore. Geto wasn't lying. He really came for help. He sat very peacefully in the reception room. Yaga and Kusakabe were present, and another person slid the door open and walked in naturally. She stubbed out the lady's cigarette in her mouth and smiled as she greeted Geto. I figured you'd probably be resurrected by the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Shoko Yeri walked up to Geto and sat down next to him naturally. Compared to Yaga, who showed some surprise upon first seeing Geto, Shoko's expression remained consistent from start to finish. In fact, she greeted him familiarly, no shock at seeing the dead revived, no defense against a dangerous enemy, not even basic vigilance. It was as if Geto was still that outstanding student at the school, as if their relationship had never changed. Kusakabe covered his eyes again, slumping into his chair. Have I entered some kind of tragic romance novel? This is Jujutsu High, right? Suguru Geto is a special grade curse user, right? Kusakabe believed he was the only normal person here. Yaga, Shoko, and Geto, none of them were normal. In fact, if he knew that after Geto defected, he still had the mind to go find Shoko and try to recruit her, and remained unshaken even knowing Shoko was calling Gojo, Kusakabe would know that the current scene was practically mild. If he knew that back then Gojo had already arrived, and after exchanging 2 sentences, Gojo just watched helplessly as Geto disappeared into the crowd while he sat on the steps acting like a tragic protagonist, Kusakabe would have completely given up. Yaga glanced at Shoko. I assumed you had already called Satoru. He's currently fighting Sukuna with great enthusiasm, where would he have the time to deal with these small matters? Shoko placed her hands on the table, fingers crossed, very relaxed. I used Kogane to send him a message. He only replied with 1 sentence. What? Kusakabe asked expectantly. Oh, got it, Shoko said. Oh, got it. Yes. Oh, got it, Shoko confirmed. Fuck, Kusakabe closed his eyes in despair. Geto couldn't help but laugh. His laughter echoed in the reception room, laughing until tears came out. He raised a hand to wipe them away, stammering. That really fits my stereotypical impression of Satoru. It seems in the years since I died, he's been quite energetic. Yaga sighed. Too energetic. Energetic enough to openly declare he's going to reform the Jujutsu world, and openly start cultivating disciples, preparing them one by one to replace the higher-ups. The higher-ups absolutely hate Satoru to death. Geto paused, then smiled. That also fits my stereotypical impression of Satoru. Geto then asked Shoko curiously, you said you judged that I would be resurrected by the Spirit King. Why? Before you appeared, your body was occupied by a 1,000-year-old sorcerer named Kenjaku. At the time, he even led people to break into the tombs of the star, ultimately being defeated by Yutarokotsu. We all suspected it might be you, until Gojo had a frank phone conversation with the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Only then were we certain it wasn't you. Shoko recalled as she spoke. At that time, Gojo made a binding vow with the Lord of Cursed Spirits. This vow seemed to unlock some kind of restriction on the Spirit King's side. We suspect that the Lord of Cursed Spirits actually wanted to break free from Kenjaku's connection but never had the chance until Gojo's call came through. However, that call was an accident, a flash of inspiration from the Spirit King, not part of his plan. Hearing this, Geto understood what Shoko meant. He smiled. So, before that phone call, the Lord of Cursed Spirits was already prepared to turn against Kenjaku. And that preparation was me. Shoko said triumphantly, exactly. And looking at it now, my judgment was accurate. Here you are, right in front of us. Geto raised his hands and clapped gently. As expected of you, Shoko. I always felt that if the 3 of us competed using brains instead of power, you would be the one to win every battle. Shoko straightened her back, saying cheerfully, "Even if you flatter me like that, there's no reward." Kusakabe couldn't take it anymore. "I say, this isn't a class reunion. This isn't a class reunion. Geto, are the pleasantries over? What exactly is this help you need?" Kusakabe suspected that if he didn't actively interrupt, this catching up would last until Gojo finished fighting Sukuna. He wasn't being sarcastic earlier, he really felt like he had walked into a class reunion where students who hadn't seen each other in years were greeting one another, discussing meaningless topics, unknowingly reverting from modern salarymen to their student days, as if they hadn't changed at all and time had returned to the past. Geto shrugged. "All right, then I'll be blunt." He assumed a serious expression. "Yaga-sensei, Shoko? I want to deal with Kenjaku." Chapter 106, 28. Suguru Geto's Epic Enhancement Plan. 2,885 words. Although Suguru Geto's resurrection was perfect, flawless in both body and soul, and intended as a countermeasure against Kenjaku, Mahito couldn't place any binding vows on Geto. Or rather, both Mahito and Geto knew that the moment Geto revived, he would naturally view Kenjaku as a mortal enemy. Mahito didn't need to do anything extra. In fact, that was exactly what happened. Upon resurrection, Geto immediately decided to exact the harshest revenge on Kenjaku for wantonly desecrating his corpse. However, there was one very awkward point. Geto had resurrected perfectly, but precisely because it was *2 perfect, his technique had been reset to 0. Geto's technique, Cursed Spirit Manipulation Star. This was a technique that grew stronger the more cursed spirits one absorbed. One could even say that as long as cursed spirits didn't go extinct in this world, his Cursed Spirit Manipulation would only get stronger. It was the foundation for an infinite technique superior even to Copy Star. Copy Technique in the end, was just a technique. Even if one truly copied a target's technique, Copy couldn't bring out the technique's limit. It was like that in the original work. Yuta Okotsu's domain expansion was authentic mutual love, not the domain expansion of the copied techniques. The one capable of using the domain expansion of a physical target was Kenjaku's body-hopping technique. Yuta had once used Copy to replicate Kenjaku's technique, swapping his brain into Gojo's corpse, and subsequently, piloting Gojo's body to unleash unlimited void. But Cursed Spirit Manipulation was different. Absorbed special grade cursed spirits could use their domain expansions. In the original work, there was such a scene. When Geto fought Toji Fushiguro, he released the Kuchisei Kona. This cursed spirit could use a simple domain. Although there was no sure-hit effect within this spirit's simple domain, the target was forced to answer the question, "Am I beautiful?" If they answered incorrectly or delayed their answer, they would be attacked with scissors. From this, one could conclude that with the passage of time and an increase in the quality of absorbed spirits, the final form of Cursed Spirit Manipulation would be a monster-class technique possessing multiple domain expansions, seamless coordination, and a full suite of functions. The most terrifying part was that the spirit pool of Cursed Spirit Manipulation had no limit. In other words, there was no issue of powerful spirits taking up too much space in the pool, limiting the number of spirits under command. As long as Geto's intellect and Cursed Spirit Manipulation ability were strong enough, he alone could absorb every cursed spirit in the world. And if the quality of spirits was high enough, more like Jogo, Hanami, Dagon, or Mahito, then he alone could flatten the entire world. This was the true reason why Kenjaku coveted Geto's body so much, and why Kenjaku stated that Copy is far inferior to Cursed Spirit Manipulation An amazing technique, right? An exaggerated ability, right? Do you feel your heart pounding, feeling that as long as you have this technique, you are invincible? Well, such a powerful technique had a fatal flaw. My spirit pool is currently empty. Geto shrugged. Unfortunately, having 0 cursed spirits, I'm currently the same as a blank slate sorcerer. I can't say I have no combat power, but I'm only marginally stronger than a grade 1 sorcerer. Correct. The presence or absence of spirits was the essence of * cursed spirit manipulation star. And Mahito's resurrection was too perfect enough that even the spirit pool was wiped clean. Furthermore, although Gojo's 6 eyes couldn't distinguish the difference between the current Geto's residuals and Kenjaku's residuals, in the eyes of the heavens, they were indeed 2 different people. Therefore, their spirit pools were not shared. This meant that even if Geto wanted revenge, he lacked the capacity. Thus, he came to Tokyo High for help. Shoko Yeri burst out laughing, giving him no face at all. Hava hava. Suguru, I never thought I'd see the day. You dare come here like this? Do you know the warrant for your execution as a special grade curse user hasn't been revoked yet? It hasn't been revoked even after I died. Did you think Kusakabe was joking about you being written into history books just now? Shoko said with a smile. He was telling the truth. Although the higher-ups are slow with their work, so they haven't actually changed the textbooks yet, the agenda has already been passed. They're just waiting for free time to make the edits. Geto blinked, then smiled. That is truly an honor. Honor. Shoko was puzzled. I died to eradicate cursed spirits, I have no regrets in my heart, Geto said calmly. As long as history records my life impartially, how could I not feel honored? Is the act of eradicating cursed spirits so ugly? No, it is a sacred thing. Even now, I believe so. This is the great cause. I have no regrets, in death or in resurrection. Shoko was rendered speechless. Those aren't words that should come from someone resurrected by the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Masamichi Yaga pushed up his sunglasses. If you truly want to eradicate cursed spirits, the first step now should be to cooperate with Kenjaku to cut off the current largest faction of cursed spirits, the Lord of Cursed Spirits forces. I thought I would do that too, Geto said. It seems after talking with the Lord of Cursed Spirits for a while, you've abandoned your extreme ideology. Yaga asked. If Satoru were here, he wouldn't ask that question, Geto laughed. Although Yaga-sensei is my mentor, you still don't understand me. I'd like to hear the details. Yaga frowned. My desire to eradicate cursed spirits isn't literally about the spirits themselves. The true reason I want to eradicate them is to protect the community of Jujutsu sorcerers. Geto placed a hand on the table, resting his cheek against the back of his hand, smiling. I believe humans without talent for Jujutsu are merely a troop of monkeys who haven't fully evolved. These monkeys only endlessly spawn cursed spirits, and cursed spirits can only be killed by sorcerers. Isn't that just giving us trouble? That group of hairless monkeys only does this, how could I not despise them? Geto wasn't lying. In the original timeline, a major reason he developed the desire to eradicate spirits lay in the ignorance of ordinary people. In Geto's view, he was protecting them, accommodating them, keeping them so beautifully safe, yet these people felt no gratitude and only ceaselessly persecuted sorcerers. The 2 daughters he adopted were victims of such persecution. At that time, his Tao heart shattered, and he chose to blow up the world. The key point wasn't eradicating cursed spirits, but protecting sorcerers. That was the essence of his ideology. Once you understood the essence of his ideology, it wasn't hard to understand why he had so many followers. In cinematic terms, he was Magneto, an extreme racial supremacist. I don't understand. What does this have to do with cooperating with the Lord of Cursed Spirits? Yaga asked. I'm not cooperating with the Lord of Cursed Spirits, Mentor Yaga. You misunderstand me. Geto's smile faded, replaced by solemnity. I don't need to cooperate with him at all. It is enough that he fulfills the promise of the dream migration. What do you mean? The finite infinity wish, Geto said in a deep voice. In the predictable, inevitable future, the Great Barrier of Japan will eventually form a massive planetary barrier encasing the entire Earth. When that barrier is complete, the concept of the finite infinity wish will undoubtedly cover the entire planet. As long as that future arrives, I only need to win the final battle, face the ascended God Mahito, and speak the wish, grant everyone on the planet the talent of a Jujutsu sorcerer. Do you think God Mahito could grant this wish? Everyone was stunned. Kusakabe stammered, theoretically, yes. But that God Mahito of that time will have ascended from being the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Would he agree to your wish? If he agrees, wouldn't that mean cursed spirits would truly go extinct? All cursed spirits were manifestations of curses formed by the cursed energy residuals of ordinary people and sorcerers. This was an established fact. Years ago, when Yuki Tsukumo chatted with Geto, and Geto asked, if we kill all ordinary people, would cursed spirits disappear? Yuki Tsukumo seriously responded, yes. Of course, Yuki quickly added, regrettably, I haven't gone crazy enough to do that. She thought it was a discussion about the possibility of eradicating spirits, an academic debate. But Geto didn't see it that way. At the time, he truly took that yes to heart. This became his operational theory after becoming a special grade sorcerer. Clearly, even the current Geto hadn't abandoned this idea. In fact, he had become even more extreme. Previously, he only wanted to kill all ordinary people in Japan. Because only Japan had the Great Barrier, spirits in other places were very weak enough that they couldn't kill people even if left alone, only causing frailty at most. But now, he was targeting the entire globe. Kusakabe muttered to himself, you are a certified lunatic. The King of Curses definitely had water in his brain when he resurrected you. Unexpectedly, Geto nodded vigorously. I think so too. He actually thought that as long as cursed spirits didn't cause trouble for the world, and he personally managed them so that the title of He Curse might become history, I wouldn't target cursed spirits. Truly laughable. Right? I think so too. Kusakabe wanted to mock him a bit more, but he suddenly paused. Shocked, he pushed his chair back and stood up. Wait, what did you just say? The Lord of Cursed Spirits plans to manage spirits and make the title of He Curse history? How does he plan to do that? Asterisk, damn it, that's the real important news. Asterisk, if cursed spirits truly disappeared, wouldn't sorcerers truly fade into history? When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. One look at Kusakabe's face revealed exactly what he was worried about. Geto said cheerfully, what are you thinking? How could sorcerers disappear? Don't forget, the King of Curses promised that this dream migration would never disappear. In other words, the promise of the finite infinity wish means that as long as the King of Curses lives, it won't disappear. With eternal life and resurrection hanging there, how could sorcerers lose their jobs? On the contrary, sorcerers will thrive. Kusakabe froze. Yaga pushed up his sunglasses, speaking with sarcasm. If you've been following the higher-ups' movements recently, you'd know they are no longer our friends. If not for the fact that they haven't caused trouble, Satoru would have purged the entire headquarters long ago. Why? Because of the eternal life promised by the dream migration. If us sorcerers are like this, those non-sorcerers are even crazier. Guess how the Star Religious Group appeared back in the day? It was because those old men in high positions hoped Tengen would look after them after death once he ascended. The Star Religious Group was history, but the damage caused back then was immeasurable. One could say Gojo and Geto became who they were largely thanks to the Star Religious Group. Geto's first step to becoming a special grade curse user was purging the Star Religious Group. He gathered the remnants, and killed anyone who disobeyed him, regardless of their status in society, using fear to unite them. Kusakabe nodded thoughtfully, then frowned. Wait, the dream migration is built on the Great Barrier of Japan, and later it will be built on the planetary barrier. If all ordinary people become sorcerers, wouldn't the dream migration end? Then wouldn't we still be out of a job? Shoko pulled a lady's cigarette from her pocket but didn't light it, just letting it hang from her lips. She smiled. Kusakabe, you haven't been listening carefully. What? The opening of the dream migration requires the Great Barrier of Japan, but once the dream migration is truly running, it operates on the cursed energy residuals volatilized by sorcerers engaging in fierce combat inside the barrier. In other words, once the dream migration barrier is open, it doesn't matter if the Great Barrier of Japan truly closes. Kusakabe was dumbfounded. It can work like that. Not only that. Geto wagged his finger, smiling. What you said just now about cursed spirits going extinct from then on is also incorrect. Remember the rules of cursed spirit birth? It is the manifestation of curses formed by the accumulation of cursed energy residuals circulating in the atmosphere. If my wish is realized and all humans on Earth become sorcerers, then indeed, cursed spirits won't be born on Earth, but what about inside the dream migration? Cursed spirits are manifestations formed by massive amounts of cursed energy residuals. Because ordinary people lack sorcerer talent, they cannot prevent their negative emotions from leaking out. Although sorcerers sometimes have insufficient control, they generally control it well, even during sleep. Therefore, the formation of spirits is basically caused by ordinary people. The sorcerer population, which uses cursed energy, rarely causes the birth of spirits. But this does not include special circumstances. What are special circumstances? There were specific cases in the original work. It was explicitly stated that only sorcerers killed by cursed energy would not turn into cursed spirits. If killed without cursed energy, although they might temporarily disappear, they would soon reappear in a new form. Thus, killing spirits with ordinary methods is meaningless. They must be killed with cursed energy involved. There was even a specific case in the original work. Naoya Zenin was beaten to near death by Moki Zenin. He barely escaped with his life, only to be found by Moki's mother. For some reason, Moki's mother raised a weapon and completed a no cursed energy kill confirmation. Not long after, the dead Naoya Zenin turned into a special grade vengeful spirit and entered the culling game to seek revenge on Moki. If not eliminated by means involving cursed energy, even a sorcerer will turn into a cursed spirit after death. And the stronger the sorcerer, the stronger the curse they become. Just the posthumous curse of one Naoya Zenin could turn into a special grade cursed spirit. So what about the dream migration? This was a place where multiple special grade sorcerers fought unceasingly. What kind of cursed spirits would be born from the convergence of such terrifying cursed energy residuals? Kusakabe involuntarily shuddered, a shadow cast over his heart. He felt as if he could foresee the terrifying monsters that would be born in the dream migration. And these monsters? Kusakabe looked up sharply. I see. You're not targeting the cursed spirits of the current world, but the new cursed spirits born within the dream migration. And not just ordinary spirits, but special grade cursed spirits born from the ceaseless death matches between special grade sorcerers. These are unprecedentedly powerful spirits that couldn't be born even through 1,000 years of Jujutsu history. Kusakabe's words were no exaggeration. Throughout history, how many times had special grade sorcerers fought each other? The most intense period was 1,000 years ago, during the era when Ryomen Sukuna rampaged. That was the peak of conflict between special grade sorcerers. Even true gods fell during that time. Remember Kenjaku's wish? He said in the original work that he hoped to return to the golden age of Jujutsu. That return referred to the era of Sukuna's rampage. Why did Sukuna cause such a massive boom in Jujutsu 1,000 years ago? Why, when the human population was far smaller than modern times, did that era birth cursed spirits far surpassing anything modern, aside from the disaster curses? Even in modern times, yokai had been reduced to legends. It was because of Ryomen Sukuna's rampage. In that era, special grade curse users emerged endlessly, and special grade cursed spirits were everywhere, forcing Ashiya Sadatsuna to create the simple domain and propose the core philosophy of no choice but to press forward. And the current dream migration was far more exaggerated than 1,000 years ago. There was Ryomen Sukuna, there was Gojo Satoru, there were ancient special grade sorcerers, there was Kenjaku, there was Yuta Okotsu, and Suguru Geto was ready to join at any moment. Even more terrifying was that 1,000 years ago, if you died, you died. Losing a special grade sorcerer meant one less conflict between special grades. But in the dream migration, you could resurrect. Even if you died, you could resurrect and fight a death match a second, third, infinite number of times. In this environment, what kind of curse manifestations would be born? What exaggerated cursed spirits would appear? Thinking of this, how could Kusakabe not tremble? How could he not fear? Geto clapped gently. Very good, Kusakabe. You understand me. He paused, looked around, and smiled. Now, Yaga-sensei, Shoko, you know why I came to ask for your help, right? I believe that if news of my resurrection gets out, a few subordinates might return to my side. But those subordinates are far inferior to the current forces of Tokyo High. How about it? Can you help me? Chapter 107, 29. Serious Suguru Geto. 2,914 words. Nighttime. Satoru Gojo pushed open the doors to the meeting hall. At a glance, he saw Suguru Geto sitting at the conference table. On the table in front of Geto were a few small side dishes, a bowl of rice, a bottle of sake, and a small white porcelain cup. He was leisurely sipping sake and chatting with Shoko Yeri beside him. In the main seat of the meeting hall sat Masamichi Yaga, while Atsuya Kusakabe sat nearby with a look of existential doubt on his face. Gojo grinned broadly. Suguru. I knew you bastard would come. Geto looked up and saw Gojo. Even though Gojo had just achieved the feat of killing Ryaman Sukuna 20 times, there wasn't a trace of fatigue on him. He lifted his blindfold, revealing his sky-blue 6 eyes, the corners of his mouth turned up in a wide smile. Yo. I heard a lot about you from Shoko. You've really made some big moves since I died. Geto raised his cup in a distant toast. It's great to see you so energetic. Yeah, fits my impression of you perfectly. I can't imagine you looking lethargic. Gojo laughed loudly. You sure have the nerve to say that. I've only been pathetic 3 times in my life, and you saw every single one of them clearly. Seeing you again actually makes me a little embarrassed. Geto's eyes dimmed slightly. He knew exactly when those 3 pathetic times were. The first was the death of Riko Amanai, where Gojo was nearly killed by Toji Fushiguro. The second was the night he parted ways with Gojo in Shinjuku. Gojo's fierce 6 eyes glared at his back, the anger and confusion from that moment still echoing in his heart. The last time was before his death, seeing Gojo come to send him off. Even though he still had room to struggle, seeing Gojo's face made him suddenly let go and die in relief. You don't look embarrassed right now, Geto laughed. Did you also deduce, like Shoko, that Mahito would resurrect me sooner or later, so you're not surprised by my arrival at all? No, I didn't realize that at all, Gojo admitted frankly. My view was the opposite of Shoko's. Since your body was already occupied by Kenjaku, I assumed Mahito wouldn't resurrect you out of respect for Kenjaku. I judged wrong. It seems that while Kenjaku and Mahito cooperate happily, their personalities must clash terribly. Geto and Gojo burst into laughter simultaneously. Indeed, they didn't get along, so much so that before Mahito even received Gojo's call, he had already resurrected Geto. Geto had no intention of exposing himself and had remained hidden until now. Only when he saw that all conditions for revenge were met did he come to Tokyo High. On the other hand, Geto was confident his arrival would remain completely hidden. Everyone currently at Tokyo High was diehard loyal to Gojo Satoru. As long as Gojo decided to help him, Geto's information would be perfectly concealed. Until he fully matured and dealt Kenjaku a fatal blow. Gojo couldn't wait to walk over. He casually grabbed a cup of sake from Shoko's table, ignoring her sudden sneer, and clinked cups with Geto. The 2 best friends downed the sake together. Kusakabe wasn't even surprised anymore. He had even casually leaned his inseparable sword against the wall. Before this, he could never have imagined that a special grade curse user invading Tokyo High would result in such peace. He had to admit, his worldview was too small. While shoveling rice into his mouth, he said to Yaga, "I can imagine what a headache you had back then. As the direct superior and teacher of these two special grades, your insomnia must have been so bad that sunglasses couldn't hide the dark circles." Yaga drank his sake silently and said flatly, "I got used to it." What a got used to it, Kusakabe looked blank. Shoko snatched her sake cup back. "Where are your students?" "Still fighting in the dream migration," Gojo said cheerfully. He bypassed Shoko and sat naturally on the other side of Geto. Even though he was witnessing his best friend's resurrection with his own eyes, his demeanor was even more natural than Shoko's, without a hint of estrangement. Shoko looked at the sky outside the meeting hall window. Dusk had arrived. "Don't they eat?" she asked. "Points are omnipotent in that regard," Gojo shrugged. "For just 2 or 3 points, you can enjoy a nutritionally complete set meal for the day. If you're willing to spend 10 times the points, 10 or 20, you can even eat meals made by master chefs. Even more exaggerated are the 100 and 200 point meals." Shoko's mouth twitched. "Who's stupid enough to spend 100 or 200 points on food? I remember 100 points buys a resurrection, right? Buying food with your life. For 100 to 200 points, you can enjoy a top-tier state banquet." Gojo smacked his lips, sighing with emotion. "It's really nice." "So it was you prodigal idiot." Shoko shouted a retort. Geto clapped gently. "As expected of you, Satoru. But I assume it's also because for special grade sorcerers, 100 or 200 points aren't worth mentioning." Gojo snapped his fingers, speaking excitedly, "Guess how many points I get on average for fighting Sukuna once?" Just seeing Gojo's expression, one knew the amount must be incredibly huge. Otherwise, with Gojo's show-off personality, he would have casually dropped a number to humble brag. The fact that he couldn't even hide his excitement meant the amount was exaggerated even to him. Shoko thought for a moment and tentatively asked, "Several million?" Gojo extended a hand, spreading it open. He laughed. 500 million. Kusakabe, who happened to be wetting his throat with sake, nearly spat it out in shock. He coughed loudly, disregarding the trio's class reunion, and shouted, "Are you kidding? That difference is too huge. I remember the average for a grade 1 sorcerer deathmatch is around 5,000. A special grade deathmatch jumped straight to 500 million. The gap between grade 1 and special grade was indeed vast, but this was too far. Historically, there were cases of massive numbers of grade 1 sorcerers grinding a special grade to death. No matter how you looked at it, this point discrepancy was absurd. Yaga, however, didn't doubt it. He was surprised for only a moment before calming down, saying in a low voice, "Because the two fighting are Ryman Sukuna and Gojo Satoru. One was recognized in history as the King of Curses, also holding the title of strongest sorcerer in history. The other possessed the 6 eyes and limitless, holding the title of strongest in the modern era." Thinking of it that way, it wasn't strange that a clash and deathmatch between these two levels would generate so many points. Kusakabe felt relieved. "I suddenly understand. The current Sukuna hasn't grown to his prime yet. In fact, our exchanges were very fast because that guy absolutely refused a head-on duel. He didn't even buy an information lock. I only needed to use points to confirm his revival location, then continuously spawn camp his revival spot, forcibly preventing him from summoning his Kogane to lock his information, forcing him to be killed by me uninterruptedly." Gojo unconsciously tapped the table, musing, "Also, Sukuna is very good at exploiting rules. I could feel his strength growing more or less after every revival. And I can be certain, since my assaults were timely, he couldn't have used Kogane to teleport, fingers, to recover his strength. So, I can only think of one possibility." Kusakabe's expression twisted. You mean, points in the dream migration can indeed replace Sukuna's fingers to help him restore his prime. That's right, Gojo nodded, smiling. Terrible news, isn't it? It's worse than terrible. Kusakabe clutched his head. Everyone knew what terrifying consequences this would have. If Ryman Sukuna could restore the power of his 20 fingers through the dream migration, what about the other special grade cursed objects, Sukuna's fingers, scattered within the dream migration? Wouldn't that mean Sukuna could hold the power of 40 fingers? The situation is much worse than you imagine, Gojo said indifferently. Although that guy is a bastard, his mind is sharp. He will definitely use some binding vow to utilize his extra fingers rather than simply eating them to gain 40 fingers worth of power. That cost-performance ratio is too low. I think by the end of the year, he'll grow to be even stronger than his prime 1,000 years ago. Kusakabe swallowed hard, unable to speak. What was Sukuna's combat power like at his peak 1,000 years ago? Put it this way, Sukuna single-handedly thrashed the entire world, including the regular armies of the time, the wild factions, and the gods. And now, he was going to become even stronger. Kusakabe couldn't help but feel pain and fear. *clap. Geto gently clapped his hands, making a crisp sound. All right, Satoru, don't scare people, Geto said with a smile. After all, no matter how much Sukuna strengthens, since you're saying it like this, you must have your own countermeasures. Gojo smiled confidently. At the end of the year, I'll let him know who the real challenger is. Gojo's confidence wasn't groundless. He was truly brimming with confidence. He didn't even put Ryman Sukuna in his eyes anymore. His true target now was God Mahito. If the opponent he was researching was a god, how could a mere Ryman Sukuna be a concern? One could say that ever since he learned of Sukuna's current intelligence from Kokichi Muta, and spent points to purchase the innate techniques Sukuna had newly bought, he became convinced that Sukuna posed absolutely no threat to him. Sukuna's current configuration was completely a low-spec version of God Mahito. Could the *10 shadows and copy technique compare to the infinite techniques created by Mahito's reverse cursed technique, soul creation? Could a perfect sorcerer body with 2 faces and 4 arms compare to Mahito's soul creation dragon spirit body? It wasn't that Gojo was careless, but from the beginning, Gojo's target was the high-spec Mahito. If he couldn't even step over the low-spec Sukuna, he should just wash up and sleep early, stop calling himself the savior of humanity, and honestly hand the world over to Mahito. Enough about me. Let's talk about you, Suguru. Gojo waved his hand dismissively to stop the topic, asking curiously, based on my understanding of you, you shouldn't have jumped out so quickly. Yeah, I know you came while I was fighting Sukuna to avoid detection, and you're still in a secret state, but do you still have the motivation to move forward? I thought you were going to talk about helping me control cursed spirits to increase my strength, Geto laughed. As long as you ask for help, I will help, Gojo suddenly said seriously. Suguru, as long as you don't fall into darkness again, I will choose to lend a hand. There's no need to discuss you asking me for help. Geto unconsciously avoided Gojo's 6 eyes. He was silent for 2 or 3 seconds before slowly speaking. Whether what I did was right or wrong can only be decided by future generations. Regardless of any judgment, I have no regrets. You're right. The current me actually has no attachment to the mortal world. I shouldn't be so actively seeking power to take revenge on Kenjaku. I don't have that strong desire for revenge. Kusakabe quietly whispered to Yaga beside him, I remember before Gojo came, he was laying out his revenge plan quite logically. Yaga knew Geto well and said, having desire and doing something are 2 different things. Suguru Geto could do things he didn't want to do for his ideals of justice in the past. And now, he must be carrying a layer of justice on his back that we don't know about. So awkward. Kusakabe's lip twitched. Geto looked down at his hands, suddenly clenching his open palms tight. But I cannot tolerate that guy using my corpse, using my voice to deceive and exploit those who followed behind me. I already know. To let my corpse rest in peace, my former followers have all entered the dream migration, using their lives to help my corpse rest. Gojo sighed, understanding Geto's reason. Geto carried responsibility and duty throughout his life. It was so when he was a sorcerer, it was so when he was a curse user, and now, returned from death, it was still so. He seemed to have never lived for himself, he was a man who lived for others. Lacking the desire for revenge, he shouldered revenge once again because of responsibility and duty. You guy. You really are Suguru, Gojo lamented. Geto smiled. I thought you were already sure of that. Shoko spoke up, so, are we certain about helping Suguru? Gojo laughed. That's a given. He paused, then smiled. Then, let's talk about intelligence on your main opponent. This was getting down to business. Everyone unconsciously straightened their backs. After knowing your goal, I immediately used points to check Kenjaku's information and location after dealing with Sukuna, Gojo said in a deep voice. He is currently in the Tokyo No. 2 colony, but he bought an information lock. I don't know his specific location, but I do know he is actively collecting points. His Mahito subordinate, right? Shoko frowned. I thought at least he wouldn't personally participate in the dream migration, because it's meaningless, unless... They've already fallen out, Geto interjected. This is very favorable for me. At least killing Kenjaku won't require worrying about pressure from Mahito. Killing Kenjaku is difficult. Not only does the dream migration's information lock hide his specific location, but we also don't know his location in reality, Gojo said. Because of the dream migration, any sorcerer with a bit of ambition has already entered it, and the same goes for sorcerers skilled in searching outside. We don't have the manpower to collect Kenjaku's location in reality. Can't you buy it with points? Kusakabe asked. Regarding personal information in reality, unless you use the finite infinity, it's not provided. Not just sorcerers, even ordinary people are off limits, Gojo said. However, you can buy fake IDs, no, not fake, but a special ID card processed by a legitimate agency, through points. Kusakabe sighed inwardly, don't give me strange privacy protection in a place like this. Even the Americans had Prism, how does this cursed spirit boss have more integrity than the Americans? Who is the curse here? We don't need the finite infinity at all, Geto suddenly said coldly. Tengen turned into a curse-like form after 1,000 years. I don't believe Kenjaku can maintain a human identity. He must be the same. As long as I find an opportunity to weaken him, even in the dream migration, he won't escape my cursed spirit manipulation . This was something even Gojo hadn't thought of. Is that possible? He's using your corpse. At least to us, he still looks human. Open his brain, and you can see his fragile brain, Geto said with certainty. That brain form isn't a standard, body-hopping technique. I'm sure my judgment is correct. How can you be sure? Shoko asked. In the exchange list, there is a body-hopping technique, Geto pointed to his head. To defeat your enemy, especially when you are at a disadvantage, you must understand his intelligence in detail. I think I've done these preparations quite well. Gojo whistled. Don't think that just because Geto was solo killed by Yuta Okotsu in the original work, Volume 0, he was arrogant or careless. On the contrary, he valued intelligence highly. When Yuta first transferred to Tokyo High in the original work, Geto sent cursed spirits to test him. The spirit Yuta and Toge Inumaki fought together was specifically released by Geto to check Yuta's skills. It seemed dangerous for Yuta and Inumaki at the time, but they were actually in no danger because if there were danger, Geto would have personally saved them. So why was Geto solo killed by Yuta in the original work? Because Yuta was hacking. Geto completely failed to anticipate that Yuta could improve to such a level in such a short time. During the battle, he expressed surprise at Yuta's power increase more than once. Especially in the final beam struggle, Who could have thought a maximum technique, second only to a domain expansion, would lose a beam struggle to a raw cursed energy blast that was simply brute-forced? Geto's heart must have been full of doubt about the world at that time. Conveniently, I'll collect some low-grade cursed spirits in the real world, Geto said slowly. I will enter the Tokyo No. 2 colony. The moment my spirits discover him, he won't be able to leave my sight. So confident, Gojo laughed. It's been a long time since we cooperated, Satoru, Geto also laughed. Let me do this one last thing well. Asterisk this time, we won't fail. Asterisk. At the same time, Tokyo No. 2 colony. Fumihiko Takaba looked at the comedy stage in front of him, covering his cheeks with his hands in shock, and shouted loudly, I know. This is asterisk Kasu Taisho asterisk, masquerade, right? That's right, it's asterisk Kasu Taisho asterisk. Kenjaku laughed loudly, then suddenly his face turned gloomy. Wait, what the hell is asterisk Kasu Taisho asterisk? What on earth is your technique? Chapter 108, 30. Keykeeper Challenge. 1832 words. December 20th, 2018. Dream Migration, Sakurajima Colony. Rice Shower looked at the river channel in front of her and asked in confusion, this should be the place, right? As the end of the year approached, most sorcerers had temporarily given up on killing each other and started to truly consider the keys. According to the rules, only those holding a key at midnight on December 24th would qualify to meet the Lord of Cursed Spirits, Mahito. And only by truly defeating the Lord of Cursed Spirits could one obtain the finite infinity wish. In this dream migration, after nearly 2 months of death matches, most winners had already been decided. Of course, this victory didn't refer to the outcome of mutual slaughter. In this dream migration where death didn't exist, so-called death could be easily overcome. Death was not the critical judgment point for victory. The true judgment points were the indisputably powerful sorcerers in their respective colonies. Whether through poison assassination, conspiracies, head-on collisions, or deathmatch win rates, the strongest in their colonies were Tokyo No. 1 colony, Ryman Sukuna. Tokyo No. 2 colony, Hiromi Higuruma, Fumihiko Takaba, Kenjaku. Sendai colony, Yuta Okotsu. Sakurajima colony, Satoru Gojo. One could even assert that, aside from the overly fierce competition in Tokyo No. 2, the key holders in other colonies were without suspense. Even in Tokyo No. 2, in most people's eyes, Takaba's comprehensive ability was overwhelmingly high. Takaba's ability was too strong. But even with such power, facing Higuruma's confiscation and executioner's sword, he was highly likely to be one-shot if the conditions were met. And Kenjaku's adaptability had broken through Takaba's technique several times. This made it impossible for him to lock in a victory despite possessing a nearly invincible technique. Leaving aside that exception, in the final countdown, the strongest of the other colonies finally decided to make their move on the key keepers. And in the Sakurajima colony, Gojo's choice was, anyway, within these 9 days, fetch the key from the key keeper for me. That was why Rice Shower was here. Rather than easily grabbing the key himself, Gojo chose to let his students and friends retrieve it for him. Standing beside Rice Shower were Kento Nanami, Nabara Kujisaki, Panda, and Toji Inumaki. Nanami adjusted his glasses. Since the points have been consumed, the location must be correct. But there's nothing here. Rice Shower looked around, sighing. If it's a key keeper, they wouldn't refuse a sorcerer's challenge. It's said to be one of the rules of the dream migration. They won't hide or flee, they will only accept challenges head-on. That's what Kogane said. Maybe our key keeper is special. Panda guessed. Look, the key keeper of Tokyo No. 1 reportedly signed a new binding vow with Sukuna personally. The key keeper of Tokyo No. 2 was killed on the first day, and the key has been circulating between Higuruma, Takaba, and Kenjaku ever since. The Sendai key keeper and our Sakurajima key keeper haven't appeared at all. Maybe this is their fighting style. Possible, Inumaki nodded. Originally, due to his cursed speech technique, Inumaki had trouble controlling his words from unconsciously channeling cursed energy. So he used various ways to prevent his words from triggering his technique, creating the impression that he spoke strangely. But through training in the dream migration and purchasing knowledge with points, he could finally speak normally. Being able to stabilize cursed speech was at least the mark of a grade 1 sorcerer. Without a doubt, he had crossed his limits and reached a new realm. Rice Shower pondered. This is probably why Gojo didn't get the key himself but sent us instead, right? Gojo wants to train me and the others. Many sorcerers were assigned to the Sakurajima colony, but most had consciously avoided Gojo after watching his battles with Sukuna. This meant that while Gojo held massive points, almost all were earned from deathmatches with Sukuna on the first day. A small portion came from Gojo boredly hitting cursed spirits, and a tiny fraction came from reckless sorcerers actively provoking him. Gojo's strength hadn't visibly increased during this period. According to him, apart from the finite infinity wish, points were useless to him. His strength was already at the world's peak. To break through again, he could only clash with the Lord of Cursed Spirits once more. Nabara looked impatiently at the other sorcerers guarding the perimeter, waving her small hammer. I say, what's the use of discussing so much? Since Kogane said the Key Keeper can't refuse a challenge, let's just call the Key Keeper out directly. How? Nanami frowned. Like this. Nabara took a deep breath. Then, she roared, Key Keeper, we're here to challenge you. Come out. Nabara's idea was simple. It was the same logic as when she challenged Tsumiki Fushiguro in Tokyo No. 1. She had bought the Key Keeper's location with points and charged in without hesitation. It was the same now. If Kogane said the Key Keeper couldn't refuse, then shouting I challenge you should make refusal impossible given such a clear demand. The Key Keeper indeed responded. Nanami instinctively pulled out his blunt blade, a cleaver completely wrapped in bandages. At this moment, the bandaged cleaver emitted a ghostly blue cursed energy flame, proof that Nanami had entered combat state. He was the sharpest person present, so he was the first to notice. Careful, he shouted a warning. The next moment, countless waves erupted from the river channel. Huge waves crashed against the embankment, splashing water all over Rice Shower, who stood at the front. Boom, Something emerged from the spray. Massive cursed energy filled the surrounding space almost instantly. Everyone could feel the humidity of the tide. It was as if they were suddenly at sea. With every breath, they could smell the scent of the ocean carried by the sea breeze. This was a cursed spirit strongly related to the sea. Everyone with formal training realized it. The Key Keeper had truly appeared. Thud. The Key Keeper slammed onto the embankment, its appearance finally revealed to everyone. What is that thing? Nabara shouted in shock. It was a round, cute cursed spirit. Big round eyes, a face like an octopus, a red body, black stripes on its facial tentacles. It was only half a person's height, looking less than a meter tall, shorter than a middle schooler. A white cloth was draped over it, making it look like a red dumpling. Nabara pointed at this seemingly juvenile cursed spirit. This thing is the Key Keeper? Someone nominally on the same level as Sister Tsumiki? Are you kidding me? Pew. Suddenly, the red dumpling made a sound. Nanami suddenly pulled Nabara behind him, roaring, defensive positions. Puuu. The red dumpling suddenly let out a horrifying screech. The octopus tentacles on the lower half of its face suddenly flared open, like a terrifying beast opening its mouth. As the tentacles opened, a hole indeed appeared in the center. At the same moment, a flood raged forth. Inumaki opened his mouth at max speed. Circular curse markings appeared around his mouth. The instant the markings appeared, Inumaki uttered cursed speech. Technique release, cursed speech. Stop. The oncoming torrent seemed to hit an invisible wall. Inumaki's eyes widened, feeling as if his throat were being torn apart. Cursed speech wasn't actually good at dealing with continuous attacks because its effect usually triggered the moment the words fell, then vanished at an astonishing speed. In other words, the moment the words were spoken was when the effect was strongest. It was useful against single attacks, but continuous attacks required continuous speech. But this flood jet happened to be an endless, continuous attack. Enough, Inumaki! Nanami shouted, raising his blunt blade high and stepping in front of the flood held back by the invisible wall. The next instant, the cursed speech effect cancelled, and the endless torrent poured toward the group. It was at this moment that Nanami brought his blunt blade down with astonishing speed. Technique release, ratio technique. Nanami's ratio technique could divide the target's length into equal parts and forcibly create a weak point at the 7-to-3 ratio mark. Hitting this weak point would trigger a critical hit. Any part could be designated as the target, including non-living objects. For example, this flood. Accompanied by a massive roar, the entire flood was split in half by the blunt blade in Nanami's hand. The massive volume of water parted on either side of Nanami, like Moses parting the sea in legend. This slash continued to extend, finally crashing into the red dumpling spewing the flood, knocking it into the sky in one hit. This should have been a killing blow, but Nanami's pupils contracted. Is that molting? The sound of the red dumpling shattering rang out as it flew into the sky. Piece after piece of red skin drifted away with the wind, and the white cloth fell slowly. Truly an excellent technique. Suddenly, someone spoke. You must be Kento Nanami? I heard Mahito speak of you. He rates you very highly, saying your technique can create miracles. If others using Black Flash can only generate attack power to the power of 2.5, you using Black Flash with your technique would far exceed that data. This makes your attack power far beyond common sense. No matter the desperate situation, you have the potential to end the battle with a miraculous strike. The voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up. It was a tall, humanoid cursed spirit. Only the face bore a trace of the red dumpling's shadow, but those watery big eyes were gone, replaced by the cold gaze of a curse manifestation. He had shed his juvenile skin and evolved strong, healthy limbs. While his main body remained red, his abdomen was black, and a pair of black wings grew from his shoulders. These wings looked particularly small compared to his robust body, but as a cursed spirit, as long as it had the meaning, it could function. He relied on these wings to hover, looking down on the sorcerers. Nanami glanced at the others, his heart sinking. Did anyone have flight capabilities? With this cursed spirit's water manipulation and the backing of the river channel, wasn't this a textbook high ground advantage? At a ground? Bomber versus little tank? Before you, there were other sorcerers who came to challenge me. Some couldn't find me, cursed at Kogane, and silently left. Some were smart enough to provoke me, but I easily defeated them in my juvenile form. Sorcerers who challenged me almost never came a second time because they understood the gap between us, he said. But you are different. You are sorcerers who can truly challenge me. I will give you respect. This cursed spirit, who had unceremoniously attacked with a flood, now bowed elegantly to the sorcerers in the sky. He said, Key Keeper. The manifestation of humanity's curse towards the ocean. Dagon. Let's begin. Chapter 109:31. A Destined Duel? 2,194 words. Kinji Hikari made a rare visit to this white desert. After nearly 2 months, a villa had been built in the white desert. At this moment, Mahito, wearing beachwear, was lying on the sofa in the villa's living room, watching the big screen of the home theater, eating popcorn and drinking cola. Hikari knocked on the villa door. A maid with rabbit ears gently opened it. Hikari looked at this rabbit-eared maid, her face was calm, her eyes devoid of fluctuation. If she weren't moving, anyone would think she was a precise life-size doll. Hikari praised, as expected of you, Mahito. This is a combination of puppet manipulation and 10 shadows technique, right? No, there should also be mutation cursed corpse technology involved. Although she's far less lively than Panda, she has her own consciousness, right? Mutation cursed corpse technology requires long-term stabilization to take shape. The 10 shadows technique isn't like that. I just borrowed a little from it. You can understand it as a temporary AI, it has to be recalculated every time it's constructed. Honestly, it's a bit troublesome, but of course, it's more powerful. Mahito, eating popcorn, turned to look at Hikari and raised a hand. Yo, haven't seen you for a while, Kinji. The so-called mutation cursed corpse referred to cases like Panda. Cursed corpses were supposed to be mindless shikigami-like puppets, but Panda's creator, Masamichi Yaga, used special technology to turn the cursed corpse Panda into a true life form. Panda possessed a self, a soul, and could even generate cursed energy through his core. The higher-ups once hoped Yaga would hand over this technology, but Yaga knew clearly that doing so would only cause greater destruction. If the higher-ups truly possessed this technology, they would definitely use it for broader oppression. Yaga refused, and precisely because of this refusal, he faced a purge after Gojo's death. But now, even without going through Yaga, Mahito could analyze everything about Panda through Panda's battles and resurrections in the dream migration. The technology for mutation cursed corpses had long fallen into his hands. Mahito unceremoniously used this cursed corpse technology to properly cultivate his various shikigami, including the *10 Shadows star. Hikari walked up and looked at the home theater screen. It displayed Dagon's battle. Dagon, the manifestation of humanity's curse towards the sea, was a special grade cursed spirit beyond common sense. Now, utilizing his full strength, he summoned endless floods from the sky to bombard the ground below, like a low-flying bomber. In the original work, Dagon had to use domain expansion to decide the victor because the environment was an underground station with limited height. He wasn't actually a true melee cursed spirit, he was more threatening using water currents from a distance. But now it was different. The environment was a vast open field. He flew unscrupulously into the high sky, fully utilizing the advantages of a flying creature, making the challengers suffer unspeakably. Hikari watched for a while and laughed, "It's over. Dagon will be sent to reincarnation by your little spy in a moment." From the looks of it, Dagon, bombing at will, indeed had the advantage. After all, none of the challengers could fly. Even if Toge Inumaki used *cursed speech* to give everyone flight, it wouldn't last long. Others could only jump up to fight with their legs. High ground versus low ground was like this, almost unsolvable. Almost. Mahito sighed. Dagon still has too little experience. I clearly gave him a list of everyone worth noting and told him how to fight, but he still fell for it unknowingly. No, I should say, precisely because I stuffed him full of walkthroughs, he appears rigid. Mahito had given Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon optimal combat strategies. For Jogo, just blast. Blast and blast. Jogo had the highest firepower output among the disaster curses, so he just needed to mindlessly stack damage. Regardless of the opponent's technique, survival was impossible in extreme heat, except for Gojo-level opponents, of course. But how many Gojo-level sorcerers were there in the world? When Jogo met Sukuna after death in the original work, Sukuna's advice was the same as the current Mahito's: don't think about messy tactics when facing an enemy. Just burn them. Burn the heavens, burn all creation. That should be Jogo's path. Hanami was an extremely special cursed spirit. If she wanted to hide, even Gojo would find it difficult to detect her. So the role best suited for her was actually an assassin. As long as she hid on the sidelines and used various plant growth abilities remotely, unless the opponent had wide-range destructive power, winning against her was impossible. In the original work, because of her outstanding defense, Hanami was used as a meat shield. But this was actually wrong. In this world, apart from a very few sorcerers, all cursed energy creatures were glass cannons. Hanami's defense was outstanding only within her weight class. Once she met a true heavy hitter, she could also be one-shot. She died from this in the original work, so naturally, Mahito wouldn't let her make the same mistake. If you have talent for stealth, be an honest assassin. That's what you should do. Finally, Dagon. He was the only one among the disaster curses with passive flight capability. His firepower was also high, and his water manipulation was versatile. In the original work, it was stated that Megumi's Max Elephant couldn't compare to him at all. He also had the ability to create and manipulate aquatic Shikigami. Since that was the case, he should utilize the advantages of a flying cursed spirit, don't land, just hit from high to low, bully the opponent for not being able to fly. When facing flying sorcerers, use the advantage of high firepower to strafe while flying. Grind them down with abundant cursed energy. The more open the terrain, the more he could utilize his massive advantage. This was the tactic Mahito prepared for him, and what was displayed on the big screen right now was exactly that tactic. The challengers were beaten black and blue, scurrying like rats. Dagon also kept Mahito's warning in mind, being especially wary of Nanami's *ratio technique *plus black flash combo. If Nanami dared to rush into the sky, Dagon dared to fly another 50 meters up. With unlimited floods, attack power wouldn't decay even 200 meters off the ground, let alone 50. Dagon upheld absolute caution, preferring to fly higher and use wide-area floods rather than get close to Nanami and get counterkilled. Dagon's caution indeed pushed the challengers into a desperate situation. Or so it seemed. Hikari rubbed his chin, laughing. Still too little combat experience. He focused only on guarding against Nanami's *ratio technique but forgot Rice Shower's poison technique. I don't know if Rice Shower has been rated special grade by the Jujutsu world yet, but her ability to release invisible poison over a super wide area has been honed. The odorless, colorless poison must have quietly been inhaled by Dagon, yet he remains completely unaware. Dagon on the scene couldn't detect it, but from a god's eye view, Dagon's stamina and cursed energy were being consumed at an accelerated rate. Unknowingly, his cursed energy manipulation ability was also declining. The silent nature of poison was played to perfection by Rice Shower. Unlike the original work, the boy Junpei Yoshino, before the gender bend into Rice Shower, chose honorable combat after getting his poison technique, running straight into his hard counter, Yuji Itadori. Naturally, he got beaten up and almost joined the good guys, but Mahito twisted him before he could. The current Rice Shower was different. Perhaps due to special training from professional sorcerers, she hid her technique very carefully. Although Dagon knew Rice Shower's technique was poison, because most of his attention was on Nanami, he didn't prioritize it enough and ultimately fell for it. For poison, once you're hit, the outcome is already decided. Mahito sighed. I can predict the development, the poison erupts, Dagon spits blood in a moment of carelessness. Then cursed speech immediately collects that blood. Dagon wants to stop it but can't because of the poisoning. Then Nabara puts the blood into the straw doll, using resonance to continuously attack his soul, forcing Dagon to choose more aggressive attack methods. As a result, in a tangle with Panda, the curtain falls with Nanami's ratio technique, collapse, black flash. Hikari laughed. I predict the same. Tokyo High people, influenced by Gojo-sensei, are very good at complementary combat, because if they didn't do that, they'd have been beaten into doubting life by Gojo-sensei's unceremonious fists long ago. Group fights against a single opponent are Tokyo High's area of expertise. Usually, sorcerers rarely cooperated due to their strong individual personalities. But because Gojo frequently played the I'll fight 10 of you game, any Tokyo High graduate mastered the art of gang beating. In the original work, Ryomen Sukuna also suffered deeply from this. Mahito casually changed the channel. This time, Yuji Itadori appeared on the big screen. And the person he was facing was Ryomen Sukuna. These two destined enemies stood face to face, looking ready to fight at any moment. Nearly 2 months had passed. Sukuna had completed his entire soul and was now actively collecting other fingers. Yuji Itadori was the same. Because of the dream migration, Yuji's body, which was evaluated in the original work as having potential equal to Ryomen Sukuna, accelerated its growth. When he exchanged for accelerated growth talents, Mahito didn't even need to make adjustments, he just copied Sukuna's soul and body info for him. It was a perfect match, making Yuji's growth incredibly rapid. Even facing Sukuna alone now, he showed no fear. Whether Sukuna or Yuji, the power of the fingers strengthened them equally. Thus, they were the most active collectors. With only about 10 days left until the first season of the dream migration ended, they would definitely decide the victor here. Mahito smiled. Although I'm interested in the final outcome of Tokyo No. 2 and Sendai, the battle between the vessel and the occupant is more dramatic. Who do you think will win? Don't even need to think, it's Sukuna, Hikari said with interest. Even if their potential is the same, Sukuna's combat experience and jujutsu knowledge are richer. Theoretically, Sukuna's win rate should be higher. However, considering the characteristics of sorcerers, Yuji Itadori has a possibility of victory. Yeah, you're right. Compared to the suspense-less matchups in other colonies, this one is definitely more worth watching. The so-called characteristic of sorcerers was unconsciously using black flash when emotions ran high. Yuji Itadori was especially so. This original protagonist was the designated, blessed by the black sparks. As long as Yuji wanted to, he could use black flash immediately, in various ways. Under a shokill like black flash, even Ryomen Sukuna had a chance of capsizing. This was the drama Mahito and Hikari spoke of. Hikari looked forward to the moment Yuji truly won. Even if he knew it was hard didn't mean impossible, right? Hikari's gambling nature couldn't be stopped once it rose. He surged with excitement, hoping to see the high and mighty Sukuna crushed by his vessel, revealing a flustered face. Mahito, the Americans are getting impatient, Hikari said casually while watching the impending battle. In these 2 months, Tengen has already established the Great Barrier of America. They hope you'll bring the dream migration there. This was why Hikari came over suddenly. Hikari was in charge of diplomacy. Usually, he could handle it himself, but not this time, so he came proactively. Tengen's skills are decent. Finishing the Great Barrier of America in such a short time. Mahito laughed. It seems she brought her 1,000 years of experience maintaining the Japanese barrier to America well. By the way, America didn't try anything funny with Tengen, right? The current Tengen had been altered by Mahito using idle transfiguration restoring her to the state after merging with the star plasma vessel, a human female form. At least she didn't look like a monster. Considering her 1,000-year-old identity, she could even be considered divine. But Americans, they were capable of releasing viruses into populated areas just for testing. Whether she was divine or not didn't matter to them. Before Tengen finished the barrier, they might have been rational, but now that it was done, black hands must be reaching for her. Hikari sneered. Yuki Tsukumo guards Tengen 24 hours a day. Even if they wanted to do something, they couldn't. Mahito whistled. Fair enough. He paused, then smiled. Tell them the second dream migration will be held there, but not now. Hikari wasn't surprised. Understood. I'll go right now. Before Hikari could finish, Sukuna on the screen suddenly moved. The moment he raised his hand, a slash had already spread to Yuji's eyes. Yuji remained calm in the face of danger, countering with the same slash. The two slashes collided in the air, emitting a piercing, sharp sound. Hikari whistled. Wait, I'll leave later. Let me finish watching this match. I didn't expect Yuji to grow enough to react to Sukuna's technique in just 2 months. Chapter 110, 32. Can't beat the sister, but beating the old man? That works. 1,760 words. Tokyo Colony No. 1. Tsumiki Fushiguro stood atop a skyscraper. The anti-suicide wire mesh had long been torn away, leaving her standing on the very edge of the roof. Cradled in her arms was a calico cat, curled up lazily in the crook of her elbow, letting out a comfortable yawn. Tsumiki gently stroked the cat, her gaze fixed on the distance, where Ryman Sukuna was battling Yuji Itadori. Everyone believed the battle would end quickly. By every metric, Ryman Sukuna was stronger than Yuji Itadori, overwhelmingly so. In fact, when Sukuna first transferred to Tokyo Colony No. 1, Yuji should have transferred out immediately. That was the decision everyone had agreed upon in advance. But Yuji Itadori did not choose that path. He requested to stay. He wanted to settle things with Ryman Sukuna, even knowing that such a settlement might be meaningless. He had to do it. The young man's intent was clear. As Sukuna's former vessel, he possessed the resolve to face the resurrected King of Curses head-on. It was a spirited approach, and remarkably naive. If Yuji had made this request at Kyoto Jujutsu High, he would have been thrown into a dungeon to reflect on his stupidity. If he dared to talk back, execution would have been his immediate fate. Such cold pragmatism is the common sense of the jujitsu world. But Yuji Itadori was at Tokyo Jujutsu High. And here, Satoru Gojo was the safety net. When Yuji voiced this thought and was met with a fierce reprimand from Atsuya Kusakabe, Satoru Gojo had laughed heartily and agreed. His reasoning was equally interesting. If I can't even beat a Sukuna with mere 40 fingers worth of power, then don't even mention fighting Mahito. That statement was too grounded, and it persuaded the others to let Yuji stay. Tsumiki sighed. Truly, full of youthful vigor. Because Yuji is a young man, after all, someone suddenly said beside Tsumiki. And he's not entirely without a chance of winning. After all, his body has been elevated to a level nearly indistinguishable from Ryman Sukuna's. The gap between him and Sukuna lies only in combat experience and reaction speed. Tsumiki shook her head gently. And knowledge. Sukuna-sama's knowledge of cursed energy and his learning ability are rare in this world. What's more terrifying is that he can learn while fighting, without the slightest error. Itadori lacks this ability. The longer it drags on, the higher Sukuna-sama's win rate becomes. Itadori is guaranteed to lose. She turned her head. Or do you have a different opinion, Megumi? The person appearing on the rooftop was none other than Megumi Fushiguro. He had originally been in Tokyo Colony No. 2, which was currently a chaotic dance of demons. Hiromi Higuruma, Fumihiko Takaba, and Kenjaku were engaged in a battle royal of powerhouses. Although Megumi had become much stronger over the past 2 months, he was still inferior to those 3 anomalies. After careful consideration, determining that he couldn't obtain the final key there regardless, he decisively chose to transfer barriers and came to Tokyo Colony No. 1. To see Tsumiki Fushiguro. Megumi stared into the distance, but he couldn't see anything. He could only vaguely sense the collision of massive cursed energy. He took a deep breath, ending the pleasantries. Tsumiki, come back. Stop following the King of Curses. Tsumiki didn't get angry, she simply sighed. You're quite direct. I know the King of Curses has a reputation. In the jujitsu world, he isn't a traditional cursed spirit. Although he plays occasional pranks, for the most part, he is a charismatic leader. The fact that he earned the loyalty of Hikara-senpai proves he isn't absolute evil. Megumi had thought about this for a long time. His words now were logical and smooth. He turned to look at Tsumiki, his brow furrowed into a tight knot, and lowered his voice. But whether he is a villain and whether he is easy to get along with are 2 different things. Even now, I can't forget that he gender-bent Rice Shower. Rice Shower also found a purchase right in the Dream Migration Point shop that could restore her male physiological identity. From this, I can conclude that the Lord of Cursed Spirits truly doesn't care about such things at all. To him, it's just a prank of little consequence. No. During Mahito's development phase, using Rice Shower as a Satoru Gojo locator was extremely important. Rice Shower herself didn't know, but effectively, every time we caused trouble, we first checked Rice Shower to see where Satoru Gojo was before acting. Rice Shower didn't even know her own contribution, but in reality, she was incredibly useful, so useful that Mahito once said if given the chance, he would definitely turn Rice Shower into a true shrine maiden. Yes, he is a deity, and Rice Shower is his head shrine maiden. This status was already under one god, above all others. One can imagine Rice Shower standing in Mahito's heart. Completely unaware of the inside story, Megumi continued. His immense power is the source of the danger. The stronger he is, the more dangerous it is to be around him. Perhaps not mortal danger, or perhaps he is reliable during a massive crisis, but in ordinary times, he himself is the greatest danger source to those around him. Just like. To say more would be rude, so Megumi shut his mouth. Tsumaki smiled and finished his sentence for him. Just like your teacher, Satoru Gojo, right? Megumi's face soured, and he didn't say a word. Satoru Gojo was good at everything, perfect enough to be written into a law book, except for his personality. Except for his personality. Important things must be said twice. And the King of Curses was simply a powered-up version of Satoru Gojo. Just thinking about it made Megumi uncomfortable all over. He felt that the longer Tsumaki stayed by the King of Curses' side, the more likely something would go wrong. He didn't know what would happen, but just as unexplained tragedies inevitably occurred around Satoru Gojo, being around the Lord of Cursed Spirits would surely yield the same results. Damn it, to this day, Megumi remembered the shock of Satoru Gojo daring to openly wear a woman's knee-length skirt, kicking open the classroom door to greet them. It had completely shattered the illusion of a special grade into dust. Tsumaki said indifferently, "I refuse." Megumi wasn't surprised at all. He sighed, "I knew it." He extended his hands, slowly but firmly forming a seal. "Then, I'll have to try using force." Tsumaki turned her head away, looking toward the battlefield of Ryomen Sukuna and Yuji Itadori. Even though Megumi had shown hostility, she had absolutely no intention of responding to combat. She continued to gently stroke the calico cat in her arms, and the cat continued to yawn as usual. Megumi frowned. "I'm really going to do it." "I know," Tsumaki said. "You don't intend to prepare for battle." "I don't," Tsumaki said. "When Yuji Itadori is defeated, it will be my turn to battle Sukuna-sama. I need to conserve my stamina. Of course, I'm not stopping you from attacking me, but there is a prerequisite to your attack." "Megumi, can you actually attack me?" Megumi took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Don't look down on me." Tsumaki. Technique release. 10 Shadows Technique, Divine Dog. From Megumi's shadow, a fierce canine Shikigami suddenly lunged out. It pounced ferociously at Tsumaki, yet she didn't even glance at the divine dog, her expression calm as she watched the distance. The divine dog quickly reached Tsumaki's side, and then the dog. It froze awkwardly. It opened its mouth, wanting to bite but daring not to, glancing furtively back at Megumi. Megumi's face was dark and gloomy, his hands frozen in place. Fat. Someone couldn't hold back a laugh. Megumi felt a massive palpitation in his heart. Subconsciously, he reinforced his arms with cursed energy and raised them to his face. In the next instant, a powerful fist appeared beside his face, striking the guard he had just formed. Boom! The immense impact force violently shattered Megumi's defensive stance. Megumi's entire face distorted, the bones in his hands were shaken into fragments by the impact. Before the pain could even register, he flew backward like a cannonball. In the spot where Megumi had stood, a man appeared. He had robust muscles and a scar at the corner of his mouth. He watched the flying Megumi, rolled his neck, making a **** sound, and looked at Tsumaki with a grin. That kid. If you really didn't fight back, he'd probably hesitate until the end of time. Although his combat power has arguably found a footing in this world, that personality, it's truly disgraceful. Toji Fushiguro. Just like that, he appeared here. He said, "What should we do?" "Just let him go like that." "What do you intend to do?" Tsumiki asked. "I can guarantee he absolutely won't disturb your fight with Sukuna." Toji laughed. That smile couldn't be described as savage or gentle, but one thing was certain, it was born of genuine amusement. A father beating his son, it's only natural law. That was what Toji Fushiguro thought. Megumi has traveled in the dream migration for 2 months. His strength has grown sufficiently. Especially with Mahoraga and domain expansion, he likely uses them quite proficiently. Even you, I think, have a possibility of being unhorsed, Tsumiki said. Are you worrying about me? I wanted to say, please hurry up and die, Tsumiki said. Toji shrugged. Before he could speak, exclamation point. A giant owl rose from below the high rise. Megumi stood atop the massive avian Shikigami. The owl flapped its wings, whipping up the atmosphere. Toji's bangs were blown back, making his slightly gloomy face look like a demon god. He looked up and waved a greeting to Megumi. Yo, Megumi. Long time no see. Papa missed you. Megumi made a rasping sound, spitting out a piece of flesh laced with blood, perhaps soft tissue from his cheek, or maybe a fragment of his tongue. He rubbed his hand, it had already been fully healed. At this moment, he was completely different from the gloomy boy of moments ago. He laughed widely. I missed you too, Father Summer. Toji grinned. That's great. Let's get properly acquainted then, Megumi. Just what I had in mind, you shitty old man. Megumi formed a hand seal, his impressive lung capacity fueling a roar. With this treasure, I summon. Toji's pupils constricted. Mahoraga right off the bat. Chapter 111:33. I just want to beat my son. 2,170 words. Of course, it had to be Mahoraga right from the start. Megumi knew clearly how troublesome the heavenly tyrant was. During his special training, he had been beaten by Mokizen plenty of times. The difficulty of the heavenly tyrant, aside from a body with zero cursed energy rendering detection useless, was that unreasonable hand-to-hand combat ability. Ordinary techniques couldn't even damage that body because the heavenly tyrant possessed innate resistance to cursed energy. Megumi didn't even plan to use domain expansion. This was because when he fought Moki, no matter how he used his domain, it was just a waste of cursed energy. A body without cursed energy cannot be locked onto, making the sure hit effect null and void. This passive skill of the heavenly tyrant countered domain expansions too hard. Especially since Megumi was a Shikigami user. His domains, sure hit, and sure kill, were highly dependent on his Shikigami. But the heavenly tyrant could instantly kill Shikigami and couldn't be locked onto. What was the difference between that and not expanding the domain at all? Mahoraga's fist and Toji's fist collided. Toji felt like he had punched a metal wall. Before he could even exert full force, he retracted his arm and immediately braced for impact. In the next instant, Mahoraga punched Toji away, smashing him into the high rise. But it didn't end there. The immense impact force meant Toji didn't stop even after hitting the reinforced concrete wall. He smashed through it, flew out of the building, crashed into a second high rise, and within a split second, pierced through that one too, finally smashing into a third building. A series of booms sounded like broad daylight thunder as one building after another slowly collapsed. Amidst the collapsing floors, Toji spat out a mouthful of blood and raised his fist. He felt a dull ache in his knuckles, like a hairline fracture. He pushed aside the debris, his bones making cracking sounds. His body was like a rusted gear, only now slowly waking up. He stood and looked into the distance through the rising dust. Megumi, atop the owl Shikigami, was looking down at him with a smile. The dust made the whole world look blurry, as if they had stepped into a secret realm from a fairy tale. In the next instant, Mahoraga descended from the sky. Toji immediately vacated his spot. When Mahoraga hit the ground, it felt as if the entire world shook. Its weight clearly wasn't that massive, yet when it landed, it felt like a 1,000,000-ton iron block dropping. The destruction of the floor reached down to the foundation, like the hand of a god pressing down on the world, displaying the majesty of divine might. Mahoraga flashed out from the pulverized foundation and rising dust, throwing another punch. While retreating, Toji gently touched Mahoraga's hand with his palm, using skillful force to deflect it. Mahoraga's fist grazed past Toji's ear. The momentum sounded like the atmosphere tearing apart. A massive gust of wind slammed into Toji's face. Even without a direct hit, it felt like he had taken damage. But in the next instant, Toji's other fist struck Mahoraga's abdomen. A massive shockwave slammed into Mahoraga's gut. The Heavenly Tyrant's fist could easily shatter steel. Even a special-grade curse hit by this would be severely injured or killed outright. The Heavenly Tyrant's way of fighting was melee, and in the realm of melee, they were almost invincible, almost. Thud. Toji's fist connected with Mahoraga's abdomen, but Mahoraga didn't even waver. Toji felt like his fist had hit an ancient city wall, a high mountain, not a Shikigami. Toji's pupils constricted. In the next instant, he moved from his spot again. Mahoraga raised its foot and kicked the air. But even missing, the air pressure generated by the excessive force pulverized the building's foundation. Cracks extended endlessly outward, finally climbing up the main structural pillars. Crack. The pillars shattered, and the foundation collapsed amidst the shaking, like a hollow sinkhole swallowing everything. Toji and Mahoraga were swallowed by the pit simultaneously. But before 2 seconds had passed, the pit roared. Massive debris shot upward, piercing through the entire high-rise. The building, finally unable to withstand the battle between the Heavenly Tyrant and Mahoraga, began to distort. The entire structure collapsed like stacked blocks, debris falling like rainstorm onto other directions. Adjacent buildings were hit, triggering a chain reaction of collapses. Toji leaped into the high air, covered in dust from head to toe. He shook his head and looked at his hand. The knuckles were red and swollen. He, the Heavenly Tyrant, had fallen into a disadvantage in close-quarters combat. Why? Toji laughed. I see. Your Mahoraga, you specifically gave it blunt force, resistance training, didn't you? Correct answer. Since it had the ability to adapt, naturally, one must give Mahoraga the best adaptation space. Toji Fushiguro is a Heavenly Tyrant, and so is Moki Zenin. The fighting styles of the two Heavenly Tyrants were very similar. The difference was mostly a matter of style, but ultimately, combat boiled down to various close-quarter techniques. Toji focused more on intelligence gathering, while Moki focused more on improvisation. That was about the only difference. Targeting this, Moki had specially engaged in limited combat with Mahoraga beforehand. This included but was not limited to his strikes, slashes, internal destruction, and other grappling skills and white-knuckle combat. The current Mahoraga, leaving aside other aspects, possessed outstanding resistance to the blunt force resistance, slash resistance, and one-inch punch. This was originally intended to deal with Ryomen Sukuna. At least historically, the techniques Sukuna used were similarly unpretentious. But no one expected plans to fail before changes. The emergence of the Dream Migration completely shattered the recorded fighting style of Ryomen Sukuna. If nothing else, the infinite technique generation caused by copy-cursed techniques would be hard for Mahoraga to adapt to. Bang. In the next instant, Mahoraga rushed out from underground, lunging at Toji in the sky like a vicious dog. Toji glanced at Megumi riding the owl Shikigami and praised him in his heart. This is the true way a Shikigami user fights. A so-called Shikigami user shouldn't risk themselves in close combat with the enemy, even if that user possesses considerable melee skills. Just like now, Megumi choosing to spectate from afar while Mahoraga pursues relentlessly, this is the essence of a Shikigami user. Perhaps getting schooled enough times over the past 2 months finally taught Megumi, who originally loved to fight alongside his Shikigami, this essence. making him like a traditional sorcerer. Then, I'll have to show a little real skill too, Toji whispered. Bang 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 bang, Toji and Mahoraga exchanged blows continuously, falling from the sky to the ground. Mahoraga's fighting style was straightforward, it wouldn't dodge or evade any attacks. Yet its powerful fists caused atmospheric tremors every time. Toji utilized this, constantly using martial arts to deflect these direct attacks. He casually grabbed a shard of concrete. While fighting Mahoraga, he ground the shard into a stone blade and slashed at Mahoraga. The stone blade shattered. Mahoraga charged like a berserk beast. Toji, smiling, gently touched it with his hand, then sent an indirect shockwave into Mahoraga's internal organs. In various parts of the world, there are martial arts that act directly on internal organs without damaging the skin. The most famous is the remote cow-hitting Jiishan Da Nyo from the Great Eastern nation next door. Now, Toji was using it. But it was still useless. Mahoraga didn't even pause. Its fist almost touched Toji's forehead. At the last moment, Toji performed an iron-bridged bend. The fist wind grazed his forehead, actually cutting a bloody line. Blood dripped onto Mahoraga's fist and shattered in an instant. Toji retreated sharply, then suddenly stomped his foot. Massive cracks appeared beneath both of them. Mahoraga's body tilted violently. In the next second, Toji's thigh whipped into its face. It was a kick of extreme power, the point of impact actually triggered a shock wave. An air ring radiated out, looking like an angel's halo. Mahoraga grabbed fiercely at Toji's thigh, but Toji had already retracted his leg before that. Bang crash crack, the two clashed again, but this time Toji actively retreated. He faced Mahoraga front on, but his feet moved backward rapidly in a moonwalk like Michael Jackson. He didn't need to look behind him at all, his feet and body naturally completed the action of dodging obstacles. Rumble. Another high-rise collapsed. Toji flew backward, with Mahoraga close behind. Trouble. Toji thought. In terms of combat technique, Toji overwhelmingly outclassed Mahoraga. Although Mahoraga was strong, its behavioral pattern followed the most basic beast mentality. It wouldn't dodge or retreat, it just attacked, and attacked. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by Toji long ago. This attack method was too full of openings for Toji, and he could break it casually. But Mahoraga's powerful adaptation and regeneration made it completely fearless of Toji's means. Toji was confident he could keep stalling. Mahoraga, while strong, ultimately didn't have that many special attack methods. Mahoraga's strength lay in adaptation, not raw attack power. Knowing this, Toji dared to say he could wear it down for 10 days, until he ran out of stamina. Mahoraga wouldn't even be able to touch him. Maintaining Mahoraga required cursed energy. Even an excellent sorcerer like Megumi surely couldn't persist in maintaining Mahoraga's action time for 10 days. In his calm analytical mind, Toji told himself, just keep stalling, and the final victory is yours. Then, his emotion spoke, screw that. I'm teaching my son a lesson, what the hell am I staying calm for? Thud. Toji landed on the ground, slowly exhaled, and looked up. Mahoraga's massive body was right in front of him, striding forward, arms spread as if to embrace Toji. Behind it, Megumi rode the owl, watching Toji coldly. What a merciless scene. Toji smiled. Really, that's enough, he said. Then, he formed a hand seal. Due to the heavenly restriction, the heavenly tyrant possessed zero cursed energy internally. This allowed the heavenly tyrant to be completely invisible to all cursed energy sensing. Even the Six Eyes couldn't confirm the heavenly tyrant's position by any sensing method other than direct sight. Combined with physical abilities that transcended common sense, this made the heavenly tyrant the most famous sorcerer-killer, with a reputation worth its weight in gold. So, is there an existence with similar concealment abilities to the heavenly tyrant and robust physical stats? Yes. The manifestation of humanity's fear of forests, Hanami. Although a sentient special grade cursed spirit, Hanami possesses a unique elemental attribute that allows for easy integration into the natural environment. Similarly, despite not having a zero cursed energy body, by fully merging into the natural environment, Hanami can also become invisible to Gojo's 6 eyes. And while Hanami's physical stats are far inferior to the Heavenly Tyrant, its defense is extremely outstanding. The one-eyed cat, Gij Akutami, once personally said that if Jogo were hit by a black flash, he would be heavily injured, but Hanami's defense is superb, so even after being hit by consecutive black flashes, it could still persist and retreat. This referred to the Goodwill event, the battle between Hanami and the protagonist team, Yuji Itadori and Aoi Todo. At that time, Hanami was hit by Yuji's advantage and Todo's black flash, yet still survived. From this perspective, Hanami's technique is a perfect match for the Heavenly Tyrant. But this is impossible, because even if a Heavenly Tyrant had an innate technique, with absolutely no cursed energy inside the body, they couldn't use cursed energy to fuel or release the technique. But this is the dream migration, and Toji Fushiguro is in Mahito's core circle. Mahoraga was right before his eyes, but Toji smiled and muttered to himself, "Let me think." The man said, "It feels like it should be like this." Technique release. Forest's benevolence. Asterisk boom, boom boom boom, asterisk. Massive tree root suddenly manifested from underground. These roots bound Mahoraga like pythons. In the next instant, Mahoraga tore the roots away, but the roots continued to bind it endlessly. Mahoraga let out a sharp roar, destroying roots continuously, but the infinite roots eventually wrapped around it. Then, while Mahoraga was still tearing at the roots, flowers suddenly bloomed on them. The flowers that even Satoru Gojo fell victim to in the original work. These flowers had no attack power, but they could eliminate a person's hostility. Even a Shikigami was no exception. In the distance, Megumi, riding the owl, changed his expression drastically. Finally, beneath these flowers, sharp wooden spikes suddenly grew. Mahoraga needs a one-hit kill, right? Toji smiled. In the next instant, Mahoraga was impaled by countless sharp wooden spikes. Only at this moment did Toji Fushiguro's cursed energy finally erupt. Massive cursed energy burned quietly around Toji. From a distance, he looked like a burning man. He extended a finger, pointing at Megumi. Come on. Round 2. Chapter 112-34. The Construct Sorcerer's Final Answer. 2,178 words. The battle was no longer in suspense. Even if Megumi summoned Mahoraga again now, it would be useless, because Mahoraga needed time to slowly adapt. If it was a one-hit kill technique, Mahoraga could never adapt to it. Megumi would lose. Tsumiki Fushiguro made the final verdict. Tsumiki withdrew her gaze. The calico cat in her arms suddenly jumped down, letting out a meow. Tsumiki formed a hand seal with both hands and whispered softly. Technique release. Probability change. Probability change was Kinji Hikari's innate technique. He could rely on this technique's effect to hit the jackpot with the highest probability within his domain expansion. The jackpot would then grant Hikari infinite cursed energy. But that is the combination of probability change and Hikari's domain. If used purely on its own, what would happen? The cursed energy of this world holds infinite possibilities, and the generation of innate techniques lies within these possibilities. The clan techniques of the Zenin and Gojo families in the original work are examples. The Zenin family head's technique should be the 10 Shadows technique, but even pureblood Zenins rarely birth children with the 10 Shadows. The same goes for Satoru Gojo. Sometimes the 6 eyes appear without the limitless, sometimes the limitless appears but the child's eyes aren't the 6 eyes. This makes technique inheritance problematic for both the Zenin and Gojo clans. Can you imagine? The head of the 10 Shadows inheritance family possessing the unrelated projection sorcery. Even in the original work, when Naoya Zenin discussed the topic of brothers with Choso, he arrogantly stated he was special, while his brothers didn't even inherit the projection sorcery technique. From this, it's clear that even direct bloodlines struggle to inherit their parents' innate techniques. The world of cursed energy is just like that. No matter how much you study or deliberate, randomness ultimately outweighs stability. In fact, it's not just family inheritance. Didn't Kenjaku say in the original work that the appearance of cursed spirit manipulation in this generation was the key reason he decided to launch the general attack? And which sorcerer family did that cursed spirit manipulation user come from? The answer is none. Suguru Geto's parents were completely civilians. This is the randomness of the cursed energy world. It's also why Satoru Gojo told Yuji Itadori right at the start that for a Jujutsu sorcerer, talent accounts for 80%, leaving only 20% for effort. But probability change alters all of this. Kinji Hikari once said that his technique could allow him to hit the jackpot within 30 tries in any gamble. In other words, as long as the possibility exists, probability change can realize it. It's only a matter of time. Why does Hikari's domain grant infinite cursed energy? Ultimately, it's because it is actually possible for Hikari to obtain infinite cursed energy. The domain expansion maximizes the space for this possibility, and combined with Hikari's own probability change technique, infinite cursed energy takes form. Hikari only has the probability change ability, and his thoughts are limited to cursed energy aspects. This is because probability change is ultimately a functional technique that only affects oneself. For Hikari, who only has this technique, infinite cursed energy is already the highest value jackpot. But that's only if it's a rare ability possessed alone. What if it's combined with other techniques? Convert randomness into a fixed option. Converge all possibilities into a singularity. After releasing probability change, Tsumaki formed another seal. Before the seal was complete, she had already established a strict binding vow. The armor constructed next cannot appear outside the dream migration. The armor constructed next cannot exist for more than 10 minutes. The armor constructed next will undergo conceptual weakening, retaining only the core abilities. The armor constructed next cannot use any weapons in any sense. The armor constructed next will consume all of the caster's cursed energy. The armor constructed next can only manifest when battling Ryaman Sukuna. Technique release. Construction technique, Imperial Sky Knight. Click. A giant green and white clock appeared behind Tsumaki. She spread her arms. The hour hand of the green clock moved. With every tick, the cursed energy pulsed. The cursed energy on Tsumaki's body evaporated in an instant. Her body was drained of all cursed energy, replaced by a thing distinctly different from cursed energy descending. Dong. 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 The clock aligned to 12 o'clock, and suddenly a massive bell toll resounded. A fluctuation came from the distant horizon. In the far sky, primitive programming code flickered in and out of existence. Responding to the mysterious code was Tsumaki's waist. A driver belt had buckled itself there unbeknownst to anyone. In Tsumaki's open hands, a gas hat cartridge appeared. At this moment, it is time for judgment. Kamen Rider Chronicle. Accompanied by the tolling bell, the cartridge flew from Tsumaki's hand and inserted into the driver's slot. Buckle up. The giant clock opened, revealing an unknown dimension within. All the sacrificed cursed energy was swallowed by the space behind the gate. Then, the energy spewed from the gate sprayed onto Tsumaki's body. Finally. Imperial Sky Knight, Chronicle inscribed. This moment is the ultimate time, All energy erupted. Every sorcerer in the barrier felt a palpitation in their hearts simultaneously. A golden wave radiated from Tsumaki. A suit of armor now covered her. A helmet with a fixed, windswept hair design, a faceplate portraying cold eyes and an emotionless expression, armor covering all skin, and a long coat hem covering her calves. The moment the energy erupted, a golden clock formed behind her, flashing out of existence. 2017, Kamen Rider Chronicle. Embedded from fantasy into reality. This was probability change plus construction technique. The strongest armor constructed by the strongest construction user in 1,000 years. The final answer of the construction technique, Kamen Rider times Imperial Sky Knight. The Imperial Sky Knight made a slight crouching motion. Then, asterisk bang, asterisk. Half the high-rise was destroyed by the recoil. Glass and reinforced concrete exploded together. A massive shockwave spread in all directions, shaking the heavens and the earth. But faster than the shockwave was a green rider flying out. The Imperial Sky Knight leaped, accompanied by storm, by killing intent, by absolute power and majesty. She crossed over 1,000 meters and arrived at the scene. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Ryaman Sukuna subconsciously looked up at the sky. From his perspective, it looked like a meteor composed of unknown energy was approaching at high speed. Ring after ring of sonic boom clouds trailed behind this meteor. Because this wasn't cursed energy, Sukuna's sensing was completely ineffective. He could only determine that this energy was so magnificent that even his body trembled slightly. This trembling was not fear, but excitement. Knowledge unknown to Ryaman Sukuna had appeared in this world, right before his eyes. Even Satoru Gojo, even the Lord of Cursed Spirits, had not aroused his curiosity and sadism like this unknown energy. In the original work, when Ryaman Sukuna faced the heavenly tyrant Moki Zenin, the feeling arising in his heart was the same as now. The incomparably selfish Sukuna, who never felt a sense of mission, now felt a sensation of I must do this. In the original work, it was to prove which was the superior conundrum, cursed energy or the flesh. Now, it was to prove whether this unknown energy born of cursed energy but distinct from it was superior, or if cursed energy itself was superior. Ryaman Sukuna moved his foot off Yuji Itadori's body. Yuji had no strength left, yet he still shouted unyieldingly, "What's wrong, Sukuna?" "Running away." Sukuna said indifferently, "I've lost interest in you. Although your potential did exceed my expectations, you don't know how to use it yourself. You have such excellent growth space in the dream migration, yet you only unlocked one technique. Your stupidity makes me feel pity. Are you like this is no longer worthy of being killed by me? Scram. Suku, N.A. Yuji screamed. Dismantle. Sukuna waved his hand casually. Yuji Itadori waited quietly for death. Death my ass. Yuji immediately rolled his body. A slash was carved into the spot where he had just rolled. If he had hesitated for even an instant, he would have definitely been cut in two by now. He struggled to stand up, but failed after 2 or 3 attempts. Seeing him so pathetic, Sukuna was very impatient. You haven't even redeemed the reverse cursed technique? No wonder you always dodged my attacks so carefully. I thought you were wary of my cleave, but it turns out you just don't know reverse cursed technique at all. Easy for you to say. Yuji gasped for air. To keep up with Ryaman Sukuna's physical stats in just 2 short months, he had to completely abandon reinforcement in other areas. Yuji knew reverse cursed technique would be a great supplement to his combat power, but he simply didn't have the points to redeem it. In the original work, Yuji was able to use reverse cursed technique in a short time because he ate the cursed womb, death paintings and was taught by someone who knew RCT. Even then, he only succeeded at the very last moment. Now, compared to RCT, a high-power slash that could defeat almost all enemies, or 2 or 3 slashes for those it couldn't, became a path dependency he formed unknowingly. This gave him no motivation to learn reverse cursed technique. Yuji was preparing to roar loudly. In the next instant, the meteor from the sky crashed in front of him and Ryaman Sukuna. Asterisk boom, asterisk. It felt like the whole world lurched. Yuji, who had just managed to stand firm, fell to the ground. Before his eyes, a massive amount of dust rose slowly. The space around where he and Sukuna fought, already destroyed, now formed a massive curtain of dust, as if the entire world were covered in ash. Yuji raised his hand. The shockwave slammed into him, rolling him like a rubber ball through the dust curtain. Finally, he rolled out of the massive veil of dust, grey-faced and dirty. He raised his hand. A hand glowing with unknown energy flickered slightly within the dust. Then, whoosh, a massive storm rose out of thin air. All the dust was erased as easily as an eraser wiping away pencil marks. Yuji's heart pounded wildly. He couldn't tell if it was fear or excitement. The person who fell as a meteor finally appeared before his eyes. "You're kidding," Yuji muttered to himself. The Imperial Sky Knight appeared before Ryam and Sukuna. Sukuna curled his lips and spoke first, truly an interesting toy. "Yorozu. I didn't expect that 1,000 years later, you would have the ability to break through this much. That energy, it's not cursed energy, is it? How did you do it?" "Yorozu?" Yuji screamed in disbelief. "Don't tell me, it's Fushiguro-ne." The Imperial Sky Knight moved the eyes depicted on her faceplate slightly. It seemed to be a glancing motion. Her voice was mixed with the heavy tolling of a bell, sounding like thunder. "Sukuna-sama, now finally, no one can disturb our battle. Have you finished crafting the cursed tool?" Sukuna asked. "Long finished." Imperial Sky Knight said, "According to the agreement, as long as you defeat me, I will offer the cursed tool. Conversely, if I defeat you." Speaking to this point, the Imperial Sky Knight paused. In the original work, the ancient sorcerer Yorozu's wager with Sukuna was that if she won, she would require Sukuna to marry her. But the current Yorozu was a color mixed from a modern soul and an ancient soul. Although Tsumiki Fushiguro still held special feelings for Ryam and Sukuna, she had lost interest in marrying him. For her, this battle was closure. But as to exactly what she was bringing closure to, Tsumiki Fushiguro was still lost. Sukuna said casually, "Then I'll do whatever you want." The Imperial Sky Knight snapped back to reality. "Right, no matter what the request is, as long as she defeats Sukuna, she can get an answer. For example, no eating humans. No losing your temper. Before others endanger you, you are not allowed to strike. Obey modern laws and regulations. If injured, notify the police immediately," she muttered to herself. Sukuna smiled mockingly. "Do you take me for a child born in peaceful times?" "Yorozu." The Imperial Sky Knight also laughed. She laughed at her own stupidity. Right, Ryam and Sukuna isn't Megumi Fushiguro. Although Megumi always causes trouble and fights with people, kindness exists in his heart. But Sukuna is different. He is self-centered to the point of being unrivaled. His nature is evil. Such a person cannot live properly in modern society, because he is a Jujutsu sorcerer willful enough to perform an open barrier domain expansion. So, the only way for him to stay properly in modern society is. "Then my condition is. Please go to the Yellow Springs, hell," she said. Ryam and Sukuna revealed a hideous grin. Now that is correct. In the next instant, without warning, Sukuna raised his hand. Dismantle. Chapter 113, 35. Imperial Sky Knight. 2,469 words. Imperial Sky Knight. Officially designated as Kamen Rider Cronus. Punching power, 110 tons. Kicking power, 120 tons. Jump height 96 meters. Running speed, 100 m in 0.96 s. The official data above was filled in arbitrarily. It wasn't filled in at random by the editors of Kamen Rider X8 but by Tsumiki Fushiguro herself. Only after dragging this armor from fantasy into reality did she realize that the original data was just numbers the writer himself filled out on a whim. Tsumiki strictly adhered to the tokusatsu show settings to manufacture this armor. The birth of the Imperial Sky Knight proves that the original code had already been generated within the Dream migration. The Imperial Sky Knight's Bugle driver is precisely the kind of driver capable of special operations within a game world. What does this prove? It proves that as long as your coding ability is sufficient, you can treat the Imperial Sky Knight like a walking cheat engine. As the strongest construction sorcerer in a millennium, Tsumaki Fushiguro is the most skilled individual in the world at coding for the game world. In this regard, not even Mahito, possessor of the 6 eyes, can compare to her. This is also why the Kamen Rider she initially targeted was Zio. It wasn't out of arrogance, rather, if there was anyone in this world capable of manifesting the Lord of Time into reality, it would undoubtedly be Yorozu. However, the Lord of Time was impossible. The settings were too exaggerated. Tsumaki had tried until now without a single spark of success. And the Hyper Muteki Gamer from Kamen Rider X8 was far too complex, brain-burning work. If she had another 10 years, Tsumaki might have been confident, but with only a few months, she had zero assurance. Step by step, she settled for the next best thing. The Imperial Sky Knight appeared in her options. And now, she had finally reproduced it. Click. Pause? This was likely the first time in the history of the world that anyone had witnessed what Ryman Sukuna's slash actually looked like. The Imperial Sky Knight advanced slowly, using a catwalk. She turned her body slightly sideways. Ryman Sukuna's slash hung suspended there, an invisible blade fixed in place, freezing as it grazed the Imperial Sky Knight's side. The Imperial Sky Knight's duration, 10 minutes. But these 10 minutes were not the Imperial Sky Knight's subjective time, but real-time star. In other words, within the time stop, this countdown did not tick forward. This was the reason Tsumaki had established a binding vow to lower the fantasy intensity, stats, in exchange for preserving the core ability completely. The core ability of the Imperial Sky Knight is time stop. From this moment on, only the Imperial Sky Knight can move. This is a true time stop. The Imperial Sky Knight walked up to Ryman Sukuna. She carefully observed Sukuna's expression. She saw that he was not as relaxed as he claimed to be. There were injuries on his majestic body that couldn't be healed immediately after enduring a black flash. In his battle with Yuji Itadori, Sukuna must have been hit squarely by black flashes multiple times, so much so that even with reverse cursed technique, he hadn't fully recovered. Yet his expression remained arrogant. He possessed 2 faces, but not a single eye from either face was spared for Yuji Itadori. Right now, all of Ryman Sukuna's attention was focused entirely on her. That arrogant smile, that soaring fighting spirit, and those cold, cruel eyes. At this moment, "They belong entirely to me," Tsumaki whispered low. She was clearly so calm. In the 2 months of contact, she had never been swayed by the fanaticism of the ancient sorcerer Yorozu. Yet, at this very moment, a flame suddenly ignited in her heart. A massive fire instantly lit up her heart and flowed with the blood to her limbs and bones. This wasn't cursed energy, she couldn't possess cursed energy in the Imperial Sky Knight state. This was an overwhelming psychic force, a mental power that made her seed with murderous intent. Sukuna-sama. Her voice, which should have been calm, cracked into a rasp, like a sound spilling from lips pushed to the brink of fanaticism. She said, "I have come to kill you." Click. A clock face appeared beneath the Imperial Sky Knight's feet. As the clock manifested, she raised her leg. She didn't kick directly, instead, following the compass-like scribing of the line within the frozen time, she executed a roundhouse kick against Ryman Sukuna. The hour hand of the clock followed the trajectory of her kick, slicing through with the Imperial Sky Knight's strike. 1 full rotation. Click. The clock returned to 0. This is the starting point, and also the end point. This is Critical Crusade, conclusion. Bang, within the stillness of stop time, the Imperial Sky Knight's roundhouse kick connected with Ryman Sukuna. The unknown energy carried by the kick detonated in an instant. Half of Sukuna's body was covered in explosion effects that looked like game graphics, but these special effects were genuinely embedded into his body. His insides detonated along with them, as if a rain of blood was about to fall. But just before it could fall, both the special effect explosion and Sukuna's own bodily detonation were paused in mid-air. Tsumiki Fushiguro turned her back and spoke in a raspy voice, "Sukuna-sama, from this day forth, you are officially discontinued. Click. Restart." Time flowed once more. Boom. A massive roar erupted behind the Imperial Sky Knight. Ryman Sukuna was engulfed in the explosion, his flesh blasted away instantly. In Sukuna's eyes, he likely didn't even know what had happened. He had just released the dismantle, but before the slash could even reach the Imperial Sky Knight, he received a fatal blow. The two faces on his head detonated simultaneously. His body was torn into fragments. The giant mouth on his stomach was blown wide open, flying off in all directions. Even his legs, planted firmly on the ground, were blasted away. Chunks of meat belonging to Ryman Sukuna flew everywhere. A genuine case of blown to smithereens. In the distance, Yuji Itadori's eyes went wide. He was completely stunned. He hadn't seen the Imperial Sky Knight's movements either. In his eyes, Ryman Sukuna had just mouthed the word dismantle, and in the next instant, like a PowerPoint presentation, the frame skipped to the Imperial Sky Knight standing with her back to Sukuna, while Sukuna exploded. Aside from disbelief, fear surged forth involuntarily. If it were other Kamen riders, Yuji Itadori might not be able to name their specs, but he happened to know the Imperial Sky Knight. After all, it was a work from 2017. Just last year, Kamen Rider Tokusatsu was extremely popular. Yuji, a carefree middle schooler last year, obviously loved watching it. Because of that, even though the scene before him was exaggerated, he knew the true secret. Time stop. It had to be time stop. That was Kamen Rider Cronus's signature move. When he saw the Imperial Sky Knight transform back then and deliver a critical conclusion in frozen time, Yuji had only thought the villain was cool and scary. But he had never imagined how despairing it would be when that villain truly appeared in reality. It wasn't just scary, it was despair. Isn't this just King invincibility? The Imperial Sky Knight walked toward Yuji Itadori. She raised her hand, preparing to dismiss the armor. For her, the battle was over. Ryman Sukuna had been blown to bits, surely that counted as the end. She wanted to chat with Yuji. She knew Yuji was Megumi Fushiguro's best friend, and loving the house meant loving the crow on it. She held considerable goodwill toward Yuji. But before that, Yuji Itadori's widened eyes halted her steps. Naturally, Yuji would feel fear and awe toward her current form. That was a normal emotion. If it were limited to that, she wouldn't have wavered in the slightest. But that wasn't it. Yuji's fear and vigilance existed only for a split second. To put it nicely, Yuji was someone who didn't overthink things and had a big heart. In reality, he was a bit of an airhead. Although he felt fear, he would quickly toss it to the back of his mind, focusing on the fact that this was Megumi's sister, so there was no need for vigilance. Therefore, the object of Yuji Itadori's vigilance was the Imperial Sky Knight. The Imperial Sky Knight sensed something and slowly turned her head. There, the chunks of meat and blood that had been blasted apart had, at some unknown point, dissolved into a black liquid dripping onto the ground. This black liquid crawled together, forming a dark pool. Gloomy cursed energy radiated from the black pool, and then a hand emerged from the darkness. The hand gripped the edge of the pool. An aberrant figure slowly crawled out. He had two faces. He had 4 arms. He was stark naked, with a giant mouth on his stomach. Ryman Sukuna, resurrected. Even Tsumiki Fushiguro couldn't help but voice her disbelief. Impossible. I definitely killed you. I destroyed your innate technique. I destroyed your cursed energy core. I smashed you into fragments. Even a special cursed spirit incubation ritual couldn't be cleaner than what I did. You were definitively dead. You should have entered the cycle of reincarnation. How could you possibly re-emerge from the shadows? Ryomen Sukuna stretched lazily. He stood naked before Tsumiki Fushiguro, grand and unashamed. There was no trace of male embarrassment on his faces, only a natural arrogance as he spoke. No need to doubt, Yorozu. You did indeed kill me just now. But if this were ordinary times, I would indeed be dead. But aren't you underestimating me a little too much? If you can obtain new power from the dream migration, what makes you doubt that I can do the same? Ryomen Sukuna said haughtily. Perhaps modern memories have made you forget my capacity for learning. How many times do you think I've died in this dream migration? Tsumiki froze. She had indeed forgotten Ryomen Sukuna's greatest strength. Of course, as a deformed entity, a truly perfect sorcerer, Sukuna could sweep through the world relying solely on his physical body and innate technique. But that was merely a physical talent. Ryomen Sukuna also possessed a terrifying capacity for learning. No matter the technique, as long as it was a general skill, he could learn it with a single glance. This was explained in the original work as well. Ryomen Sukuna only needed to see Kenjaku turn a dying sorcerer into a cursed object once to learn how to do it himself. Using this method of creating cursed objects, during the time Yuji Itadori lost consciousness, he shoved a newly created cursed object finger into Megumi Fushiguro's mouth, ultimately achieving incarnation in Megumi and obtaining the 10 Shadows technique. And this resurrection mechanic? How many times had Sukuna experienced it? 39 times. 19 times killed by Mahito. 20 times killed by Satoru Gojo. 39 resurrections allowed Sukuna to see through the mechanics of revival. What he lacked was a technique to facilitate his own resurrection. But for Sukuna, this was the hardest part. In the entire world, only idle transfiguration could truly achieve resurrection. Other techniques, even the closest one like Saint's technique, only revived the soul and required obedience to the caster, as well as a prepared vessel. Obeying another? Preparing his own vessel? Unable to wake in the realm of souls after death? These were all unacceptable to Ryomen Sukuna. Since this capability didn't exist in the world, Sukuna decided to create one for himself. Other sorcerers, perhaps even Satoru Gojo, might not be able to do it. But Sukuna did, because he is the world's greatest master of binding vows. The technique he targeted was the 10 Shadows technique. The 10 Shadows inherently possessed a similar resurrection mechanic. The original text explained that under specific conditions, the abilities of a slain Shikigami would be inherited by the others. Ryomen Sukuna utilized this characteristic. He bound himself to the 10 Shadows technique. If he died, he would be resurrected within one of the Shikigami. Of course, the resurrected Sukuna would permanently lose one of the 10 Shadows. This was the binding vow for resurrection. To strengthen this ability, he even created a binding vow that stated, once resurrected, aside from Mahoraga, I will no longer be able to use any other Shikigami. In other words, the current Ryomen Sukuna had a total of 11 lives. Tsumiki whispered, magnificent. As expected of Sukuna-sama. From now on, death cannot defeat you. You have truly become a perfect being. You, as well. I didn't expect the current you to be this strong. Sukuna rolled his shoulders and looked at the Imperial Sky Knight. That unknown energy, it can't last long, can it? How much operational time do you have left? Enough, Tsumiki said. Thud. Tsumiki took a step forward. Sukuna narrowed his eyes. Oh ho? You don't plan to use that trick that blew me up instantly? You're choosing to close the distance to attack. Mahoraga of the 10 Shadows technique possesses the ability to adapt to all phenomena. Although I can't see it externally, you must have secretly activated this ability, right? I can't be sure if my Shokill move will be adapted to by Mahoraga. In that case, Naturally, I must use my fists to kill you, Tsumiki said coldly. Generally, Mahoraga must be summoned and take damage itself to adapt. However, Mahito had specifically warned her. He let her know that if Ryomen Sukuna used it, he could substitute himself for Mahoraga to undergo pre-adaptation. Thus, it was possible for Time Stop to be adapted to by Mahoraga. If that happened, the Imperial Sky Knight's strongest core ability would be rendered semi-useless. What was more terrifying was that this was the dream migration. Since Sukuna could figure out how to use the 10 shadows for resurrection, there was no guarantee he couldn't grant himself Mahoraga's adaptability. Although such a thing had never happened in history, neither had using oneself as a substitute for Mahoraga's adaptation. Once the word impossibles involved Ryomen Sukuna, it became possible. Thus, Tsumiki naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to let her core ability fail. Therefore, if I don't get close, how can I kill you, Sukuna-sama? Tsumiki said. Oh ho. Very well. Then come closer. Ryomen Sukuna also stepped forward, advancing toward Tsumiki. Then, in the instant they closed in, Sukuna expanded his domain. The current you has absolutely no cursed energy. In other words, you no longer have the ability to expand a domain. How dare you get this close to me, Yorozu? Domain expansion. Malevolent Shrine. Chapter 114:36. Yorozu, you've become stronger. 3,941 words. In an instant, light filled Yuji Itadori's vision. That's right. In the previous battle, Yuji hadn't even forced Ryomen Sukuna to use domain expansion. This was to be expected. Yuji had indeed developed his innate technique earlier than in the original timeline, but his growth was far less significant. He lacked the resolve, the tragedy, the desperate clawing upwards. This was fortunate, lucky that he had obtained this power with almost smooth sailing. But it was also unfortunate because he had vanished like a stray dog by the roadside. Countless slashes raged like a storm, destroying everything. All matter was reduced to dust. Sukuna's domain expansion had a radius of 200 meters. The moment the domain expanded, infinite slashes of two types covered every inch of space within that 200-meter radius, including the air itself. Cleave was applied to things with cursed energy. Dismantle was applied to inanimate objects without cursed energy. Thus, all things in the world were covered by sure-hit slashes. There was no possibility of survival. From a distance, it looked as if an unforeseen storm had suddenly erupted. The area swept by the storm was instantly turned into fine powder, proof of total annihilation. Tsumiki immediately realized the correct course of action. Because Malevolent Shrine did not have a closed barrier, a sorcerer within the domain could, if fast enough, rely on their technique or pure physical stats to run out of the barrier's range before dying. This would force Sukuna to waste cursed energy for nothing, and subsequently, he would suffer from cursed technique burnout, falling into an absolute disadvantage in the following Jujutsu battle. The reason she didn't attack Sukuna during the time stop was also because Tsumiki remembered Mahito's warning, be careful of Sukuna using his own body as the price to pre-adapt Mahoraga to attacks. Although Mahoraga dies from the force of the blow, it is death within a time stop. Tsumiki worried that this method of death would allow Mahoraga to adapt to the time stop itself. Thus, the correct solution was inevitably for the Imperial Sky Knight to pause time and calmly walk out of Malevolent Shrine's range. After that, she would release the time stop. Then, Sukuna would be helpless, forced to dispel his domain and suffer burnout. But Tsumiki chose not to do that. Clad in the Imperial Sky Knight armor, she stood perfectly still. Countless slashes washed over her body. Because of her binding vow, she had zero cursed energy internally. Therefore, the one-hit kill, Cleave, couldn't work on her. And the attacks from Dismantle were completely unable to penetrate the Imperial Sky Knight's armor. Consequently, Tsumiki actually didn't need to do anything. She simply stood there, and Malevolent Shrine was useless against her. Sukuna froze in shock. This was natural. This was the first time he had encountered power from outside the world. To Sukuna, everything in this world was imbued with cursed energy. Therefore, the fatal cleave was especially terrifying because as long as you had cursed energy, you could not be immune to it. Even a god would be cut down by his cleave. And if one lacked cursed energy, dismantle was equally terrifying. In Sukuna's cognition, without special countermeasures, Malevolent Shrine was synonymous with invincibility. But right now, someone was simply standing there, using no tricks at all, effortlessly tanking Malevolent Shrine. Thud. The Imperial Sky Knight began to advance. As always, she walked with a catwalk, as if she were not inside the terrifying Malevolent Shrine, but on a stage with thousands of eyes upon her. She was a model making her entrance, wearing an evening gown, walking slowly under everyone's gaze, displaying herself, displaying her attire, displaying her confidence. Sukuna smiled fiercely. To think, such a thing exists. The Imperial Sky Knight took a step that brought her within striking distance. Then, without hesitation, she threw a punch. Wham! Sukuna mimicked the Imperial Sky Knight and stood motionless, but her fist could never reach him. The Imperial Sky Knight's fist was separated from Sukuna's face by only a thin line. But she knew clearly that this line was eternity. Because this line was the limitless technique release. Mimicry technique, limitless. As expected of Sukuna-sama. You haven't burned your brain out even like this. The Imperial Sky Knight laughed. Mahito once told me that even he, without the 6 eyes, could not perfectly control the limitless technique. The 6 eyes are the eyes discarded by Tengen to avoid sublimating into a god, they are the genuine eyes of a deity. In the Dream Migrations Point shop, only the true, finite infinity wish can purchase the 6 eyes. This implies that even though the limitless technique is listed in the shop, almost no one buys it. Tsumiki guessed wrong. This was because after Sukuna obtained the mimicry technique, he had never used it personally. In fact, aside from the 10 shadows and his own technique, he had never used mimicry. Even when facing Satoru Gojo, he held back. And this limitless technique wasn't purchased, it was from blood he collected himself. During those 20 deaths where Gojo hunted him down, he used everything he had to barely obtain a portion of Gojo's blood. The condition for the mimicry technique was to obtain a part of the opponent's body. The more vital the part, the shorter the mimicry time, the less vital, the longer it took. With Sukuna's brilliance, even with blood, a trivial part of the body, it took nearly 2 months. It was only recently that he had truly mimicked it. He had originally planned to use this in the final circle to deal a heavy blow to the others. He didn't expect to be forced to reveal it here just to survive. More critically, just as Tsumiki said, the cost of forcibly using Limitless without the 6 eyes was incredibly heavy. Right now, Sukuna's brain was operating at high speed. In just these few seconds, his entire brain felt like it was on fire. Sukuna had no doubt that if he continued, his brain would truly be fried by this exaggerated mental consumption. Is it true mastery, controlling the power of Limitless with a mental capacity far exceeding Mahito and Satoru Gojo? Or is it just posturing? The Imperial Sky Knight looked deeply at Sukuna. Let me test it out. Whoosh. The Imperial Sky Knight threw a second punch. This time, Sukuna chose to dodge. The fist swept past Sukuna's eyes, the wind messing up his hair. Sukuna didn't hesitate, he swung his own fist violently, aiming for the Imperial Sky Knight's abdomen, the location of a traditional sorcerer's cursed energy core. Clang. Sukuna's fist connected. It sounded not like hitting steel armor, but like striking a giant bell in a temple or a city center. The sound was distant and clear, echoing through the world for a long time. Sukuna involuntarily clicked his tongue. His fist couldn't even break the Imperial Sky Knight's defense. It was completely ignored. Sukuna hadn't held back with this punch, his cursed energy reinforcement was at maximum output. Yet, he couldn't even make her take a step back. The reason was simple, the Imperial Sky Knight's data. Its defense could withstand a force of over 100 tons, and this figure could rise. Because the Imperial Sky Knight was fundamentally an admin setting, as long as he wanted, he could fill in the most ridiculous numbers. However, Tsumiki had nerfed this aspect to preserve the core ability, resulting in fixed values. The Imperial Sky Knight chuckled softly. I see. So, Sukuna-sama, you cannot activate the limitless omnidirectionally either. Seen through. Sukuna let out a pretentious laugh. You too. Obtaining such mighty power, your operation time won't exceed 10 minutes, will it? Sukuna wasn't speaking nonsense, he genuinely sensed this limitation. This was experience. Because Ryaman Sukuna is the world's strongest expert in the application of binding vows, he could judge the time limit through experience. He was confident the margin of error wouldn't exceed 5 minutes. In other words, in his judgment, the Imperial Sky Knight's time was either 5, 10, or 15 minutes. He prudently chose the middle value. Seen through. Because of the visor, Tsumiki's micro-expressions were hidden. She said indifferently, I said it before. I will repeat it now. To deal with you, it is enough. Smash, the Imperial Sky Knight's knee slammed towards Sukuna's abdomen. But on that abdomen, a giant mouth began chanting cursed words. Limitless was released at the critical moment. Since he couldn't perfectly control Limitless without the 6 eyes, as long as the mouth kept chanting, releasing Limitless in the traditional way was sufficient to block a momentary attack. That was enough. 2 of Sukuna's hands formed a hand sign, while the other 2 threw a flurry of punches. The hand sign remained the Limitless technique. The Imperial Sky Knight sharply sensed danger and jerked backward. In the next instant, Sukuna's 2 hands struck the empty air, creating a sonic boom. In the original work, a sorcerer once asked the others, has anyone ever been seriously punched by Satoru Gojo? Not a simple punch reinforced with cursed energy, but a strike reinforced with cursed energy plus the amplification of blue Limitless? Yuta Okotsu and Kinji Hikari raised their hands simultaneously, their expressions gloomy as if they were about to vomit. Both Yuta and Hikari were sorcerers with immense cursed energy. Their defense, based on that massive energy, was naturally outstanding. Yet even they were traumatized by a single punch. One can imagine just how terrifying a punch amplified by Limitless truly is. And now, what Sukuna was doing was exactly that. He used 2 hands to form seals to add Limitless amplification to his attacking hands. He used the mouth on his stomach to chant incantations, ensuring Limitless would appear defensively in time for sudden attacks. Even though Sukuna lacked divine 6 eyes, he was forcing the normal usage of the Limitless technique through his aberrant physiology. This was Ryaman Sukuna. Come on, Yorozu. The show is just getting started. Sukuna roared. The strongest sorcerer in a millennium, the king of curses. Ryaman Sukuna has arrived. Thud. The Imperial Sky Knight, having stepped back, raised one hand in a martial arts stance and laughed deafeningly. Sukuna-sama. You finally announced your name and acknowledged me. I am incomparably happy right now. Awakened Ancient Sorcerer. The strongest construction sorcerer in a millennium. Tsumiki Fushiguro. Yorozu. Let's do this. Both rushed toward each other simultaneously. No probing attacks this time, this was the final round. Both Sukuna and the Imperial Sky Knight knew their time was limited. Sukuna was pinned by his own technique, he was still maintaining Malevolent Shrine. He dared not close it, or he would suffer burnout. Yet, using Limitless was burning his brain, he couldn't last long. Tsumiki needed no explanation, her Imperial Sky Knight only had 10 minutes. The probing and dialogue just now had consumed over 2 minutes. She had only 7 minutes left. She couldn't waste another second. The Imperial Sky Knight slammed both hands onto the buttons on the sides of her belt. Pause. In the world of stop time, the Imperial Sky Knight could perceive the endless slashes of Malevolent Shrine even more clearly. It wasn't a rainstorm, but a hurricane. If a rainstorm had tiny gaps, a hurricane had none. The slashes caused by Malevolent Shrine were just like that. Even in a frozen world, Malevolent Shrine remained effective, appearing as a curtain of slashes in front of the Imperial Sky Knight. And the Imperial Sky Knight chose to face this curtain directly. She reached out and plunged into the slash curtain. Metal gauntlets meeting the slashes should have created an ear-piercing screech, but in the silence of time stop, even the propagation of sound was forbidden. The Imperial Sky Knight simply walked through the curtain of slashes, arriving right in front of Ryam and Sukuna. Then, she suddenly released the time stop. Restart. In Sukuna's eyes, the Imperial Sky Knight, who was charging in the previous frame, was right in his face in the next. A fist was already before his eyes. Bang, the Imperial Sky Knight's 100-ton punch was a hair's breadth away from hitting Sukuna's head. The next moment, Sukuna's counterattack arrived. His fist hammered forward violently. Simultaneously, the eyes on both his faces stared deathly hard at the Imperial Sky Knight. But even though he concentrated all his attention, the image before him changed abruptly. The Imperial Sky Knight vanished. Again. Relying entirely on combat experience and intuition rather than sight, Sukuna deployed a limitless barrier behind him. Sure enough, he sensed an attack on his back. Then, the Imperial Sky Knight vanished. She disappeared 3 times in a row. Each time, Sukuna couldn't detect it, let alone while inside his own domain expansion. Sukuna could determine this wasn't spatial teleportation, it was closer to high-speed movement. But it was *2* fast, so fast that even his eyes couldn't track it. He knew this because he knew every inch of space within Malevolent Shrine. He could sense the slash storm disappearing in a sequence of spaces rather than a jump, proving the Imperial Sky Knight had physically traversed that distance. But knowing it didn't help. Sukuna swung his fists in vain, while the Imperial Sky Knight constantly flashed around him. This was the countermeasure the Imperial Sky Knight found against Sukuna's pre-adaptation. Attacking the opponent during time stop carried the risk of them adapting because they definitely took damage. But what if she used time stop purely as a method of instant transmission? Since no attack was received during the stop time, naturally, no time adaptation could be generated. The Imperial Sky Knight's core ability would remain effective indefinitely. Conversely, look at Sukuna. While maintaining Malevolent Shrine, he had to use his hands and the giant mouth on his stomach to utilize Limitless. Was his brain cooked enough yet? The Imperial Sky Knight's vision was sharp. She clearly saw Sukuna's movements deforming. Haste makes one manic in battle, thinking becomes dull, and one cannot exert their full strength. Sukuna was starting to rush. This wasn't hard to understand. Facing an Imperial Sky Knight who could stop time and hit with hundreds of tons of force in every blow, anyone would feel despair. If not for the 10-minute limit and the reduced fantasy intensity, Tsumaki could have used this armor to challenge Gojo, or even Mahito. It wasn't arrogance. Time stop simply had that potential. As Tsumaki predicted, Sukuna's movements were indeed sloppy. His brain was about to explode. The dual pressure of Limitless and Malevolent Shrine weighed on him. Plus, the elusive Imperial Sky Knight was a target demanding extreme caution. Under 100-ton blows, if he relaxed for even a moment, his body would likely explode. What was worse, he discovered he couldn't pre-adapt to the Imperial Sky Knight's fists. Because every damn punch was a one-hit kill. It only took one hit to kill him. He had 9 lives left. After 9 hits, he'd be down to his last life. Before that last life, he simply didn't have the damn time to adapt to that force. The stronger the attack, the longer the adaptation cycle. In other words, as long as your attack is strong enough to one-shot Mahoraga every time, Mahoraga simply lacks the capacity to adapt to your attack power. He was countered. Sukuna breathed deeply in this desperate situation. he still had 9 lives to waste. Logically, he could afford to die a few times, it would be worth it just to cool his brain down. But he couldn't. He had already judged the opponent's special ability. It was actually quite obvious, the opponent wasn't teleporting, but moving at high speed. And during this high-speed movement, even Sukuna's vision couldn't track it. There were trajectories but no time elapsed for those trajectories. What else could it be? Time stop. It could only be that. The opponent possessed time stop, defense that could tank Malevolent Shrine, and attack power exceeding 100 tons. If he didn't have 4 arms, 2 mouths, and the limitless technique mimicked days ago, even 11 lives wouldn't be enough. The situation now was similar. Although he withstood it with Limitless, the threat of time stop remained unresolved. Just as Tsumiki predicted, if the Imperial Sky Knight killed Sukuna consecutively within the time stop domain, Sukuna really might use binding vows to force Mahoraga to adapt to the time stop realm ahead of time. At the critical moment, just like he did against Gojo in the original work, he would have the adapted Mahoraga ambush the Imperial Sky Knight. But the Imperial Sky Knight didn't do that. She only used the time stop as a transfer method. This rendered pre-adaptation useless. Asterisk what to do? What should I do? Asterisk. Sukuna calmed himself in the desperate straits. Then, relying on his combat experience, he finally discovered a weakness. No, not the Imperial Sky Knight's weakness, but Yorozu's weakness. Suddenly, all 4 of his hands began to form a seal. The Imperial Sky Knight sharply detected this action. It was. My technique is named Shrine, Mizushi, Sukuna said. Revealing one's hand. This was Sukuna's first time revealing his technique. Even 1,000 years ago, he had never done so, he had only told Yorozu and Urom the true name of his technique in casual conversation. My shrine is an extremely rare, perhaps unique, technique possessing 2 characteristics. Sukuna formed seals with all 4 hands and spoke slowly. One is slashes. Slashes are divided into 2 types, one is the range to dismantle, and the other is cleave, which requires contact but utilizes cursed energy differentials for a one-hit kill. The other characteristic of my technique is fire. The Imperial Sky Knight continued attacking while blinking in and out of existence. She said, I already know this. The purpose of revealing one's hand is to exchange a disadvantageous condition for a temporary boost in overall cursed energy output. Your revelation is useless against me because I knew the secrets of your technique long before this. Revealing one's hand only works once against those ignorant of the technique. That was the reason. When Sukuna fought Gojo, neither used it because both clearly knew the specific effects of the other's technique. Even if Sukuna hadn't published the true name, merely revealing the name without the specific effects wouldn't constitute a disadvantageous condition, thus failing to boost power. But Sukuna did not stop his explanation. The other characteristic of Shrine is named Furnace, Kamio. It is a terrifying flame capable of burning all creation to ash. However, while this flame has high attack power, its speed is slow and its range is small. It is a difficult technique to use. To allow it to function normally, I placed an extremely strict, binding vow upon it. This was something even Yorozu and Urom didn't know. In the eyes of Yorozu and Urom, Furnace was an incredibly terrifying trait, unrivaled in range, power, and speed. It was a trait scarier than the slashes. Generally, if Sukuna used Furnace, it meant he was truly serious. In other words, when using slashes, Sukuna was playing around. When using fire, that was Sukuna's true killing move. This was why Urom, even until the end, stubbornly claimed that Sukuna's true prime form could absolutely never lose. For Urom, Sukuna truly hadn't used his full power, the fire characteristic was used only a few times, completely unlike his rampant usage 1,000 years ago. Perhaps for Urom, Sukuna's defeat in the original work could also be attributed to carelessness. But that wasn't the case. Neither Yorozu nor Urom knew the true, binding vow of Furnace. And now, Sukuna revealed it fully. It cannot be used in 1 vs many scenarios, except during domain expansion. Whether it is us against many, or the enemy against many, it is forbidden. This makes it so, Furnace cannot be applied in group battles. Despite possessing exaggerated power and range, it cannot be utilized in group warfare where it would be most effective. This is indeed an extremely strict condition, limiting this excellent characteristic to single combat. This was the first time the Imperial Sky Knight heard of this. But why mention it now? Wait, except during domain expansion. I am currently inside Malevolent Shrine, The Imperial Sky Knight slammed the belt buttons. Pause. Instantly, everything in the world stood still. Regardless of what you plan to do next, the Imperial Sky Knight turned and walked toward the edge of the domain. As long as I leave your Malevolent Shrine, you will have no moves left. Thud. The Imperial Sky Knight stepped out of Malevolent Shrine's range. She turned back and gently tapped the belt buttons. Time began to flow again. Restart. And then, in the instant the time stop was released, the Imperial Sky Knight was cleaved in two. Her upper body lay on the ground, while her lower body remained standing. 200 meters away, in the center of the domain, the hand seal formed by Sukuna's forehands was not Furnace, but the dismantle. This was the E/ that cuts the world. In the original work, Sukuna relied on Mahoraga adapting to Gojo's Limitless to target space itself, allowing him to use the world-cutting slash at the critical moment. But the current Sukuna could use Limitless himself via the mimicry technique. He could unleash it even more simply. This was the gift he had prepared for Gojo, yet he used it here and now. Just as I thought. Sukuna smiled. Precisely because I determined that you understand me so well, when I stated the intelligence regarding a furnace, you would inevitably imagine the scene of me using it. I specifically emphasized the usage restriction of furnace. Your rich jujutsu knowledge would tell you that it is extremely dangerous inside my domain, as it allows my furnace to exert maximum power. You would definitely choose to distance yourself from the danger. Distancing from danger meant leaving the range of Malevolent Shrine. The rest was just predicting where the Imperial Sky Knight would go. He didn't even need to predict. Because the Imperial Sky Knight uses time stop, not teleportation. He only needed to sense the trajectory where the storm disappeared during the frozen time to determine her path. The Imperial Sky Knight was a flawless Kamen Rider. Whether it was the exaggerated offense, defense, and speed stats that required Limitless to block, or that despair-inducing time stop ability, one could say that if played perfectly, even the current Sukuna would only be waiting to die. In fact, Sukuna's brain really was almost cooked. Maintaining Malevolent Shrine, using Limitless in time, racking his brains to figure out where the Imperial Sky Knight would appear, and how to defend. Even with a perfect sorcerer's body, Sukuna's brain was at its limit. But the user of the Imperial Sky Knight's perfection was a flawed human. Tsumiki hesitated. She chose to step back and observe. That was the cause of her defeat. Luring with words, winning with psychology. This was the path to victory Sukuna found. Whether it was the Seat 11 lives, or the world-cutting slash, these were gifts Sukuna prepared for Satoru Gojo and Mahito. He really didn't expect to be forced to use them in this battle against Tsumiki Fushiguro. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Yorozu. You've become stronger. Kogane popped out at this moment. Beep beep beep. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. Master has harvested a limited to item, the key. Master's status has changed. From now on, Master's identity is the Key Keeper of Tokyo Colony No. 1. Chapter 115:37. Secret Weapon. 2,687 words. Tokyo No. 2 Colony. Under a clear blue sky, Kenjaku stood with his foot planted on Fumihiko Takabar. He raised both hands high, tears streaming down his face from sheer emotion, and roared with a sobbing voice, I finally won. Pinned under Kenjaku's foot, Fumihiko Takaba also began to howl with tears in his eyes. I actually lost. I can't accept this. What the hell can't you accept? Kenjaku roared back in fury. I played the straight man for your stand-up. I practiced witty banter with you. In the end, I even set aside my knowledge as a jujutsu sorcerer just to keep up with your brain rot. For 2 whole months, I genuinely unleashed my own comedic talent just to make you admit defeat. What exactly are you dissatisfied about? Takaba suddenly turned serious. That's exactly it. That is what I can't accept. What? Your final victory. You weren't laughing loudly. You were crying. How is that acceptable? Takaba, still prone on the ground, spoke with earnest conviction. You should be laughing. Why aren't you laughing? Why won't you laugh? I can't take this anymore. Kenjaku covered his face with both hands and screamed, Kogane! Come out! Check if the cursed technique Ubermensch has been inscribed into the wish list yet. Unlike the original timeline, where Kenjaku also engaged Takaba like this, but it was Takaba who approached him, in this scenario, although Kenjaku knew of Takaba's anomaly, he hadn't paid it much mind. It wasn't until Takaba's cursed technique truly ensnared him that Kenjaku began to treat it seriously. In the original story, Kenjaku remained calm and unhurried throughout their encounter. He reacted quickly to every situation and ultimately won the Battle of Ecomedy, forcing Takaba to admit defeat himself. He defeated Takaba, leaving behind the comment, "You were pretty funny," bringing an end to the nonsensical duel. But now, things were different. Kenjaku had discovered Takaba's talent instantly. While observing Takaba, Kenjaku was constantly analyzing this power, brimming with confidence that he could truly kill Fumihiko Takaba. Well, looking at the scene now, it was obvious, even though Takaba was trampled underfoot, Kenjaku had failed to kill him. In fact, Takaba had driven Kenjaku to the brink of a mental breakdown. This was to be expected. This was the dream migration. One could purchase almost anything from modern society using points, including comedic talent, which had nothing to do with being a sorcerer. The key to activating Takaba's cursed technique lay in his confidence in his own humor. As long as he believed he wouldn't fail, he absolutely could not fail. By the same logic, as long as he believed he wouldn't die, he would not die. In the original work, Takaba struggled with his comedic ability. But the dream migration allowed him to acquire these skills effortlessly. Furthermore, over the past 2 months, relying on knowledge exchanged within the dream migration, Takaba had finally found his footing on the comedian stage. This was a stark departure from the canon. In the original, Kenjaku could launch a psychological attack by seeing through Takaba's insecurities, making Takaba accept his own failure. But now? Kenjaku had to genuinely compete against Takaba, an active, confident comedian, using nothing but professional-grade comedy skills. How could Kenjaku not go insane? He was completely mentally broken. Asterisk, how can such an unreasonable cursed technique exist? Asterisk. Kogane appeared from the void, beep bop. Master, your wish list has been updated. New cursed technique added, Ubermensch. Cursed technique, Ubermensch, Superman. Phenomenon creation. The materialization and enforcement of the user's imagination. By twisting the rules of the real world, processing one's own imagination, and rewriting the will of others, it causes a temporary overwrite of reality. Whether it is the laws of physics, rewriting one's own state, or the state of others, Ubermensch can achieve it with ease. There was a line in the original work that summarized the potency of this technique, asterisk, a cursed technique capable of rivaling Satoru Gojo, asterisk. In the late stages of the original work, there were two the wilder special grade sorcerers, Hiromi Higuruma and Fumihiko Takaba. However, their reasons for becoming special grade were different. Higuruma relied purely on his own talent and growth potential, talent so immense it was even acknowledged by Ryman Sukuna. Takaba was different. His aptitude for jujutsu was mediocre, perhaps even poor, yet he still became a special grade sorcerer. Why? Because of his cursed technique. To qualify as a special grade purely based on a cursed technique is something even Satoru Gojo couldn't achieve. Gojo required the combination of the 6 eyes and the limitless. Takaba didn't even need that. Regarding his technique Ubamensch, Kenjaku once said in the original text, *, against him, 1,000 years of jujutsu knowledge is useless. *. This was the technique Kenjaku wanted to obtain from the dream migration, even if it meant forging a binding vow. Initially, he wanted to kill Takaba directly and let him resurrect once. Because of the resurrection, all of Takaba's soul information would inevitably be inscribed into the dream migration system. Kenjaku could then purchase the technique via the wish list. If he had this technique, combined with his 1,000 years of jujutsu knowledge and strict binding vows, he might be able to escape the judgment of God Mahito. Even if he couldn't escape and was cast into another world, Ubamensch offered far greater survivability than a technique like body hopping, which was purely for lingering survival. Even with a tragic background, he would have room to struggle. That was Kenjaku's thought process. That was his plan. But there was an accident. He couldn't kill Takaba. He couldn't kill him no matter what. Forget killing him, even during their battle, Kenjaku's own will was rewritten several times. There were moments where he found himself playing the straight man to Takaba's jokes, becoming his partner within the dream migration, bringing waves of laughter to the cursed spirits and sorcerers of the Tokyo No. 2 colony, laughter, my ass. Even now, Kenjaku couldn't kill Takaba. Takaba's Ubamensch was too exaggerated. As long as Takaba willed it, he could pull off a literal resurrection from the dead. In the original work, Kenjaku realized this and chose a comedy battle instead of physical means. Killing him was genuinely impossible. He had to rely on a professional comedy competition. To make Takaba admit defeat, Kenjaku had to abandon his millennium of jujutsu knowledge and delve into the professional skills of a comedian. He had to play the man's-eye game with Takaba time and time again. And finally, just now, he had truly defeated Takaba in the realm of professional comedy, making Takaba admit a defeat from the bottom of his heart. This filled in the last missing piece of Ubamensch, causing the option, Cursed Technique, Ubamensch, to appear on Kogane's wish list. Kenjaku's face was covered in tears. Kenjaku stomped his foot down violently. Die. Fu. Me. Hi. Ko. Ta. Ka. Ba. You are no longer useful. Fut check. Takaba exploded entirely. There was even a giant text graphic reading boom overlaying the explosion effect. Kenjaku was hit by the blast of the real explosion, but he stood immovable. When the smoke cleared, his face was charred black like charcoal, with only his eyes and teeth remaining shockingly white, and, of course, he was now sporting an afro. Kenjaku took a deep breath. I fucking hate you, Takaba. Ha 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 ha. Takaba had unknowingly appeared atop a high-rise building. He stood with one foot on the edge, one finger pointing at Kenjaku. A cape suddenly materialized on his back, fluttering dramatically in a gust of wind. Maintaining a pose straight out of the final shot of a superhero movie, Takaba unleashed a laugh that shook the heavens and the earth. Floating text characters of ha 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 even materialized in the air around him. Takaba shouted loudly, Kenjaku! You really were a worthy rival. But I'm feeling a bit under the weather today, so let's meet again another time. Ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Kenjaku, face wooden and expressionless, looked up at Takaba vanishing amidst the classic three-stage villain laugh. His shoulders slumped involuntarily. I really lost to you, Kenjaku sighed. Aya, if Mahito wasn't chasing me from behind, maybe I could have actually enjoyed playing with you. But while you can be carefree, I am facing eternal torture at any moment. Saying this, Kenjaku looked at Kogane. Kogane, exchange. Suddenly, Kogane emitted a static noise. BZZZT BZZZT. Jujutsu sorcerer releasing hostility detected. Jujutsu sorcerer releasing hostility detected. Master, a sorcerer is attacking. Asterisk pop asterisk Kogane vanished. As if timed perfectly, a figure slowly walked out from a small alleyway between the high-rises. Kenjaku frowned, looking at the attacking sorcerer. It wasn't that people hadn't attacked him and Takaba before, but without exception, those people were dragged into Takaba's technique and became supporting characters in the comedy theater, making the script even funnier. Any sorcerer who experienced that once chose to stay far away from them thereafter. Kenjaku's battles were at least somewhat grounded in logic, but fighting Takaba was pure nonsense. A battle where jujitsu knowledge was useless and one had to keep up with Takaba's brainwaves just to survive was disgusting to experienced sorcerers who viewed combat as glory, like being splashed with frog piss. Because of this, most people who wanted to challenge the special grade sorcerer would wait until Kenjaku and Takaba's battle ended before leisurely walking out to announce their name and challenge Kenjaku. As for Takaba, they pretended that guy didn't exist. Kenjaku felt annoyed, thinking another one of those types had arrived. Enough already. Kenjaku adjusted his bangs. Let's finish this quickly so I can exchange for Dobermensch and end this dream migration. I'm really going to have nightmares. Don't say that. I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time, the newcomer said, stepping out of the shadows. Kenjaku's pupils trembled in shock. His hand stopped mid-adjustment of his bangs. Yo! Suguru Geto, wearing his kasaya, greeted Kenjaku. First time meeting like this. You, the 1,000-year-old curse user wearing my corpse. I am Suguru Geto. I am the true owner of the body you are wearing. I have returned from hell to collect my debt. Kenjaku slowly lowered his hand, remained silent for a moment, and then revealed a thoughtful expression. I see. So you are the secret weapon Mahito prepared for me. Kenjaku fell into deep thought right in front of Geto, muttering to himself, come to think of it, the reconnaissance cursed spirits I released recently have been disappearing inexplicably. I thought other sorcerers were killing them casually, after all, even grade for curses are points to them. It's normal to kill them in passing. I didn't expect it to be you. Because it would be troublesome if you found out. Geto stood firm. Kenjaku took a deep breath, his hands forming a seal. Looks like you don't intend to chat with me much. No, I do. The corner of Geto's mouth twitched. But at least clean up your face. Even I don't want to fight a guy with a charcoal face and an afro. Kenjaku looked blank. Asterisk. Approximately 10 minutes later. With a clean face and long hair cascading down his shoulders, Kenjaku spoke with a serious expression. I see. You are indeed the secret weapon Mahito prepared for me. Thinking about it carefully, you are certainly someone who should hate me deeply. Furthermore, my characteristics are indeed countered by you. If I'm not mistaken, as long as I fall into a weakened state, your cursed spirit manipulation will activate against me. Even in this dream migration, I will become a spirit manipulated by you. Geto nodded slightly. Cursed spirit manipulation allows for the free absorption of curses, but historically, all cursed spirits have had intelligence lower than beasts. Even if absorbed, releasing them made no difference to me. But you are different, Kenjaku. If I absorb you, I don't know if the resulting cursed spirit will retain its consciousness. The conversation between the two was incredibly serious. Their murderous intent clashed, both revealing expressions of confidence. They had both forgotten the moment they just met, counting this current conversation as their true first encounter. Kenjaku waved his hand violently. Then, let's see what you're capable of. Kenjaku's confidence was well-founded. Aside from his own body-hopping technique, he possessed two other cursed techniques, the same cursed spirit manipulation as Suguru Geto, and the anti-gravity system from Yuji Itadori's mother. Even without relying on the dream migration, he held multiple techniques. Unless facing the top-tier powers of this world, Mahito, Satoru Gojo, and Ryman Sukuna, Kenjaku was confident that no one else, not even Yuta Okotsu or Yuki Tsukumo, could stand against him. Ultimately, Suguru Geto's cursed spirit manipulation relied on cursed spirits. He himself wasn't physically overpowering. And Geto had just been resurrected. In these 2 months, he simply wouldn't have had the ability to collect many cursed spirits. Kenjaku was the exact opposite. He had seen many curses over the millennium and knew the locations of uncleansed special grade curses. After obtaining this body, he had actively collected them. His quantity and quality were far beyond what Geto could compare to. So, how could he possibly view Geto as a threat? "I'm being underestimated," Kenjaku said calmly. "Then let's try it out, Suguru Geto. Let's see if you are qualified to be the secret weapon that snipes me." Geto formed a hand seal. "I'll show you exactly what I've been doing while you and Takaba were playing your endless comedy routine." Asterisk boom, asterisk. A massive surge of cursed energy erupted from behind Suguru Geto. It wasn't 1 or 2 sources. It was 10, 20. No, more. 50. 70. Nearly 100 special grade cursed spirits manifested one after another behind Suguru Geto. These spirits, subservient to cursed spirit manipulation, lowered their heads submissively while glaring at Kenjaku with eyes full of curses. Suguru Geto had not lied to the people of Tokyo Jujutsu High. His theory was correct. As time passed, the cursed energy residuals of countless sorcerers in the 4 major colonies intertwined endlessly. Among them were the residuals of special grade sorcerers. From these residuals, terrifying special grade curses were born within the dream migration. The number of special grade curses on the scene might still be less than 1,000 years ago. After all, Ryman Sukuna had rampaged for a long time back then, and God was killed in that era. At least now, in the dream migration, no God had been killed yet, so the quality was slightly lacking. But don't forget, in that era, special grade curses appeared one by one. And now, they had all been collected. Not just from the Tokyo No. 2 colony. When special grade curses appeared in other colonies, the people from Tokyo High kept their promise. If they could spare the special grade curses without killing them, they did. They used Kogane to transfer these special grade curses to Suguru Geto, allowing him to absorb them. The nearly 100 special grade curses here represented the total number generated across all dream migration colonies over the past 2 months. Especially the Sendai colony, inside Yuta Okotsu's barrier, there were multiple special grade sorcerers engaged in death matches, contributing the most special grade curses. Although their quality was far inferior to Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon, the quantity was astounding. With such numbers, plus the fact that every special grade curse had a unique domain expansion, there was no doubt, the current Suguru Geto stood at the absolute peak of cursed spirit manipulation in history. "Are you ready, Kenjaku?" Geto smiled. "How is this secret weapon of mine?" Kenjaku licked his lips and smiled. "Can you give me a chance to exchange for cursed technique, Ubermensch, before we fight?" "Right now, you're not in a battle with Takaba, Kenjaku," Geto chuckled softly. What was the characteristic of fighting Fumihiko Takaba? It was imagination, fantasy, and day. Dreaming, asterisk. Then, his expression turned serious. "Special grade curse user," said Suguru Geto. "Prepare yourself." Approximately 2 hours later, Kenjaku was absorbed into Suguru Geto's cursed spirit manipulation. Chapter 116:38. Exposed. 2,973 words. December 23, 2018. Tokyo Jujutsu High. Only 8 days remaining until December 31st. Suguru Geto walked briskly through the corridors of Tokyo High. He threw open the doors to the conference room violently. Inside, everyone was already seated. He was the last to arrive. "Yo. Looks like I'm the latest," Geto smiled. How does it feel to get your revenge? Geto, Satoru Gojo, sitting at the head of the table, asked with a grin. Worse than I imagined. Geto closed the conference room doors and walked to his seat. Flanking him were Masamichi Yaga and Shoko Yeri. It seems you learned some terrible news from Kenjaku, Masamichi Yaga, seated right next to him, asked in a low voice. I thought the situation was good. After all, in this God Ascension ritual nearing its end, 3 of the 4 finalists are on our side. The so-called 4 finalists had now been fully confirmed. Ryman Suguna in Tokyo No. 1 Colony. Suguru Geto in Tokyo No. 2 Colony. Yuta Okotsu in Sendai Colony. And finally, Satoru Gojo in Sakurajima Colony. Aside from Ryman Suguna, all the key holders were allies. Although Suguru Geto was once a special grade curse user, having been resurrected by the King of Curses, he was undeniably a comrade now. He had even found a way to eliminate cursed spirits without killing all non-sorcerers, so he naturally stood on their side. Geto had no intention of betraying the alliance. Although there was no binding vow between him and Gojo, when Gojo declared he would fully support his revenge, Geto had decided to fully support Gojo in return without needing a vow. He sat in his seat, turning his head slightly to scan the current members. Staff, Satoru Gojo, Masamichi Yaga, Shoko Yeri, Atsuya Kusakabe. Tokyo High students, Yuta Okotsu, Toji Inumaki, Moki Zenin, Panda, Yuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, Nobara Kujisaki, and Rice Shower. After 2 months of the dream migration, everyone radiated obvious confidence. It was easy to see how much they had improved in such a short time. Especially Satoru Gojo. He was already powerful before, already the strongest in the modern era. But after these 2 months, he had ascended to another level. Even Ryman Suguna had developed 11 lives and a new world-cutting slasher in these 2 months. Satoru Gojo, the modern strongest who had prepared to temper himself even earlier, would only be more prepared. The current Gojo truly had the confidence to face a god. Even if he went back 1,000 years, he could likely suppress Ryman Suguna in his prime with ease. And the legend of Ryman Suguna killing a god would inevitably have Gojo's share in it. As soon as Geto sat down, Atsuya Kusakabe couldn't help but speak up. You successfully absorbed the 1,000-year-old curse user Kenjaku, right? How is it? Can he still communicate normally? This was a crucial point. The reason Tokyo High helped Geto so diligently was partly due to Geto's conjecture that after absorbing Kenjaku, they could extract information about the God Ascension ritual's weakness and everything about Mahito from the absorbed Kenjaku. True, Satoru Gojo had confidently declared, "Leave Mahito to me," but no one could just sit back and relax. The intelligence brought by Geto was vital. Even if he was a special grade curse user, it didn't matter as long as they got the intel. Mentioning this, Geto's expression darkened, and he frowned deeply. He can, but? Does the spirit you absorbed still have the ability to resist you? Kusakabe asked in disbelief. Cursed spirit manipulation's commands to spirits are absolute. We analyzed that this should apply even to sapient quasi-spirits. Was that wrong? No. Kenjaku was indeed honest with me. But the news isn't good, Geto said. What is it? Just say it. Fine. Geto shrugged in resignation and spoke calmly. To put it simply, our defeat is destined. This sentence struck everyone's brain like a bolt from the blue. What? You're destroying morale. Moki Zenin immediately shouted, unable to accept it. Naturally so, as a sorcerer killer with 0 cursed energy, she originally had no ability to enter the dream migration. Even though she managed to get in via point transfers, because she was a 0 cursed energy member, any point she had would vanish as a cost. She couldn't use Kogane, couldn't get stronger. It made her feel like an outsider for the past 2 months. Yet, she was the one with a grudge against the Lord of Cursed Spirits. If the Lord of Cursed Spirits hadn't ascended yet, no matter how slim the hope, she had a chance to avenge her clan. But if he truly became a god, she wouldn't even have the chance for revenge. She couldn't find the meaning in becoming a Toji-level fighter anymore. She was the one who could least accept this nonsensical conclusion. Geto had heard of her. He glanced at her and extended his hand. Let Kenjaku explain it himself. A specific cursed spirit slowly emerged from his hand. No, it couldn't even be confirmed if it was a spirit. It could only be described as something approximating a cursed spirit. Just like tongue and state in the original work. To achieve immortality, Kenjaku had converted himself into a similar state, a quasi-cursed spirit. This was why Kenjaku, despite never having the chance to meet Tengen, was certain that Geto's cursed spirit manipulation would work on Tengen. Because he himself was the same, thus, he could deduce Tengen's nature. The Kenjaku of the original work hadn't misjudged. Tengen was indeed a quasi-cursed spirit. Just like him. And now, facing the genuine cursed spirit manipulation, Kenjaku couldn't resist. He had naturally fallen victim to it himself. Kenjaku's main body was right here. His entire form was a brain. But below the brain was a mouth, and inside the mouth were teeth. The Millennium Curse user had completely recorded his physical and soul information into this brain, allowing him to easily hijack other bodies via the body-hopping technique and use them more freely than Yutarokotsu could in the late stages of the original work. Now, this heinous Millennium Curse user finally faced the retribution of the original Tengen. Yo! Hello everyone! Kenjaku greeted the room. Satoru Gojo looked at the talking brain with interest and laughed. A spirit absorbed by cursed spirit manipulation really has consciousness and can communicate. That's amazing. How do you feel right now, Kenjaku? If I had to say, not much different from usual, Kenjaku said methodically. My knowledge is intact, my consciousness is intact, and my skills are intact. If you gave me a corpse right now, I could even use body hopping to revive him immediately. But there is one thing I cannot resist, and that is Suguru Geto's command. Masamichi Yaga observed Kenjaku closely and sighed. As expected of cursed spirit manipulation. To think it can do such a thing. It's my first time knowing this too, Geto said. I even learned his original plan from him. He intended to use Mahito to conduct a game called the Culling Game, to forcefully merge all humans in Japan with Tengen via super-redundant assimilation, creating a grotesque existence called a giant cursed spirit. His confidence lay in his certainty that he could control Mahito and absorb Tengen via cursed spirit manipulation. This was exactly what Kenjaku did in the original work. Even hearing it from Geto's mouth, everyone felt a chill. Merging all humans in Japan with Tengen via super-redundant assimilation, what a euphemism. Didn't that mean killing every human in Japan? Even the special grade curse user Suguru Geto only wanted to kill non-sorcerers back then, at least he wanted to spare sorcerers. Kenjaku, this guy, didn't distinguish between normal humans and sorcerers, he wanted to wipe everyone out. No wonder Tengen bristled like a provoked beast whenever he heard news of Kenjaku. Before, people were baffled as to why Tengen was so wary of a subordinate of the cursed spirit lord while ignoring the lord himself. Why? Now, they all understood. The king of curses only wished to ascend to godhood. This guy, he wanted to destroy the world. Gojo clicked his tongue. What, not putting me in your eyes? A sorcerer who displays all his abilities openly to everyone, no matter how powerful, can be dealt with, Kenjaku said meaningfully. Satoru Gojo, you are indeed extremely powerful. Powerful enough that I suspect even Ryoman Sukuna isn't your match. But your weakness is too obvious. You are too arrogant. That arrogance will eventually become the fatal gungnir that pierces your heart. Kenjaku was right again. The Gojo of the original work died of his own arrogance. Gojo didn't get angry at this. Instead, he asked calmly, and now? This time, Kenjaku didn't act tough. He said with admiration, the current you. I'm afraid only Mahito in a frontal confrontation could kill you. It's a pity. Your growth over these 2 months has been too fast. Even though Ryomen Sukuna is stronger than ever, I have no confidence in him. I fear the current Ryomen Sukuna wouldn't last a few exchanges before you. Masamichi Yaga adjusted his sunglasses. We learned from Yuji Itadori how strong Ryomen Sukuna is now. The current Sukuna can resurrect via the binding vow of the 10 Shadows technique and possesses a space-cutting slash. He even has the Limitless himself. Why are you so sure of Gojo's victory? Satoru Gojo, if I'm not mistaken, during the dream migration, you engraved a new innate technique, right? Kenjaku said with a smile. If I'm not wrong, that technique is called tool manipulation. He guessed it. No, it wasn't as simple as guessing. Gojo's eyes immediately turned dangerous. He instantly thought of his secret meeting. Asterisk, who betrayed me? Who let you know about the 6 Perfections Eastward journey? Asterisk. Tool manipulation wasn't a particularly impressive technique. In fact, since its appearance in history, no famous sorcerer had used it. If one wanted a technique that massively boosted oneself, one should learn from Ryomen Sukuna and take the 10 Shadows, or copy, or, since Gojo was right here, with a Limitless. Furthermore, Hiromi Higuruma's Executioner's Sword had become famous over the last 2 months, known for its one-hit kill capability. Even Mahoraga could be felled in a single blow. Engraving Higuruma's technique would have been a correct choice. No matter how you chose, tool manipulation wouldn't make the list. So, how did Kenjaku accurately determine that the technique Gojo chose to engrave was tool manipulation? Unless Kenjaku knew about that 6 Perfections Eastward journey and knew that Gojo had been searching for the sensation of using a fusion black flash. The current Gojo's abilities were 6 Eyes, Limitless, tool manipulation, and in his hand, he held the 6 Perfections Eastward journey. He had met all the conditions to use fusion black flash. Now, he was just waiting to give Mahito a surprise. The current Gojo wasn't as arrogant as before. He had set up an information lock early on. Unless someone fought him face to face and used points to buy his intel post-battle, his tool manipulation shouldn't show up, just like Kokichi Muta buying Ryomen Sukuna's intel. And Gojo was in the Sakurajima colony, surrounded by his students and Kento Nanami. Unless someone broke through their guard, Gojo hadn't fought anyone other than Ryomen Sukuna in the dream migration. And when he fought Sukuna, he hadn't purchased tool manipulation yet. His intelligence should not have leaked. Unless there was a traitor among them. Kenjaku wanted to play coy, but a strange compulsion made him blurt out the secret. It's rice shower. Rice shower jumped in fright, pointing a finger at herself. Who? Me. Gojo frowned. I trust rice shower. Kenjaku savored the compulsion he just felt, glanced at Geto, and said helplessly, this has nothing to do with whether you trust her or not. Rice shower was modified by Mahito into his half-body long ago. In fact, rice shower was Mahito's very first half-cursed spirit's experimental subject. Back then, rice shower was truly prepared as a vessel for Mahito's incarnation. Rice shower's eyes are Mahito's eyes. Rice shower's knowledge is Mahito's knowledge. Rice shower's thoughts are Mahito's thoughts. Do you understand? Even if rice shower doesn't know it herself, as long as her eyes look at you, all your intelligence naturally flows to Mahito. The more you trust rice shower, the more intelligence Mahito gains from you. And rice shower doesn't need to contact Mahito at all. Satoru Gojo, you really should have listened to the Jujutsu headquarters. When rice shower was discovered, if you had immediately subjected her to cursed spirit exorcism disposal. You didn't. You trusted rice shower. Rice shower indeed never contacted us, so you trusted her even more. But precisely because of that, your intelligence leaked constantly. Your arrogance allowed Mahito to grow to this point. You created Mahito. Satoru Gojo remained silent. Rice shower looked left and right, shrank her neck, and quietly stood up, trying to walk out. She didn't even know she had perfectly completed a life of espionage without realizing it. Now that she was exposed, she felt she had no right to sit there anymore, so she wanted to disappear quietly. Yuji Itadori stood up, unable to bear it. This isn't Rice Shower's fault. Nobara Kujisaki also grabbed Rice Shower, who was trying to leave. Wait, Rice Shower. We know you're innocent. No, I'm not innocent at all. Rice Shower was sweating profusely. Atsuya Kusakabe wanted to scold these youngsters, but before he could speak, Gojo raised his hand and waved. Let Rice Shower stay. Since Mahito has grown to this extent, Rice Shower is useless to him now. And our intel is already known by Mahito. It doesn't matter if Rice Shower stays here or not. Kenjaku grinned. You sure are big-hearted. Gojo pretended not to hear. He was the man who watched Suguru Geto openly declare his betrayal and walk away without chasing him. How could a man like that watch the innocent Rice Shower get bullied? And he truly thought so, since the intel was leaked and Rice Shower didn't betray them subjectively, she could still be trusted. Higher, isn't it just sending spies to each other? I sent Utaheim to investigate Kyoto High too. This isn't a big deal. Gojo easily persuaded himself and felt at peace. He even comforted Rice Shower, don't feel pressured, Rice Shower. We still trust you. No, don't do this, I'm really not innocent. Rice Shower was drenched in cold sweat. Enough idle chatter, Gojo said, seeing Rice Shower's unease. He dropped the subject and turned serious. Just now, Geto said we are destined to lose. What does that mean? Just because my intel leaked? With all due respect, even if my intel is fully leaked, battles between sorcerers are full of randomness. I can still fight Mahito. This doesn't constitute a reason for certain defeat. What do you think of Mahito's God Ascension ritual? Kenjaku asked. Masamichi Yaga spoke up. Using a binding vow, specifically a massive binding vow capable of affecting the entire planet. Through the ritual, the king of cursed spirits will make a wish to become a god. Once the vow is fulfilled, Mahito will be pushed to the position of a deity by the vow. Kenjaku laughed. You know the inside details well. But you underestimated our methods. Shoko Yeri frowned. What do you mean? If I'm not wrong, your method to stop Mahito from ascending is to defeat him again and again during the dream migration, right? Kenjaku asked. We know it's hard. After all, Mahito's strength is growing too. But theoretically, as long as we can do that, Mahito can never become a god, Gojo said in a deep voice. I don't care about the future. As long as I'm alive, I will fight Mahito to the end. This is my responsibility as a human. If I had hands, I'd applaud you. Kenjaku shook his brain body, smiling mischievously. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. The moment that dream migration was established, Mahito had already ascended. Everyone was stunned. Gojo stood up from his chair. What did you say? Kenjaku stopped smiling and spoke plainly. The current Mahito is already a god. Why haven't you noticed? A so-called god is a transcendent, higher-dimensional existence where one proof is eternal proof. Back then, why did Tengen choose to give up embracing a star plasma vessel after Riko Amanai died? Because Tengen understood this reason. After the fusion failed, Tengen immediately realized that his ascension was unavoidable. The current Mahito is the same. Since the dream migration wasn't stopped the moment it opened, God Mahito already exists. Kenjaku said meaningfully, you have already failed. This isn't present continuous tense, it is past perfect tense. The current Mahito is just going through the motions. Because all the paperwork is done. Now, Mahito just has to wait there casually for you to come to him. Your boiling blood, your firm will, all your efforts. They are just embellishments for Mahito's ascension. Tiny ripples in the river of fate. Insignificant and meaningless. Just like me back then. Kenjaku sighed. Back then, to stop the fusion of the star plasma vessel and Tengen, Kenjaku made many efforts, including but not limited to killing the Six Eyes at birth, intercepting the star plasma vessel, and persecuting the vessel from behind the scenes. But all his efforts were powerless. Every time, the Six Eyes would deliver the star plasma vessel to Tengen on schedule. He had truly experienced the power of fate. That was why he gave up. It wasn't until the sorcerer killer truly killed the star plasma vessel and stopped Tengen's fusion that he began to plan excitedly. Before that, his spirit had essentially died. Just like the atmosphere right now. The entire conference room sat in their chairs, silent. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chapter 117:39. A night of no regrets. Nighttime. 3,163 words. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Satoru Gojo sat alone on the plaza steps of Tokyo Jujutsu High, a cup of sake resting beside him. He had tossed his blindfold aside, exposing those bottomless, azure six eyes that mirrored the furthest reaches of the sky. His six eyes had now been developed to a degree completely unprecedented in history. If he so wished, he could perceive absolutely anything within the scope of human knowledge. He could effortlessly track the movement of individual atoms. He possessed the eyes of gods and Buddhas. He had the strongest eyes in this world, yet he could not use them to see the future. He felt lost. This was an exceedingly rare state of mind for Satoru Gojo. He wielded the absolute pinnacle of power in this world. If he decided to force something through, very little could ever stand in his way. The proof was in the pudding. When he made his intentions clear about reforming the Jujutsu world, the higher-ups at Jujutsu headquarters were utterly powerless to stop him. But he was still human. He still possessed the emotions of a normal person. He, too, could feel lost, angry, helpless, and depressed. In the past, when Riko Amanai died, he had fallen into depression. When Suguru Geto betrayed them, he had fallen into depression. And now, he was facing his third bout of depression. He looked up at the moon hanging in the sky. Perhaps because Tokyo Jujutsu High was built in the mountainous outskirts, devoid of any light pollution, the stars were breathtakingly beautiful. The gentle moonlight spilled down from above, illuminating Gojo's six eyes until they gleamed like pools of clear water. He thought back to the discussions in the meeting room earlier that day, and to Kenjaku's words about fate. Although most people in the hall believed Kenjaku was just fearmongering, even Suguru Geto, whom Kenjaku had let out to explain things, confidently claimed that Kenjaku was just putting up a tough front, and Gojo himself had declared in front of everyone that he wouldn't give up. Although. So many althoughs were enough to reveal Gojo's true inner turmoil. He was not ignorant of destiny. On the contrary, his knowledge of Jujutsu was vast. In the past, he had heard the judgment passed down by curse users, precisely because of Satoru Gojo's birth, the world, in its attempt to maintain balance, caused curses to be born and erupt with far greater ferocity. It sounded like a malicious smear, but Gojo knew it was true. He had experienced it firsthand. Because after he was born, cursed spirits truly did experience an explosive surge. Their numbers kept multiplying, massively increasing the pressure on every single Jujutsu sorcerer. Though no one had ever dared to mutter such a thing in his presence, with Gojo's sharp intuition, how could he not connect the dots to himself? For this very reason, he had actively sought out knowledge on the subject, trying to understand it. Fate absolutely existed. It was a tangible, genuine force. Leaving everything else aside, Kenjaku had mentioned the karmic bond between the six eyes and the star plasma vessel during the meeting. This was explicitly recorded in the Gojo clan's archives. How could he not know if it was true or false? And Tengen had once told him personally that the six eyes were the divine eyes she had discarded. Because of a binding vow forged with the Gojo clan, the six eyes would appear at a fixed time, and that fixed time was exactly when Tengen needed to merge with a star plasma vessel. The manifestation of the six eyes was always, without exception, tied to the escort of the star plasma vessel. When it came to understanding of fate, Tengen's grasp even surpassed Kenjaku's. Kenjaku had to rely on his own machinations to test whether fate existed, enduring multiple failures before confirming it. Meanwhile, Tengen was already capable of utilizing fate to weave the karmic bond between the Six Eyes and the star plasma vessel together. Had it not been for the destructive intervention of the heavenly tyrant, that bond likely would have persisted until the end of the world, right up until cursed energy vanished entirely. Therefore, Gojo was certain. Kenjaku was telling the truth. Even if Mahito hadn't officially ascended to godhood just yet, he was virtually indistinguishable from one now. Just one step behind, huh? Gojo took a sip of sake, letting out a rare sigh. He recalled the first time he received intel about Mahito. He recalled when Mahito annihilated the Zenin clan. He recalled letting Yuki Tsukumo face Mahito alone, and finally, his own unreserved, exhilarating smile when he fought Mahito at full power. A total of 4 times. There had been exactly 4 opportunities to thoroughly and completely eradicate Mahito. But he had failed to grasp every single one of them. Gojo's thoughts drifted back to Kenjaku's declaration, *Satoru Gojo, you are the one who created Mahito. It's true. It was me. It was my arrogance, my carelessness, that forged the Mahito who is now locked in by fate to become a god. It was me. Gulp. Gojo took another swig of sake. I knew it. You couldn't sleep, a voice suddenly spoke up. Gojo didn't even need to look up. He simply extended the bottle in his hand. Want a drink? The newcomer naturally took the bottle and brought it to his lips, but nothing poured out. By the time he tipped the bottle, it was bone dry. Not a single drop of liquid remained. The man chuckled. There's no sake left at all. You drank the whole thing in just that short amount of time. Gojo looked up at him and smiled back. Suguru. Couldn't sleep either, who? It was indeed Suguru Geto. He was still wearing his monk's robes as he slowly strolled over to Gojo's side. Tucking his hands into his sleeves and lifting the hem of his robe slightly, he sat cross-legged on the ground with the poised aura of a grandmaster, admiring the moon alongside Gojo. If cherry blossoms were falling right now, it would certainly be a lot more elegant, Geto mused. Sorry about that. It's the wrong season, and the wrong place. The only thing available for our nightly viewing pleasure is the moon up there, Gojo replied. The two of them stared at the moon in silence for a while. Gojo's heart stirred slightly. He knew exactly why Geto was sitting here. Geto had undoubtedly sensed Gojo's internal struggle during the meeting, predicted he would be sitting here at this exact moment, and came specifically to keep him company. It wasn't Gojo overthinking things, this was simply the kind of person Suguru Geto was. Back in their high school days, even though Shoko Yeri was the girl of the group, Geto was often the most emotionally attentive among them. Gojo still remembered that during the escort mission for Riko Amanai, it was Geto who repeatedly warned Gojo about his mental fatigue and actively took preventative measures. Suguru Geto was a gentle person. Even now, Gojo still believed that to be true. And then, this gentle person turned to Gojo and said, "Give up." Gojo wasn't surprised in the slightest. He simply replied in a flat tone, "If we were in the meeting room, even if you are my best friend, I'd twist your head off and slam it onto the table for daring to say that." Geto completely ignored the threat. He didn't even look at Gojo. Keeping his eyes fixed on the moon, he said calmly, "The confidence you put on in the meeting room to stabilize morale can't fool the people who know you. Forget about me." Even Shoko and Principal Yaga heard the hollow exhaustion in your voice. You know better than anyone that the fate Kenjaku spoke of is real. I don't know how much preparation or effort you've put in, but you should know better than me how pathetic and laughable those efforts are in the face of fate. That's not a reason for me to give up. Gojo didn't look at Geto either, keeping his gaze aimed at the sky. Fate isn't invincible. Didn't Riko Amanai's death break the fate that Tengen personally established? That was because of the heavenly tyrant. We have a heavenly tyrant too, Gojo fired back. Moki Zenin, you've seen the girl. She's a genuine heavenly tyrant. With a body possessing zero cursed energy, she can sever fate, exactly like Toji Fushiguro did when he killed Riko all those years ago. Even as the words left his own mouth, Gojo felt a sharp pang in his chest. He still couldn't forget Riko Amanai. He couldn't forget the mission that changed the trajectory of his and Geto's lives forever. He couldn't forget anything about that day. Geto remembered it even more vividly than Gojo, because Riko Amanai had died right in front of his eyes. Geto had just promised to take her away, to free her from her duty as the Star Plasma vessel and the merger with Tengen. But the very second he made that promise, the very second she smiled with hope for the future, she was gunned down. Geto would never forget that day, not until the day he died. He knew Gojo hadn't forgotten either. So, the fact that Gojo was willing to bring up Riko Amanai proved that he refused to yield, even if it meant tearing open his oldest scars. This is Satoru Gojo, Geto thought. The Satoru Gojo who will never admit defeat, even in death. And that was exactly why it hurt Geto to watch. Do I really have to spell it out for you? Geto took a deep breath, the moonlight reflecting in his eyes. The heavenly tyrant cannot participate in the final decisive battle. Mahito absolutely learned from the bugs in Tengen's manipulation of fate. By utilizing the dream migration, a ritual that fundamentally requires cursed energy inside the body, he has preemptively locked the heavenly tyrant out of the equation. This wasn't Geto talking nonsense, it was a cold, calculated judgment. The King of Curses was cultivated by Kenjaku, meaning his repository of knowledge definitely included the heavenly tyrant's ability to destroy fate. Therefore, the dream migration was designed specifically by referencing the flaws in Tengen's system, using the format of a dreamscape to completely reject the heavenly tyrant's existence. Moki Zenin, their trump card, had been neutralized before the game even began. But Gojo refused to concede. Toji Fushiguro is in Tokyo #1 colony right now. He even fought Megumi. Toji Fushiguro is no longer a heavenly tyrant. Even though his physical specs remain identical to one, he now has cursed energy. It's the cursed technique of the intelligent cursed spirit, Hanami. Geto's voice grew urgent. He can still conceal himself, but not because he has zero cursed energy anymore, it's purely because Hanami's cursed technique is highly suited for stealth. His fighting style hasn't changed, and has even grown stronger due to his ability to manipulate flora, but by acquiring cursed energy, he has officially entered the cycle of fate. He can no longer break it. Only a true heavenly tyrant, someone with absolutely zero cursed energy within their body, possessed the right to shatter the cycle of fate. Gojo and Geto had experienced this firsthand. The one who shattered the cycle back then was Toji Fushiguro. But now, Toji Fushiguro was no longer a heavenly tyrant. He was a special grade Jujutsu sorcerer. A special grade Jujutsu sorcerer wielding the innate technique Forest's Benevolence, Toji Fushiguro. And now, Moki Zenin faced the exact same paradox. Geto declared with absolute certainty, Moki Zenin could theoretically enter the dream migration if someone transferred points to her. But because she has absolutely zero cursed energy, she can't even summon a Kogane. Thus, she has no way to grow stronger. Her zero cursed energy means she can't refine it, and fighting to the death won't earn her points. The dream migration is a paradise for other sorcerers, but for her, it's sheer hell. Unless, she follows Toji Fushiguro's example and abandons her identity as a heavenly tyrant. But if Moki Zenin abandoned her heavenly restriction and embraced a sorcerer's innate technique, she would no longer possess zero cursed energy. If that happened, she could join the final battle, yes. But by possessing cursed energy, she would simultaneously become trapped within the cycle of fate. This is an unsolvable equation. Geto turned to look at Gojo. Give up, Satoru. It's nothing to feel bad about. Handing the world over to Mahito, if you really think about it, it's not a terrible outcome. On the contrary, I believe that Guy could do a better job than humanity. Asterisk Suguru is right, asterisk Gojo thought. Asterisk handing the world to Mahito might actually be a good thing. Asterisk. Despite being the king of curses, Mahito hadn't actually committed any atrocious acts recently. On the contrary, he restrained curse users and educated the second-generation intelligent cursed spirits. Even Uterheim had mentioned that his education of the new curses was thorough and reassuring. Gojo didn't remember which book he had read it in, but the true, ultimate political system for this world was theoretically the centralized autocracy of an eternal philosopher king. But it was deemed impossible because human hearts change. Even a philosopher king who ruled perfectly in his youth and prime would inevitably grow stubborn, tyrannical, and unreasonable in his old age. It was a purely theoretical concept that could never be realized. But Mahito shattered that impossibility. He was immortal. He was eternal. He could actually wear the crown of the eternal philosopher king. Looked at from that angle, Gojo was the villain here. And his current behavior, in Geto's eyes, it must look like foolish, blind stubbornness. Asterisk since when did I become the stubborn, unreasonable one? Asterisk Gojo mused bitterly. Asterisk what a hilariously bad joke. Asterisk. Suguru. Gojo suddenly called out Geto's name. Geto stopped his persuasion and stared at the side of Gojo's face. Gojo's 6 eyes slowly shifted from the moon in the sky to Geto's face. His gaze locked onto Geto's eyes, the reflection of his best friend's face practically searing itself into Gojo's eternal, indestructible core. Gojo spoke slowly, but with crushing weight. I am the strongest human alive. And right now, a new species is trying to place itself above humanity, to rule over us. I ask you, Suguru. If it were you, what would you do? Geto didn't hesitate for a microsecond. Endure the humiliation, bear the burden, and wait for the right moment to strike. Asterisk in other words, go into hiding and wait for Mahito to show a moment of weakness before considering rebellion. Asterisk Gojo thought it was a sound strategy. It was exactly what Geto had done in the past, gathering curse users and amassing a legion of cursed spirits before launching the night parade of 100 demons. If Yuta Okotsu hadn't stopped him, and Geto had managed to breach Tengen's Tombs of the Star and absorb Tengen with cursed spirit manipulation, he really might have pulled off something catastrophic. Something even Gojo wouldn't have been able to stop in time. Suguru Geto was indeed a man capable of enduring immense humiliation for a long-term goal. Coming from him, Gojo respected the answer deeply. So Gojo asked, and what if, in the future, you realized that this new species ruling humanity was actually better than humans ruling humans? What would you do then? Geto looked deeply into Gojo's eyes. A wise man submits to circumstance. And that is exactly why I have to fight Mahito. Do you understand now? Gojo asked. Geto fell silent. Anyone else would have been utterly confused by this exchange, but Geto truly understood. He understood Satoru Gojo far too well. He understood his pride, his ideology, and his psychology. That was exactly why, during the night parade of 100 demons, Geto had been so confident that Gojo wouldn't intercept his attack on the Tombs of the Star. He was the one man who truly knew everything about his best friend. Their unspoken bond remained perfectly intact, even across a chasm of 100 years. You're going to throw your life away just to act as humanity's final spine? Geto asked. Gojo slapped Geto hard on the back, bursting into loud, roaring laughter. Don't make it sound so noble. I'm just a stubborn, pig-headed bastard. If even I, the universally acknowledged strongest sorcerer of the modern era, am defeated, then surely any future revolutionaries will realize they need to at least reach my level before they even think about rebelling, right? See? Isn't that great? I'll get written into the history books as the ultimate benchmark for defying a god. Mahito doesn't care about any of that, Geto countered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resurrected me. I am a literal, genuine advocate for the eradication of all curses. The fact that he revived me proves he couldn't care less about humanity's final spine. That was also true. Gojo firmly believed that if he raised his hands right now and offered his surrender, Mahito would eagerly roll out the red carpet to welcome him. There would absolutely be a seat saved for Satoru Gojo in Mahito's promised future world. Mahito wouldn't give a damn about my background, Gojo thought. Even knowing that my existence could easily be used as a rallying symbol to usurp him, he would still place absolute trust in me. Why? Because that's just the kind of entity Mahito is. Who knows, Mahito might even take a page out of the Marines from One Piece loudly broadcasting to the world that Dia had become a vice admiral, maybe even grooming him to be a marine hero. Both politically and practically, Mahito would be thrilled to accept Gojo's surrender. But I refuse, Gojo said. Geto's brow furrowed tightly. What the hell are you being so hypocritical about, Satoru? I'm being hypocritical because I failed to recognize the threat Mahito posed the moment he appeared. I'm being hypocritical because I failed to fulfill my absolute duty as the strongest. I'm being hypocritical because I cannot stomach this new era. Gojo suddenly roared, his voice echoing across the empty grounds. I am a remnant of the old era. I should sink to the bottom of the ocean on a rotting ship and become nothing more than a myth of buried treasure. Gojo abruptly stood up. He reached out a hand, his palm seemingly cradling the bright moon in the sky. He declared, I'm going to charge in one last time, Suguru. For the guilt in my heart. For my absolute obligation as the strongest. And for the bitter unwillingness burning in my soul. Suguru, I'm going to commit deicide. Or be killed by a god. This is the future I have chosen for myself. I have no regrets. Chapter 118, 40. Yuji Itadori and Ryomen Sukuna. 2,900 words. December 28, 2018. Tokyo No. 1 Colony. On the rooftop of a high-rise building. The rooftop door was shoved violently open. Yuji Itadori stepped out, muscles coiled, fully prepared for an ambush. But as he scanned the area, there was no one in sight. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stretched out his senses. Still, he detected no massive presence of cursed energy. He was looking for Ryomen Sukuna. Clearly, he hadn't found him. But that was fine. He had one more trick up his sleeve. Sukuna! Yuji roared at the top of his lungs. Ryomen Sukuna never used an information lock to hide his whereabouts. Anyone checking the player roster could easily pinpoint his location. Moreover, Sukuna never refused a challenge. If you tracked him down and screamed his name, he would inevitably grant you a swift, brutal death. There had never been an exception. Normally, if someone dared to scream Sukuna's name like this, he would have casually sent a dismantle flying their way to cleanly sever their head. But today, Sukuna simply wasn't in the mood. Stop your incessant shouting, Yuji, an irritated voice drifted down from above him. There are only 3 days left until the final decisive battle. Look around you, everyone else has quieted down. Yet here you are, howling like a rabid dog at my doorstep. Where are your manners? Yuji whipped his head upward. There, lounging casually atop the rooftop water tank, was Ryomen Sukuna. Yuji was genuinely taken aback. You? Actually complaining about killing? What do you take me for? A homicidal maniac? Are you saying you aren't? Of course I'm not, Sukuna scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Those who kill purely for the thrill of killing are just pathetic, mindless insects. Do not compare me to such filthy bugs. I kill to eat. I kill for my own pleasure and enjoyment. I savor the taste of human flesh, women and infants being absolute delicacies. I am not some classless butcher who kills just for the sake of it. If I see those mindless freaks, I slaughter them on sight. A cannibalizing gal acting morally superior to a serial killer? Yuji's voice turned to ice. I've never once seen you cherish a human life. A herd of livestock. Why on earth would I cherish them? Sukuna sat up from his lounging position, folding one leg while letting the other dangle off the edge of the water tank. Perhaps my words just now gave you the wrong impression. Did you actually think I harbored some sort of special affection for humanity? Sukuna let out a cold, mocking laugh. Heh. Do you feel affection for a flock of sheep? Do you feel affection for wild weeds? To me, a human is equal to a sheep. A human is equal to a weed. I despise noisy sheep. So, whether it's a sheep or a human, if it bleats loudly in my ear, it dies. I despise useless weeds. So, whether it's a weed or a human trying to lecture me about human rights, it dies. A wave of visceral nausea surged from Yuji's stomach, crawling up his throat. He wanted to vomit. He had always known the King of Curses was an entity of pure evil, but he had never fully grasped the sheer, unfathomable depths of that depravity. Sukuna wasn't delusional, he didn't lack the cognitive ability to distinguish between humans and livestock. He understood the difference perfectly well. But understanding it didn't stop him from actively equating them anyway. Ryaman Sukuna was a Jujutsu sorcerer who, fully aware of the reality of the world and the sanctity of life, consciously chose to exist solely to serve his own grotesque whims. If a homeless beggar stood on a corner screaming about ruling the world, people would just point and laugh. If that beggar actually tried to act on it, a single trained police officer would quickly introduce him to reality, slap on a pair of silver bracelets, and toss him in a cell to sober up. But if it was a warlord in an era of chaos? Or a cunning, well-connected politician? The nature of the threat completely changed. Why? Because their spheres of influence were entirely different. The scale of devastation they could unleash was entirely different. And, most importantly, the number of people they could butcher was worlds apart. It is often said that the more knowledge a person possesses, the more terrifying their depravity becomes. The King of Curses was exactly that. He held the most advanced, esoteric knowledge in the world. He wielded the most overwhelming, cataclysmic power. His mastery of Jujutsu, his combat experience, his predatory instincts, and his learning speed were at the absolute pinnacle of existence. In terms of pure learning ability, he arguably surpassed even Satoru Gojo. And because of that, his twisted nature caused unimaginable carnage. 1,000 years ago, he slaughtered humans and deities alike, completely uncontested. And now, having awakened in the modern era a millennium later, the results would be no different. Yuji breathed heavily, his chest heaving as he roared, "Sukuna, you really are beyond saving." Sukuna remained uncharacteristically calm. He looked down at the furious boy below him. "I thought, at the very least, you would respect me for this." "Me? Respect you? Those decrepit maggots at Jujutsu headquarters. They wanted to execute you without a second thought, didn't they?" Sukuna stated casually. "Leaving the past aside, you now possess the absolute power to wipe out the entirety of Jujutsu headquarters single-handedly. If those insects crawled back to you right now, arrogantly demanding your execution, ordering you to close your eyes and kneel so their blades could cleanly sever your neck, would you weep tears of gratitude?" Yuji opened his mouth. "Of course I wouldn't. But I also wouldn't." "Would or wouldn't?" Sukuna brutally cut Yuji off, his tone flat. "You chose you wouldn't. You use your overwhelming power to terrify them into submission, but you stay your hand at the very last second, right before you kill them. You think you've shown them mercy. You think you've given them enough face, and that they'll stop coming after you. What a pathetically naive delusion." Sukuna's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a lethal chill. "Because you didn't kill them, they will view you as weak and exploitable. They will believe their noble bloodlines are the divine mandate that allows them to survive. And so, they will exhaust every ounce of their intellect to scheme against you, to plot your downfall, because it costs them absolutely nothing. They will view their treachery as justified, as a law of nature. And you? The freak who refuses to be controlled? You will always be the anomaly." You will always be the monster that needs to be eradicated. Yuji froze. Hidden within the venom of Sukuna's words, he caught a faint, shadowy glimpse of the King of Curses past. In the original timeline, Sukuna once admitted there were 2 moments in his life where he was offered a chance to regret his path, but he rejected both. This proved that Sukuna wasn't entirely devoid of empathy from birth. In the distant past, there must have been a fleeting moment where he harbored mercy, a moment that could have changed his destiny. Yet, he actively crushed it. Why? Because experience taught him that mercy and weakness were nothing more than the soil for his own grave. That lesson had shaped him for 1,000 years, and it still dictated his existence today. Perhaps only in death would he genuinely reconsider his choices. But that was the original timeline, words spoken in the void after his ultimate defeat. Here, in this moment, Ryuman Sukuna felt 0 remorse. On the contrary, his survival and absolute dominance perfectly validated his twisted philosophy. Why is Satoru Gojo allowed to do whatever he pleases? Because he's so incredibly merciful. Sukuna sneered at Yuji, his expression dripping with contempt. No. It's because he is overwhelmingly strong and ruthlessly violent. I know the ugly faces of those higher-ups better than anyone. They haven't changed in 1,000 years. They fear power, not virtue. The more benevolence you show them, the more eagerly they will plot to slit your throat. From ancient times until now, there has never been a single exception. So, how do you deal with them? Sukuna enunciated every word like a hammer strike. Slaughter them. Slaughter. Slaughter. Only by butchering their armies, obliterating their willpower, and massacring every last one of those foolish maggots will they finally understand terror. Only then will they learn to offer me virgin sacrifices every year. Only then will they finally learn to shut their mouths and stop whining their self-righteous drivel in my ears. Yuji's heart wavered for a fraction of a second. He had lived through the betrayal. He had been set up to die by Jujutsu headquarters. Because of that agonizing first-hand experience, he sickeningly realized that Sukuna's twisted logic held a horrific kernel of truth. But Yuji quickly violently shook off the dark seduction. He glared fiercely back at Sukuna. What about Mahito, the king of cursed spirits, then? Are you calling him weak? He is strong. But he possesses the true demeanor of the strong, Yuji argued. He doesn't spread mindless terror. He abides by rules. He actively integrates into modern society. He's even willing to sit down and have a pleasant conversation with the leader of the opposing faction, even forming a binding vow. He holds absolute power, yet is willing to negotiate with the heart of the weak. But the demeanor of the strong? Pity and composure? Sukuna's voice turned venomous and raspy. You haven't seen the real him. I have. When he dragged me back from the underworld and resurrected me, he unhesitatingly slaughtered me 19 times. Every single time, he carved off a piece of my soul and used it as bait, forcing me to sit here like a good dog, waiting for a chance to wipe away my humiliation. He calculated my personality. He calculated my strength. He even calculated exactly how much amusement I could provide him. Is that what you call the demeanor of the strong? To this day, Sukuna had never forgotten the burning humiliation inflicted upon him by the king of cursed spirits. He could never forget the agonizing torment of having his soul physically torn apart. But at the same time, Sukuna knew exactly why Mahito did it. It was completely intentional. Mahito wanted to keep him trapped here, generating massive amounts of cursed energy residuals, squeezing every last drop of absolute utility out of his existence. Yes, on the surface, the king of cursed spirits appeared vastly more merciful and dignified than the king of curses. But the reality? Just hearing the title king of cursed spirits was enough to tell you exactly what kind of abhorrent nature that creature possessed. Sukuna knew the depths of Mahito's vicious cruelty. That cruelty was branded into his very core, fueling a roaring inferno of hatred in his heart. And now, this naive brat was preaching to him about the demeanor of the strong. You make me sick, brat. Sukuna clicked his tongue in disgust. It's exactly because of pathetic fools like you that I find humanity so utterly beyond salvation. Yuji immediately fired back, that's because it's impossible to have a conversation with you. The only way to communicate with you is through our fists. Otherwise, I'm certain Mahito wouldn't have resorted to treating you like that. Sukuna actually barked a laugh at the sheer absurdity of it. He pointed down at Yuji, chuckling darkly. Excellent. Marvelous. Every time I consider giving you a shred of respect, you open your mouth. Honestly, I should have just cleaved you into ribbons the second you walked through that door, just to spare myself the agony of listening to your delusional garbage. You? Giving me respect? Yuji scoffed. Sukuna casually hopped down from the water tank, landing silently on the rooftop. Yuji instantly dropped into a defensive stance, raising his guard. It was the starting posture for Simple Domain. After his brutal near-death clash with Sukuna, Yuji finally understood the absolute necessity of defense. He had specifically purchased the Jujutsu knowledge for Simple Domain and had been practicing it relentlessly over the past few days. But Sukuna didn't even spare him a glance. He casually strolled past Yuji, walking to the edge of the rooftop and peering down. The dream migration was eerily silent. The death matches between sorcerers had almost entirely ceased, only the occasional, distant shriek of a cursed spirit echoed through the ruins. I couldn't care less about the thoughts of others, Sukuna said quietly. But I suppose, having been trapped inside your body for so long, I was forced to become intimately familiar with yours. When other people charge at me, I just see mindless stupidity. But when you charge at me, I can inexplicably see the thoughts racing through your head. You feel fear. But far drowning out that fear is an unshakable, ironclad will. Forget this being the dream migration, even if we were in the real world, you wouldn't hesitate to throw away your own life to raise a blade against me. This wasn't Sukuna being uncharacteristically sentimental. It was the raw, unvarnished truth. In the original timeline, Sukuna had experienced a similar revelation. At the bitter end of their final clash, he found himself genuinely stunned while facing Yuji. He actually stopped to reflect, empathizing with the sheer, immovable weight of Yuji's determination. It was a realization that hit him with staggering force, enough to make the King of Curses pause mid-battle. And the same held true now. When Yuji came seeking him out, Sukuna could have instantly ended his life with a single flick of his wrist. Yet, he chose not to. He chose to engage in this limited conversation. He truly had given Yuji Itadori a measure of respect. It wasn't a lie. If absolutely anyone else had dared to spout such brazen disrespect to his face, they would already be a pile of bloody cubes. Yuji was the sole exception. He was the only one allowed to stand in front of the King of Curses, say those things, and remain breathing. Yuji fell silent. He, too, remembered the days they shared a single body. In the world of Jujutsu Kaisen if Satoru Gojo was the biggest hypocrite, Yuji Itadori was undoubtedly the runner-up. He had inherited Gojo's messy complex, constantly taking the weight of the world onto his own shoulders. He blamed himself for every single person Sukuna slaughtered while using his body. He blamed himself for Megumi's possession. He branded himself a sinner who needed to atone. He felt so guilty he couldn't even bear to face his friends. And the absolute climax of it all? At the very, very end, Yuji had offered Sukuna an ultimate ultimatum. If Sukuna agreed to crawl back inside his body and accept lifelong imprisonment under Yuji's watch, Yuji would spare his life. Yes. He was going to spare Ryam and Sukuna. Thank God Sukuna possessed the pride of the absolute pinnacle and flat-out refused. If he had accepted, there was no telling what horrific catastrophe would have inevitably followed. Yuji clearly hadn't considered the apocalyptic consequences if Sukuna ever found a way to slip his leash. At that moment, Yuji must have been channeling Satoru Gojo's sheer delusion, fully convinced that he was the one exception, that he alone had the capability to permanently suppress the King of Curses. How utterly laughable. a kid who hadn't even graduated, with less than 6 months of jujutsu experience, genuinely believing he could act as a permanent warden for the mythological king of curses, a monster capable of instantly replicating Kenjaku's technique to split his soul into cursed objects after seeing it just once. And now, hearing Sukuna's words, Yuji felt remarkably foolish. In the heavy silence, Yuji finally spoke, his voice low. I didn't come here to fight you. I came because I have a question. Heh. I figured as much. Sukuna wasn't surprised. He knew Yuji's personality inside and out. If the boy hadn't been backed into an absolute, inescapable corner, he never would have sought help from the King of Curses. I'm in a generous mood right now, Sukuna declared. I'll permit you to speak of your troubles. Wait, was Sukuna actually being accommodating? Was he going to act like a mentor? Absolutely not. In the original timeline, Sukuna had only entertained Yuji in his innate domain because he knew his defeat was imminent. He had already accepted his fate, so he was willing to listen to Yuji's final words. But the current situation was vastly different. Sukuna didn't believe for a fraction of a second that he was going to lose. He was bursting with absolute confidence. His only intention was to listen to Yuji's desperate plea, mock him relentlessly for it, and then feed him a string of convoluted, useless cryptic bullshit just to watch him struggle. Yes, Ryaman Sukuna was exactly that petty and malicious. Never doubt it. No act of malice is too small to commit. That was Sukuna's guiding principle in life. It was his personal aesthetic. I want to ask, Yuji said, taking a deep, steadying breath. How do I commit a deicide? Chapter 119, 41. Deicide and the One True God. 3,386 words. The history of Jujutsu sorcerers is long, but its absolute zenith occurred 1,000 years ago. Was it because Ryaman Sukuna existed a millennium ago? No. It was because, 1,000 years ago, gods truly existed. The existence of gods guaranteed that the Jujutsu world stood completely above the mundane, secular world. The era when gods walked the earth was the true golden age of Jujutsu. And Kenjaku's true desire in the original timeline, that restoration of the golden age of Jujutsu, was to be achieved through a highly specific condition, the hyper-redundant assimilation of all humanity in Japan with Tengen. Why did it have to be Tengen? Because at that time, Tengen was the sorcerer closest to being a god. The result of a hyper-redundant assimilation with Tengen would be that every single person would touch and integrate with a fragment of divinity. To put it bluntly, Kenjaku's method for restoring the Jujutsu world to its former glory was, in reality, to forge a colossal god beyond human comprehension. This colossal god was the so-called Great Cursed Spirit. As for what this Great Cursed Spirit would do afterward, Kenjaku openly admitted in the original timeline that even he didn't know. In other words, Kenjaku's sole objective was to create the Great Cursed Spirit. Whatever happened next was completely out of his control. But in Kenjaku's mind, even if he couldn't control it, the very act of its creation would facilitate his ultimate goal of a thriving, chaotic Jujutsu world. The existence of gods in the Jujutsu world was absolutely not some ethereal myth, nor was it meaningless. Ryaman Sukuna turned to look back at Yuji Itadori, his eyes glinting thoughtfully. I see. You believe the King of Cursed Spirits has already ascended to godhood, so you want to learn how to commit deicide from me. In all recorded history, Ryaman Sukuna was the only Jujutsu sorcerer to have successfully committed deicide. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if anyone in this world had the highest probability of killing the newly ascended King of Cursed Spirits, it was Ryaman Sukuna. Not even Satoru Gojo could compare. He hasn't fully ascended yet, but he might as well have, Yuji said frankly, recalling the intelligence from the meeting. He possesses a state-type cursed technique called Dragon God, and he wields the divine eyes, the 6 eyes. Having both the body of a god and the eyes of a god. What difference is there between him and a true deity? The difference is that his elevation is temporary, whereas a true god requires no such elevation, Sukuna said flatly. You know far too little about gods. But I suppose that makes sense. In your era, you can only glimpse the power of gods through the dusty pages of history books. Even Tengen, who lived through that era, has likely never faced a true god head-on. As a result, your understanding of divinity is fatally flawed. Yuji's spirit jolted. Please, enlighten me. Please, enlighten me, ho. Sukuna mocked. HMPH. I believe this is the first time you've ever spoken to me with actual manners. Yuji wanted to fire back a sarcastic retort. After all, prior to this, Sukuna had done absolutely nothing to earn a shred of respect. Even though everyone knew the knowledge locked inside Sukuna's head was priceless, no one had ever seriously considered relying on it. He was far too malicious. Worse yet, no one could verify if the knowledge spilling from his mouth was actually true. If Sukuna felt like it, he could easily tell the truth about 99 things, only to weave a catastrophic lie into the single most critical piece of information. Given his historical track record, it was exactly the kind of twisted game he would play. But right now, Yuji was the one asking for a favor. He swallowed his sarcasm, his face flushing slightly as he mumbled, Sorry. Sukuna shot Yuji a sidelong glance and, surprisingly, began to answer the question. To commit deicide, the most critical step is to sever fate. Sever fate? Yuji frowned. Brat, do you even know what a god is? Sukuna asked. Or rather, why do we call them gods instead of powerful yokai, invincible monsters, or demons? This was genuinely a question Yuji had never considered. He carefully reviewed the jujutsu knowledge he had crammed over the past 6 months and said hesitantly, those yokai, monsters, and demons you mentioned, they're all just cursed spirits, right? In the past, because the jujutsu world hadn't fully unified and knowledge wasn't widespread, people just called cursed spirits by different names. The most important classification is imaginary vengeful spirits, which are born from the masses' collective fear and imagination of specific yokai myths. Sukuna looked at Yuji with genuine surprise, his lips curling into an intrigued smile. I didn't expect your foundational knowledge to be so solid. Yuji rubbed the back of his neck, smiling sheepishly. It's mostly because of the second-generation intelligent cursed spirits. Gojo-sensei specifically drilled the yokai theory into us so we'd understand them better. After Yutaheim Iori returned from the Lord of Cursed Spirits' stronghold, she had detailed everything about the second-generation intelligent curses. The most crucial detail was that their modifications were entirely based on imaginary vengeful spirits. It was hypothesized that imaginary vengeful spirits were much easier to mold into intelligent curses because they naturally aggregated highly directed, specific cursed energy. In fact, this trend was obvious even with the first-generation intelligent curses. The wider their notoriety, the easier it was for them to gather directional cursed energy residuals, making it easier for them to become overdosed cursed spirits and awaken true sentience. Understanding this context, Satoru Gojo had broadcast the information to all sorcerers. His logic was simple: if you encounter an imaginary vengeful spirit, you must exorcise it immediately. If you can't, report it to the higher-ups without delay. This was a direct countermeasure to whittle down the king of cursed spirits' potential army. I once slaughtered the Yamata no Orokai. Sukuna's eyes glazed over slightly, lost in memory. You should recognize the name. It's a legendary yokai. But, much like myself, it wasn't the actual mythological Yamata no Orokai. It merely possessed similar abilities, and thus the name of the legend was crowned upon its head. And its most infamous ability was hyperregeneration. Sever one head, and a new one would sprout almost instantly. Yuji hadn't actually heard of this specific incident. Aren't all cursed spirits like that? Especially the strong ones. Most fatal wounds to a human are completely irrelevant to a curse. As long as their head isn't destroyed, some powerful curses can just regenerate their bodies over time. The Yamata no Orokai should be the same. As long as one head remained, it could rapidly regenerate the ones that were destroyed. Sukuna stared deeply at Yuji, his smile widening with dark amusement. That thing didn't use the standard cursed spirit method to regenerate its heads. It used reverse cursed technique. Yuji's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He instantly understood what Sukuna meant. Cursed spirits were beings composed entirely of negative energy. To a cursed spirit, positive energy was utterly toxic, an energy they fundamentally could not touch. Reverse cursed technique was the ultimate bane of all curses. The original narrative emphasized this repeatedly. Even a disaster curse as overwhelmingly powerful as Jogo would suffer catastrophic, fatal damage if injected with positive energy. This was also one of the primary reasons Mahito was so utterly obsessed with incarnation early on. Reverse cursed technique was far too lethal to curses. The only way to eradicate that fatal weakness was through incarnation, the half-cursed spirit's state Mahito had engineered. It was a fundamental law of reality, cursed spirits could not use reverse cursed technique. Wait, are you saying the Yamata no Orokai wasn't a cursed spirit? Yuji's mind raced, analyzing the implications. It was the Yamata no Orokai. 8 heads, 8 tails, with a body the size of a mountain range. Do you think that qualifies as a human? Sukuna mocked. Are you joking right now? A violent chill crawled up Yuji's spine. Converting positive and negative energy and allowing both to coexist and circulate within the same body, he knew exactly what that was. That was the Lord of Cursed Spirit's ultimate trump card, Hollow Technique, Soul Creation Dragon Spirit Body. The Yamata no Orokai was a god. The god you slaughtered was the Yamata no Orokai. Yuji gasped in shock. So, a god is an entity capable of simultaneously circulating both positive and negative energy within its own body. The existence of the Yamata no Orokai had actually been referenced by Sukuna in the original timeline. During his fight with Mahoraga in Shibuya, he had remarked, "You're pretty similar to the Yamata no Orokai." Even back then, Sukuna had noted that the Yamata no Orochi's regeneration was fueled by reverse cursed technique, not standard negative energy healing. It was true. The simultaneous circulation of positive and negative energy wasn't unique to the king of cursed spirits. Mahoraga could do it, and the ancient Yamata no Orokai could do it as well. Mahoraga's attack pattern was explicitly described in the original text, after the first strike imbued with positive energy, the immediate follow-up is a negative energy attack. Furthermore, it shattered my dismantle. Every time, it attacks after the wheel on its back turns. Your knowledge is pathetically shallow. Talking to you is as exhausting as conversing with a low-grade curse, Sukuna said flatly. Although the Yamata no Orokai possessed the circulation of positive and negative energy, it still didn't qualify as a true god. However, your deduction is partially correct. A god absolutely must possess the circulation of positive and negative energy. It is their prerequisite ability, born from raw instinct. Suddenly, Sukuna clasped his hands together in a hand sign. Yuji instantly tensed, assuming Sukuna was about to attack. But that wasn't the case. The domain that unfolded around them wasn't Malevolent Shrine. Instead, the world shifted into a desolate landscape blanketed entirely in bleached bones. The bones were piled high, forming a towering mountain. The ground beneath their feet was a sprawling lake of blood. And at the very pinnacle of the bone mountain, a colossal skeleton, so massive it seemed to blot out the sky, served as a canopy. At the apex of the gargantuan skeleton rested a skull adorned with massive, sweeping bull horns. Yuji knew exactly what this place was. Your innate domain. Yuji breathed. Yes. This wasn't his domain expansion, Malevolent Shrine. This was his innate domain, the landscape of his mind. In this innate domain, an endless sea of corpses and blood formed Sukuna's throne. Before his resurrection, Sukuna had spent his time sitting at the peak of this mountain of bones, whiling away his eternal boredom. Yuji had been here before, the memory was burned into his mind. Sukuna raised his index finger and pointed upward. He spoke with supreme arrogance. The god I slaughtered is right here. Right inside my innate domain. His name was Enma, the deity who governed the flow of souls in the underworld. He tried to judge me. And now, the Enma who tried to judge me has been reduced to the canopy of my innate domain. Look at him. Isn't it a fitting end? Gulp. Yuji swallowed hard. Even in his wildest nightmares, he never could have imagined that a jujutsu sorcerer could drag the literal corpse of a god into their own innate domain. How was that even possible? Yuji felt like everything he had learned over the past 6 months was completely useless. Faced with this absurd, reality-breaking revelation, he found himself doubting Satoru Gojo's teaching abilities for the very first time. Gojo had explained that an innate domain was a person's inner mental world. But could a mental world physically house the corpse of a deity? Yuji swore to himself that even Gojo-sensei couldn't pull off something this insane. What I'm about to teach you next is the core of it all. Sukuna crossed his legs, sitting comfortably atop the mountain of bones, staring down at Yuji. He spoke with a lazy, detached ease. A god is, fundamentally, a higher dimensional organism that administers binding vows. If I explain it like that, you probably won't understand. But you are intimately familiar with the concept of binding vows. A binding vow is an act where a sorcerer makes a pact with heaven. And these so-called gods, they are that heaven. The cursed energy of us jujutsu sorcerers interacts constantly with the natural circulation of cursed energy in the environment. The stronger a sorcerer's cursed energy, the more frequent and intense this interaction becomes. For those of us who have reached the absolute zenith of this world, myself, Satoru Gojo, and the king of cursed spirits, our cursed energy is so dense it acts like gravity, forcibly gripping the natural circulation of cursed energy around us. This allows us to exploit heaven to achieve our goals with far greater ease. The price those incompetent weaklings have to pay for a vow is hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times steeper than ours. Sukuna wasn't just spouting empty theory, he himself was the most glaring proof of this concept. In the original timeline, he was often branded as cheat because the moment he encountered a truly formidable opponent, he would effortlessly leverage a binding vow to secure victory. To anyone else, it looked like outright cheating, earning him the mocking moniker of the King of Loans. Throughout the entire story, Ryman Sukuna was the only one capable of exploiting vows to such a terrifying degree. Why? Because his comprehension of binding vows was on a level that not even Kenjaku could fathom. Sukuna continued, the act of forging a binding vow is the purest manifestation of fate. Gods engrave their own binding vows into the natural circulation of cursed energy. Thus, all cursed energy circulating through nature must pass through the gods' processing and approval. You could even say that, if a god willed it, they could instantly manipulate this massive cycle to perform miracles, like reversing gravity, or making it snow in the dead of summer. This is because the god is a part of the cycle itself. Think of it like the administrator interface of a computer. As long as you have the required knowledge, you can rewrite any system. Yuji didn't know much about computers, but he knew enough to understand that the difference between an administrator and a standard user was absolute. He trembled, finally grasping the true, cosmic terror of a god. So that was it. That was why they were called the higher dimensional organisms. If they were the literal administrators of the world, then of course they were higher dimensional beings. How do you even kill something like that? Yuji's voice shook. Didn't I tell you right at the beginning? Sukuna said, a dark smirk playing on his lips. The way to kill a god is to sever fate. In terms your primitive brain can understand, you revoke their administrator privileges. You force the god to fall back down to our level of reality. Once they are reduced to our dimension, killing them is simple. But they're higher dimensional beings. How can you possibly revoke their administrator privileges? Did you already forget about the Yamata no Orokai? Sukuna's tone sharpened with annoyance. Were you even listening to a single word I said? Yamata no Orokai? Yuji's mind raced, completely blanking for a second. Weren't we just talking about the circulation of positive and negative energy? How does that connect to, ? Wait. It did connect. Yuji's eyes widened in sudden, staggering realization. The circulation of positive and negative energy. That's the key to embedding oneself into the natural circulation of cursed energy. When we Jujutsu sorcerers release our techniques, we can only use one at a time. It's either the standard technique release fueled by the negative energy cycle, or a cursed technique reversal fueled by the positive energy created by multiplying negative energy. As far as I know, there are only 2 people capable of circulating positive and negative energy simultaneously. One is Gojo-sensei using his hollow technique, and the second is the king of cursed spirits, Mahito. Satoru Gojo's 6 eyes were the eyes of gods and Buddhas, therefore, he could sustain the circulation of positive and negative energy. The king of cursed spirits' hollow technique, soul creation dragon spirit body was a divine vessel, therefore, he too could sustain the circulation of positive and negative energy. The simultaneous circulation of positive and negative energy was the absolute prerequisite for godhood. It was the state of a living god, demigod. The Yamata no Orokai wasn't a true god, it was a demigod. It was a demigod monster. Yuji practically shouted as the pieces fell into place. The way to kill a god is to disrupt their circulation of positive and negative energy. By shattering that cycle of positive and negative, the god loses their status as the world's administrator. And in that infinitely brief window of vulnerability, you have to deliver the killing blow. That's how you assassinated Enma. This was also the true reason why Mahoraga could adapt to any attack. By adapting to its opponent's strikes, Mahoraga could alter the fundamental nature of its own cursed energy, allowing it to perfectly resist any offensive, no matter how overwhelmingly powerful it was. In the original timeline, Mahoraga even adapted to the limitless spatial manipulation. Combined with Sukuna's technique extension, it elevated the slash to target the very concept of space itself, allowing Sukuna to unleash the unprecedented O-slash that divides the world. That was the mechanical foundation of the infamous space dismantle. Why was Mahoraga so exceptionally unique? Because Mahoraga was also classified as a demigod. The 10 Shadows technique was based on the 10 sacred treasures of Japanese myth. Mahoraga itself was a literal divine artifact. Using a divine artifact to sever the eyes of gods and Buddhas. That was the funeral Gij Akatami had prepared for Satoru Gojo. Sukuna clapped slowly from his throne of bones. You finally used your brain. Do you remember what I said earlier? The foundation of becoming a god is the circulation of positive and negative energy. This is because the natural cycle of the world itself is comprised of positive and negative energy. Only by mirroring this cycle can one link their own administrative authority to the world's system. But merely possessing the circulation of positive and negative energy isn't enough. If it were, the Yamata no Orokai would have ascended long ago, and Satoru Gojo wouldn't just possess the eyes of gods and Buddhas, he would be *1. The most critical factor is the actual connection to the world itself. Sukuna stood up from his throne, spreading his arms wide. If a god is considered the very embodiment of the world's binding vows, then they must rigidly obey every single rule of those vows. That is exactly why I refuse to become a so-called god. To become a god is to permanently shackle every aspect of your existence. Why would I ever desire such a crushingly tedious fate? A Jujutsu sorcerer like me would rather die than accept such chains. But a theory Kenjaku once proposed genuinely intrigued me. Yuji frowned. What theory? The great cursed spirit, Sukuna said, his voice dropping to a resonant baritone. Kenjaku told me that if a god's role is simply to form vows with the world and link themselves to the heaven, then what if you just become heaven? If you perfectly overlap with heaven, wouldn't you be able to do whatever you want? And that entity is the great cursed spirit. The so-called heaven is nothing more than the natural cycle of cursed energy, formed by the leaked cursed energy of all humanity dissipating into the world. Therefore, if I were to undergo hyper-redundant assimilation with the entirety of humanity, unifying their collective willpower entirely under my own, then I would become heaven. Every single vow would be subject to my will. Every single restriction would be born or erased on my every whim. That was the promise Kenjaku offered me. To become the one true God. Yuji's breath hitched. Chapter 120:42. The Future. 2,990 words. December 29, 2018. Tokyo Jujutsu High. After learning the method of deicide from Ryomen Sukuna, Yuji Itadori sought out Satoru Gojo first thing in the morning. He eventually found Gojo at the academy's training grounds. Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto were engaged in a restricted sparring session, with Yuta Okotsu observing from the sidelines. Because Tengen was no longer present, the maintenance of Japan's massive barriers had entirely fallen under the jurisdiction of the King of Cursed Spirits faction. This meant the tombs of the star were inaccessible, and the incredibly convenient Sunyata barriers, the perfect training environment, were no longer functional. They had no choice but to use the Academy's standard training grounds for their daily regimens. Of course, there was a vastly superior alternative, the Dream Migration. Within the Dream Migration, Jujutsu sorcerers could unleash their full power without any fear of actual death. Even if they directed genuine, lethal murderous intent at their opponents and secured a fatal blow, they would simply earn points. It was, objectively, the ultimate training facility. But while the Dream Migration offered every advantage imaginable, it possessed one fatal flaw: all information within the colonies was collected and monitored by the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Gojo had correctly deduced that absolutely everything that transpired within the Dream Migration would inevitably be observed by the King of Cursed Spirits. For most sorcerers, this was irrelevant. Regardless of what the King of Cursed Spirits saw, he acted as an impartial background administrator who treated all gathered intelligence neutrally. But for a sorcerer whose explicit goal was to defeat the King of Cursed Spirits and claim the finite infinity wish, this was the absolute most critical rule to remember: a battle between Jujutsu sorcerers is, at its core, a battle of information. When facing an opponent as close to godhood as the King of Cursed Spirits, fiercely guarding one's own combat data was paramount. This was exactly why Gojo and Geto preferred to train here, refusing to set foot in the Dream Migration just to spar. Yuji watched from the sidelines for a few minutes, his brow furrowing in confusion. He turned to his upperclassman, Yuta Okotsu, and asked, "Okotsu-senpai, why is Gojo-sensei dodging Geto's attacks? He has the Limitless active. He shouldn't need to dodge any of that." The scene playing out on the plaza was exactly as Yuji described. Suguru Geto had unleashed a hyperdense barrage of cursed spirit projectiles, practically saturating every square inch of the plaza. The attacks that struck the ground triggered massive explosions, but the vast majority were concentrated in the sky, where Gojo was freely teleporting, using the air itself as his foothold. Normally, Gojo wouldn't even bother dodging a barrage like this. He would simply let the projectiles crash harmlessly against his infinity. But right now, he was using continuous limitless teleportation to evade the densest clusters of the barrage, while using his monk staff to deflect the stray shots. Yuta watched the bout between Gojo and Geto with rapt attention, unable to tear his eyes away. Without breaking his gaze, he explained, "The tool manipulation of the King of Cursed Spirits possesses the ability to bypass the limitless. Gojo-sensei suspects that, now that the King of Cursed Spirits possesses the 6 eyes, he'll be able to thoroughly analyze the mechanics of his tool manipulation and engrave that bypass ability directly into his own limitless technique. If he does that, every single attack the Lord of Cursed Spirits unleashes will carry the property of bypassing the limitless. Therefore, Gojo-sensei has to train himself to be hypervigilant against every single attack." Yuji frowned. Is that even possible? A cursed tool's structure is completely different from a human's. A cursed tool's ability shouldn't be able to function as a simulated soul for the Lord of Cursed Spirits to manipulate. By now, everyone knew the mechanics behind Mahito's soul creation. Even Yuji could recite the theory flawlessly. "It's hard to say," Yuta murmured. "Did you hear about Megumi's fight with his father, Toji Fushiguro?" Toji used the innate technique of the intelligent cursed spirit, Hanami. Intelligent curses aren't human either, but Toji Fushiguro still managed to engrave the curse's technique into his own brain and perfectly inherit Hanami's stealth capabilities. Yuji nodded thoughtfully, understanding Yuta's point. This proved that after acquiring the 6 eyes, the King of Cursed Spirits had achieved yet another breakthrough in his cursed technique reversal. He could now engrave the abilities of cursed spirits into the flesh of others. If he could do it with cursed spirits, then whether he could do it with cursed tools was a massive, terrifying question mark. Gojo wasn't willing to gamble his life on whether the King of Cursed Spirits possessed that capability. He had decisively concluded, assume he can. Right now, Gojo was training under the absolute worst-case scenario, assuming that every single attack from the Lord of Cursed Spirits would carry the cleaving line effect. And when it came to sheer volume and density of attacks, at least in terms of projectile barrages, Suguru Geto far surpassed Yuta. That was why Gojo had roped Geto into this specific training regime. Yuji reaffirmed what he had always known: Gojo-sensei had never once surrendered. Even knowing the crushing weight of fate, he refused to admit defeat. He was preparing with everything he had, actively anticipating every horrific scenario that could arise during his battle with the King of Cursed Spirits, and rigorously training to counter them. Yuji felt a profound sense of relief. Asking Sukuna how to kill a god was definitely the right call. Yuta suddenly spoke up. Itadori, what do you plan to do in the future, after this phase of the dream migration ends? Yuji blinked, taken aback. Is this really the time to be thinking about that? Yuta sat down on the plaza steps, his eyes still fixed on Gojo and Geto's spar. It was as if he could read Yuji's mind. He spoke slowly. Gojo-sensei and the King of Cursed Spirits formed an incredibly strict binding vow. You should know the terms. Once a victor is decided, whoever wins will fully absorb the surviving members of the losing faction. And the absorbed members will absolutely not be mistreated. Yuji knew about this vow. He gave a small nod. Even though Gojo-sensei is training like a demon right now, he doesn't want his students to feel any unnecessary pressure. After all, whether he wins or loses, none of us will be purged for belonging to his faction. We'll still have our own lives to live. That's why I'm asking. What are your plans for the future? Yuta asked. Yuji's sharp instincts flared. He instantly realized that this wasn't a question Yuta was asking of his own volition. He furrowed his brow and asked slowly, Akotsu-senpai. Gojo-sensei asked you to ask me this, didn't he? Yuta remained silent. Despite his intense preparations, Satoru Gojo knew better than anyone just how abysmally low his chances of victory were. Unlike the original timeline, where he was brimming with absolute confidence that he could handle Ryam and Sukuna and thus never bothered discussing the future with his students, the situation here was entirely different. Fate itself was bearing down on his shoulders, and having experienced its power firsthand, he knew exactly how likely he was to fail. With his students standing right beside him, he couldn't just say nothing. But because of his incredibly messy, hypocritical pride, he couldn't bring himself to ask them directly. So, he had delegated the task to Yuta. Seeing Yuji's silence, Yuta continued in a slow, measured tone, America has already sent over an invitation. Master Tengen has successfully deployed the Great American Barrier over there, and the Lord of Cursed Spirits has agreed to launch the next phase of the dream migration simultaneously in the US. If, and I mean if you don't want to stay in Japan, you can consider going to America. They are in desperate need of Jujutsu sorcerers right now, and they'll welcome you with open arms. Master Yuki is also stationed there, so you won't have to worry about how the Americans will treat you. Referencing Volume 31. Yuji couldn't hold it in any longer. Is Gojo-sensei making arrangements for his funeral? Yuta remained strictly silent. Yuji took 2 or 3 deep, ragged breaths to calm his racing heart. What about everyone else? Moki isn't planning on going to America. She wants to stay here and bear witness to the future the Lord of Cursed Spirits creates. Regardless of whether Gojo-sensei wins or loses, she intends to fight the King of Cursed Spirits to the bitter end, Yuta revealed. Principal Yaga and Panda plan to stay and continue running Tokyo Jujutsu High. In the foreseeable future, Tokyo Jujutsu High will inevitably see a massive influx of newly awakened civilian sorcerers. They want to elevate the school's reputation to new heights. As for Inumaki, he's already considering the move to America. Yuta let out a long exhale. That just leaves you first years. You're the first one I've asked. Even without asking the others, Yuji could vaguely sense the shape of the future unfolding before them. The advent of the dream migration had fundamentally shattered the world's status quo. A tsunami of jujutsu prosperity was about to crash over the entire globe. And right at the epicenter of this storm, everyone would be forced to ride the waves. Just as Principal Yaga and Panda predicted, the demand for orthodox knowledge and training would trigger an explosive surge in enrollment at Tokyo Jujutsu High. And the students who had reaped the early benefits of this chaotic era were destined to shine brilliantly in the coming age. In fact, Yuji was already shining brilliantly. With Ryoman Sukuna holding down Tokyo #1 colony, and Yuji fearlessly challenging him time and time again, his reputation had long since spread like wildfire throughout the jujutsu world. Was there a single sorcerer alive who didn't know the name of Sukuna's vessel, Yuji Itadori, the boy who fought, lost, and endlessly rose to fight again? It was true for him, and it was true for the others. The upperclassmen of Tokyo Jujutsu High had already braced themselves for the arrival of a new era. And whether Satoru Gojo existed in that new era didn't actually matter. The only things that mattered were the dream migration and the Lord of Cursed Spirits. Everyone knew that the King of Cursed Spirits was virtually immortal, regardless of whether Satoru Gojo won or lost. It wouldn't fundamentally alter the trajectory of the future. Yuji felt an overwhelming sensation, the crushing, inexorable grinding of the wheel of fate. Never before had he felt so viscerally aware that he was standing in the dead center of history in the making. In the future, his name would undoubtedly be etched into the history books. But his first reaction wasn't pride. It was sorrow. Sorrow for Satoru Gojo. Because Satoru Gojo was the man destined to be crushed beneath that very wheel of fate. What about you, Okotsu-senpai? Yuji's voice was low, his spirit heavy. If Gojo-sensei wins, I will continue to follow him. Yuta's voice was unnervingly flat, utterly devoid of emotion. If Gojo-sensei loses, I plan to defect to the Lord of Cursed Spirits faction and serve under him. I imagine that, thanks to the binding vow, a special grade sorcerer like me will be treated quite favorably. Yuji stared at Yuta in utter disbelief. Are you serious, senpai? If the King of Cursed Spirits wins, he will undeniably ascend to godhood. Becoming a warrior under a god. No matter how you look at it, it's the most promising career path, isn't it? Yuji stared hard at the side of Yuta's face. His expression was completely blank, stripped of any micro-expression. Yuji wasn't a complicated thinker, but even he could detect the glaring anomaly in Yuta's words. He looked deeply at Yuta before turning his gaze back to the clash between Gojo and Geto. He said quietly, whatever you're plotting, I'm pretty sure the King of Cursed Spirits is smarter than you are. Yuji suspected Yuta was planning an assassination. Because out of all of them, Yuta Okotsu respected Satoru Gojo the most. Yuji absolutely refused to believe that Yuta would ever betray Gojo, especially not with such a blatant, unapologetic declaration. It completely contradicted everything Yuta stood for. Yuta rested his hands on his knees, his voice eerily calm. You misunderstand. If Gojo-sensei loses, I genuinely intend to defect to the King of Cursed Spirits. Why? Because I want to see it with my own eyes. I want to see exactly what kind of future will bloom from soil watered by Gojo-sensei's blood, Yuta said slowly. And the absolute best vantage point to witness that future is right by the Lord of Cursed Spirits' side. That is why I must go there. Yuta Okotsu may have been the one who respected Satoru Gojo the most, but he was simultaneously the most ruthlessly pragmatic among them. In the original timeline, *E* was the one who proposed using Kenjaku's brain-hopping technique to hijack Satoru Gojo's corpse. When everyone else recoiled in horror, Yuta had screamed that if no one else was willing to step into the darkness and become a monster, then he would do it himself. He was a profound pessimist, and his worst-case scenarios almost always came true. It was true in the original timeline, and it was true now. When a situation deteriorated beyond the point of salvation, Yuta Okkotsu didn't focus on miraculously increasing their odds of victory, he focused entirely on securing the absolute baseline for survival. That was how his mind operated. Consistent to the bitter end. Yuji fell silent for the third time. He suddenly realized he couldn't muster a single word to argue against Yuta. This man had clinically analyzed every horrific possibility, and had even meticulously planned out his exact course of action for when reality inevitably plunged into the worst-case scenario. Yuji finally understood the true nature of the man named Yuta Okkotsu. They were fundamentally different people. Their thought processes were diametric opposites. When faced with an absolute dead end, Yuji would grit his teeth and violently smash his way forward. When Yuta faced a dead end, he would calculate how to bypass it, or dismantle it from an entirely different angle. As a Jujutsu sorcerer, Yuji couldn't say whose approach was correct. For a brief moment, he actually felt a wave of nausea. He didn't find Yuta's logic disgusting, he found it sickening that two people fighting for the exact same cause could possess such radically irreconcilable worldviews. As for me, Yuji clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. I'll keep actively participating in the dream migration. I don't care how long it takes, I'm going to win a round. And when I do, I'm going to use my finite infinity wish and tell the Lord of Cursed Spirits, resurrect Gojo-sensei, Yuta whipped his head around, staring at Yuji. Yuji kept his head down, glaring at the tips of his shoes, a fierce determination igniting in his chest. I know it's incredibly selfish. I know Gojo-sensei has positioned himself as the absolute nemesis of the King of Cursed Spirits. If the Lord of Cursed Spirits wins, even if he has the power, he would never voluntarily resurrect Gojo-sensei. But, since the Lord of Cursed Spirits boasted that the dream migration will run for multiple seasons, and that there are absolutely no restrictions on that finite infinity wish, then demanding Gojo-sensei's resurrection should be entirely within the rules, right? If a future without Gojo-sensei brings happiness to the vast majority of the world, then resurrecting him would become a sin, Yuta stated coldly. I don't care, Yuji fired back. Yuta stared at Yuji for a long moment, then slowly averted his gaze. You probably won't have any friends left, Yuta noted. I don't care, Yuji repeated. Both of them fell silent. This heavy silence persisted until Gojo and Geto finally concluded their sparring session. Yuji immediately rushed over to relay the intelligence he had extracted from Sukuna. As Gojo wiped the sweat from his brow, listening intently to the report, a grin spread across his face. I see. Now I get it. Who? Yuji blinked, thoroughly confused. What do you get? Sukuna's a twisted bastard. He told me the theory behind deicide, but he completely omitted the actual practical application. How did you figure it out so fast? To perfectly and precisely partition the circulation of positive and negative energy. Out of all the cursed techniques in existence, only one can achieve that seamlessly. Gojo looked at Yuji, his grin widening into something feral. And that is Sukuna's own technique, Shrine. The rules of the dream migration state that a human brain can safely engrave a limited number of innate techniques. 3 is the absolute safe limit, a 4th risk severe, catastrophic side effects, something even Kenjaku wouldn't dare attempt. My brain currently houses 2 techniques, the limitless and tool manipulation. I have room to engrave exactly 1 more. Yuji's eyes widened in sudden, horrifying realization. The final technique you chose to engrave is Sukuna's Shrine. If you engrave his technique, the one who benefits the most is Sukuna himself. He's the true master of that technique, he knows how to exploit it better than anyone. He totally set you up, Gojo-sensei. It's a trap, yes. But it's an absolutely necessary one. Gojo flashed a maniacal, arrogant smile. But isn't this perfect? Ryaman Sukyuna is hailed as the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer in history, and I am hailed as the strongest of the modern era. I've been itching to test my mettle against this guy's absolute prime. Bring it on. Gojo thought, his blood boiling with anticipation. Whether it's fate, gods, or the title of the strongest, I will shatter them all. Chapter 121:43. The Gojo Kaisen, the Purified Six Eyes, and Body Awakening. 2,617 words. December 30th, 2018, 11:30 a.m. Sakurajima Colony. When Megumi Fushiguro first heard the rules regarding the Key Keeper, he assumed the Key Keeper would desperately gather a massive coalition to defend themselves, ultimately placing all their hopes on the final recipient of the key. That chosen Key Keeper would then carry the combined hopes of the masses to face the King of Cursed Spirits in a final duel. But the reality of the situation was entirely different. The Jujutsu world was an intensely cruel and unforgiving place. Even though the dream migration barriers had significantly bridged the catastrophic gap in power, scaling it down from a staggering 1 to 10,000 to a slightly less hopeless 1 to 5,000, the disparity remained incomprehensibly vast. Once a true apex predator secured the key, it was virtually impossible for anyone else to pry it from their grasp. Take Satoru Gojo, for instance. After he claimed the key, not a single sorcerer even dared to step forward and challenge him. This was because Gojo would effortlessly obliterate any challenger before they could even display a fraction of their strength. Even if they entered the resurrection queue, throwing themselves at him was just a meaningless waste of 100 points. The dream migration had hard limits on how much it could elevate a person's innate talent. To shatter those limits required the intervention of the finite infinity, a wish. The most glaring example of this was the ultimate physical cheat code of the Jujutsu world, the Six Eyes. The Gojo clan's Six Eyes were undeniably the eyes of gods and Buddhas. If a sorcerer possessed them, even if their base stats were a blank slate, they could effortlessly step into the realm of a special grade sorcerer. Such absolute, peerless treasures could never be purchased with mere points, they could only be realized through finite infinity. While the dream migration actively encouraged massive free-for-alls among sorcerers, the unbridgeable chasm between the strong and the weak naturally gave rise to an unspoken rule: the strong fought the strong, and the weak fought the weak. This was the most efficient way to maximize point gains. Of course, finding an opponent who was exactly 1 or 2 tiers above or below your own level was the ultimate jackpot. Whatever the future held, at this very moment in the Sakurajima colony, no idiot was suicidal enough to provoke Satoru Gojo. And even if some fool tried, the perimeter established by his students and Kento Nanami would crush the disturbance before it even reached him. This allowed Gojo to spend the final 30 minutes before the decisive battle lounging in a completely destroyed park, catching a rare moment of rest. For once, Gojo let his mind go completely blank. He stopped analyzing hypercomplex jujitsu theories. He stopped running mental combat simulations. He didn't even think about the apocalyptic duel waiting for him in 30 minutes. He simply slumped against the park bench, thoroughly relaxed. He was a towering man, standing close to 2 meters tall, but the loose clothing he wore completely hid his toned physique. Combined with the way his blindfold pushed his bangs straight up, from a distance, he looked like an upside-down broom. It was a slightly comical silhouette. Suddenly, a voice called out to the man preparing for the end of the world. "Hey! Why are you sitting out here all alone? You even locked your information lock." Gojo slowly reeled his mind back from the void. He shook his head slightly and looked toward the approaching figure. It was Utahime Iori. She was dressed in incredibly formal attire. She wore a traditional red and white Miko, Shrine Maiden, outfit, complete with white tabi socks and traditional wooden Jita sandals. Walking a half-step behind her was a younger Miko, carrying a long-handled monk staff and a folded garment bag. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the night's moon, Utahime looked like an entity descended from the heavens. Utahime came from a prestigious lineage of Shrine Maidens, and Gojo had never felt that reality more sharply than he did right now. But instead of replying to Utahime, he directed his greeting to the girl behind her. "Yo, rice shower. You ended up choosing the path of a Miko, huh?" Although Gojo outwardly radiated absolute confidence, Yuta's probing questions over the past few days had laid bare his true intentions. He was tying up loose ends. He was making arrangements for his own death. Among the first years, Yuji had chosen to endlessly grind the dream migration in hopes of eventually wishing for Gojo's resurrection. Megumi and Nobara hadn't solidified their plans. And Rice Shower had chosen to follow Yutaheim. She wanted to become a Miko, and she had already put in the work to make it happen. Gojo had introduced her to Yutaheim, and Yutaheim, completely dropping her usual fussiness, had immediately accepted the girl, who had already firmly established herself as a special grade sorcerer, as her disciple. Yutaheim's family was a respected, but not overwhelmingly dominant, lineage of Shinto priests. Having a special grade sorcerer as a disciple would shield them from countless political headaches. This was especially true considering her disciple wielded an incredibly rare poison-based cursed technique. If anyone dared to anger her, she could slaughter them with a cheerful smile before they even realized they were dying. Just the mere possibility of that happening was enough to terrify most factions into submission. Yutaheim was extremely satisfied with Rice Shower. The only thing that gave her pause was the girl's true motivation. Why had Rice Shower suddenly developed such a fervent desire to become a Miko? Up until recently, she had been aggressively searching for a way to turn back into a man. When asked, Rice Shower had replied with a deadpan expression, "I experienced a period. And I've already used my points in the dream migration to purchase a constitution that never has periods again. If I turn back into a man now, I think the sheer psychological whiplash would shatter my mind." Right. That was a remarkably pragmatic, very a Jujutsu sorcerer line of reasoning. As for why she chose to become a Miko, the reason was equally straightforward. In the past, Mahito, the Lord of Cursed Spirits, mentioned he wanted a Miko to serve him when he became a god. I rejected him back then. But after thinking about it, being the chief shrine maiden for a literal true god sounds like a pretty sweet gig. In other words, she was fully embracing the absurdity and securing the ultimate safety net. When Yutaheim heard this reasoning, she accepted Rice Shower without a second word. Regardless of whether Rice Shower was joking or not, and knowing Mahito's personality, Gojo was 100% certain it was a completely viable strategy. Yutaheim's family would be permanently safe from any future political fallout. After all, their supreme deity might unknowingly transition into the sole true god of the new world. The sheer political leverage of that was unfathomable. If the whole true god thing was a bust, Yutaheim gained a special grade poison user as a bodyguard. If it was true? Hell, she'd have a direct line to the only true god in existence. Yutaheim fundamentally despised cursed spirits, but if this cursed spirit literally ascended to true godhood, that completely changed the equation. Dressed in her red and white Miko attire, Rice Shower held the monk staff and the garment bag, offering Gojo a deep, respectful bow. "Yes, Gojo-sensei. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I swear I won't disappoint you." Gojo snickered, trying to hold back a laugh. "But, it's only been a few days, and you're already talking like a proper lady? Yutaheim's teaching you well." "Man, I was worried you were going to turn into Demon Miko version 2.0, but seeing you so polite is a huge relief." "You absolute bastard, you have some nerve." A thick vein bulged on Yutaheim's forehead. "I am your senior. How dare you casually use my first name like that? Did you feed all your manners to a pack of wild dogs? See? That's the Demon Miko right there. Whatever you do, not turn out like her," Gojo said, pointing at Yutaheim and bursting into loud, obnoxious laughter. Yutaheim instantly dropped all pretense of Miko elegance. She stomped over to Gojo, raised her hand, and mercilessly delivered a vicious karate chop aimed squarely at his head. Naturally, it bounced harmlessly off his limitless. "Satoru Gojo, you better remember this. I am your senior." "Your senior," she roared. Gojo didn't even bother deflecting her, he just sat there, laughing heartily. This exact dynamic played out every single time Gojo and Yutahime interacted. Gojo would intentionally pluck her last nerve, Yutahime would violently lash out, and she would invariably scream about her seniority. Rice Shower watched the exchange with quiet envy. She was no longer the clueless novice who had just stumbled into the jujutsu world. Unlike the other students, she had proactively devoured every text on jujutsu history she could find. And through that history, she had witnessed the horrific, blood-soaked reality of the jujutsu world's survival of the fittest. In many ways, Ryomen Sukuna was the concentrated embodiment of all jujutsu history. All authority, all nobility, it was entirely meaningless in the face of absolute power. That was the naked, brutal truth of the jujutsu world. Ryomen Sukuna was the ultimate practitioner of this ironclad law. When his sheer arrogance and overwhelming strength shattered every established rule, the world was forced to revolve around his whims. Satoru Gojo possessed power equal to, if not greater than, Ryomen Sukuna. Yet Gojo didn't indiscriminately unleash his power upon the world like Sukuna did a millennium ago. Gojo had friends. He had a best friend. He had students. He had a mentor. He had grown up with a healthy, human heart. Rice Shower genuinely believed that Satoru Gojo was a truly fortunate man. She waited until Gojo and Yutahime finished their familiar routine before taking short, measured steps toward them. She stood the monk's staff upright, resting it against her side, and carefully pulled the folded garment from the bag. Holding it reverently with both hands, she presented it to Gojo. Gojo-sensei. The Gojo Kaisen you requested is ready. According to Buddhist tradition, a monk's robes are divided into 3 tiers, large, medium, and small. The small robe is stitched from 5 strips of cloth, the medium robe from 7 strips, and the large, transcendent robe is stitched from 9 to 25 strips of cloth. The large robe symbolizes profound respect and is typically reserved for grand ceremonies or audiences with highly revered individuals. The medium robe is the standard daily wear for monks, representing a mild and approachable demeanor. In the original timeline, the Kaisa Saguru Geto wore was a 7-strip kaisa, a medium robe. The small robe is specifically worn for menial labor and cleaning. The name Satoru Gojo was inherently fascinating. The surname Gojo, 5 strips, directly referenced this small robe, symbolizing a humble servant of the Buddhas and gods. Yet, this humble servant was ironically blessed with the most exalted, divine eyes in existence. The 6 eyes mirrored the Buddhist concept of the purification of the 6 roots, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind, representing the absolute pinnacle of Zen enlightenment. His given name, Satoru, Enlightenment Awakening, was even more poignant. It invoked body awakening, the ultimate truth that neither mortals nor Buddhas could ever escape, a state revered as a priceless treasure. Gojo, 5 strips, 6 eyes, Satoru, enlightenment. Everything about Satoru Gojo, his lineage, his name, his very existence, was inextricably bound to Buddhist philosophy. And now, at the very end, even his chosen weapon was a monk's staff, Kakura. Yutahime carefully unfolded the Gojo Kaisa. Gojo stood up and casually stripped off his black jujutsu high uniform jacket, revealing a crisp white undershirt. He dropped the black jacket onto the park bench and spread his arms wide. With practiced grace, Yutahime personally draped the Gojo Kaisa over his shoulders. December 30th, 2018. 11:50 a.m. Gojo finished adjusting the Kaisa. Rice Shower bowed her head and offered the monk's staff with both hands. Gojo grasped the staff and gently ran his fingers along the metal rings. The head of the staff chimed with a deep, resonant hum, like a distant temple bell. Before acquiring tool manipulation, Gojo would have needed to intensely scrutinize the weapon with his 6 eyes to decipher the meaning behind that sound. Now, the understanding flowed into him instantly. He smiled softly. Yes. I understand. Maintaining a humble heart is the most important thing of all. 11:53 a.m. Yutahime took 2 steps back, admiring Gojo's new attire. A rare, genuine smile of approval graced her lips. You bastard, you finally look the part of a proper sorcerer. Even though a 5-strip caser isn't exactly formal wear. Honestly, a 9-strip caser would have been far more fitting. Gojo lightly tapped the base of his staff against the ground. The deep chime inexplicably washed away the lingering anxiety in Utaheim's heart. He replied with casual ease, "Have you forgotten what my family name is? Heh. I guarantee you, if my ancestors dared to name our clan Akujo, 9 strips, that old hag Tengen would have marched over and personally exterminated us. The 6 eyes *** 9-strip caser? What, are you trying to overthrow the heavens?" 11:57 a.m. Gojo finally untied his blindfold, letting it drop to the ground. His stark white hair fell naturally across his forehead. Seeing the absolute, overwhelming divinity radiating from his exposed 6 eyes, Utaheim spoke softly. The 6 eyes brought the Gojo clan 1,000 years of absolute prosperity. It's finally time to pay the debt. Gojo chuckled. Yeah. I actually really like the sound of that. 11:58 a.m. Rice Shower couldn't hold it in any longer. It was literally the final countdown to the apocalypse, yet Utaheim and Gojo were casually chatting about completely trivial matters. It wasn't that they were deliberately avoiding the topic of the final battle, they genuinely didn't care. Both of them had seemingly completely disregarded the apocalyptic duel looming just minutes away. But Rice Shower didn't possess that level of Zen enlightenment yet. She couldn't stop herself from asking. Gojo-sensei, are you going to be okay? 11:59 a.m. Gojo turned his head and looked at Rice Shower. His mind flashed through everything that had happened with her, from finding her terrified in a police station, to her fierce determination to learn Jujutsu, to her rigorous training and missions, and finally to the devastating moment in the meeting room when Kenjaku exposed her as a sleeper agent. He suddenly smiled warmly. Rice Shower had been entirely manipulated by the Lord of Cursed Spirits, completely at his mercy. But wasn't Gojo in the exact same boat? In a twisted way, Rice Shower was probably the only person alive who could truly understand what he was going through. Now, as she looked at him with such profound worry, what should he say as her teacher? As her fellow pawn of fate? He thought about it very seriously, and finally made his decision. 12 p.m. Who the hell do you think I am? He said. In the next instant, an infinitely brilliant, blinding white light erupted before Gojo's eyes. To Utaheim and Rice Shower, it looked as if Gojo had been instantly swallowed by the light, shattering into countless shimmering fragments before vanishing completely. It was undoubtedly the Dream Migration's final teleportation mechanism. Satoru Gojo had finally stepped onto the ultimate stage. 12:01 p.m. Satoru Gojo opened his eyes. The scenery before him was intimately, horrifyingly familiar. He was standing within Domain Expansion, Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm. Chapter 122:44. The Final Dignity. 2,506 words. Ladies and gentlemen. Mahito suddenly threw his arms wide, his voice brimming with unbridled passion. The final hour is finally upon us. Every Jujutsu sorcerer alive should know exactly what this moment signifies, that's right. The legendary A Finite Infinity wish is about to be realized right here, right now. The time is exactly 12 a.m., December 31st, 2018. Mahito was currently dressed in a woven hat, a hari, a kimono, and wooden Jita sandals. Even though they were standing on a desert of pristine white sand, he didn't seem to care in the slightest. This master swordsman's attire should have exuded a solemn, dignified aura. Yet, the moment Mahito opened his mouth, that solemnity was completely obliterated. It was as if they were standing on the stage of a cheap comedy club. Mahito suddenly bowed deeply, mimicking the exaggerated posture of an awards show host. After bowing, he swept a hand out to introduce the figures standing behind him. Keeping his head lowered and his back bent, he announced, representing Tokyo No. 1 Colony, the man hailed as the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer in history, the king of curses, Ryaman Sukuna. Representing Tokyo No. 2 Colony, the hyper-lethal special-grade curse user who orchestrated the night parade of 100 demons and nearly caused the mass extinction of all non-sorcerers in Japan. The once-in-a-millennium wielder of cursed spirit manipulation, Suguru Geto. Representing the Sendai Colony, the boy who averted that very extinction. The savior of the mundane world, the prodigy who skyrocketed from grade 4 to special grade in a mere 3 months, Yuta Okotsu. And finally, Mahito straightened up. His tone had already been manic, but now, his fanaticism dialed up to an entirely new extreme. Like the most utterly deranged, obsessive fanboy, he threw both hands toward the heavens and roared at the top of his lungs. The second sorcerer in Jujutsu history to inherit both the 6 eyes and the limitless. The man whose very birth shattered the balance of the world and triggered an explosive surge in cursed spirits. The peerless, invincible pinnacle of the modern era. Mahito took a massive breath and screamed, "Essay! 2. Are you? Go! Joe!" The 3 previously introduced men stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. It was entirely understandable. They had all anticipated plummeting instantly into the most catastrophic, apocalyptic battle of their lives. Every single one of them had mentally prepared themselves for the absolute worst, bracing to be ambushed the millisecond the teleportation completed. They had honed their physical and mental states to the absolute bleeding edge. And instead, they were immediately broadsided by Mahito's game show host introduction. Even blood-soaked veterans like them were left completely dumbfounded. Except for Satoru Gojo. Gojo, who lived for the spotlight, immediately waved excitedly at Mahito, letting out a bright, booming laugh. Ha ha ha! To receive such glowing praise from the one and only Lord of Cursed Spirits, the curse capable of granting eternal life and resurrection, the anomaly who forced the entire Jujutsu world to its knees single-handedly, His Excellency Mahito, the candidate for the throne of God. The honor is entirely mine. Mahito's brow instantly twitched. My. You're supposedly praising me, but why does it sound so incredibly passive-aggressive? Despite wearing his monk's kesa, Gojo dramatically swayed his hips. Oh ho, how could you say that? My profound respect for you is practically spilling out of my 6 eyes. It's as glaring as the sun in the sky. You definitely are mocking me, aren't you? Mahito snapped, glaring. Not at all. I'm just returning the energy you gave me. Gojo smirked. The two of them suddenly rushed toward each other. With perfect, unspoken synchronization, they raised their arms and, smack, aggressively high-fived. Ryaman Sukuna, Yuta Okotsu, and Suguru Geto watched the two of them with dead, soulless eyes. Gojo leaned in and whispered, "You're not broadcasting this live right now, are you?" Mahito whispered back, "Bingo! And not just here in Japan. You've heard that Tengen set up the Great American Barrier, right? It's broadcasting live all across the United States, too." Gojo's face paled in exaggerated horror. What? I thought this was just a private joke. I was just playing along so you wouldn't look like an idiot alone. Are you telling me you're not just embarrassing us in front of all of Japan, but you're broadcasting this humiliation to America too? Gojo pointed an accusatory finger at him. This is a massive diplomatic incident. Mahito laughed cheerfully. To hell with diplomacy. Gojo blinked. Suddenly, Mahito's voice boomed across the desert. The playful, casual tone vanished in an instant, replaced by a crushing, absolute solemnity. This is the final battlefield of the Dream Migration. Without a doubt, every Jujutsu sorcerer standing here is among the strongest beings on this planet. Normally, we are willing to abide by the moral constraints of the mundane world. But if anyone attempts to bind us with secular laws or morality, you had best pray your nations can withstand the unbridled fury of a special grade sorcerer. That is exactly why I am broadcasting this live. The man who had just been joking around straightened his spine. Without a sound, his cursed energy flared, igniting the air around him and amplifying his voice until it rolled like divine thunder. Jujutsu sorcerers are born from mundane humans. Mundane humans can evolve into true Jujutsu sorcerers through the dream migration. From this exact moment forward, supernatural forces will frequently and violently erupt around every single one of you. It does not matter if you are a minimum wage worker, a corporate executive, a government politician, ancient nobility, or newly minted wealth. Regardless of your position in mundane society, you must all acknowledge one absolute truth. From this day forward, supernatural power will accompany you for the rest of your lives. Mahito raised his hand and tipped his woven hat upward, revealing the upper half of his face that had been hidden in shadow. His heterochromatic eyes glowed faintly. It felt as if a divine, terrifying gaze was suddenly fixated upon the myriad phenomena of the universe. Even though they weren't the direct targets of that gaze, the four men present, including Satoru Gojo, felt a massive, suffocating pressure bear down on their chests. I'll spell it out clearly. Starting right now, whether you welcome it or despise it, Jujutsu sorcerers will walk among you. Previously, this was isolated to Japan. From now on, America will experience it. And as time marches forward, great barriers will be erected in other nations, eventually linking together to form a true, planetary-scale Great Barrier. The existence of Jujutsu sorcerers will be fully public. The existence of cursed spirits will experience a catastrophic global surge. Every nation will gain access to this power, a power they previously could only glimpse in fairytales and myths. If you do not wish to be left behind, your only choice is to embrace this future. And as for those who still cling to the delusion that steel and gunpowder can rival the absolute apex of the supernatural, you will find your answer in the battle today. Mahito smiled. It wasn't his usual, carefree grin. It was the smile of a ravenous beast locking eyes with its prey, a smile dripping with cold, unadulterated cruelty. He declared, I am officially notifying the world. The storm has already begun. It will sweep across this entire planet. There is no escape. There is no stopping it. Gojo instantly understood. Mahito wasn't just indulging his own whims by live-streaming this. He was dead serious. And his target wasn't the four combatants standing in the final arena, his target was the audience. It was every Jujutsu sorcerer watching in Japan, every person in power in America, and every single human being who would eventually learn of this broadcast. He was declaring that the world was about to undergo a violent, irreversible fusion with the supernatural. He was warning them that the explosive proliferation of Jujutsu sorcerers would force the world to fundamentally restructure itself. And he was watching, with cold detachment, to see how sorcerers and mundane humans would view each other in this chaotic new future. With that single declaration, the masquerade protecting the Jujutsu world was permanently, irreparably shattered. Gojo could easily envision the sheer, unmitigated chaos that would engulf the world once this truth spread. Gojo realized that Mahito was genuinely and meticulously preparing to rule this planet from the throne of God. The playful smile on Gojo's face slowly faded. Though he maintained a semblance of a smile, it warped into a cold sneer. You're awfully confident, Mahito. The battle hasn't even begun, yet you act as if you're already seated upon the divine throne. Are you perhaps looking down on me a little too much? Don't forget, just a few months ago, I nearly killed you. I don't believe for a second that you are unaware of fate and dot. Mahito looked Gojo dead in the eye. You have already lost, Satoru. I am willing to offer you one final chance. Kneel before me right now, and I will wipe the slate clean. I will forgive everything. The words carried a sting of profound humiliation, but when Gojo scrutinized Mahito's expression, he found the curse to be completely serious. Gojo knew this was the final olive branch Mahito would extend. Because this was a live broadcast, every single move he made was being scrutinized by the world. If Gojo truly surrendered right now, Mahito would genuinely spare him. This was Mahito's apotheosis. He wouldn't make a joke like this here. This isn't the first time Gojo thought. Ever since I learned the truth about this ascension ritual, almost everyone has been intentionally or unintentionally trying to talk me out of this. My best friend, Suguru, explicitly told me to give up that night. And now, even the final boss, Mahito, was willing to let him walk away. Surrendering right now was undeniably the smartest, safest move, right? Gojo finalized his decision. Every trace of a smile vanished from his face. I thought we were, at the very least, friends, Gojo said. We are. I consider you a friend, Mahito nodded. In that case. Gojo spoke with absolute calm. Why are you insulting me? Mahito didn't respond. He simply stared at Gojo. Standing there in his 5-strip caser, gripping his monk's staff, his blindfold discarded long ago, Gojo looked like a high priest radiating indomitable spirit. There wasn't a single shred of fear in his heart. He's throwing his life away, Mahito concluded. And then, Mahito smiled. In the past, Mahito thought, even though I admired Satoru Gojo, my bloodlust toward him only grew stronger with each passing day. I absolutely did not want him alive. I knew perfectly well the sheer magnitude of his influence on this world. He would obstruct my rule over this planet, and he would never submit to my commands. Therefore, no matter how much I admired him, I was fully prepared to slaughter him without mercy. So why, in this final moment, did I try to convince him to live? The answer was actually quite simple. The old Mahito was roughly equal in strength to Gojo, perhaps even slightly weaker. From any logical standpoint, the old Mahito had to kill Gojo to secure his future. But things were different now. Because his ascension to godhood had already been written into fate. Viewing Satoru Gojo through the eyes of a god, Mahito could finally appreciate all of his virtues. Gojo wielded absolute power, yet he always operated within a framework of rules. He possessed unimaginable influence, yet his own internal compass of fairness and morality prevented him from abusing it. He possessed the potential to overthrow a god's rule, yes. But if that god's rule actually brought hope and stability, Gojo would immediately hesitate. Amidst that hesitation, if he determined that the god's rule was ultimately beneficial for humanity, he might even unwittingly become a guardian of that very system. Satoru Gojo's only flaw was his atrocious personality. Conversely, when it came to anything unrelated to his personality, he was utterly flawless. Including his profound sense of morality. The shift in power and perspective made Mahito genuinely pity Satoru Gojo. Acknowledging his own true feelings, Mahito apologized to Gojo. I'm sorry. I underestimated you. A fierce, brilliant smile flared back to life on Gojo's face. Now that's more like. Suddenly, an ear-splitting screech of friction tore through the air directly behind Gojo. And then, a thunderous boom. A colossal invisible slash slammed violently into the back of Gojo's caser. Gojo slowly turned his head. Ryoman Sukuna let out a bored yawn. Are you two done babbling? I thought we were here to crack some skulls. The fleeting sense of mutual understanding and the faint spark of emotion Gojo had just felt were instantly vaporized by the slash. He took a deep breath, turned back to Mahito, and forced a painfully polite smile onto his face. Excuse me. Could you give me just a moment? Mahito extended a hand in a gesture of invitation. Be my guest. In the next millisecond, Satoru Gojo vanished. At the absolute last possible fraction of a second, Sukuna reacted, crossing all four of his arms in a defensive block. The heavy head of a monk's staff slammed into his forearms. Like a cannonball fired point blank, Sukuna was violently launched backward, the sheer concussive force of the impact triggering a series of visible sonic booms in the air. Mahito let out an impressed whistle and turned his attention to the remaining two combatants. Like a seasoned martial arts grandmaster, he raised his hand and crooked his fingers inward. Come. While Satoru is busy dealing with Sukuna, I'll play with you two for a bit. Yuta Okotsu prepared to step forward, but Suguru Geto stopped him. Geto took the lead, stepping forward. He was still wearing his own medium Kaisen. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly rippled and expanded outward like flowing water. Then, massive, grotesque cursed spirits began bubbling up from the darkness. One after another, within mere seconds, over 50 special grade curses materialized behind Geto, forming a terrifying legion. He raised one hand in a single-handed Buddhist salute. Special grade curse user. Suguru Geto. Let us begin. Asterisk snap, asterisk. Mahito snapped his fingers. His shadow suddenly elongated. A pair of rabbit ears breached the surface of the darkness, followed quickly by the face of a young girl, then her neck, and her body. A rabbit-eared girl dressed in a maid outfit rose entirely from Mahito's shadow. She snapped her eyes open, revealing heterochromatic irises identical to Mahito's. She bowed gracefully, reaching back into the shadow and drawing a massive, unusually straight-bladed katana. Mirakuji Kirigiri. Getting used to it, Kirigiri? Mahito asked. The rabbit-eared girl gave a slight nod. She took a step forward, drawing Mirakuji Kirigiri from its scabbard with a sharp, resonant asterisk-sheen star. The blade caught the moonlight, flashing a brilliant, lethal silver. The rabbit-eared girl finally spoke. Serving Mahito. Ancient Katana Tsukumagami. Mirakuji Kirigiri. Let us begin. Chapter 123, 45. The Demon King cleaves the world, the Buddha's chime purifies it. 3,228 words. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Ryaman Sukuna crashed brutally into the white desert. But it wasn't over. The sandy terrain might have been good at absorbing impact, but even so, he didn't sink directly into it. Instead, like a flat stone skipped across a pond by a child, he violently bounced, slammed down, bounced, and slammed down again across the endless white dunes. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. The continuous, catastrophic impacts made it look as though the desert was being subjected to heavy artillery fire. Suddenly, Sukuna threw all four of his arms wide. Timing it perfectly, he dug his forearms and two legs viciously into the sand, gouging a massive trench into the desert floor like a fighter jet making an emergency landing on the ocean. Sukuna felt the cursed energy inside his body ignite in a fraction of a second. The immense pressure forced him into maximum combat readiness instantly. He knew Gojo would retaliate, but even he hadn't anticipated the counterattack being this ferocious and terrifying. He had braced for impact, yet he still failed to completely block the strike. Suddenly, the head of a monk's staff materialized right in front of his eyes. He didn't even have the time to grunt. The staff's head grazed past his cheek as he violently jerked his head to the side at the absolute last microsecond. But in the next instant, his eyes blew wide open. Asterisk bang, asterisk. Satoru Gojo's knee was already buried deep in his abdomen. If it had been a normal Jujutsu sorcerer, they would have been launched into the air again. With the sheer kinetic force behind Gojo's strike, they would have been turned right back into a skipping stone, helplessly bouncing across the desert until they were battered to death. And that was assuming their body was tough enough to survive the initial impact. If not, that single knee strike would have ended the fight instantly. But this time, Ryaman Sukuna wasn't launched. At the exact point of impact where Gojo's knee struck, a massive, grotesque mouth violently snapped shut, using an abnormal, biological mechanism to absorb and process the devastating kinetic energy of the knee strike. Sukuna's face was deeply deformed, half of a second face grew on the side of his head, giving him four eyes. But the mouth belonging to that second face was located right on his stomach. Ryaman Sukuna had caught Satoru Gojo's knee strike with the mouth on his abdomen. What an incredibly fascinating way to handle close-quarters combat, Sukuna! Gojo roared with laughter. I could say the same to you. In 1,000 years, you're the first sorcerer to willingly engage me in pure hand-to-hand combat. Didn't Mahito slaughter you multiple times when you were at your peak? HMPH. He never fought me in a brawl. Sukuna sneered. Sukuna wasn't lying. During his encounters with Mahito, he hadn't experienced a single Anormal's fight. More often than not, he was slaughtered before his brain could even process what was happening. In other words, he was constantly on the receiving end of one-hit kills. That obviously didn't count as hand-to-hand combat. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. The sound of tearing air heralded the arrival of Sukuna's for fists. Gojo didn't just rely on the Limitless to absorb the blows. He violently kicked backward, his six eyes flawlessly reading the trajectory of every single punch. He slipped out of range with less than a hair's breadth to spare, then viciously swung his staff, smashing the heavy metal head into one of Sukuna's incoming fists. Sukuna yanked his hand back, refusing the collision and abruptly halting his assault. Gojo gripped the tail end of the staff with both hands and, like a samurai executing a karate, downward split, slash, brought it crashing down toward Sukuna. Sukuna threw all forearms toward the sky in a crossblock. Asterisk clang, asterisk the staff slammed into Sukuna's forearms. Sukuna felt as if an entire mountain had just been dropped on him. Sukuna tried to use the momentary deadlock to step forward and close the distance. But Gojo, showing absolutely zero samurai honor, immediately retreated. He kicked off the ground continuously, backpedaling at terrifying speed. Sukuna chased after him, but couldn't close the gap. Gojo used the distance to snap the staff back and swing it again. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. The staff blurred into a whirlwind of metal. Despite having forearms, Sukuna couldn't find a single opening through the relentless barrage. Both Gojo and Sukuna were incredibly tall men, even if there was a slight difference in their wingspan, it wasn't a decisive one. But Gojo, armed with the Kakura, was practically cheating. Sukuna, despite having forearms, couldn't land a single hit on the staff-wielding sorcerer. In the past, Sukuna had faced countless warriors armed with weapons. Those fools would usually be pulverized by Sukuna's fists before they could even finish assuming their stances. Ryoman Sukuna was overwhelmingly powerful. In terms of pure physical stats, not even Satoru Gojo could match him. And he wasn't a stranger to hard-fought battles, even during his deicide, Sukuna had been forced on the defensive. He wasn't just a bully who only knew how to crush weaklings. But this fight was completely different. The analytical boost the Six Eyes provided in weapon combat was simply too massive. Even though Sukuna had forearms, each attacking from a completely different angle, the Six Eyes effortlessly deciphered every single trajectory. The range advantage provided by the monk staff meant Sukuna couldn't even touch Gojo, while Gojo freely bludgeoned him with the heavy metal head. Let's not forget, Satoru Gojo was nearly 2 meters tall. His natural reach, combined with the length of the staff, meant Sukuna was completely locked out. It felt like he was trying to punch through a solid steel wall. Gojo couldn't help but laugh out loud. So this is what it feels like? This is exactly how Mahito felt when he was hacking away at me with Shinmyoken. Having a weapon is fucking awesome. Asterisk you. Fucking. Bastard, asterisk. The idea of having to worry about attack range during a high-level Jujutsu battle seemed absurd, but Gojo's Limitless made it an absolute necessity. To a Limitless user, any long-range attack was utterly meaningless. The only viable way to harm them was through close-quarters combat. The countermeasure Sukuna was employing was domain amplification. The essence of domain amplification was to project a miniature, fluid domain around one's body, like wearing a hazmat suit woven from domain energy. Its core principle was simple: by deploying a highly concentrated, targeted mini-domain, it could interfere with or completely neutralize the opponent's cursed technique upon contact. It was a universal jujitsu technique that hard-countered defensive techniques. In the original timeline, both Jogo and Sukuna had utilized it specifically to bypass the Limitless. But this technique came with one fatal flaw: while domain amplification was active, the user could not simultaneously use their innate technique offensively. They had to rely entirely on physical strikes to touch their opponent. And right now, that flaw was crippling Sukuna. Even though he had a method to bypass the limitless, he literally couldn't reach Gojo to apply it. In the original timeline, Gojo had at least fought him barehanded. When Sukuna used domain amplification, Gojo had to brace himself for physical impacts. Because of that, the original Sukuna had been patient, fighting without a shred of frustration, knowing that if he eventually landed a hit, Gojo would die. He just had to wait for the right opening and work for it. But now? Now Satoru Gojo had picked up a fucking staff. Shit, asterisk. What's wrong, Lord Sukuna? Gojo continuously swung the staff, forcing Sukuna to constantly reposition, all while launching a barrage of psychological warfare. Didn't you say you were going to kill me and then go kill Mahito? From where I'm standing, it doesn't look like you can even get past step 1. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Sukuna suddenly unleashed a dismantle directly into the ground beneath them. The devastating power instantly pulverized the terrain. White sand exploded outward in every direction. The deafening roar of the blast, combined with the violently displaced sand, turned the entire world white. A massive, localized sandstorm erupted in a matter of seconds. Gojo's 6 eyes possessed the ability to see through such physical obstructions. But right now, all he saw was a blinding, chaotic mass of cursed energy. In the original timeline, Sukuna had used a similar tactic. He had used Dismantle to cleanly sever a skyscraper in half and physically hurled it at Gojo. As the falling building crashed down, Sukuna used the distraction to close the distance. Why? Because once Gojo's physical vision was blocked, Sukuna could radically spike his own cursed energy output, creating a blinding flare that prevented Gojo from cleanly tracking his movements. It was identical to how Yuta Okotsu had fought Yuji Itadori during their first encounter. Yuta constantly emitted such a colossal, overwhelming aura of cursed energy that Yuji's standard cursed energy sensory abilities were completely jammed, making it impossible to predict Yuta's attacks. The logic was brutally simple: if the opponent's 6 eyes can precisely read any flow of cursed energy, just flood their vision with an absolute tsunami of it. Yuta had used that tactic against Yuji, and now, Sukuna was using it against Gojo. Sukuna formed one hand sign with 2 of his hands, and a completely different hand sign with his other 2. Innate technique release. 10 shadows technique, rabbit escape, piercing ox. Whenever Megumi Fushiguro used the 10 shadows, he could only summon 1 Shikigami at a time. To summon another, he had to form a new hand sign. This limitation applied not just to him, but to every 10 shadows user in history. But Ryoman Sukuna was different. With 4 arms, he could simultaneously form 2 distinct hand signs, drastically expanding the combat application of the 10 shadows technique. Just like right now. An endless tide of rabbits erupted from Sukuna's shadow, their sheer numbers piling up into a literal mountain of fur. While rabbit escape lacked offensive power, its infinite numbers meant they were perfect cannon fodder. Furthermore, every single rabbit carried a trace of the summoner's cursed energy. To Gojo's 6 eyes, it looked like the entire world was suddenly painted with Sukuna's cursed energy. It effectively blinded Gojo's supernatural vision. And further back, the piercing ox had already been summoned. The piercing ox was a Shikigami whose destructive power scaled infinitely with the distance it charged. However, it could only charge in a straight line, making it notoriously difficult to land a hit. But right now, Gojo was completely submerged in a sea of rabbits, his vision entirely jammed. This provided the perfect setup for the piercing ox to maximize its power and deliver a guaranteed one-hit kill. Gojo was indeed engulfed by the swarm of rabbits. But he didn't even bother raising his guard. The rabbits crashed into him, but failed to exert any force. His limitless was fully active, rendering the infinite swarm completely harmless. On the contrary, Gojo simply took a casual step forward. The rabbits directly in his path were instantly crushed, as if pulverized by an invisible hydraulic press. In the original timeline, Gojo had used this exact application against Hanami. By adjusting the parameters of his limitless, he could project it outward as crushing, localized gravity. Gojo didn't even need to attack, he simply had to walk forward, step by step, and the pressure would obliterate anything in his way. But in the next instant, without Gojo doing a thing, a straight line of rabbits was violently blasted apart. The piercing ox was already hurtling toward him like a runaway freight train. Gojo barely spared it a glance. Asterisk bang, asterisk. The ox's horn slammed dead center into Gojo's chest. But it wasn't Gojo who shattered, it was the ox's horns. The sheer, ungodly momentum of the charge had nowhere to go. Unable to stop, the ox was violently pulverized, inch by inch, against the impenetrable wall of infinity. In less than a second, like a sports car ramming headfirst into a battleship's hull at top speed, the piercing ox was utterly annihilated by its own kinetic force, dissolving back into inky black shadows. But before Gojo could take another step, the sky above him went black. He looked up. A massive elephant was plummeting straight toward him. 10 Shadows Technique, Max Elephant. Asterisk crash, asterisk. Max Elephant slammed into the ground, its immense weight and terminal velocity causing the entire white desert to shudder violently. Behind the endless swarm of rabbits, the hand signs formed by Sukunas for arms shifted once more. But this time, the sign he formed did not belong to the 10 Shadows. 10 Shadows Technique, Great Serpent. Shrine, Cleave. A gargantuan serpent violently erupted from the sand directly beneath Gojo's feet. Its massive jaws opened to their absolute limit, swallowing Gojo whole in an instant. Normally, according to the hand signs, the slashing technique would be unleashed right now for a guaranteed kill. But Sukuna held back. He knew that a standard cleave wouldn't even scratch Gojo as long as he had the limitless. So, both of his mouths began to chant the incantation simultaneously. Scale of the Dragon, his upper mouth chanted. Recoil, his stomach mouth chanted. Twin Meteors, his upper mouth chanted. Cleave. The final word was punctuated by the mouth on his abdomen. The incantation consisted of 4 phrases, but by utilizing both mouths, Sukuna completed it in the time it took to speak 2. It was a feat completely impossible for any normal Jujutsu sorcerer. When a sorcerer executes a technique using both hand signs and incantations, achieving its absolute, perfect state, the resulting power is exponentially amplified. This was the binding vow Sukuna had forged to unleash an attack that transcended logic. By executing every single condition flawlessly, hand signs and incantations, Sukuna gained the ability to launch a ranged slash capable of cleanly severing the limitless. Target of technique extension, space. This was the slash that divides the world. Asterisk bang, asterisk. Before Sukuna could even finish the second phrase, Gojo casually expanded his limitless, violently detonating the great serpent from the inside out. But Sukuna had perfectly calculated this exact timing. He had launched the attack in the infinitesimally small window where Gojo physically could not dodge. The catastrophic, world-ending vertical slash slammed directly into Gojo. Because his vision was obscured by the rabbits, and because he had just been inside the serpent's mouth, even with the 6 eyes godlike perception, Gojo couldn't predict or evade the strike. Unexpectedly, yet inevitably, the slash made contact. Just like in the original timeline, Gojo was about to be cleanly bisected by Sukuna's ultimate technique, right? Asterisk Kaisen. Asterisk. It sounded like a massive, ancient bronze bell being struck in a distant mountaintop temple. A profound, sacred chime echoed directly into Sukuna's ears. The absolute confidence radiating from his face slowly hardened into a mask of pure disbelief. The slash that had torn through the earth and struck Gojo directly should have split him in 2. At the very least, a surprise attack of this magnitude should have completely shattered Gojo's rhythm, forcing him into a desperate, bloody retreat. But nothing happened. Satoru Gojo had simply raised his hand, bringing the monk's staff defensively across his body. The moment, the slash that divides the world, made contact with the staff, the weapon released that ancient, resonant Buddhist chime, and the slash simply vanished. Yuji Itadori knew about the staff Gojo wielded. He even knew its name. Gojo had never hidden it from him. Consequently, Sukuna, residing within Yuji, also knew of its existence. But Sukuna had no idea what the staff actually did. The only people Gojo had sparred with recently were Yuta Okotsu, Yuki Tsukumo, Yutaheim Iori, and Tengen, referencing Volume 4, Chapter 4. They were the only 4 beings in the world who knew the true capabilities of Satoru Gojo's weapon. Yuji Itadori was completely in the dark. Thus, Sukuna, who had learned everything about Gojo through Yuji's eyes, was now, for the very first time, bearing witness to a fraction of the staff's divine power. Impossible, Sukuna muttered instinctively. The slash that divides the world was the single most devastating attack in the original narrative. Exactly as the name implied, Sukuna had used Mahoraga to continuously analyze the limitless. However, he hadn't ordered Mahoraga to adapt to the limitless technique itself, he ordered it to adapt to what the limitless represented. The limitless was the ultimate domination over space. Whether it was compressing space, expanding space, distorting space, or simultaneously applying both compression and expansion to generate the cataclysmic destructive power of the hollow technique, the limitless controlled it all. Therefore, once Mahoraga adapted to the ultimate domination of space, anything that existed within that space, matter, energy, cursed energy, anything housed within reality, no matter how ethereal, even abstract concepts, would be cleanly severed by the slash that divides the world. Wherever the slash traveled, existence itself ceased to be. That was the absolute truth Sukuna believed in after finalizing the binding vow. Yet now, right before his very eyes, Satoru Gojo had effortlessly neutralized the slash using nothing but a monk's staff. No, neutralized wasn't the right word. Sukuna's cursed energy sensory capabilities were unparalleled. He could clearly feel his slash simply dissipating the moment it touched the staff. It wasn't a violent collision of opposing forces. It was far more delicate, far more profound. It was as if the slash had simply erased itself. Gojo gently rested the base of the staff against the white sand. He abandoned his usual slouching, arrogant posture. Instead, he stood perfectly straight, radiating solemnity and grace. Holding the staff in one hand, he raised his other hand in a single-handed prayer, speaking with the serene cadence of a holy monk. Once upon a time, a Japanese monk deeply admired the Buddhist teachings of the great empire to the west. He sought to journey there to seek their guidance. But in that era, the journey was perilous, fraught with deadly storms and impossible trials. Not a single disciple was willing to risk the voyage to Japan. Amidst the deafening silence, only one monk stepped forward. It is for the sake of the Dharma. Why should I cherish my own life? His Dharma name was Genjin. He is the protagonist of the historical epic known as the Six Perfections Eastward Journey. Gojo lifted the staff and brought it down against the sand once more. Kaiaim, The Buddhist chime rang out again. It was deep, tranquil, and eternal. A visible shockwave of sound rippled outward, washing over Sukuna. As the chime resonated through his very core, he felt no malice, no violence. It felt as if a divine voice was whispering directly into his soul, forcibly soothing the raging bloodlust in his heart. Kakura, Six Perfections Eastward Journey. This is a genuine, bona fide, divine artifact. Gojo smiled softly. Its ability is purification. Kaiam. The third chime rang out. 3 chimes to cleanse the world. Gojo offered a deep, respectful Buddhist bow, his face illuminated by the serene smile of a Buddha achieving enlightenment. His voice carried a divine resonance as he spoke. Instructor at Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. Head of the Gojo clan. Officially certified special grade sorcerer by Jujutsu headquarters. Satoru Gojo. Namu-san. Amitabha? Chapter 124-46. Subverting tradition, the demonic path withers. 3,390 words. What exactly is purification? In the original timeline, there was actually an ability that perfectly demonstrated what a purification truly meant. It belonged to a new character introduced late in the culling game, an ancient sorcerer incarnated by Kenjaku. However, unlike the others, this sorcerer didn't hijack their host's body, but coexisted with them in a symbiotic relationship, much like Yuji Itadori and Ryomen Sukuna. She called herself Angel. Her signature move was named Jacob's Ladder. Its core ability, Technique Extinguishment. The technique extinguishment, didn't just refer to a sorcerer's innate technique. It applied to absolutely anything constructed from cursed energy, obviously including seals. In the original story, after Kenjaku successfully trapped Satoru Gojo inside the prison realm, the others were forced to find alternative solutions because Gojo had previously destroyed all the cursed tools capable of breaking the seal. The solution proposed by Tengen was to find this ancient sorcerer. And that ancient sorcerer was Angel, wielding Jacob's Ladder. The power of technique extinguishment possessed the absolute ability to purify all curses. And in the Jujutsu world, the origin of every single technique is a curse, including, but not limited to, innate techniques, generic barrier techniques, cursed energy reinforcement, and cursed energy manipulation. Although it was never explicitly tested in the original narrative, theoretically, even the limitless encasing Satoru Gojo could be extinguished. This is the true meaning behind the Buddha's chime of purification. Unlike Jacob's Ladder, which required the activation of an innate technique, the Buddhist chime of the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey could be activated at will. Depending on the wielder's intent, the range and timing of the effect could be freely adjusted. Naturally, the closer one was to the caster, the stronger the purification. But even just being grazed by the sound waves of the chime was enough to invoke the fundamental ability of curse exorcism. When Sukuna was hit by the sound wave and felt an unnatural sense of tranquility, it wasn't an illusion. The Buddhist chime literally forced the mind into a state of absolute serenity, physically preventing the generation of violent emotions. For a Jujutsu sorcerer, extracting cursed energy fundamentally requires maintaining baseline negative emotions, because negative emotions are the raw fuel for cursed energy. By being enveloped in the Buddha's chime, a sorcerer's mind becomes so tranquil that extreme emotions cannot spark. Without negative emotions, cursed energy cannot be extracted. For a Jujutsu sorcerer, this was practically equivalent to permanently sealing away their greatest combat asset. A Jujutsu sorcerer who cannot extract cursed energy, what difference is there between them and an ordinary human? Even a completely talentless blank slate sorcerer can at least reinforce their body with cursed energy. But a sorcerer caught in the chime couldn't even manage the most basic physical reinforcement. They were reduced to fighting with purely mundane human physicality. Even a special grade sorcerer wouldn't be able to exert a fraction of their true power. Combine that with the fact that the closer you get, the stronger the cursed energy purification becomes, rendering all techniques entirely useless. The 6 Perfections Eastward Journey was undeniably the absolute bane of every Jujutsu sorcerer on the planet. No matter how devastating the cursed technique, it could never touch this staff. This was the true reason why Ryomen Sukuna's, the slash that divides the world, completely failed to affect Satoru Gojo. Sukuna's mind was incredibly sharp. Just by analyzing the phenomenon before his eyes and cross-referencing it with his experience fighting Angel a millennium ago, he instantly deduced the true nature of Gojo's staff. And precisely because he deduced it, a cold sweat began to prickle down his spine. This is slightly troublesome. Sukuna knew better than anyone just how terrifying Angel's ability was. Angel had given him a specific moniker, the Fallen. What did that imply? It implied that Ryomen Sukuna was an angel who had plummeted from heaven to earth. This title subtly hinted at Angel's terrifying might. It was exactly because Angel was such a formidable entity that Sukuna willingly acknowledged the title of the Fallen. If Angel had just been some insignificant insect he looked down upon, he never would have cared about the nickname. In the original timeline, when Angel declared her intent to kill the Fallen, Sukuna eagerly revealed his identity to Yuji from within his innate domain, daring the boy to accept Angel's terms. Contrast that with how Sukuna treated Jogo, and the difference in respect was staggering. Angel was already that much of a threat. And now, Satoru Gojo, wielding the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey, was exponentially more dangerous than Angel. How was he supposed to fight this? Thud. Gojo stepped forward. The distance between Gojo and Sukuna was over 200 meters. Yet, with a single, light step, that distance was reduced to 0. Gojo viciously swung the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. Sukuna, following his previous strategy, crossed all 4 of his arms to guard, bracing his legs to absorb the impact of being launched. He had no intention of engaging in close-quarters combat right now. He wanted to create distance and continue probing the weapon's capabilities. He fully expected to be launched backward like a cannonball, just like the first time the staff hit him. But the moment the heavy metal head of the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey smashed into his forearms, a blinding spike of agony detonated in his brain. All 4 of his arms snapped simultaneously. He wasn't launched at all. The sheer, concentrated kinetic force instantly pulverized the bones in his arms. He didn't even have the chance to vocalize his pain. His shattered arms were easily swatted aside, and the head of the staff crashed directly into his face, sinking deep into his flesh. Crunch. Half of Ryaman Sukuna's face was instantly pulverized. His cheekbone shattered, his eye socket burst, and his brain was practically mashed into paste. A one-hit kill. Ryaman Sukuna died. Or did he? A shadow, rippling like a pool of clear water, manifested from Sukuna's mutilated corpse. The corpse dissolved into black ink, merging seamlessly into the watery shadow. In the next instant, a hand violently erupted from the darkness. 11 lives, -1. Clang. The 6 Perfections Eastward Journey thrust violently forward. Even though Sukuna had just resurrected and hadn't fully regained his bearings, his instincts took over. He threw all 4 of his hands forward. The head of the staff stopped mere inches from the center line of Sukuna's chest, not because it was blocked, but because Sukuna had used a grappling technique, wrapping his forehands tightly around the shaft of the staff. Gojo whistled in genuine admiration. As expected of the King of Curses. You only died once, and you've already figured out the staff's defining trait. The completely naked Ryaman Sukuna scowled deeply. Upon contact, even cursed energy physical reinforcement is instantly nullified. No, it's probably not just reinforcement. Innate techniques, generic barrier techniques, domain expansion, or literally any phenomenon involving cursed energy, it's all completely erased. The point of contact with your staff becomes an absolute void of cursed energy. This was the exact reason Sukuna had just died. For a sorcerer who prided himself on his physical combat prowess, this was an unavoidable, fatal's first encounter kill. Because the cursed energy was actively erased, no matter how exquisite or layered the defensive technique, it was instantly shattered. Meanwhile, the wielder of the staff could still utilize standard cursed energy and technique reinforcement to massively boost their own striking power. A single blow from that staff, if it landed on an unexpecting sorcerer, guaranteed instant death. Even Ryaman Sukuna was no exception. This is exactly why I'm confident I can kill Mahito. Gojo's lips curled into a vicious smirk. Please, Senior Godslayer, evaluate my method. If Mirakuji Kirigiri's method of deicide relied on a cleaving line that severed gods and Buddhas alike, then the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey relied purely on absolute cursed energy nullification. If every single drop of cursed energy in the world was rendered useless against Satoru Gojo, how was anyone supposed to fight him? This was entirely different from Mahoraga. Mahoraga relied on adapting to attacks to alter the properties of its own cursed energy, thereby gaining absolute resistance. In other words, even Mahoraga inherently required cursed energy to function. But the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey completely eradicated cursed energy upon contact. Even if Sukuna summoned Mahoraga right now, the Divine General would be one-shot and instantly obliterated. Under the purifying chime of the Buddha, all cursed energy vanished without a trace. This was Satoru Gojo's ultimate trump card. So what if Mahito was a god? Arrogant fool. Sukuna roared. He violently yanked the staff, attempting to pull Gojo into point-blank range. But Gojo's 6 eyes had already predicted the shift in muscle tension. Before Sukuna could pull, Gojo lashed out with a brutal front kick aimed straight at Sukuna's abdomen. Having learned his lesson, Gojo specifically angled the kick to avoid the grotesque stomach mouth. Sukuna possessed 4 eyes. 2 were locked onto Gojo's upper body, while the other 2 tracked his lower center of gravity. This allowed him to instantly react to the kick. Before Gojo's foot could cave in his chest, Sukuna released the staff and violently leaped backward. In the blink of an eye, Gojo vanished. Limitless teleportation. Refusing to be outdone, Sukuna's 2 pairs of hands simultaneously formed hand signs. Innate technique release. Mimicry technique, limitless. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Sukuna also vanished from Gojo's line of sight, or he would have. Asterisk clang, asterisk. The chime of purification activated at that exact microsecond. The limitless encasing Sukuna instantly evaporated into nothingness. And in that same moment, the 6 perfections eastward journey slammed squarely into Sukuna's spine. Asterisk crack, asterisk. Accompanied by a sickening crunch, Ryoman Sukuna's spine snapped in half. Yet, defying all biological logic, Sukuna maintained his broken-backed posture, violently twisting his head around as his hand desperately reached for the head of the staff. Gojo casually took a half-step back. Because his spine was severed, Sukuna couldn't control his momentum and crashed pathetically into the dirt. Gojo stood over him, looking down with a contemptuous smirk. His gaze was that of a giant observing a struggling ant. He drew his leg back and delivered a merciless soccer kick straight to Sukuna's head. Asterisk bang, asterisk. Sukuna's head exploded like a crushed watermelon. 11 lives, -2. I heard from Yuji Itadori that you had a way to revive yourself. Gojo stared down as Sukuna's headless corpse dissolved back into the rippling shadow. This is the first I'm hearing of anyone besides Mahito possessing self-resurrection. Mahito relies on his innate ability to manipulate the soul. So, what's your trick? Asterisk squelch. Asterisk. Ryoman Sukuna crawled out of the shadow for the second time. Gojo casually twirled the 6 perfections eastward journey. This time, Sukuna had learned his lesson. He instantly pushed off the ground, launching himself far out of range. Sukuna no longer had any desire to exchange banter with Gojo. Every single ounce of his focus, every neuron firing in his brain, was dedicated to figuring out how to slaughter this monstrous opponent. Asterisk the 6 perfections eastward journey cannot be as invincible as it appears, asterisk. Asterisk it extinguishes all cursed energy. That ability makes it peerless among Jujutsu sorcerers. But if it truly extinguishes all cursed energy, then my resurrection shouldn't be working either. My 11 lives is an application of the 10 Shadows inheritance ritual. It fundamentally relies on cursed energy. Yet the staff hasn't interrupted the inheritance ritual. Why? Asterisk. Asterisk as long as I can find the flaw, I can turn this around, asterisk. Asterisk what is it? What is it? Asterisk. Asterisk what is it? Asterisk. Asterisk swish, asterisk. As Sukuna sprinted, the head of the 6 perfections eastward journey suddenly materialized right in front of his face. Sukuna's forehands blurred into hand signs. This time, it was the absolute pinnacle of Jujutsu combat, an utterly merciless ultimate attack, domain expansion. Both of Sukuna's mouths unleashed a deafening roar in perfect unison, malevolent shrine. In an instant, 2 types of slashes saturated the entire space. Cleave and dismantle materialized simultaneously. Because the omnidirectional slashes spared nothing, not even the subterranean space beneath them, the white desert was instantly atomized. A blinding wave of white light expanded silently outward, the visual distortion created by an infinite barrage of slashes tearing through the very physical cage of reality, delivering unavoidable death. In this windless world, a storm erupted. A storm of pure, concentrated severing force. Asterisk clang, asterisk. Gojo didn't counter with his own domain expansion. Instead, he swung the 6 perfections eastward journey it again. A visible, golden halo of sound resonated outward from the staff. The apocalyptic storm of slashes collided violently with the purifying chime. And absolutely nothing happened. There was no world-shaking explosion. There was no violent clash of shockwaves. There was no overwhelming display of raw power. The storm of slashes, capable of atomizing everything within the domain's radius, crashed against the golden halo of the Buddha's chime. And quietly dissipated, like a cleansed curse. There was no grand destruction, only an absolute, divine silence. Impossible. It even nullifies domain expansion. Sukuna was genuinely shocked. Domain expansion was universally hailed as the ultimate trump card in Jujutsu combat. No matter how versatile or complex a sorcerer's abilities were, the only true counter to a domain expansion was to deploy your own domain. Any other countermeasure possessed massive, often fatal flaws. No, even clashing domains wasn't necessarily the optimal solution, because domains didn't simply neutralize each other, they fought for dominance. When two sorcerers engaged in a domain clash, the one whose domain was more refined, more masterful, and more lethal would completely crush the other. That was exactly how the domain clashes played out between Sukuna and Gojo in the original timeline. But now, a genuine, absolute counter to domain expansion had appeared. The Buddha's chime of purification. Despite being enveloped entirely within Malevolent Shrine, Gojo strolled casually forward. He didn't even use limitless teleportation, he just walked slowly toward the stunned Sukuna. His posture was utterly relaxed, his expression perfectly serene. Sukuna refused to believe it. Both his mouths and all 4 hands moved in unison. Incantations and hand signs, executed flawlessly once more. Scale of the Dragon. Recoil. Twin meteors. He roared with overlapping voices, cleave. The slash that divides the world. The world-ending slash bloomed once again. But this time, it was unleashed from within Malevolent Shrine, massively amplifying its destructive output. A domain expansion inherently boosted the caster's innate technique, and the space-cleaving slash was no exception. Without a shred of hesitation, Sukuna unleashed it at maximum output, the ultimate slash capable of severing the very fabric of reality. Before the deafening boom could even register, the entire world was split in half. This wasn't a metaphor, it was a literal, physical fact. Like a canvas sliced cleanly down the middle with a razor blade guided by a ruler, the world before Sukuna's eyes separated. The displaced space finally detonated with a catastrophic roar. This was the phenomenon of spatial backflow, the explosive shockwave generated when severed space violently crashed back together to heal itself. But how could space that had already been cleanly severed return to its original state smoothly? What began as a slash as thin as a sword's edge violently expanded through spatial backflow, tearing open a massive, apocalyptic chasm. For a moment, it looked as though the world itself was collapsing, grinding itself into dust. Asterisk clang, asterisk. For the very first time, Satoru Gojo took evasive action. He shifted his footing lightly. The colossal, tearing void created by the spatial backflow didn't touch him, but the trailing shockwaves rippled across the ground toward his feet. The golden halo of the purifying chime held strong. The world-cleaving slash still failed to act upon Gojo's body. But the secondary shockwaves reached his feet. Sukuna's eyes widened in ecstatic realization. I see. I understand now. Your purification only works on phenomena generated by cursed energy. It is an ability entirely specialized for nullifying cursed energy, but your purification cannot erase normal physical phenomena. Furthermore, you cannot utilize your own cursed energy while purification is active. If you could, you wouldn't have needed to dodge that shockwave just now, you could have easily blocked it with the limitless. The reason you were able to kill me that first time with the staff wasn't because you could use cursed energy reinforcement while I couldn't. You reinforced your arms with cursed energy * before * swinging, then cancelled the reinforcement right as you activated purification, using the massive physical momentum to crush me. Your hands must be bruised and battered right now from absorbing all that excessive recoil. But you're wearing that caser, hiding your wounds beneath those wide sleeves. You are using deception to fight me. The key lies in your ability to seamlessly toggle between purification and your cursed energy. You've cleverly woven them together to create an illusion. Your invincibility, I've completely unraveled it. Gojo looked deeply at him, then suddenly burst into laughter. Incredible. Anyone else would have despaired the moment they saw the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey in action. But you didn't. You analyzed it. You deconstructed it. You searched for a way out in the depths of absolute despair, and you boldly used your own life to test your theories. Lord of Curses, I concede. Your reputation is truly well-deserved. Gojo lightly pulled back the wide sleeve of his caser, exposing his arm. The flesh was pristine, pale, and completely unblemished. Sukuna's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Impossible, there's no damage. Wait, reverse cursed technique. Purification only targets curses. In other words, if it's positive energy, it remains completely unaffected within the domain of purification. You're actually using positive energy to fight. Is that even possible? Cursed energy is negative energy. While it can be used to reinforce the body, it cannot be used to heal. The mechanics of reverse cursed technique involve multiplying negative energy against negative energy to create positive energy, which is then used to heal flesh. For 1,000 years, this was the sole application of RCT in the Jujutsu world. And for 1,000 years, no one had ever attempted to use positive energy for physical reinforcement. RCT was already an exceedingly rare and difficult technique. Even in this current era of proliferating sorcerers, there were fewer than 20 individuals capable of using it proficiently. More than half of those relied entirely on innate talent, unable to articulate or teach the process to others. Therefore, using positive energy for combat reinforcement instead of negative energy. Satoru Gojo was the absolute first in history to achieve it. *thud. Gojo stepped forward. He wasn't using limitless teleportation. He was using raw, positive energy reinforced leg strength to propel himself. Sukuna realized he could do the exact same thing. He rapidly generated positive energy using RCT, then channeled it into his arms, intending to use it for physical reinforcement, but *clang*. The head of the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey ruthlessly shattered Sukuna's arms and smashed directly into his skull. For the third time, Ryoman Sukuna's head was blown to pieces. Time for a pop quiz. Gojo roared with laughter over the dissolving corpse. How am I still able to generate positive energy while inside the purification zone? Even when using positive energy, a Jujutsu sorcerer must first experience negative emotions to extract negative energy. Only then can they multiply that negative energy against itself to produce positive energy. But the core ability of purification was to directly extinguish extreme negative emotions. Sukuna's learning ability was indeed peerless. The moment he realized positive energy could be used for physical reinforcement, he immediately attempted to replicate it, but he went about it the exact same way any other sorcerer would, attempting to spark negative emotions to extract negative energy for the secondary conversion process. But inside the purification zone, he physically couldn't generate those negative emotions. How could he possibly perform the secondary conversion? And so, he welcomed his third death. 11 lives, -3. A battle between Jujutsu sorcerers is a battle of information. Gojo violently swung the staff, splattering blood. Did you really think forcing me to engrave your shrine as my third technique would grant you an informational advantage? Did you think you had me trapped? How utterly laughable. The one severely lacking in information here is you, Sukuna. Chapter 125, 47. The demonic god descends, the divine blade is born. 3,119 words. Ryaman Sukuna crawled out of his shadow for the 4th time. This had entirely exceeded his expectations. In his initial calculations, while Satoru Gojo was undoubtedly strong, he still fell significantly short of the king of cursed spirits, who now commanded the limitless potential of fate. Out of his 11 lives, Sukuna had mentally budgeted exactly 3 lives to deal with Gojo. This wasn't arrogance, it was a deeply ingrained assessment of Gojo's combat strength. Had Gojo not been wielding the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey, that assessment would have been remarkably conservative. In the original timeline, Mahoraga had managed to adapt to the limitless within the span of a single life. And since Sukuna had already copied the limitless via mimicry, if he summoned Mahoraga now, the Divine General would spawn fully adapted to the limitless from the very start. Gojo's entire offensive and defensive repertoire was, at its core, entirely reliant on the limitless. Precisely because the limitless was already an overwhelmingly perfect technique, Gojo rarely bothered integrating other methods. If Sukuna could just neutralize the limitless, he was absolutely certain Gojo wouldn't even be able to last a single round against him. Based on the original narrative, this was completely accurate. But the Satoru Gojo standing here right now was vastly different from his original counterpart. He had gained a chillingly clear understanding of the absolute limits of his own limitless. During his duel with Mahito, aside from mobility, the limitless had offered virtually zero tactical advantage. And even that mobility edge had vanished the moment Mahito manifested the Dragon God armor on the fly. Mahito had practically dragged every aspect of the limitless through the mud, utterly trampling on its glory and dignity. While the current Gojo still utilized the limitless, the trauma of that fight had instilled a hyper-vigilant reflex in him. He no longer relied on it as an absolute crutch. Instead, he was constantly on guard against techniques capable of bypassing the limitless. This profound shift in mindset was exactly why he had chosen the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. When the purification ability was active, Gojo's own limitless would naturally fail. But to this new Gojo, that was no longer a fatal flaw, he had already completely adapted to fighting without it. And Ryaman Sukuna had the misfortune of being his first live-fire test subject. Sukuna had fatally miscalculated. He thought the anti-god countermeasures he had provided would force Gojo into a predictable, single-track tactical corner. Instead, Gojo used the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey to teach Sukuna a brutal lesson. I'm done playing with cursed energy, The moment Sukuna revived, the very first thing he saw was the heavy metal head of the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. The purifying chime of the Buddha rang out. Accompanied by the resonant tolling of the bell, Sukuna was stripped of even the most basic ability to extract cursed energy. He had no choice but to frantically dodge. His close-quarters combat skills were peerless, but the violent sonic booms trailing every swing of the staff told him that blocking was absolute suicide. Gojo marched relentlessly forward, driving Sukuna back across the massive crater, systematically cutting off all his escape routes. This massive crater was the lingering scar of Sukuna's previous death, carved out by the unleashed fury of Malevolent Shrine. The apocalyptic storm of slashes with a 200-meter radius had atomized absolutely everything within it, carving deep into the bedrock beneath the desert. Sukuna bobbed and weaved through the blasted terrain, tentatively using his forehands to graze the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. He wasn't trying to block it outright. Instead, he was attempting to skillfully use Gojo's own momentum to deflect the strikes, a martial arts technique akin to redirecting 1,000 pounds of force with a single ounce. But the instant his forearm brushed against the staff, the sickening snap of breaking bone echoed through the crater. The core principle of redirecting 1,000 pounds with a single ounce requires you to actually possess that initial ounce of force. Against Satoru Gojo, who was freely pumping positive energy through his muscles for physical reinforcement, Sukuna's raw physical strength didn't even amount to an ounce. His arm shattered on contact, and in the exact same fraction of a second, the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey swung back around for the kill. Sukuna had only one option: retreat. He scrambled backward, reduced to a desperate prey animal being hunted in a cage of his own making. Only by constantly fleeing could he prevent the hunter from crushing his skull. The arrogant smirk had long since vanished from his face, his brain was working in panicked overdrive as he ran for his life. The purification effect is mutual. If I can't extract cursed energy to refine it into positive energy, Gojo shouldn't be able to either. Yet he's somehow using positive energy to reinforce himself while I can't. Why? If Sukuna possessed the 6 eyes of the Gojo clan, he would have instantly seen through the trick. But he didn't. He was forced to deduce it blindly while fighting for his life. Just as Gojo had taunted, a battle of Jujutsu was a battle of information. Sukuna's critical lack of intelligence had led directly to this humiliating, desperate flight. But he had not despaired. Every brutal death, every frantic retreat, was buying precious time for Mahoruga's adaptation. If he simply summoned Mahoruga directly, a single tap from the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey would vaporize it. Mahoruga, despite its divine nature, was ultimately a construct of cursed energy, it couldn't possibly survive the purifying chime. But if Sukuna himself bore the burden of adaptation, the equation changed entirely. Ryomen Sukuna was a flesh-and-blood human being. No matter how deformed or grotesque his body had become, his fundamental status as a human could not be erased. Because he was human, he could survive inside the purification zone. He could physically endure the effects of the Buddha's chime, allowing his own flesh to experience the phenomenon and shoulder the adaptation process on Mahoruga's behalf. Now, it was a pure race against the clock. Could Gojo burn through all 811 lives before the time ran out? Or would Sukuna sacrifice enough lives to complete the adaptation to the purifying chime and sound the horn for a devastating counterattack? Ryomen Sukuna refused to surrender. Gojo blurred out of existence, practically teleporting to Sukuna's flank via raw physical speed. Sukuna frantically shifted his footing, crossing all forearms in a desperate attempt to deflect the incoming staff. But despite his flawless reaction, the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey simply bypassed his guard and crushed his skull. Bang! Satoru Gojo killed Ryomen Sukuna for the 4th time. 11 lives, -4. Not yet, it's not over yet. Sukuna dragged himself out of the shadow, his 2 mouths overlapping in a venomous, hate-filled roar. Satoru Gojo? I will not die here. I can slaughter you 100 times over, Sukuna. Gojo laughed uproariously. Despite his arrogant taunt, Gojo's survival instincts were screaming at him. Under these completely one-sided conditions, Sukuna still hadn't summoned Mahoruga. Why? And more importantly, what exactly was the mechanic behind Sukuna's resurrection? Contrary to his relaxed exterior, Gojo's body was beginning to feel incredibly heavy. He had lied to Sukuna during their earlier exchange. Positive energy physical reinforcement simply did not exist in this world. Positive energy was inherently too gentle, it was fundamentally incompatible with physical enhancement. To the human body, positive energy served only one single purpose: healing. Reverse cursed technique was the ultimate, exclusive application of positive energy. Nothing else. So, how exactly was Gojo utilizing positive energy? There is a specific anime titled Is This a Zombie? In that story, the protagonist is turned into a zombie, becoming an immortal entity capable of regenerating his body no matter how severely it is destroyed. And by weaponizing his undead regenerative abilities, he unlocks an ultimate move, 1000% power. The human body possesses natural limiters. Pushing past these thresholds grants access to incomprehensible, superhuman strength. But this is not a blessing. These limiters exist strictly to protect the body from destroying itself. Breaking past them grants unimaginable power, but in exchange, the sheer force tears the human body apart, causing catastrophic, often fatal damage. Using 1000% power guarantees immediate death upon use. It is an ultimate attack that only a regenerating zombie could ever survive. Gojo's and positive energy physical reinforcement was exactly this concept brought to life. He hadn't even developed this technique in the last 2 months. Years ago, back in high school, the moment he mastered reverse cursed technique, he developed a method to keep the limitless active 24/7. That method involved constantly healing his brain with RCT to counteract the massive strain of overusing the limitless. Thanks to the 6 eyes, he could effortlessly pinpoint and maintain the exact equilibrium between physical destruction and cellular regeneration. The man known as Satoru Gojo had discovered the secret to a positive energy physical reinforcement back in high school. And right now, he was applying that exact same principle to his muscles. By forcing his body to shatter its natural physical limiters, he unleashed devastating physical attacks. As his muscles and bones tore themselves apart from the sheer stress, he simultaneously pumped reverse cursed technique through his body to instantly heal the damage. Destroying and healing, over and over again, continuously amplifying his physical output. It was identical to how he sustained his 24/7 limitless, a self-sustaining bootstrap loop. That was the secret behind how he could physically overpower Ryomen Sukuna. Sukuna was widely recognized as possessing the perfect sorcerer's body. His base physical specs were absurdly high, even without cursed energy reinforcement. In the original timeline, when Angel unleashed Jacob's ladder from the sky, the cataclysmic blast obliterated everything in the vicinity. With technique extinguishment active, nothing bathed in that light could use cursed energy. Naturally, that included cursed energy reinforcement. Yet, under those exact conditions, Sukuna simply stomped on the levitating debris, violently kicking off the falling rubble to ascend into the sky. He did all of that without a single drop of cursed energy, relying entirely on raw, unadulterated physical athleticism. It was utterly terrifying. Gojo didn't doubt for a second that if neither of them used cursed techniques or cursed energy, and fought purely with base physical stats, he would be reduced to an unrecognizable pace the moment Sukuna's fists touched him. Despite his mocking demeanor, going toe-to-toe with Sukuna in close-quarters combat was placing an immense, agonizing strain on Gojo's body. Therefore, Gojo had only one objective: butcher Sukuna over and over again before he could figure out a countermeasure, until he was permanently dead. Gojo had sharply observed that every time Sukuna revived, his physical state was completely reset. Even his cursed energy reserves were restored to their absolute peak. What did this imply? It implied that Sukuna's resurrection wasn't an innate technique application like Mahito's. It was the result of a binding vow. And whenever a binding vow was involved, there was no such thing as a free lunch. It required sacrificing something of immense, equivalent value. A vow capable of dictating life and death, capable of achieving literal resurrection, must be bound by terrifyingly strict, agonizing conditions. Such a vow absolutely could not be infinite. As long as he kept killing, and killing, Ryomen Sukuna would eventually stay dead. Furthermore, Gojo wasn't just mindlessly slaughtering him. He was actively observing. He was analyzing Sukuna's comprehension and application of the concept of resurrection. Sukuna's shrine had once shattered the cycle of positive and negative energy that defined a deity, allowing him to commit deicide. So, could shrine theoretically sever the very concept of resurrection? Previously, even if Gojo had this hypothesis, he couldn't test it, because Mahito was the only entity in the world capable of self-resurrection. But now, Ryomen Sukuna was endlessly reviving right in front of him. If he could sever the concept of resurrection, he could permanently interrupt Sukuna's revival cycle, and by extension, completely invalidate Mahito's self-resurrection. Can it be done? Gojo asked himself. An instant later, he answered his own question in his mind. Of course it can. Come on, Sukuna! Gojo roared with laughter. Offer up your lives to forge my legend as a godslayer. Two. Are you? Go. Joe! Sukuna bellowed. Gojo brutally thrust the tail end of the staff straight through Sukuna's chest. The sheer, overwhelming kinetic force blew a massive, gaping hole through Sukuna's torso, large enough to clearly see the scenery behind him. Shattered bone and pulverized organs were violently ejected from his back, painting the air with a horrific, lingering mist of blood. 11 lives, -5. Sukuna's body tumbled to the side. But the very microsecond his head tilted up, Gojo's foot was already descending. 11 lives, -6. This time, Sukuna adapted. He sprinted in wide circles around Gojo, desperately attempting to mold cursed energy for a counterattack while on the run. But Gojo stuck to him like a shadow, using his inhuman leg strength to vault directly behind Sukuna. Foregoing a melee strike, Gojo simply hurled the 6 perfections eastward journey like a javelin. Like Odin's Gungnir, the staff effortlessly impaled Sukuna. 11 lives, -7. Gojo was mildly surprised to see that upon his next revival, Sukuna chose to engage in a direct, head-on clash, completely abandoning his evasive tactics. This was because Sukuna had realized Gojo's movements weren't entirely flawless. Sukuna's combat ocular tracking was peerless. In terms of pure martial arts technique, Satoru Gojo wasn't actually invincible. In the original timeline, Gojo himself admitted that if he was stripped of the 6 eyes and his cursed techniques, his pure hand-to-hand combat skills were incredible in terms of broad application, but lacked absolute, pinpoint refinement. This proved that Gojo had grown accustomed to relying on overwhelming power to crush opponents, rather than relying on the absolute zenith of martial technique. His technique could be surpassed. Sukuna seized upon this weakness, hoping to stall for more time through direct, technical clashes. 15 minutes later, his head was blown off again. 11 lives, -8. The gap in raw physical stats was simply too massive. Upon reviving again, Sukuna immediately abandoned head-on confrontations. Even though he could read Gojo's technical flaws, in the face of logic-defying, physics-breaking physical strikes, all martial arts techniques were utterly meaningless. Ultimately, while Sukuna's body was a biological marvel, he was still fighting as an ordinary human completely stripped of cursed energy. Against Satoru Gojo, who was endlessly looping positive energy through his system, Sukuna could only stand there and accept death. Caught once more, Sukuna's heart was violently pierced by the 6 perfections eastward journey. 11 lives, -9. Satoru Gojo. Sukuna roared in pure, unadulterated fury. I am going to flay every inch of skin from your body. I will boil your flesh and organs into stew and feed it to the pigs. I will butcher every single one of your friends and build a tower from their skulls. I will drag you into the lowest depths of Avachi hell. Gojo didn't even bother replying. He swung the 6 perfections eastward journey in a brutal arc aimed directly at Sukuna's face. He expected this strike to obliterate Sukuna's head just like the previous times. But a fraction of a second before impact, Sukuna's forehands blurred through hand signs. His upper mouth unleashed a guttural roar. Furuburayura. In the exact same microsecond, the mouth on his abdomen roared. 8-handled sword divergent Sila Divine General Mahoraga. Incantations and hand signs executed simultaneously at maximum speed. Technique complete. Asterisk is summoning Mahoraga now. Asterisk Gojo refused to give him an inch. He instantly slammed the 6 perfections eastward journey down, projecting the purifying chime of the Buddha. Asterisk clang, asterisk. Accompanied by the resonant bell toll, the shadow beneath Sukuna's feet naturally evaporated. There was absolutely no way Mahoraga could manifest within the purification zone. Right? A massive blade suddenly erupted from Sukuna's shadow. The long, straight blade easily exceeded 2 meters in length. With less than a hair's breadth to spare, Gojo frantically brought the 6 perfections eastward journey up to block. Amidst the deafening screech of colliding metal, a towering, imposing figure slowly rose from the darkness behind Sukuna. 8-handled sword divergent Sila Divine General Mahoraga. The legendary Divine General that had slaughtered the previous inheritors of the 6 eyes and the Limitless had finally been summoned. The golden halo of the purifying chime crashed against its body, yet it had absolutely zero effect. The towering entity stood tall, resting its massive, straight-bladed greatsword upon its shoulder. Gojo clicked his tongue, instantly understanding why the purifying chime had failed. Are you telling me you used your own body to complete Mahoruga's adaptation? Hey, that's way too much of a stretch. I've never heard of Mahoruga being used like that before. It was indeed a method entirely unprecedented in history. In fact, in the original timeline, this was exactly why Satoru Gojo was killed by the space-cleaving slash. Gojo simply did not comprehend that Mahoruga could adapt to a phenomenon * before * being summoned. He didn't even know that concept existed. Because of that critical blind spot, the moment he obliterated Mahoruga with a single strike, Gojo had completely dropped his guard. He was entirely unprepared for Sukuna's meticulously calculated space-cleaving slash, and was consequently bisected on the spot. Only in death did he realize that Sukuna had preemptively started the adaptation process. And upon deeper reflection, he deduced that Sukuna hadn't even used his own soul for the adaptation, he had forced Megumi Fushiguro's soul to bear the burden. It was a multi-layered, flawlessly executed deception. He had been completely duped by that meticulously crafted trap. And the same thing was happening right now. Had the Limitless protecting Gojo's body not been forcibly disabled by his own purification, he never would have bothered bracing for Mahoruga's sudden ambush. Fortunately, because his absolute defense was deactivated, he didn't dare test the lethal potential of Mahoruga's blade with his bare flesh. He instinctively blocked it with the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. In the original timeline, the absolute defense of the Limitless had led to Gojo's death. Here, ironically, the absence of that absolute defense had saved his life. What a pity. I was so close to killing you. If only you had been arrogant enough to try and block my Futsu no Mitama with your own body. Sukuna took 2 steps forward, extending an open hand. Mahoruga lowered the straight-bladed greatsword. Sukuna gripped the hilt, casually resting the flat of the massive blade against his shoulder. Gojo's pupils shrank to pinpricks. The Futsu no Mitama. Chapter 126:48. The chaos of yin and yang, the destiny of deicide. 3,721 words. Mahoruga took a step forward and unleashed a deafening war cry. A visible shockwave of sound erupted from its jaws. Ring after ring of concussive force expanded outward with Mahoruga at the epicenter. The white sand was violently pushed back by the shockwaves, burying Gojo up to his calves. Gojo raised a hand to shield his face as the gale force wind slammed into him, making his kesa whip wildly in the air. A thin trickle of blood leaked from Gojo's ears. The monstrous lung capacity and staggering volume of the roar had effortlessly ruptured Gojo's eardrums. Right now, Gojo's world was completely silent, his hearing temporarily destroyed by the point-blank sonic assault. He dug his feet deep into the bedrock beneath the sand, practically anchoring himself by his toes just to keep from being blown backward. The shockwave seemed to ripple across the entire world. The white sand was thrown higher and higher into the air. At first, it only reached Gojo's calves, but as Mahoruga's roar dragged on, the sand was whipped higher, and higher, and higher. Eventually, a massive sandstorm of pure white was born. Gojo was swallowed by the blinding white storm. His kesa fluttered violently against the churning sand. No matter how hard he tried to stabilize his stance, he was slowly being pushed back. What an unbelievable roar! Gojo was absolutely certain that this Mahoruga had been enhanced to an unprecedented degree through some kind of binding vow. Compared to this monstrosity, Megumi Fushiguro's Mahoruga was like a toddler trying to fight a Kodiak bear. Gojo suddenly brought the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey up horizontally in front of him. In the next microsecond, a massive white fist punched straight through the sandstorm and smashed into the staff. Mahoruga emerged from the swirling vortex. It had no eyes, no nose, only that terrifying, grotesque mouth that was currently emitting a blood-curdling howl. Then, a sound even more explosive than the roar shattered the air. It was the impact of Mahoruga's hammer blow. 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. Gojo roared. Clang. The staff unleashed the purifying chime. An instant later, Mahoruga's fist collided with the weapon. It completely shattered the purifying chime. Asterisk boom, asterisk. It sounded like a heavy artillery shell detonating. Even though Gojo had perfectly braced himself for the impact, the moment Mahoruga's fist struck his horizontally held staff, he was violently launched. Both of his arms fractured simultaneously. The sheer, overwhelming kinetic force tore his muscles and flesh apart, his skin bursting like shrapnel. He flew backward for over 200 meters, slamming directly into the towering edge of the massive crater. Asterisk crash, asterisk. The rim of the crater collapsed under the impact, sending white sand exploding in every direction. Gojo was practically embedded into the crater wall. But it wasn't over. Even after hitting the wall, the colossal momentum didn't stop. He continued to plow backward, tearing a deep trench through the crater's edge. Asterisk rumble. Rumble. Rumble, asterisk. He was dragged backward for over 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. The sheer concussive force of that single punch caused Gojo to vomit chunks of his own internal organs. Suddenly, the lethal glint of a blade flashed before Gojo's eyes. He brought the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey up to block. Asterisk clang, asterisk the Futsu no Mitama, and the staff collided. The grinding of metal against metal sparked a massive shower of embers, like a blacksmith bringing a heavy hammer down on an anvil. Ryuman Sukuna was already right in front of him. Gripping the Futsu no Mitama with all 4 hands, Sukuna viciously pressed down. The 6 Perfections Eastward Journey was slowly forced downward. Sukuna's monstrous physical strength was fully on display. For a terrifying moment, Gojo actually couldn't push back. Just to clear up any misunderstandings, I need to remind you right now, Sukuna sneered loudly. Satoru Gojo, asterisk you asterisk are the challenger here. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Gojo and Sukuna violently launched themselves into the air simultaneously. The Futsu no Mitama and the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey clashed repeatedly in mid-air, dragging geysers of white sand up with them. Surrounded by the roar of the sandstorm and the thunderous shockwaves of their blows, they fought like warring gods. While Gojo was busy parrying Sukuna, a massive white fist suddenly materialized at his flank. Asterisk smash, asterisk. Gojo plummeted from the sky, crashing brutally into the desert. The catastrophic impact launched a plume of white sand over 20 meters into the air. The sand hung in the sky before slowly raining down, creating a massive, thick curtain of white that looked like a colossal pillar from a distance. Gojo opened his mouth and vomited more chunks of his organs. His reverse cursed technique was operating at maximum overdrive. In the blink of an eye, he was fully healed. He looked up. His 6 eyes pierced the curtain of sand, spotting Sukuna and Mahoruga plummeting toward him for a merciless follow-up attack. Gojo sighed and raised a single finger. Innate technique release. Limitless technique, cursed technique lapse, blue. A blinding beam of azure light erupted from the curtain of sand, slamming dead center into Mahoruga. Mahoruga took no actual damage, but the sheer repulsive force of the impact still sent it flying backward. At that critical moment, Sukuna rapidly formed a hand sign, deploying the ultimate defense. Innate technique release. Mimicry technique, limitless. The azure beam crashed against Sukuna's limitless, triggering a massive explosion. The deafening blast and the resulting shockwave violently cleared the area, completely obliterating the curtain of sand. Pale blue cursed energy rapidly dissipated into the air. Sukuna let out a barking laugh. Satoru Gojo. You finally caved and used cursed energy. Emerging from the settling dust, Gojo still had one finger extended, wisps of azure cursed energy smoking from its tip. In the next microsecond, Gojo vanished. Sukuna maintained the hand sign for the limitless with 2 hands, while gripping the Futsu no Mitama tightly with the other 2, blindly slashing diagonally behind him. The 6 Perfections Eastward Journey clashed against the Futsu no Mitama, showering the area in sparks. Suddenly, the staff flared with a brilliant golden light. Gojo's foot sank deep into Sukuna's chest. Bang, Sukuna was launched like a cannonball. Mid-flight, he vomited a massive mouthful of blood. His limitless had failed at the absolute worst possible moment. Gojo teleported again, materializing directly in front of the airborne Sukuna. Sukuna's eyes trembled with shock. In a desperate bid for survival, he swung the Futsu no Mitama at Gojo. But Gojo, moving with the fluid grace of a martial arts grandmaster, slipped past the blade and stepped directly into Sukuna's guard. Gojo jammed the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey against the flat of the Futsu no Mitama's blade, pinning it. With his free hand, he clenched his fist. Gojo let out a visceral war cry. The veins on his arm bulged hideously beneath his kesa. Positive energy circulated through his body at a terrifying velocity. Power surged from the ground, traveling from the tips of his toes, winding through the kinetic chain of his body, and concentrating entirely into his fist. His bones groaned and microfractured under the strain, only to be instantly healed by positive energy. His muscles tore and bled, only to be instantly healed. The blood vessels beneath his skin burst, only to be instantly healed. A continuous cycle of catastrophic destruction and instantaneous regeneration, culminating in an apocalyptic payload of kinetic force concentrated in Gojo's fist. And he swung. Boom, Gojo's fist slammed into Sukuna's face like a heavy artillery shell. Over 1000% of the human body's absolute limit was unleashed in a single microsecond. At the last possible instant, Sukuna had managed to bring his 2 free hands up to block his face. The moment the fist connected, both of his arms shattered, and his cheekbone caved in. The unfathomable kinetic force launched him backward, the sheer wind pressure tearing his flesh like razor blades. Like a falling meteor, he flew for nearly a kilometer before crashing into the desert floor. The deafening impact sent a towering geyser of sand exploding into the sky. Congratulations, Sukuna. Gojo smiled fiercely. You finally made things somewhat interesting. It was true that no cursed energy could be used within the domain of the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey's purifying chime. Even Gojo himself was bound by this absolute rule. However, activating the purifying chime was entirely up to Gojo. In other words, he could easily activate the chime while attacking to completely nullify his opponent's techniques, and then instantly deactivate it to utilize his own limitless for defense or teleportation. He couldn't have done this in the past. But now, possessing tool manipulation, he was mentally linked to the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. He could toggle its effects on and off with a single thought. That was exactly how he had managed to use Cursed Technique Lapse Blue just moments ago. He deactivated the chime, blasted Mahoraga away with Blue, used Limitless to teleport into Sukuna's guard, and then reactivated the chime a microsecond before his kick landed. This fluid, unpredictable switching had completely blindsided Sukuna, resulting in that devastating, near-fatal blow. Suddenly, the roar of displaced air assaulted Gojo's ears. His 6 eyes slowly tracked the source. Mahoraga was hurtling toward him at top speed, entirely unharmed. This confirmed Gojo's suspicion. Mahoraga had fully adapted to the Limitless. While Blue possessed enough kinetic force to physically knock it away, it couldn't inflict any actual damage. In fact, if Gojo kept using Blue, it wouldn't be long before the repulsive force stopped affecting Mahoraga entirely. Gojo exhaled slowly. He formed a hand sign with one hand, and pointed the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey at Mahoraga with the other. 9 ropes. Polarized light. Crow and declaration. Between front and back. Gojo spoke the final incantation with chilling calmness. Hollow technique. Purple. A localized spatial distortion materialized at the tip of the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. Both positive and negative energy fueled this distortion simultaneously. The Limitless was the ultimate domination of space, a domination so absolute it could manifest phenomena that simply could not exist in the natural world. At this exact moment, spatial expansion and spatial compression were forcibly applied to the exact same coordinate. In the next instant, this sphere of impossible, conceptual mass roared forward. Every grain of white sand in its path was atomized. Everything caught within the distorted space of the hollow technique began to blur and fade into non-existence. This was because the object formed by this imaginary concept was actively shredding the eternal laws of physics. It simultaneously devoured all creation like a black hole, while violently expelling matter like a supernova. It didn't alternate between sucking and blowing in a rhythmic cycle, it performed both actions simultaneously like a reality-breaking gag from a comedy manga. It was the ultimate destructive application of the limitless. It subverted all spatial laws. It shattered all common sense. The resulting bombardment was, undeniably, an absolute, guaranteed kill. It slammed directly into Mahoraga. Mahoraga caught it with both hands. The divine general, having fully adapted to the limitless, was actually pushing back against the hollow technique. Normally, absolutely everything within Purple's trajectory would be erased from existence. But against a Mahoraga that had fully adapted to the limitless, aside from the sheer physical kinetic force of the impact, every conceptual, spatial attack generated by the technique was completely ignored. But the kinetic force alone was enough. Sa. 2. Are you? Go. Joe. Sukuna roared, teleporting back from a kilometer away. He swung the Futsu no Mitama in a brutal arc, violently clashing against the 6 perfections eastward journey. Sukuna was taller than the nearly 2-meter Gojo. Pressing down with the strength of a titan, he forced the Futsu no Mitama forward. Even though he had just been pulverized by Gojo's punch, his body was completely unharmed. Only trails of white sand cascading from his hair and muscles hinted at the impact. Gojo's smile widened. You finally figured out the trick to positive energy reinforcement, Sukuna. You absolute bastard, you lied to me. There is no such thing as positive energy reinforcement. You're intentionally shattering your body's limiters to access superhuman strength, and using positive energy strictly to heal the catastrophic damage. Sukuna ground his teeth. And the only reason you can use positive energy inside the purification zone is because you stockpiled it inside your own body beforehand. You aren't generating positive energy at all, you're just drawing from your reserves the moment you need to heal. It was a cheap sleight of hand, and it blinded me. In the original timeline, Gojo had only needed to destroy and heal his brain once before Sukuna instantly realized what he was doing and copied the technique. This was because Sukuna possessed absolute, encyclopedic knowledge of reverse cursed technique. He knew exactly how insanely difficult it was to perfectly time the destruction and healing of the brain. When Hikari and Kashimo fought in the original story, Kashimo nearly killed Hikari while his infinite RCT was active by attempting to blow his head off. Hikari later laughed that he had almost died precisely because of that. Even Yuta Okotsu had remarked while spectating that the brain was an incredibly delicate organ, and attempting to repair it with RCT was absolute madness. Even for Satoru Gojo with his 6 eyes, it was an incredibly dangerous gamble. The only reason it was easier was because you were using your own cells as a 1:1 blueprint. There was no better medium for replicating one's own brain than the domain of one's own body. Because of this, Sukuna had instantly deduced that Gojo was employing a technique to temporarily stockpile positive energy within himself. Using that same logic, Sukuna had replicated Gojo's feat. But this time was different. Gojo's brain had never been destroyed, and he had been using the wide sleeves of his kesa to hide the constant, bloody cycle of destruction and healing on his arms. It took Sukuna until this very moment to finally piece together what Gojo was doing. I figured you out, Satoru Gojo. Sukuna bared his teeth in a savage, feral grin. You won't get another chance. Satoru Gojo, die here. Sukuna's mind and body surged with unprecedented euphoria. The sheer, suffocating humiliation of dying 9 times, of being toyed with, had brewed a massive, concentrated well of terror within him. He fully embraced that terror. The Futsu no Mitama, in his hand suddenly let out a sharp, resonant hum, a sound both piercing and divine. This was black. Flash! Sukuna's mind, body, and technique were perfectly synchronized. Drawing upon the terror born from his humiliation, he was finally about to unleash it. Or so he thought. Purifying chime. Gojo barked. A golden halo instantly expanded, engulfing Sukuna. Point blank, purification. The cursed energy Sukuna had just begun to mold vanished into thin air. His heart was still racing with that profound, unified spark, his physical movements were still flawless and perfectly timed. But the terror fueling his strike evaporated instantly, and the black sparks of cursed energy crackling around the Futsunomitama were snuffed out completely. Sukuna's eyes widened in horror. Allow me to teach you a basic concept that even a first-year Jujutsu student knows. Gojo laughed uproariously. A black flash is a phenomenon born from the perfect synchronization of cursed energy and physical impact. It multiplies the force of a normal strike to the power of 2.5, creating a spatial distortion that guarantees an unblockable hit. But my purifying chime purifies all curses. Gojo gently stroked the shaft of the Six Perfections Eastward Journey. As Sukuna himself had noted, even generating positive energy required the secondary refinement and stockpiling of cursed energy. A black flash mandated the simultaneous collision of cursed energy and physical force. How could it possibly manifest inside that purification zone? Within the domain of the purifying chime, black flash was completely disabled. Sukuna's face twisted into an expression of sheer, visceral disgust. But the nightmare wasn't over. The instant Gojo interrupted Sukuna's black flash, he deactivated the purification ability. Gojo's heart was overflowing with the sadistic thrill of toying with the king of curses. His emotional state peaked, his cursed energy core harmonizing perfectly with his physical movement. In less than 0.2 seconds, he entered the zone. As he swung the Six Perfections Eastward Journey, black sparks of cursed energy erupted from the weapon. Sukuna's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Satoru Gojo, you motherfucker! Black Flash! When his opponent tried to use Black Flash, Gojo effortlessly cancelled it. But when he wanted to use Black Flash, he turned his ability off at the absolute last microsecond. This was Satoru Gojo's answer. A completely unilateral monopoly on Black Flash. Bang. Sukuna was launched like a cannonball, violently skipping across the white desert once more. At that exact moment, Mahoraga violently shattered the hollow technique, purple. But what greeted the divine general wasn't the open battlefield, it was the incoming projectile known as Ryoman Sukuna. Crash. Sukuna slammed into Mahoraga. The two of them tumbled violently across the white desert, plowing a massive trench for over 500 meters. From the sky, it looked like a thin, stark line drawn across the dunes. While airborne, Sukuna had rapidly formed hand signs. He was healing himself with RCT while simultaneously directing Mahoraga's movements. The moment they cleared the purification zone, his cursed energy roared back to life. He instantly activated mimicry technique, limitless to violently break their momentum. In that brief moment, Sukuna finally understood the full, terrifying scope of Gojo's anti-god countermeasures. A unilateral monopoly on a cursed energy-free environment. A unilateral monopoly on the limitless. The absolute nullification of any domain expansion. A contest of raw positive energy healing speed. The ability to interrupt the opponent's positive energy usage. A contest of raw physical stats. The unilateral ability to abandon that contest of physical stats at will. And finally, a unilateral monopoly on Black Flash. No, Sukuna suddenly realized something even more terrifying. Satoru Gojo still hasn't used his domain expansion. There was a very high probability that Gojo's domain wasn't just standard infinite void anymore. He had likely incorporated countermeasures to negate his own cursed energy-free environment. No, even if he hadn't, in a domain clash where one person could expand their domain and the other couldn't, the advantage was already absolute. Asterisk this bastard still has cards hidden up his sleeve, asterisk. Asterisk thud, asterisk Sukuna and Mahoraga simultaneously ground to a halt. They both looked up. Standing right in front of them, having closed the distance without a sound, was Satoru Gojo. He was already forming hand signs with both hands. Even the 6 Perfections Eastward journey was resting in the sand beside him. Scale of the Dragon, Gojo chanted. A paralyzing numbness seized Sukuna's scalp. An overwhelming, primal instinct of impending doom shot up his spine, leaving him with the phantom sensation of a freezing wind slicing across his back. He knew exactly what that incantation meant. He was intimately familiar with it. Mahoraga! Sukuna roared. Mahoraga let out a bellowing war cry and charged at Gojo. Recoil, Gojo continued smoothly. Sukuna's hands and both of his mouths began chanting the incantation in frantic unison. Scale of the Dragon, his upper mouth roared, while his lower mouth simultaneously screamed, recoil. Thanks to his perfect sorcerer's body, even though he started late, he was already catching up to Gojo's chanting speed. Twin meteors, Gojo said. Twin meteors. Sukuna's upper mouth yelled. Cleave. Sukuna's lower mouth spat out the final word just a fraction of a second before Gojo. The slash that divides the world. Sukuna's incantation finished first. The apocalyptic spatial slash materialized in the white desert for the 3rd time. The first 2 attempts had been instantly nullified by the purifying chime. But right now, Gojo was busy chanting his own incantation, he wasn't maintaining the purification zone. This time, the space-cleaving slash would meet absolutely no resistance. Even if Gojo cancelled his incantation now, it was too late. Mahoraga was already right on top of him. Mahoraga was completely immune to the purifying chime, it could still exert its full, devastating physical power. If Gojo aborted his chant to deploy the purifying chime to block the spatial slash, Mahoraga would simply crush him to death. Checkmate! Asterisk I win, Satoru Gojo, asterisk Sukuna roared in his mind. Cleave, Gojo sighed softly. In the next instant, Sukuna's vision tilted violently on its axis. No, it wasn't just Sukuna. Even Mahoraga, who had already adapted to both the limitless and slashing attacks, suddenly found its upper body sliding diagonally off its waist. 2 months ago, during his fight with Mahito, Gojo's 6 eyes had undergone an evolution. They could no longer just perceive matter at the atomic level, they could see things that resembled ethereal threads. Usually, this newly acquired vision was fairly useless. At best, it had allowed Gojo to perceive the bloodline connection between Yuji Itadori and Ryman Sukuna, which he used to tailor their training. But 3 days ago, when Sukuna told Yuji that the secret to killing a god was to sever the cycle of positive and negative energy, it sparked a new idea in Gojo's mind. In fact, in the original timeline, Yuji had done something very similar. He used his own slashing technique to precisely target the boundary between Sukuna and Megumi's souls. Gojo, however, was using his evolved 6 eyes to sever something entirely different. What was Gojo looking at? He was looking at Ryman Sukuna's binding vows. Sukuna's 11 lives was constructed upon a foundation of incredibly strict, uncompromising, binding vows. And right in front of Gojo's eyes, Sukuna had resurrected 9 times. A binding vow asterisk is asterisk fate. Gojo hadn't severed the physical space Sukuna occupied. He had cleanly severed the conceptual binding vow that permitted Sukuna to resurrect. According to Sukuna's own lecture, the only thing this slash had severed was fate. And again, according to Sukuna, fate asterisk is asterisk the gods. Therefore, this was, in every literal sense, the god-slaying sword. Sukuna's upper torso slid off and hit the sand. His lower half remained standing. The mouth on his abdomen hung half open, revealing a perfectly smooth, mirror-like cross-section of his internal organs. Gojo let out a long breath. He turned his head toward the distant horizon, a soft smile gracing his lips. How boring, Sukuna, Gojo exhaled, his smile lingering. I'll probably forget about you by tomorrow. Chapter 127, 49. Suguru Geto x Utarokotsu. 2,166 words. Suguru Geto coughed up a mouthful of blood and forced his head up. Standing directly in front of him, staring down with dead eyes, was Mirakuji Kirigiri. Since the battle began, this was the first moment Geto actually had the chance to properly look at the Tsukumagami-turned-living girl. She had long, straight black hair that cascaded down to her calves. Her bangs and the tips of her hair were cut so sharply they looked like a mirror's edge. But the very ends of her hair were stark white, a contrast so violent it looked intentionally dyed. Her eyes were a rare, abyssal black. Those stark, black and white eyes contained absolutely zero emotion. Despite possessing a genuinely cute face, she radiated a chilling, inorganic aura. She was undeniably living up to her moniker as the divine artifact girl. She possessed long, stiff black rabbit ears. The fur at the tips of these ears was also white, matching her hair. She also had normal human ears on the sides of her head, which made the rabbit ears on top look like a decorative headband. But they weren't fake. One could clearly see the subtle biological twitches of the ears emerging from her silky hair. Mirakuji Kirigiri, she had become a true living entity, not just a Tsukumagami. And furthermore, Geto shifted his gaze. Surrounding him in a perfect circle were 6 identical copies of Mirakuji Kirigiri. They each held an identical straight-bladed greatsword. And they had driven all 6 of those swords deep into Geto's body, cleanly piercing his vitals. Geto opened his mouth, spitting out the intelligence he had purchased with his life, 10 Shadows technique. Rabbit Escape. The core ability of the 10 Shadows Rabbit Escape was to generate an endless swarm of white rabbits. These rabbits didn't fear death because their sheer numbers provided infinite tactical utility, blinding the enemy, probing defenses, triggering traps. As long as the summoner had cursed energy, they could be summoned infinitely. Therefore, it was practically impossible to exterminate Rabbit Escape. Mirakuji Kirigiri operated on the exact same principle. Even if the body in front of him was destroyed, she could instantly spawn another. But these weren't separate consciousnesses. On the contrary, every single Mirakuji Kirigiri shared the exact same mind. The number of clones she could spawn was entirely dependent on how much mental bandwidth her consciousness could handle. As long as her cursed energy held out, she could infinitely replicate herself, just like the rabbits of the 10 Shadows. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The true horror lay in her second and third abilities. I never knew that combining the 10 Shadows Rabbit Escape with Mahoraga could be so utterly terrifying. Blood spilled from the corner of Geto's mouth, but he forced a bitter smile. Originally, Mahoraga's only weakness was that it had to take a hit to begin adapting. And the more complex the technique, the longer the adaptation process took. If Mahoraga was destroyed before completing the adaptation, the progress was completely reset. But if you combine it with the infinite replication of Rabbit Escape, that weakness vanishes entirely. You have an infinite number of disposable bodies to tank hits and adapt to absolutely any attack. And to top it off, you possess the cleaving line that can sever all of creation. I never imagined that Principal Yaga's 3-layered soul mutation core could cultivate such an absolute monster. Infinite replication. Absolute adaptation. Peerless offensive power. That was the true nature of the girl known as Mirakuji Kirigiri. ****. Mirakuji Kirigiri expressionlessly yanked the greatsword out of Geto's body. Aside from the original standing in front of him, the other clones dissolved into black shadows, starting from the tips of their hair, before sinking back into the darkness beneath her feet. Ultimately, all the shadows merged back into the singular shadow of the true Mirakuji Kirigiri. Kirigiri flicked her blade sharply, casting a perfect, fan-shaped splatter of blood onto the sand. "I yield to your skill," she said, her voice devoid of any inflection. Geto collapsed to his knees, blood heavily fontaining from his severe stab wounds. He was one of the few special-grade sorcerers who couldn't use reverse cursed technique. But even if he could, it wouldn't matter. His cursed energy reserves were completely depleted. The only reason his body was still in one piece was because Kirigiri had calculated that she didn't need to decapitate him to ensure his death. How cruel, Geto rasped, using his final breath to leave behind a voice of bitter regret. I thought I'd at least get to exchange blows with the king of cursed spirits, but I was put down by the bouncer at the front door. Sorry, Yuta, Satoru, this is as far as I go. Thud. Suguru Geto collapsed face first onto the white sand. His blood rapidly pooled around him, and he died quietly in his own crimson lake. Mirakuji Kirigiri confirmed his death, then slowly lifted her head, looking toward the other side of the battlefield. Yuta Okotsu was waiting for her in the distance. Suguru Geto's abilities were actually quite similar to Yuta's. Geto could utilize a near-infinite variety of cursed techniques by extracting them from his cursed spirits. Furthermore, unlike Yuta, the cursed spirits Geto controlled could even deploy their own domain expansions. Theoretically, cursed spirit manipulation possessed a higher ceiling than Yuta's mimicry. Since Geto had met his end here, logic dictated that Yuta stood no chance against Mirakuji Kirigiri either. But Yuta possessed one singular ability that Geto did not, the Immortality technique. Tengen's Immortality technique was influenced by its environment to maintain the user's immortality. While Tengen didn't survive in the original timeline, it wasn't because the technique failed. The Immortality technique simply didn't register absorption via cursed spirit manipulation as death. It was a fatal loophole that allowed Kenjaku to effortlessly absorb her, forcing her to become an unwilling accomplice. The original story never explicitly explained why Tengen didn't reappear after Kenjaku's death, or whether the Immortality technique had deactivated. But deducing from the core nature of the technique itself led to an inescapable conclusion. The Immortality technique guarantees the sorcerer will not die, even if that immortality manifests in a state the sorcerer finds completely unacceptable. No, you did enough, Geto-san. Yuta stared down Mirakuji Kirigiri, his voice chillingly calm. Thanks to you, my eyes have completely deciphered every single one of Mirakuji Kirigiri's abilities. Watching from the sidelines, Mahito asked with genuine amusement, so, what's your plan? Yuta took a deep breath. He drew his katana. But he didn't point it at Mirakuji Kirigiri. He pointed it directly at his own stomach. Then, he violently plunged the blade deep into his abdomen, aiming flawlessly at the location of his cursed energy core. Even Mahito, who had witnessed countless atrocities, widened his eyes in surprise. How exactly did the Immortality technique operate? Ever since Yuta inherited it, he had pondered this question endlessly. Tengen had once stated that to prevent old age from becoming a cause of death, the Immortality technique forcefully initiated a continuous state of evolution. To halt this forced evolution, Tengen was forced to merge with a star plasma vessel at regular intervals. This evolution was something even Tengen couldn't control. But why did the Immortality technique classify old age as a lethal threat? Initially, Yuta didn't see any issue with it. Dying of old age was a natural law of course the Immortality technique would recognize it. But after learning the deeply guarded secrets of the Jujutsu world, Yuta realized something crucial: Jujutsu sorcerers had multiple ways to bypass death by old age. Even if Kenjaku's brain-hopping technique was a unique black box anomaly that couldn't be replicated, Ashiya Sadatsuna had achieved functional immortality using nothing but complex binding vows. If Ashiya Sadatsuna could do it, there was absolutely no reason Tengen couldn't. The Jujutsu world was not bound by mundane logic. Death by old age was not an insurmountable obstacle. On the contrary, as a millennium-old sorcerer, Tengen should have possessed far more sophisticated methods of extending her lifespan than either Ashiya Sadatsuna or Kenjaku. Merging with the star plasma vessel was arguably the absolute worst option, because it actively contaminated Tengen's ego, forcibly rewriting her personality into a passive guardian of the Jujutsu world's balance while erasing her personal desires. Yet, the Immortality technique still stubbornly flagged her old age as an absolute crisis that needed to be overcome. Why? The answer was brutally simple. Tengen had witnessed the death of a previous vessel or herself nearing the end of their lifespan with her own eyes. That visual confirmation taught the immortality technique that death by old age was a definitive possibility. Once the immortality technique recognized that threat, regardless of what other life-extending countermeasures Tengen possessed, it autonomously activated, forcing Tengen to endlessly evolve into a higher dimensional entity. The immortality technique's ultimate evolutionary goal was to become a god. And right now, Yuta Okkotsu was exploiting that exact same mechanic. He had mercilessly impaled his own cursed energy core. But he hadn't damaged the prefrontal cortex where his innate technique resided. The immortality technique was still fully functional. The only reason he had inflicted such a catastrophic, fatal wound on himself was to artificially manufacture a state of absolute, inescapable desperation, thereby forcibly awakening the immortality technique's evolutionary protocol. Through his eyes, Yuta had already confirmed the absolute, apocalyptic threat that Mirakuji Kirigiri posed. By compounding that with his self-inflicted mortal wound, the immortality technique would logically trigger a new cycle of evolution. It was the exact same process as when Tengen realized the threat of old age and the technique began evolving her toward godhood. Yuta spoke slowly, his voice laced with heavy hypnotic suggestion. A body that cannot be targeted by the cleaving line. A regenerative factor that cannot be killed by blades or impalement. A cursed technique that cannot be nullified by the opponent's adaptation. And finally, hands capable of completely destroying infinite replication. Could the immortality technique expand from simple immortality to the active subjugation of others? The answer was technique extension. This was the advanced Jujutsu application Ryomen Sukuna had utilized in the original timeline. In fact, Sukuna was the only character in the entire story to explicitly use it. He had used technique extension to broaden the target of his slash to the very fabric of space itself. Yuta Okkotsu was doing the exact same thing right now. By utilizing intense psychological suggestion and the imminent threat of death, he was using technique extension to forcefully direct the immortality technique's evolutionary trajectory into an ability specifically designed to hard counter his opponent. Yuta could even theoretically repeat this process indefinitely. This was exactly why Suguru Geto had stopped Yuta earlier, choosing to act as the sacrificial pawn to draw out Kirigiri's abilities. Yuta's application of this technique was arguably far more broken than Mahoraga. If Yuta truly mastered this ability, he would be genuinely invincible. This was Yuta Okkotsu's very own, self-developed ultimate technique, a pinnacle even Tengen had never reached, maximum, Vajra. Vajra is the mythological, indestructible substance of Buddhism. A maximum technique bearing that name made its implications crystal clear. Yuta let out an agonizing, visceral roar. His cursed energy erupted entirely in a single instant. The immortality technique began to operate at terrifying speed. His body was undergoing a grotesque, uncontrollable metamorphosis. As his cursed energy mutated, the very biological information of his flesh was being rewritten. He was ascending into a higher dimensional lifeform, right here, right now. Suddenly, a hand casually appeared right in front of his face. Mahito had silently materialized directly in front of him. I'll admit, the current you could absolutely defeat, and perhaps even kill, Mirakuji Kirigiri, Mahito said softly, his tone conversational. As expected of a special grade sorcerer. You truly managed to flip the board from a completely unwinnable position, gaining a body exponentially more terrifying than you had a second ago. Yuta instinctively tried to draw his sword, but his body completely refused to respond. His flesh was compressing. It was contorting. A body immune to cursed energy effects. Hands that perfectly counter infinite replication. Flesh that absolutely cannot die, Mahito chuckled softly. Tell me, do you genuinely believe an entity possessing that kind of body is still human? Yuta's mind violently flashed back to how Suguru Geto had absorbed Kenjaku. Even if Yuta could fully unleash his ultimate power right now, there was one fatal, inescapable reality he could not avoid: he was currently standing inside the dream migration. When his soul was still classified as human, he was exempt from certain rules. But the moment his soul forcibly evolved into an entity lingering somewhere between a god and humanity, his fundamental classification changed. He had become a quasi-cursed spirit. Cursed spirit manipulation. Mahito abruptly clenched his hand into a fist. Yuta Okotsu was violently, uncontrollably compressed into a small, dark orb, floating gently just inches above Mahito's palm. Chapter 128, 50. As You Wished, the title of the Savior. 5,299 words. Clap. 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 Mahito applauded slowly, honoring the battle between Satoru Gojo and Ryomen Sukuna. When Mahoraga appeared, I honestly thought you were finished, Satoru, Mahito praised genuinely. But you clawed your way out of absolute despair and delivered a truly magnificent battle. Gojo gently smoothed out the fabric of his kesa, like a gentleman adjusting his tuxedo for a grand ball. He had just fought a brutal, apocalyptic deathmatch against Ryomen Sukuna, yet his kesa didn't have a single tear. This proved that from start to finish, Sukuna hadn't actually managed to land a single lethal blow. Gojo had possessed so much surplus capacity during the fight that he could even actively protect his own clothing. Ryomen Sukuna was the undisputed ceiling of power in the original timeline. Even the original Satoru Gojo had died by his hands. But now, Gojo's rate of evolution had far surpassed anything Sukuna could have comprehended. By evaluating Gojo through the lens of their past encounters, Sukuna had proven that he hadn't taken the fight seriously enough. Sukuna's true target, from the very beginning, had always been Mahito, the king of cursed spirits. The Futsu no Mitama was prepared explicitly for Mahito. In Sukuna's eyes, Gojo was merely a mundane obstacle he could crush with just a little extra effort. Ryomen Sukuna's cause of death was identical to the original Satoru Gojo's. He died of his own arrogance. I could say the same to you. Gojo looked at Mahito. I didn't expect you to dispose of Suguru and Yuta so easily. Mahito slowly strolled forward. A half-step behind him walked Mirakuji Kirigiri. She was still in the form of the rabbit he had made, holding a straight-bladed greatsword taller than herself, her true body. Because eliminating Suguru Geto and Yuta Okotsu had taken so little time, Mahito had been watching Gojo and Sukuna's fight for quite a while. In all fairness, Ryomen Sukuna had lost rather pathetically. The current Ryomen Sukuna was leagues beyond his original counterpart in terms of raw power. If both sides had full access to each other's intelligence, Sukuna could have at least fought Gojo to a standstill. And as the battle dragged on, Sukuna, with his vastly superior mastery of binding vows, genuinely had a chance to turn the tables and secure the kill. But Gojo never gave him that chance. The Futsu no Mitama, a divine blade prepared specifically for Mahito, was reduced to a mere blunt instrument to clash against the Six Perfections eastward journey. His mimicry technique was hidden away so thoroughly it failed to serve as a surprise attack, remaining concealed until his death. The 10 Shadows technique was degraded into nothing more than a battery for 11 lives, and a Mahoraga launcher. The other Shikigami didn't even get a chance to manifest. As for his most prized technique, Shrine, he only ever utilized the slashing aspect. The flames of furnace were completely absent. The slash that divides the world was undeniably a lethal, one-hit kill, but Gojo had completely sealed it from the very start. 3 space-cleaving slashes fired, 0 effect. Sukuna hadn't even managed to utilize 30% of his true combat potential. What did that prove? It proved Satoru Gojo's absolute, terrifying composure. His true combat strength now vastly exceeded Ryomen Sukuna's. He had defeated the King of Curses relying on nothing but his fundamental foundation as a Jujutsu sorcerer without even needing to resort to his domain expansion. In Gojo's past life, there was a perennial debate within the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fandom, if Jotaro Kujo hadn't slacked off, if he had actively continued to train his body and his stand, and if he had maintained his sharp combat instincts. Would Father Pucci have ever stood a chance against him? The Satoru Gojo standing here right now had definitively answered that question. No slacking. No arrogance. Maintaining absolute vigilance. He had slaughtered the opponent destined to kill him with overwhelming, undisputed superiority. He had truly surpassed the past. He had shattered his original fate. Yuta Okkotsu made the classic mistake of every sorcerer with overwhelmingly powerful defensive and survival abilities, Mahito said slowly. He assumed I had no way to kill him, so he deliberately let me get close. And as a result, I one-shot him. The maximum technique of the Immortality technique was an ability that never existed in the original timeline, and Yuta had never displayed it during the dream migration. Mahito truly hadn't known about it. But simultaneously, Yuta had no idea that Mahito would suddenly pull cursed spirit manipulation out of his arsenal. More precisely, Yuta had fundamentally failed to realize that using maximum Vajra would push his physical state so close to that of a cursed spirit. He lacked a profound, academic understanding of the metaphysical boundary between human and curse. Yuta possessed peerless innate talent as a sorcerer, yes, but he was a late bloomer. His total time actively operating as a Jujutsu sorcerer was less than 2 years. His foundational Jujutsu knowledge was woefully inadequate. And because of that, his own ignorance had trapped him. That's my fault, Gojo sighed. Yuta has plenty of combat experience, but he desperately needed to brush up on his fundamental Jujutsu theory. We failed to recognize that. We should have made him study for the past 2 months instead of using him as my sparring partner. That was never going to happen. Mahito stopped less than 5 meters away from Gojo. He said flatly, you were all far too desperate to eliminate me. Therefore, any sorcerer guaranteed to step onto this final battlefield, like Yuta Okkotsu, was inevitably going to undergo intensive combat training rather than academic study. Your ultimate objective dictated your priorities. Gojo sighed again, knowing Mahito's deduction was flawless. Jujutsu theory was incredibly important, yet paradoxically, it also didn't matter at all. The most glaring example was Fumihiko Takaba. The moment Takaba awakened his innate technique, Ubamensch, Kenjaku explicitly stated in his internal monologue that Takaba's technique completely subverted 1,000 years of established Jujutsu logic, rendering all of Kenjaku's vast experience entirely useless. Takaba was a special case, but not an entirely unique one. He was just the most extreme example. Other sorcerers, while less extreme, still massively subverted orthodox Jujutsu traditions. Kinji Hikari's domain expansion was the most famous example. Because his technique was so unorthodox, Hikari was ostracized by the conservative Jujutsu establishment. Not even Satoru Gojo, a special grade sorcerer, could protect his standing, forcing Hikari to go underground and run an illegal fight club. Because of this, it was inevitable that Yuta wouldn't realize his maximum Vajra would cause him to be classified as a quasi-cursed spirit. Even if he hadn't known Mahito possessed cursed spirit manipulation, even if he had known, he couldn't have formulated a defense against it. He was a textbook example of a failure in a traditional Jujutsu battle. He lacked critical information, and he died because of it. I had a feeling Suguru was going to die, but Yuta shouldn't be dead, right? Gojo asked. Mahito raised a hand. Hovering just above his palm was a small, dense orb of cursed energy. Gojo's 6 eyes pierced through the orb's exterior, seeing its true essence. Yuta Okkotsu was that cursed energy orb. The intermediate absorption state of cursed spirit manipulation, Gojo noted. I've seen Suguru use it countless times. If it's a low-grade curse, he can instantly condense it into an orb and swallow it. If it's a high-grade curse, he has to beat it into submission first before he can condense it. The fact that you managed to turn Yuta into an orb without even fighting him means only one thing. The gap in cursed energy output between you and Yuta is greater than the gap between a special grade sorcerer and a grade 3 curse. Even as Gojo spoke the words, he struggled to suppress his shock. Yuta Okkotsu's cursed energy reserve surpassed even Gojo's own. Yuta was hailed as the sorcerer with the largest cursed energy pool in the modern era. Had Ryomen Sukuna not incarnated, Yuta's reserves would arguably rank first in the entire history of Jujutsu. In the original timeline, even Sukuna used Yuta as the benchmark for cursed energy volume. The terrifying aspect of cursed spirit manipulation was that it could completely ignore the target's specific traits and abilities. As long as the gap in cursed energy was vast enough, the target could be absorbed instantly. But even Kenjaku at his absolute peak couldn't forcibly absorb the disaster curses. Kenjaku only managed to absorb Mahito after Yuji Itadori had beaten Mahito so thoroughly that his cursed energy was virtually depleted. Yet Yuta Okotsu, whose cursed energy reserves dwarfed the original Mahito's, had just been effortlessly absorbed by the current Mahito. What did that mean? The difference in their power was a dimensional chasm. This is truly, Gojo expected to feel tense, but he didn't. Instead, his blood ignited. His cursed energy instantly began to circulate with a feral, uninhibited rhythm. He was excited. An uncontrollable, visceral thrill washed over him. Ryman Sukuna had only managed to evoke this feeling in the final moments before his death, pushing Gojo to use a black flash. But the very second Gojo laid eyes on Mahito, the very second he comprehended the sheer impossibility of Mahito effortlessly absorbing Yuta, his body responded with pure, unadulterated excitement. Yes. This is exactly it, This is the ultimate battle I've been waiting for, Gojo tilted his head slightly. Can I have Yuta back? It was an incredibly arrogant, unreasonable demand. Gojo knew that if he had asked Sukuna this, the King of Curses would have roared with laughter and immediately devoured Yuta right in front of him. Sukuna might have even weaponized Yuta's abilities against Gojo just to inflict maximum psychological agony. Sukuna wouldn't have done it out of tactical necessity, he would have done it purely to torture Gojo, to force him to drown in regret and despair. That was exactly the kind of creature Ryman Sukuna was. A king of curses who constantly radiated malice, thirsting to drown the world in suffering. But if it was Mahito? Gojo smiled warmly at Mahito. Mahito casually tossed the cursed energy orb onto the sand beside Gojo. There wasn't a shred of hesitation on his face. I knew it. Gojo felt a surge of validation. Mahito would absolutely do something like this. You're putting yourself at a massive disadvantage by doing that, Mahito, Gojo chuckled. Consider it the luxury of the strong. Mahito smiled back. If I didn't do this, wouldn't it be far too boring? Satoru, you are my one and only fated rival in this world. I refuse to let our battle be tainted by impurities. Our absolute fanaticism should not be diluted by cheap tricks and treachery. Our boiling blood should not be cooled by petty anger and despair. How utterly laughable. A voice suddenly roared. It was Yuta Okotsu. He materialized from the cursed energy orb. He looked battered, but there wasn't a trace of despair on his face. On the contrary, his expression was harder and more resolute than ever before. He remembered everything he had been through. He remembered the first time he received intel on the King of Cursed Spirits. He remembered witnessing the path the curse had carved to reach this point. He remembered Gojo's evaluation of the curse. And finally, he remembered the words Gojo had spoken to him. This is my absolute duty as the strongest. I am a special grade sorcerer. I am humanity's final hope. Yuta declared with ironclad conviction. Did you think that just because you spared me, I would politely step aside and watch you fight Gojo-sensei like a good little boy? Don't make me laugh. I am going to scrutinize every single move you make. If Gojo-sensei falls, I will re-engage you using maximum, Varja. And since I now know you can absorb me with cursed spirit manipulation, I will specifically restructure my biology to render that impossible. You will never get the chance to absorb me again. Yuta was dead serious. He didn't feel an ounce of gratitude for being spared. He just thought Mahito was completely delusional. What do you think we're doing here? Playing some honorable dueling game, This is a war for the survival of our species. This is a battle to determine if humanity remains the apex predator of this planet. All notions of mercy and honor should be completely discarded in favor of ruthless, underhanded pragmatism. That's how war works, asterisk. Yuta shot a furtive glance at Gojo, swallowing the rest of his tirade. I'm not going to catch whatever melodramatic, literary angst disease Gojo-sensei is suffering from. Mahito mocked, perfectly mimicking Yuta's tone. He laughed. That's what you wanted to say next, isn't it? Yuta's face went completely blank. He didn't say a word. Mahito glanced at Gojo. You've raised an excellent student. Gojo puffed out his chest, utterly shameless. I'm very proud of him. Aren't you going to discipline him? Mahito asked. We have our path, and he has his. Gojo said lightly. I won't obstruct my student's path, as long as it hasn't become twisted. Even though we admire each other, we cannot deny the severe reality of this species war. Both you and I have absolute reasons why we cannot lose. We have chosen the path of honor. But I will not condemn my student for choosing the path of darkness. If, after I die, my student steps over my corpse to defeat you, I won't have a single complaint. Yuta looked at Gojo, deeply moved. Gojo-sensei. Gojo rubbed his arms awkwardly, violently shivering. Don't give me that sappy look. If you're going to walk your own path, walk it with conviction. You might earn nothing but the scorn of others, but as long as you believe you are right, ignore the noise. Use your own original intent to judge your actions. Use your own awareness to validate your deeds. And finally, use your own suffering to experience every single consequence of that path. Yes, sensei. Yuta roared, grinding his teeth. Asterisk this guy, asterisk Mahito couldn't help but chuckle. Mahito recalled the dynamic between Gojo and Yuta in the original timeline. When Yuta proposed using Kenjaku's brain-hopping technique to hijack Gojo's corpse if he lost, the other sorcerers were horrified and vehemently condemned him. Yuta had practically snapped, screaming that if it meant achieving victory, he was fully prepared to desecrate his mentor's corpse. And the only person in that room who supported him was the very man whose corpse was going to be desecrated, Satoru Gojo. Asterisk the more things change, the more they stay the same. Asterisk. Mahito felt a profound sense of familiarity wash over him. In this timeline, because the narrative had been completely derailed, everyone had experienced drastically different character arcs. Gojo wielded the 6 Perfections eastward journey. Sukuna had bound himself with new vows. Even Yuta had acquired the Immortality technique, something he never possessed in the original story. But despite all of that, the core of their convictions and their fundamental personalities remained completely unchanged. They were still exactly who they were. A wave of profound emotion swelled within Mahito. It was as if, at this very moment, he finally truly realized that these people weren't just characters living in a manga, they were living, breathing entities standing right in front of him. The characters from the pages had stepped out of the frame and into reality. Mahito spoke slowly, his voice taking on a poetic, resonant cadence. Do not seek beauty in battle. Do not seek virtue in death. Do not focus solely on preserving your own life. If you wish to protect that which is worthy of protection, then strike down the enemy who must be defeated from behind. The poetic recitation instantly drew Gojo and Yuta's attention back to Mahito. That's from *bleach*, Gojo murmured. The Shino Academy textbook, The Shinigami's Guide to Conduct. The revised edition. Yuta looked back and forth between Gojo and Mahito in total confusion. What's *bleach*? Right. Even though Yuta was technically the younger generation, when it came to pop culture, the severely bullied kid who was immediately thrust into the grueling life of a constantly deployed Jujutsu sorcerer was leagues behind Satoru Gojo. Gojo knew exactly what Mahito was referencing, Yuta hadn't a clue. Mahito smiled. Do you mind if I educate your student for a moment, Satoru? Gojo extended a hand. Be my guest. Mahito looked directly into Yuta's eyes. Yuta, do you believe the poem I just recited is correct? Do not seek beauty in battle. Yuta involuntarily shot another glance at Gojo. Gojo stared back with a deadpan expression. Yuta immediately snapped his gaze back to Mahito. It is correct, Yuta declared loudly. As long as you have identified the enemy, you should use any means necessary. You should fight ugly to secure victory. At the end of the day, victory isn't defined by honor. If it brings victory, then any method is justified. Because the victor becomes justice. A faint smile curled Mahito's lips, but it vanished instantly. He asked calmly, in that case, imagine a child is standing between us right now. You know that while I wouldn't kill myself over a child's life, I would genuinely mourn their death. Would you slaughter that innocent child just to throw me off balance and secure a 1% increase in your chances of victory? Yuta opened his mouth, but no words came out. At his core, he was a fundamentally kind person. He was more than willing to sacrifice his own humanity to secure victory. But sacrificing an innocent? He would inevitably hesitate. It was the exact same reason why, in the original timeline, even though he knew executing Yuji Itadori for real would earn him the complete trust of the higher-ups, he still chose to fake Yuji's death. Yuta didn't care about using underhanded or dark methods, but his moral bottom line had never shifted. He knew exactly what he could and could not do. How utterly foolish! Mahito suddenly roared, his voice detonating like thunder. He bellowed with the fury of a rolling storm, it is precisely because we wield the absolute pinnacle of power in this world that we must rigidly adhere to our ideals and beliefs. It is precisely why we must resolutely walk the path of seeking beauty in battle. A battle devoid of honor must absolutely never be fought. A cause that is not acknowledged by both friend and foe must absolutely never be validated. We must never be hypocrites. We must never use our violence to unilaterally oppress others. We must never be despicable. We must never use treacherous schemes to domesticate others. We must never allow our own self-righteous delusions to dictate the lives of others. We must abide by the vast majority of this world's laws. We must respect the vast majority of this world's rules. We must respect the freedom and rights of all people. We must absolutely never destroy the beauty and compassion of this world, and we must absolutely never succumb to the burden of moral compromise. Let me say it again, we must seek beauty in battle. We must pursue virtue in death. Every single time we strike, it must be after profound deliberation. Every single time we wield violence, it must be justified and righteous. We must become the paragons of this world. We must use true justice and fairness to uphold whatever light remains in this world. We must become the torchbearers. Because we are the strong. Because we are the towering trees that provide shelter. If even we, the absolute apex entities of this world, are forced to rely on shamelessness and depravity to fight, then the entire world will plummet into an abyss where the despicable are revered as noble. Can you even imagine it? Children wouldn't be protected, they would be reduced to hostages. Teachers wouldn't be respected, they would be reduced to corpses driven by profit. Doctors would abandon their ethics and become soulless husks worshipping money. If killing one person granted power, they would kill. If slaughtering 1 million people made them strong, they would slaughter 1 million people. If eradicating everyone on Earth allowed them to become a god. Mahito glared at Yuta, questioning him with terrifying, divine majesty. Does that mean I should slaughter every single human on this planet? Yuta stumbled backward, thoroughly shaken. Kenjaku's words suddenly echoed in his mind. Kenjaku had stated that his true goal wasn't the dream migration, but the original culling game. If the true culling game had manifested, what kind of horrific tragedy would have befallen Japan? The culling game would have manifested in reality. And there wouldn't have been just 4 colonies, there would have been 10, engulfing almost every major metropolitan area in Japan. 1 million dead? 10 million? Or, would the entire population of Japan be exterminated? I refuse to do that, purely because of my own benevolence, Mahito stated coldly. The morality in my heart forbade me from committing such an atrocity. And because of that, the cursed spirits and curse users under my command recognized my moral bottom line. They worked tirelessly to ensure I wouldn't plummet into that abyss, ultimately developing the entirely new barrier system known as the dream migration. If I were truly evil, if I truly refused to seek beauty in battle and virtue in death as you suggest, you wouldn't even possess the qualifications to stand before me. You would all simply be forced to bear the apocalyptic consequences of my ascension to godhood without even understanding why. And if I ascended? In my unbridled arrogance, the entirety of Japan would be wiped off the map. Do you understand now? The weak can claim that being despicable is the passport of the despicable. Because they have no choices. Because they have no room for upward mobility. They are forced to be so. To protect themselves, they must exhaust every single dark method and treacherous scheme available to them. But we are the strong. We absolutely cannot do that. We are the paragons. We must show the rest of the world that order and morality are the only sustainable paths. We are divine retribution. We must show the rest of the world that anyone who dares to embrace depravity and cruelty will be slaughtered. We must maintain the honor of battle. We must uphold the virtue of death. Only when the leaders at the absolute summit conduct themselves with such rigid morality will those beneath them understand the stakes. Only then will they voluntarily maintain order. Only then will they reject the darkness. Only then will they honestly admit their mistakes instead of manufacturing excuses. Only then will it become exponentially harder for criminal syndicates to form. Only then will those who amass wealth through despicable means be forced to hide in the sewers like rats, living their days in constant terror. This is our absolute duty. Yuta was utterly speechless. He desperately wanted to retort, to tell Mahito he was full of shit. He wanted to scream, *, how the hell are we supposed to defeat a god candidate like you without fighting dirty? *, but he couldn't force the words out. Every ounce of his righteous fury had completely evaporated. Because exactly as the Lord of Cursed Spirits had said, it truly was because of his benevolence. If Mahito weren't benevolent, what horrific atrocities would the Cursed Spirits and curse users under his command inflict upon the world? If not for his benevolence, what apocalyptic nightmare would the dream migration have been? If not for his benevolence, he would have absorbed Yuta hours ago. Yuta wouldn't even be standing here having this conversation. Mahito's benevolence was the sole reason the world hadn't ended. And now, Yuta Okotsu was trying to condemn that very benevolence. He was the one actively being shielded by the King of Cursed Spirits' mercy. Gojo suddenly clapped Yuta on the shoulder, startling the boy out of his spiraling thoughts. Yuta turned to look at Gojo, finding that his sensei's confident smile hadn't wavered in the slightest. Gojo looked as if he found Mahito's entire speech perfectly natural. Sensei, did you know about the King of Cursed Spirits' ideology all along? Yuta asked unconsciously. Gojo asked lightly, why do you think I've left the higher-ups alive all this time? Did you really think I couldn't obliterate the entire Jujutsu establishment by myself? Of course he could. But Gojo hadn't done it. Gojo had publicly declared, time and time again, that he was raising his students to replace the higher-ups. Only when his students were fully matured and ready to take the reins would he cleanly and efficiently slaughter the entire corrupt establishment, placing his students in those seats of power. The higher-ups were fully aware of this plan. Did they want to resist? No, they chose to passively accept it precisely because any resistance was futile. In fact, in the original timeline, had the higher-ups not initiated a bloody purge of Gojo's faction after his sealing was confirmed, Gojo might not have actually slaughtered them all upon his return from the prison realm. As long as you didn't cross his absolute bottom line, Satoru Gojo was an unexpectedly simple and amicable person. In a very fundamental way, Gojo and the Lord of Cursed Spirits possessed the exact same personality. It is precisely because we are the strong that we must bear the duties of the strong. This was the absolute ideology shared by Satoru Gojo and Mahito, and they had both rigidly adhered to it up until this very moment. Mahito laughed. Satoru is way too soft, honestly. If I were in his position, I would have slaughtered those decrepit old men at Jujutsu headquarters years ago. I will gladly shoulder the duties of the strong, but I will absolutely exercise the inherent privileges of the strong as well. But Satoru rarely exercises his authority. If he had just occasionally flexed his power, crushed a few mountains to scare the tigers, he wouldn't have had to endure so much pathetic bureaucratic red tape all these years. Mahito wasn't lying. Even though Gojo had raised the banner of rebellion early on and appeared incredibly arrogant and willful, in reality, he was an absolute workhorse in the original timeline, constantly working himself to the bone. The author's notes in the original manga explicitly stated, he rarely gets a full day off. His daily sleep schedule is incredibly short, roughly 3 hours, sleeping at 4 a.m., waking at 7 a.m. And it's like this every single day. If his reverse cursed technique couldn't constantly repair his brain and nervous system, he would have died from exhaustion long ago. Ironically, the past 2 months of intensive training had been far more relaxing for him than his usual daily routine. Yuki Tsukumo calling Gojo a manchild wasn't entirely wrong. The higher-ups had pushed him to such ridiculous extremes, yet all he did was yell about rebelling without ever actually killing anyone. Honestly, he was kind to a fault. This was exactly why, in the original timeline, when Yuji Itadori died due to the higher-ups deliberately withholding critical intel, before Sukuna revived him, Gojo had coldly considered just slaughtering the entire upper echelon right then and there. Because in Gojo's mind, I am following the rules, so you must follow the rules. When you break the rules, don't blame me when I break them too. But the moment Yuji came back to life, Gojo immediately abandoned the thought of a massacre. He was simply too kind. Gojo rested the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey against his shoulder and stretched his limbs with a massive yawn. His joints popped and cracked like a dormant giant finally awakening. He gripped the staff once more and flicked his wide sleeves. A sudden gust of wind exploded outward, the raw physical manifestation of his overflowing cursed energy. All right, chit-chat's over, Mahito. Let's decide right now whether or not I actually managed to save the world. Gojo tapped the base of the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey against the ground. The staff hummed, and a golden halo of purification slowly expanded outward. The rabbit-eared maid dropped to one knee. Her long, pristine hair cascaded onto the white sand, the white tips blending seamlessly with the desert floor. She raised both hands reverently, offering up her true body, the straight-bladed greatsword. Mahito gripped the hilt with one hand. The blade let out a sharp, metallic trill. He casually flicked the sword. Under the moonlight, the blade traced a flawless silver arc through the air, looking like a shimmering silver fish darting through water. It was as beautiful as a painting. The rabbit-eared maid dissolved into shadows, sinking back into Mahito's silhouette. Mahito exhaled slowly. With that single breath, a crushing, suffocating pressure instantly flooded the entire space, as heavy and deep as the abyssal ocean. Yuta Okotsu's teeth involuntarily began to chatter, emitting a rapid click-clack sound. Despite being a special-grade sorcerer, he suddenly felt like an absolute novice who had just stumbled into the Jujutsu world, standing before an ancient, insurmountable divinity. A duel this sacred should not be tainted by extraneous variables, Mahito said flatly. Out of respect for Satoru, I won't kill you. But your part in this play is over. Exit the stage. A spike of absolute, primal terror pierced Yuta's heart. He instinctively pushed the Immortality technique into maximum overdrive. While the Immortality technique couldn't solve every problem, within the domain of not dying, it was omnipotent. As long as the technique was active, neither his body nor his soul could perish. Mahito lightly cast a single glance at Yuta. Just one single glance. Yuta froze completely. Gojo immediately reacted, slamming the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey down. The golden halo of the purifying chime enveloped Yuta. Even though this would forcibly shut down Yuta's immortality technique, it would simultaneously completely eradicate whatever curse Mahito had just inflicted upon him with that glance. Or so he thought. Yuta Okotsu's body turned completely transparent. Like dispersing particles of light, he slowly faded away. This was the visual phenomenon of a player dying within the dream migration. Yuta Okotsu died. Gojo's face twisted in shock. How did you do that? The technique you just used on Yuta should have been purified by my staff. Mahito smiled. You shouldn't have used the purifying chime on him. If you hadn't, he would have simply remained in a vegetative state until our battle concluded. But you insisted on interfering with the purifying chime. The moment his immortality technique was forcibly deactivated, he died. Gojo's heart sank as he comprehended Mahito's words. With that single glance, Mahito had already completed the cursing process star. The only reason Yuta hadn't died instantly was because the immortality technique was forcefully sustaining his life. But the moment the purifying chime shut down the immortality technique, there was nothing left to hold back the lethal curse. Yuta died instantly. Satoru. When it comes to you, I will not hold a single thing back. Mahito violently swung Kirigiri to the side. Pristine white armor rapidly began to encase his body. Hollow technique, soul creation dragon spirit body. Mahito wasn't going to test the waters. He was deploying his dragon god form from the very first second of the fight. Come. Let us forge the title of the savior you desire. The curse of humanity upon humanity. Mahito declared. His voice exploded with the fury of a divine thunderclap, has all arrived. Asterisk. Author's note. Ancient Leaf. Switching to updating every 2 days is definitely a lot less stressful. A rare 500+ word chapter. The final battle begins. Chapter 129:51. The Fanatical Twin Stars, The War of Gods. 4,209 words. Asterisk bang, asterisk. The 6 Perfections Eastward Journey and Mirakuji Kirigiri collided for the first time, emitting a world-shaking roar. A weapon capable of meeting Mirakuji Kirigiri head-on had finally appeared in this world. Prior to this, absolutely no entity dared to halt the advance of Kirigiri's blade, not even gods or Buddhas. Gojo had succeeded. The 6 Perfections Eastward Journey could truly erase Mirakuji Kirigiri's cleaving line. It made perfect sense. No matter how devastating Kirigiri's cleaving line was, at its core, it was still a jujutsu technique fueled by cursed energy. The 6 Perfections Eastward Journey's ability was exactly that, the absolute, omnidirectional eradication of all cursed energy phenomena. Even if it was a blade capable of severing the divine, it could never cut through the Buddha's purifying chime. The blade that severed gods and Buddhas had been broken. Normally, Gojo would be roaring with manic, taunting laughter right now. It was his signature style. But he didn't. Because the exact microsecond the staff and the blade collided, the bones in his fingers disintegrated. His muscles tore through his skin, and an agonizing spike of pain detonated in his brain. A fraction of a second prior, the bones in his hand, his wrist, his forearm, his humerus, and even his shoulder blade had shattered simultaneously. The musculature of both arms, including his shoulders, violently detached. Blood and flesh erupted from his skin, spraying past his eyes like shrapnel from a bomb. His deduction had been flawless. The 6 Perfections Eastward Journey was indeed a divine artifact capable of rivaling, perhaps even surpassing, Mirakuji Kirigiri. But his body was not. Asterisk boom. 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 Boom, asterisk. Gojo was launched backward like a heavy artillery shell. His equilibrium was instantly destroyed by the catastrophic kinetic force. The desert sand beneath him parted like the ocean beneath an emergency landing aircraft. But he didn't carve a smooth, continuous trench, he created a straight line of massive, distinct craters. This was because he was skipping backward at supersonic speeds, repeatedly breaking the sound barrier with his own body. A sickening crunch echoed from his spine as his vertebrae warped and began to collapse under the sheer physical strain. The flesh beneath his kesa tore open, and his internal organs violently expanded and ruptured like rotten apples. With a single strike, Satoru Gojo was practically sent to the afterlife. No, not practically, he had already crossed the threshold. This level of trauma wasn't something a living person could experience, it was the exclusive domain of corpses. You didn't need to be a medical student, any ordinary person looking at Gojo's injuries would definitively declare him dead. But Satoru Gojo refused to give up. His countermeasures were already kicking in. While still hurtling backward at supersonic speeds, the regeneration began. The positive energy he had preemptively stockpiled within his organs activated the moment they ruptured. Driven by the multiplied force of negative energy, the positive energy worked at a terrifying velocity. His six eyes flared with an intensity never before seen. The shattered fragments of his bones forcefully realigned themselves, knitting together at an astonishing speed. His muscles, nerves, blood vessels, and skin entered a state of hyperregeneration the exact moment they tore apart. Simultaneous destruction and regeneration. That was Satoru Gojo's answer. This technique was forged from his past experiences and heavily inspired by Kinji Hikari's infinite cursed energy loop. While Gojo's total cursed energy reserves were far inferior to the likes of Ryomen Sukyuna, Yuta Okotsu, or Mahito, his six eyes granted him absolute, peerless efficiency in extracting and utilizing it. Unless he was utterly obliterated in a single hit, Satoru Gojo was, at this very moment, completely immortal. Bring it on, Mahito, It's not over yet, Gojo roared in his mind. While still flying at supersonic speeds, he violently forced his feet down, digging into the sand to forcefully break his momentum. He needed to re-establish his stance instantly. But the very moment he tried, the lethal glint of a blade flashed across his eyes. Mirakuji Kirigiri had already closed the distance and was right in front of him. Without even the time to gasp, Gojo demonstrated terrifying physical flexibility. He threw his upper body backward into a near-horizontal bridge. Kirigiri's blade sliced through the air mere millimeters above his nose. The tip of the blade grazed the bangs floating above his forehead, slicing them off perfectly, as if a master barber had just given him a straight fringe. The Dragon God hadn't used cursed energy reinforcement. Relying on raw, unadulterated physical specs, Mahito had caught up to the supersonic Gojo and delivered a lethal slash. Then, the follow-up. Boom, It didn't sound like a sword cutting the air, it sounded like a cruise missile detonating. The entire battlefield seemed to shudder. A thunderous, divine roar slowly rolled across the world as a colossal pillar of sand erupted into the sky right where the blade had fallen. This wasn't some exquisite, peerless sword technique, it was just a casual, raw swing from the Dragon God. Gojo violently burst out from within the pillar of sand. Tucking his body into a tight ball, he rolled aggressively away from the impact zone, minimizing the sheer kinetic damage through raw momentum. He snapped his limbs out, springing to his feet from the roll, and viciously swung the Six Perfections eastward journey. Clang. Kirigiri's blade clashed against the staff for the second time. The bones in Gojo's hands instantly pulverized again, but the staff managed to deflect the blade's original trajectory. The sword sheared a clean, mirror-smooth slice off Gojo's shoulder. And then came the explosion. Crash, accompanied by a deafening roar, the desert terrain beside Gojo violently detonated under the sheer kinetic impact. A massive shockwave of sand and wind blasted outward from Kirigiri's blade, summoning a localized sandstorm over 20 meters high. The Dragon God stepped forward, closing the distance to point-blank range, and swung again. This time, a diagonal downward slash, the Kaisagiri. A thunderous boom echoed across the world once more. Gojo struck the flat of Kirigiri's blade with his staff, forcing the apocalyptic violence to discharge harmlessly past his side. The pressure and gale force winds generated by the passing blade whipped up a blinding maelstrom. The white sand completely obscured Gojo's vision, but it wasn't just sand. His 6 eyes felt as if they had been splashed with a thick fog. The fog was the physical manifestation of raw, unrestrained, hyper-concentrated violence. Gojo realized something terrifying. The dragon god wasn't using the exquisite, transcendent swordplay he had displayed during their last duel. He was relying on pure, unadulterated, absolute violence. This wasn't Mahito's usual style. This was a death trap meticulously designed specifically for Gojo. The only reason Gojo was surviving this onslaught was because of the positive energy he had stockpiled in his organs. And because of the 6 perfections eastward journey, neither the dragon god nor Gojo could use cursed energy. In other words, Gojo's stockpiled positive energy was his total available HP the bar. And that positive energy could be depleted. How do you kill an immortal Jujutsu sorcerer? The simplest answer is to drain their cursed energy. Because no matter how potent the immortality, it is fundamentally sustained by cursed energy. Once the fuel runs out, the immortality fails. In the past, this was exactly the tactic others had used against Mahito. Gojo himself had employed this strategy to counter Mahito's soul-based immortality. And now, the dragon god had turned the tables, using that exact same strategy against him. Deplete the positive energy, and Gojo's immortality would crumble. The dragon god absolutely refused to give Gojo an inch of breathing room. That was the fatal mistake Ryam and Sukuna had made. During their fight, Gojo had repeatedly kicked Sukuna away. In those brief moments of separation, Gojo could deactivate the purifying chime, extract cursed energy, multiply it into positive energy, and instantly replenish his stockpile. The dragon god wasn't going to make that mistake. He stayed glued to Gojo, unleashing a torrential downpour of apocalyptic attacks, guaranteeing Gojo wouldn't have a single microsecond to create distance and recover. Gojo had absolutely no time to extract fresh cursed energy. Furthermore, the dragon god had abandoned complex sword techniques in favor of raw, overwhelming destructive power. He was intentionally forcing Gojo to burn through his positive energy reserves at a catastrophic rate, patiently waiting for the inevitable moment to deliver the killing blow. Ryam and Sukuna hadn't managed to elicit a genuine sense of crisis from Gojo until the very end. But now death was stalking Gojo with every single step, biting at his heels, forcing its way into his primal instincts. And Gojo's reaction to this absolute terror was, now this is what I'm talking about. Kirigiri's blade clashed violently against the shaft of the 6 perfections eastward journey. A massive tidal wave of displaced air erupted behind Gojo, surging forward and morphing the sandstorm into a literal tsunami of sand that blotted out the sun. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Gojo roared with manic laughter. I didn't think you'd push me to the brink of death in just one exchange. Mahito, the growth you've achieved in the past 2 months has completely eclipsed my 20 years of training. Right back at you. Mahito laughed just as wildly. Are you prepared to die, Satoru? Not even close. Gojo bellowed. Exerting physical force beyond the body's natural limits resulted in severe crippling injuries. And right now, Gojo was using an endless cycle of self-mutilation and positive energy regeneration to combat the dragon god's incomprehensible physical specs. Even without the mass manipulation of Star Rage, the dragon god's physical movements carried the apocalyptic force of falling meteors. Gojo had already deduced the secret behind it. Positive and negative energy circulation. Gojo's 6 eyes perceived the internal energy cycle operating within the dragon god's armor. The purifying chime forbade the existence of cursed energy. It even forced a state of absolute mental tranquility, preventing the user from generating the negative emotions required to extract cursed energy. This was why Sukuna had been rendered completely powerless, ultimately forced to rely on Mahoruga's adaptation just to turn it into a 2-on-1 fight. At its core, even Mahoruga was merely summoned, it couldn't adapt to the chime while inside it. But the dragon god possessed an ability similar to Mahoruga. He had actively adapted to the purifying chime. While he couldn't use cursed techniques, he could maintain the internal energy circulation just like Mahoraga. Mahoraga's base physical specs were already absurdly high, making it a formidable threat just by existing. But the Dragon God's physical specs were leagues beyond Mahoraga's. When the Dragon God adapted to the purifying chime, the terrifying result was currently unfolding right in front of Gojo's eyes. The Dragon God wasn't using complex tactics. He was simply weaponizing pure, unadulterated mass and velocity. And that alone was enough. Every single strike he delivered effortlessly triggered explosions exceeding 20 meters in height. With just a slight exertion of force, he could summon towering pillars of white sand over 100 meters tall. Gojo was forced to constantly, endlessly pump reverse cursed technique through his entire body just to stay alive. This full-body, continuous application of RCT consumed vastly more energy than localized, targeted healing. The sheer volume of incoming destructive force was draining his reserves at an unfathomable rate. Exactly as Mahito said, at this rate, Gojo would die. Gojo knew this with absolute clarity. The microsecond his stockpiled positive energy ran dry, he was dead. The outcome of the battle would be decided in that exact instant. They violently clashed, trading blows with manic intensity. Gojo felt his blood completely ignite. Never before had he felt such absolute, fanatic euphoria, as if he had been swallowed whole by the ultimate abyss. He let out a laugh that sounded more like a feral roar, though the sound was instantly drowned out by the apocalyptic shockwaves of their clash. The Dragon God was laughing just as wildly. Mahito had completely deciphered Ryman Sukuna's biology. It was no exaggeration to say that the Dragon God's physical specs had surpassed the realm of imagination. Relying solely on raw bodily mechanics, he could casually level a city. He moved like a comet and struck with the violence of a meteorite. Yet despite those godlike specs, Satoru Gojo was somehow keeping up. Moving and striking with 1,000 times the limit of the human body, this was the tactic from the manga asterisk is this a zombie, a star? And Gojo was executing it flawlessly. He moved at supersonic speeds. With every single action, his muscles and bones were pulverized, only to instantly regenerate a microsecond later. His offensive and defensive capabilities were fueled by an endless cycle of self-induced crippling trauma. Amidst this brutal cycle, the circulation of positive energy was enhancing his physical specs at a terrifying rate. He wasn't relying on a pre-existing template like Mahito did, he was actively refining and evolving his own physical limits in the crucible of combat. He was achieving maximum self-optimization. Give Kinji Hikari infinite cursed energy and immortality, and he plays the role of a meat shield. But give it to Satoru Gojo, wielder of the six eyes, and he becomes a literal Superman. He possessed absolute, microscopic control over every single cell in his body. He could visually track the movement of cellular nuclei. He could perfectly harness the absolute maximum potential of human biology and then effortlessly shatter it, instantly regenerating from atomic-level damage. Gojo had never truly stepped into the realm of pure positive energy physical reinforcement before. But now, he was being forced to evolve. Before his stockpiled positive energy ran dry, he was using his fanatical willpower to forcibly rewrite his own genetics. He was searching for a path to survival through hyper-accelerated evolution. His physical specs were rapidly approaching the absolute zenith of the heavenly tyrant. Right here, right now. If the Dragon God had relied on the blueprints of Toji Fushiguro, Kinji Hikari, and Ryman Sukuna, using idle transfiguration to mold his body into the absolute pinnacle of existence, then Satoru Gojo was using his indomitable will and the atomic-level spatial domination of the six eyes to actively fortify and evolve his own DNA mid-battle. They were both evolving at an incomprehensible speed. Mirakuji Kirigiri and the Six Perfections eastward journey clashed endlessly. Despite being locked in melee combat, the resulting shockwaves resembled a fleet of heavy bombers carpet-bombing the landscape. The continuous, deafening thunder of their collisions was enough to shatter eardrums. Their movement speed had long since broken the sound barrier. They moved so fast that their combat trajectories appeared as nothing more than a series of lingering phantoms. No human eye could possibly track this fight. They had transcended the realm of common sense and entered the domain of Godspeed. Not a single trace of their true forms lingered on a human retina. If Gojo could sustain this evolution, he might actually achieve true positive energy circulation, evolving a brand new biological organ dedicated entirely to stockpiling positive energy, mirroring the organ used for cursed energy. But there were no Psi-FS. Even for Satoru Gojo, his positive energy reserves had a hard limit. The Dragon God's fanaticism reached unprecedented heights. If they weren't inside the Ki purification zone, he would have already unleashed a black flash. And the source of this absolute exhilaration was Satoru Gojo's current state. Gojo's positive energy had finally run out. The moment for the decisive blow had arrived. Both Gojo and the Dragon God possessed the 6 eyes. Between them, there were absolutely no secrets regarding cursed energy. Whether Gojo's reserves were empty was glaringly obvious to both of them. While Gojo could keep the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey (SE purification) active even without positive energy, thereby preventing the Dragon God from using techniques without the physical reinforcement of positive energy, a single casual strike from the Dragon God would instantly vaporize him. To survive, Gojo had to deactivate the purifying chime and utilize his own cursed energy. It's now or never, A silent, conceptual mark materialized on Gojo's body. Black sparks suddenly ignited across the blade of Mirakuji Kirigiri. The instant the purifying chime was deactivated, the Dragon God naturally unleashed a black flash. This black flash linked with a one already coursing through Kirigiri's blade. 2 distinct black flashes merged into one. This was an unprecedented, singular fusion black flash. This was the peerless, absolute attack, Shinmyokan, Mukuku Shiki. The Dragon God swung Mirakuji Kirigiri lightly. Dark radiance drifted from the blade. A ring of black spatial distortion trailed the slash like the exhaust of a rocket, descending like a pitch-black curtain draped over all creation. And within that absolute darkness, the god-slaying sword descended. This sword transcended time itself. It was as silent as the night sky. It possessed absolute offensive power, piercing through the very domination of spatial distortion. Ryomen Sukuna required technique extension, hand signs, incantations, and perfect synchrony of mind and body to unleash his world-cleaving slash. But a true grandmaster of the sword required only a single swing. In this moment, the Dragon God had fulfilled Ashiya Sadatsuna's ultimate dream, using pure swordsmanship to surpass Ryomen Sukuna's ultimate technique. Gojo suddenly smiled. It wasn't a manic, bloodthirsty grin. It was a serene, enlightened smile, like the Buddha achieving nirvana beneath the Bodhi tree. Without realizing it, one of his hands had formed a seal. It was the Buddha's flower holding a mudra. The essence of a binding vow was offering an agonizingly steep price to manifest a miracle that was otherwise impossible. And in the entire original narrative of Jujutsu Kaisen there was one person who had offered the most extreme, irreversible price imaginable. That person's name was Kasumi Miwa. She was undeniably weak. Even though she paid the ultimate price, the resulting attack was effortlessly brushed aside. This proved that no matter how severe the vow, if the user's base strength was lacking, it was ultimately meaningless. But what if the person making that exact same vow was Satoru Gojo? What would happen if Satoru Gojo made the exact same vow as Kasumi Miwa? At this very moment, Gojo invoked the identical vow. In exchange for never wielding a blade or slash ever again, I unleash this one, final strike. Cleave, Gojo said softly. Mirakuji Kirigiri's cleaving line was instantly erased. The dark radiance trailing from the fusion black flash was cleanly severed. Kirigiri's true blade let out a sharp, shattering crack. Every sound in the world abruptly vanished. The Dragon God's hand, mid-swing, froze completely. A single, stark wound silently materialized across the chest of the Dragon God armor. It was a slash mark. Shinmyokan was undeniably the sword that reached the gods. It was the final technique recorded in the Moon Scroll. This legendary sword art was genuinely the strongest in the world. No other sword technique could possibly surpass Shinmyokan. But the sword Satoru Gojo had just swung had completely transcended the absolute limits of this world. Ryomen Sukuna had once said that the absolute prerequisite to killing a god was severing their fate. That fate was the divine mandate bestowed upon them by heaven. Only when a god and a mortal were forced to stand on the exact same plane of existence could deicide be achieved. And that was exactly what Gojo had done. The target of his slash wasn't the dragon god standing in front of him. It was the binding vows etched into the dragon god's very being. Just like when Gojo had bisected Ryomen Sukuna, preventing him from resurrecting. Sukuna couldn't revive because the binding vow anchoring his 11 lives had been cleanly severed alongside his physical life. Therefore, even if he possessed remaining lives, the mechanism to access them was destroyed. Similarly, no matter how omnipotent the binding vows protecting the dragon god armor were, no matter how many fail-safes Mahito had prepared, they had all been instantly severed. This was the true, undeniable god-slaying sword. Gojo's smile widened. He reached out and lightly pushed the dragon god's chest. I win, Mahito. The dragon god didn't budge. Gojo's smile instantly stiffened. In the next microsecond, the dragon god's arm blurred into motion. Mirakuji Kirigiri's blade lightly grazed Gojo's wrist. The hand gripping the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey silently detached and fell, like a withered, yellow leaf dropping from an autumn branch. It happened so naturally, as if it were a fundamental law of the universe. Thud. The 6 Perfections Eastward Journey hit the sand. What? How is that possible? Gojo roared in shock. Cursed technique reversal, soul creation, Gyro Awasaka. Innate technique release, inverse. The dragon god threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha. Your slash truly does possess the power to sever binding vows and execute fate. If I had been completely unprepared, I absolutely would have been killed. You really did almost kill me, Satoru. Almost. The logic was incredibly simple, but few people ever thought about it this way. A slash capable of severing a conceptual binding vow must naturally possess catastrophic offensive power, right? Wrong. Ryomen Sukuna's, the slash that divides the world, was pure, unadulterated offensive power. Its power was so absolute it stood above the world itself, severing the very fabric of space. It was the pinnacle of raw destruction, and nothing could stand before it. But the strength of Gojo's slash lay in its mechanism, the ability to bypass and sever rules and vows. Theoretically, an attack capable of destroying vows should be inescapable, even for Sukuna's slash. It was highly likely that Sukuna had used a similar conceptual attack to slaughter Enma 1,000 years ago. But Gyro Awasaka's inverse technique possessed a very specific trait: as long as an attack didn't exceed the technique's absolute upper limit of damage, any powerful attack would be completely nullified. It was an absolute defense against physical force. Even if Gojo's slash could sever a binding vow. Inverse wasn't a binding vow. Inverse was an innate technique physically engraved into the brain. It was a physical reality. Because it was a technique and not a vow, the god-slaying sword's conceptual rule-breaking effect was useless against it. That left only the raw physical damage of the god-slaying sword to be dealt with. And quite evidently, the raw physical damage of the god-slaying sword hadn't surpassed the upper threshold of inverse. Satoru. The dragon god's voice suddenly softened with genuine melancholy. It's over. In the next instant, the dragon god drove his knee violently into Gojo's abdomen. In the absolute nick of time, Gojo deployed the Limitless. This was a physical strike, not Kirigiri's blade. The Limitless should still work. But the dragon god's knee was coated in domain amplification. Thud. By neutralizing the technique, the knee effortlessly pierced through the Limitless, sinking deep into Gojo's stomach. Gojo's eyes bulged from their sockets. His body absorbed the entirety of the catastrophic impact. His internal organs completely ruptured. The massive internal hemorrhaging caused blood to violently reverse course, surging up his throat. Gojo involuntarily opened his mouth, vomiting a massive spray of blood and pulverized organ fragments. Then came the punch. Cursed technique reversal, soul creation, Yuki Tsukumo. Innate technique release, star. Rage. The apocalyptic roar of a plummeting meteorite detonated across the battlefield. 300 billion tons of virtual mass descended. The sheer, incomprehensible gravity of the attack generated a localized hurricane before the fist even landed. White sand whipped violently into the air. A blinding flash of light exploded, and then, the meteorite struck. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A hand suddenly shot upward, clenching into a fist. Black sparks crackled violently around it. Black flash. Gojo threw a desperate uppercut from below, colliding directly with the 300 billion tons of star rage. Their fists didn't even make physical contact. Caught between the incomprehensible pressure, a barrier of hypercompressed air formed between them. The barrier instantly began to disintegrate. Lightning-like ionization arced outward, but it wasn't the usual blue-purple, it was pitch black, a darkness so profound it devoured all other colors. It was the visual manifestation of extreme spatial distortion. Gojo slowly straightened his body. His kesa had been completely vaporized. But what was exposed underneath wasn't human flesh, it was something that gleamed with a cold, metallic luster. A layer of pitch-black armor had seamlessly grafted itself onto Gojo's skin. Golden tattoos resembling ancient Sanskrit sutras were etched across the dark metal. The tattered remnants of his kesa draped over the armor, making him look like a holy monk from an advanced, cybernetic civilization. In the past, right before Tengen departed, she had asked Gojo, asterisk, have you figured out the circulation of positive and negative energy yet? Asterisk. Gojo had replied, asterisk, it's rough, but it's at least viable for combat. Asterisk. And now, pushed into absolute despair, Satoru Gojo had finally revealed the culmination of his efforts. A circulation of positive and negative energy born from imitating Mahito's hollow technique, soul creation dragon spirit body. A mortal vessel forcefully stepping onto the evolutionary ladder of higher dimensional beings. A genuine stairway to godhood. Gojo spoke with the solemn, resonant voice of a Buddha. Instructor at Tokyo Metropolitan Curse Technical College. Special grade Jujutsu sorcerer. Divine body, Shakyamuni, Satoru Gojo. Mahito-san. Please evaluate my work. Chapter 130, 52. The Buddha creates the world, God destroys it. 3,532 words. The conceptual foundation of the dragon spirit body originally derived from the technique Mahito used right before his death in the original timeline, idle transfiguration, instant spirit body of distorted killing. Its description was, a transformed state achieved when Mahito realized the true essence and shape of his own soul. After transforming, Mahito loses the ability to alter his shape, but his physical durability and muscular strength are exponentially amplified, essentially evolving him into a higher dimensional entity vastly superior to his previous form. Building upon that foundation, Mahito had analyzed Gojo's method of stockpiling positive energy within his organs, taking it a step further to manifest the dragon spirit body. Mahito achieved this through his absolute dominion over the flesh. Theoretically, unless one possessed a similar ability to fundamentally alter their own biology starting from the soul, it was utterly impossible to replicate Mahito's transformation. Even in the original narrative, this remained Mahito's exclusive ultimate technique, neither Sukuna nor Gojo could ever hope to replicate it. But the current Satoru Gojo had carved out an entirely different path to achieve the exact same result. To a normal sorcerer, the soul was an esoteric mystery. But Gojo had unraveled it. Since Sukuna could subconsciously engrave his technique into his soul, logic dictated that Gojo could do the same. Gojo had forcefully engraved his own technique into the very fabric of his soul. As for the requirement of absolute dominion over the flesh, he bypassed it entirely using the 6 eyes. It was exponentially more difficult than it sounded. As Gojo had confessed to Tengen, he couldn't directly manipulate flesh with his technique. He could only manipulate it indirectly through the hyper-precise circulation of cursed energy and the atomic spatial domination of the limitless. In terms of flexibility and ease of use, it was vastly inferior to idle transfiguration. But as long as the theoretical possibility existed, Satoru Gojo could achieve it. From the soul down to the flesh, he achieved total biological domination. The final step, establishing the continuous circulation of positive and negative energy like Mahoraga, was actually the easiest part, thanks to the processing power of the 6 eyes. And the exact moment that positive-negative energy cycle stabilized, Satoru Gojo truly evolved. His physical specs, his energy circulation, the restructuring of his technique, the ascension of his soul, it was as if he had been fundamentally accepted and branded by heaven itself the moment he was born. In that instant, Gojo truly comprehended the essence of divinity. This was a genuine, divine body. Divine body, Shakyamuni. The 6 eyes were inherently the thighs of gods and Buddhas. And now, possessing the divine body, Kurakara, with his positive-negative energy cycle fully active, Satoru Gojo had elevated himself to an existential tier perfectly equal to the dragon spirit body. A god and a Buddha. ****. The foreheads of God and Buddha slammed together. Gojo and Mahito locked eyes at point-blank range. A harsh, grating screech echoed as their metallic faceplates ground against each other. Despite radiating the sacred, divine aura of a god and a Buddha, they were violently clashing like 2 starving, rabid beasts. "You truly bring me joy, Satoru." The dragon god's voice boomed like a sudden clap of thunder tearing through a torrential downpour, a sound ancient humans would have worshipped as divine fury. "Yes. This is exactly it. This is the final battle I've been waiting for." "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mahito." The Buddha's voice resonated with a deep, heavy timbre, like an ancient temple bell struck by a massive wooden beam. "But calling this the final battle is a bit presumptuous. Our real fight is only just beginning." Boom, ***. The 2 of them violently launched themselves backward. A colossal, screeching sound of spatial distortion erupted between them, the visual manifestation of black flash. Both the dragon god and the Buddha had simultaneously unleashed a black flash, crashing them against each other without a microsecond of hesitation. The spatial dislocation lasted for a mere fraction of a second, but as reality violently snapped back to heal the tear, the resulting spatial backflow triggered a massive detonation. Gale force winds and shockwaves expanded outward in a perfect, colossal halo of divine light. The dragon god suddenly hurled Kirigiri straight at the Buddha. Kirigiri's blade had been snapped by the god-slaying sword, but even as a broken blade, it retained terrifying lethality. The moment it left the dragon god's hand, the broken blade flared with dark cursed energy. A black flash. Kirigiri possessed a genuine, independent consciousness. Since she was sentient and could manipulate cursed energy, she was naturally capable of unleashing a black flash on her own. The spatial distortion tore through the air, leaving a pitch-black contrail like a dark meteor. The Buddha made no attempt to dodge. He simply pulled his fist back and threw a punch the moment Kirigiri reached his face. Even though Kirigiri was hurtling toward him at hypersonic speeds, through the 6 eyes, it looked as if she were crawling. At this exact moment, there was absolutely nothing in existence the 6 eyes couldn't perceive. Every single connection, every atomic factor in the universe, was laid bare before the Buddha, as clear as the lines on his own palm. The absolute secrets of reality were unfurled. He didn't need to learn them, he simply needed to acknowledge them. ***crash***. It didn't sound like a fist striking a blade. It didn't even sound like metal striking metal. It sounded like a thunderbolt striking the earth. As the Buddha threw his punch, dark cursed energy naturally erupted from his knuckles. A black flash. Kirigiri's black flash and the Buddha's black flash violently collided. Space contorted agonizingly. Cursed energy instantly vaporized under the sheer stress of the spatial distortion, culminating in a catastrophic explosion that echoed like a primordial roar from the dawn of time. The dragon god lowered his hand. From his shadow, a brand new Mirakuji Kirigiri slowly breached the surface, hilt first. He gripped the hilt firmly and smoothly drew the blade from the shadow, like unsheathing a katana from its scabbard. Mirakuji Kirigiri was currently a vessel for 3 distinct souls. Aside from her own, the other 2 were the 10 Shadows, Rabbit Escape, and Imahoriga. The god-slaying sword had undeniably severed the active Kirigiri, but thanks to the infinite replication of Rabbit Escape, her true original form remained safely harbored within the dragon god's shadow. If one blade broke, another was always ready to take its place. The Buddha began to sprint. With a casual flick of his wrist, the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey flew back into his grasp. The staff, capable of eradicating all cursed energy phenomena, now pulsed with a vibrant, unnatural golden halo. But this halo would absolutely never affect the Buddha himself. Possessing the body and eyes of a god granted the Buddha absolute, sovereign control over all energy within the world. He could freely dictate the exact radius of the purifying chime, allowing him to seamlessly toggle between utilizing cursed energy and positive energy on the fly. Gojo had never experienced such uninhibited, absolute freedom in wielding cursed energy. He effortlessly flexed the limitless spatial domination. As he sprinted, a trail of lingering phantoms manifested behind him. He was setting spatial anchors with every single step, casually running along the very edges of space-time. While in this state, absolutely no attack could touch his physical body. He was a phantom drifting through time. The most fundamental application of the limitless was the compression and expansion of space. By combining those 2 opposing forces simultaneously, he created hollow technique, purple. But now, the Buddha pushed that concept to an entirely new echelon. He was engraving the concept of the hollow technique directly into the fabric of spacetime itself. Buddhism speaks of the 3,000 worlds, the multiverse. And now, the Buddha was literally manifesting those 3,000 worlds onto reality. An endless array of hollow techniques bloomed outward, not as destructive forces, but as acts of pure creation. Within these freely expanding and contracting localized spacetimes, the Buddha stood at the center, overlooking the myriad phenomena of creation. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light severed the Buddha. The dragon god casually swung Mirakuji Kirigiri. The cleaving line, like a streak of silver lightning, carved itself directly into the continuous spatial anchors. Even the ultimate domination of space couldn't defend against a blade that inherently severed space itself. The phantom of spacetime was caught and cut down by the blade that severed spacetime. Prior to this, the dragon god had no idea the hollow technique could be elevated to such a conceptual degree. But the moment he witnessed it, the dragon god, who also possessed the limitless and the 6 eyes via mimicry, instantly replicated it. Just like the Buddha, he began arbitrarily forging new spatial dimensions, diving headfirst into the Buddha's 3,000 worlds, relentlessly hunting him down like a rabid bloodhound. The Buddha brought the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey across his chest. A microsecond later, Kirigiri clashed against the staff. The battle had completely transcended the boundaries of human comprehension. The 2 combatants had physically phased into the gaps between spacetime to clash. The impact of the staff and the sword produced absolutely no sound, because sound physically could not exist within the void of spacetime. To any outside observer, the entire world appeared to be filled with countless afterimages of their clash, frozen in every conceivable corner of the sky. An instant later, all the phantoms would vanish as the self-correcting nature of spacetime swallowed them up, making them look like fleeting flashes of lightning. Suddenly, an apocalyptic series of explosions detonated. A distant, booming roar slowly expanded outward with terrifying, divine majesty. Fragments of spacetime began to visibly shatter from the epicenter of the roar. The barrier of Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm, violently shuddered. The gargantuan barrier, large enough to envelop the entirety of Japan, was slowly beginning to crack and crumble due to the localized shattering of spacetime. Their battle within the temporal void was bleeding into reality, and reality was collapsing under the strain. This was a true war of gods. Both fighters had entirely abandoned mundane physical combat, instead weaponizing their absolute authority over space itself. The limitless had never been utilized in such a terrifying manner. It was no longer simple compression and expansion, it was the arbitrary molding and manipulation of space like clay. Amidst the chaos, the explosive flashes of light were the visual byproduct of space being violently distorted past its breaking point. These massive spatial ruptures generated incomprehensible amounts of raw energy. This energy could only detonate within the real world. Shockwaves and superheated wind swept across the globe at terrifying speeds, covering hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of kilometers. The first to burst out of the space-time void was the Dragon God. Plummeting from the heavens, amidst an energy eruption spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, the Dragon God raised Mirakuji Kirigiri high and brought it down. The apocalyptic roar of the explosion seemingly vanished. It was an explosion of pure energy, yet a distinct slash mark was cleanly engraved directly into the erupting energy itself. The cleaving line. At this stage, Kirigiri's cleaving line had ascended to the point where it could sever abstract concepts that couldn't be touched by physical phenomena. The cleaving line treated the colossal energy eruption as a conceptual canvas, acting as a razor blade tracing a dotted line. As the blade slid through, the entire phenomenon of the energy explosion was cleanly bisected. A pitch-black, hair-thin line appeared in the sky. A massive spatial backflow immediately followed. The apocalyptic space-time detonation that threatened to shatter the Nirvana realm barrier was entirely sucked into an unknown void by the black line. Wild gales howled, and a colossal sandstorm engulfed the entire barrier. Visually, it was vastly larger than the previous energy explosion, but its actual destructive payload was infinitesimally smaller. The crisis had been averted. A space-time phantom flickered into existence directly above the Dragon God. The staff crashed down. Asterisk clang, asterisk. The staff and the blade collided, sending a brilliant shower of sparks skittering across the clashing metal. The Buddha rapidly toggled the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey's purifying chime on and off, flickering the golden halo like a strobe light. Relying on the 6 Eyes' terrifying processing speed, he constantly altered the chime's parameters, seamlessly weaving cursed energy and positive energy together. The fastest supercomputer in the modern world operated at 1.1 exaflops per second. The Buddha was toggling the staff's abilities at a speed that vastly eclipsed that metric. The Buddha roared with laughter. What's wrong, Mahito? Are you seriously telling me you still have the spare capacity to worry about your barrier right now? Do you actually think you can sustain your ascension ritual while fighting me like this? Their battlefield had completely transcended physical reality, operating entirely on high-dimensional concepts. They weren't even fighting in the real world anymore. Their arena was the 3,000 worlds they had constructed using their absolute dominion over space. In terms of pure, unadulterated combat power, the Dragon God held an absolute advantage. However, the Buddha's mobility scaled exponentially alongside the expansion of the 3,000 worlds. Within that labyrinth of dimensions, the Dragon God was forced to prioritize fighting for spatial dominance, only occasionally finding openings to unleash a space-cleaving slash as a lethal deterrent. The foundational building block of everything in the universe is space. And in the hands of a god, the limitless, which granted absolute control over space, functioned as an omnipotent equation. Prior to this, Gojo never understood why the ties of gods and Buddhas discarded by Tengen had specifically bound themselves to the Gojo clan's limitless. But now that he had truly achieved divinity, he finally understood. All laws of reality are anchored in space-time. And he was now the absolute master of space-time. This was the true meaning of asterisk throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Asterisk. This was the true power of Shakyamuni. Suddenly, the exact microsecond the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey and Mirakuji Kirigiri clashed, a hand shot out and gripped the shaft of the staff. The Dragon God had finally made direct physical contact with the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. I am truly relieved, the Dragon God said softly, his voice unexpectedly gentle. He murmured, Satoru. If you had chosen to remain hidden within the 3,000 worlds, even I would have been forced to spend millennia hunting down your shadow. And even if I finally cornered you, you could have just detonated the space-time around you to escape, I would have had no choice but to chase you into eternity, right up until the end of the world. But you didn't do that. The moment I stepped out of the 3,000 worlds, you chose to emerge and face me directly. Your heart is overflowing with the courage to confront me. You are facing me with absolute resolve to die. Mahito wasn't lying. If Gojo had truly committed to playing hide-and-seek, Mahito genuinely wouldn't have been able to catch him. Time is simply the other side of the spatial coin. As Gojo's ultimate domination over space continued to elevate, it would inevitably bleed into the manipulation of time. While the current Gojo hadn't yet grasped temporal manipulation, as the battle dragged on, it was only a matter of time. Once the limitless encompassed both space and time, its nature would fundamentally change. Gojo would be able to freely traverse the 4.6 billion years of the Earth's history. Against a temporal evasion ability of that magnitude, Mahito's only option to kill Gojo would be to escalate his own abilities to match. The ultimate advantage of an infinite technique is the ability to constantly invent countermeasures. But against an opponent who could freely traverse time, even an infinite technique could only try to counter them one by one through sheer trial and error. Gojo hadn't truly become a Buddha yet. His current state was identical to Mahito wearing the Dragon God armor. The Mahito wearing the armor was a god, the Mahito without it was just Mahito. He hadn't truly ascended yet, it was just his ultimate technique. The same applied to Gojo. Clad in the Buddha armor, he was a Buddha. Strip it away, and he was just a human. The human mind has a hard limit on the strain it can endure. At the end of the day, this was just an active technique. Gojo wasn't a literal, eternal Buddha, he couldn't maintain this state forever. Therefore, dragging the fight out was objectively the most advantageous strategy for Mahito. Gojo's Buddha armor was sustained indirectly through the six eyes and the limitless, whereas Mahito's Dragon God armor was a fundamental biological restructuring via idle transfiguration. In terms of sheer endurance, the Dragon God armor vastly outlasted the Buddha armor. If the fight dragged on, it could very well devolve into an eternal game of cat and mouse, a war spanning the past, present, and future, with the final clash taking place at the very end of time, during the final 15 minutes before the universe collapsed. Gojo's inevitable fate in that scenario was complete mental burnout. He would plummet from godhood back to humanity, forced to face the judgment of a god as a mere mortal. But until that inevitable end, Gojo could have kept running. But Gojo didn't choose that path. He chose to face Mahito head-on. When the Dragon God stepped out of the 3,000 worlds to stabilize the Nirvana realm barrier, the Buddha didn't just watch from the sidelines. He decisively descended to strike. The Buddha intended to crush the Dragon God with his own absolute power, in a direct, head-on clash. And in that exact moment, the Dragon God finally managed to grab the Buddha's physical weapon. The Dragon God looked up, locking his gaze with the Buddha's eyes. He sighed softly. "I win, Satoru." "Arrogant fool," the Buddha roared, instantly activating the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. Purifying Chime. Regardless of what ability the Dragon God attempted to use next, the Purifying Chime would completely nullify it. This was the exact reason Gojo had dared to step out of the 3,000 worlds. This divine artifact was a hard counter to Mahito's infinite techniques, forcefully restricting the battle to a purely physical brawl to decide the victor. This was the absolute power of the divine artifact, 6 Perfections Eastward Journey. ****. The Buddha's pupils slowly dilated. Starting from the exact point where the Dragon God gripped it, the 6 Perfections Eastward Journey began to violently fracture. Because their battle had so thoroughly transcended human logic, and because the staff and Kirigiri had clashed tens of millions of times, the Buddha had completely forgotten one crucial detail. The origin of the divine artifact, 6 Perfections Eastward Journey, was nothing more than an ordinary wooden staff wielded by the historical monk Genjin. It was only due to the sheer weight of its legend and antiquity that it could be cultivated into a divine artifact via tool manipulation. Normally, the staff was reinforced by its wielder's cursed energy, and its purifying chime rendered it immune to all cursed phenomena. Mirakuji Kirigiri operated on the exact same logic. Her original form was merely an antique replica of the legendary Futsu no Mitama. Naturally, because both had been tempered by tool manipulation, their base material durability vastly exceeded ordinary matter. Even without cursed energy reinforcement, their sheer physical hardness defied logic. But no matter how much they transcended common sense, their fundamental nature remained unchanged. Base physical durability was completely different from cursed energy reinforcement. They were not indestructible. It was the exact same principle as Sukuna's fingers. The reason the fingers were indestructible wasn't because the bone itself was infinitely dense, it was because they were protected by a profoundly powerful curse. Once the curse was eradicated, the fingers could be destroyed like anything else. And right now, to prevent the dragon god from using cursed energy, the Six Perfections Eastward Journey had actively deployed the purifying chime. The cursed energy reinforcement of both combatants was simultaneously erased. Therefore, the only forces acting upon the weapons were not cursed energy, but pure, unadulterated physical mechanics. And right now, the dragon god's raw physical grip strength was completely uninhibited. This was exactly why the dragon god had been so determined to grab the staff during their clash. At this exact microsecond, whether the Six Perfections Eastward Journey shattered or survived depended entirely on the dragon god's whim. And without the staff, there was absolutely nothing left in this world capable of resisting Mirakuji Kirigiri's cleaving line. The victor would be decided in this very instant. Shit. The Buddha instantly cancelled the purifying chime. Operating at a processing speed far exceeding 1.1 exaflops, he could toggle the ability off just as fast. The microsecond the chime dropped, cursed energy reinforcement and the limitless instantly flooded back into the staff. But in that exact same microsecond, the dragon god spoke. The dragon god exhaled, domain expansion. He declared, Dharmadhatu Transmigration, Nirvana Realm. Chapter 131, 53. Reversing Causality, Transcending Death. 3,673 words. Yo, Mahito greeted Satoru Gojo. Ua. Gojo let out a dramatic gagging sound. You've got to be kidding me. This is the absolute worst. Mahito and Gojo were sitting together in an airport departure lounge. Their divine armors had vanished. Mahito was dressed in a crisp white dress shirt, his heterochromatic gold and blue eyes sparkling with curiosity as he casually scanned the terminal. Gojo was wearing his old black Jujutsu high uniform, complete with his signature dark sunglasses from his youth. To think your afterlife space would be an airport terminal, Mahito mused. I thought you might have changed your mind about this place. I didn't expect it to be exactly like that original work. In the original timeline, Satoru Gojo's afterlife was this exact airport departure lounge. He had sat next to his best friend, Suguru Geto, both wearing their high school uniforms. They had chatted idly as the most important people from Gojo's life appeared one by one to converse with him. But in this timeline, Suguru Geto had been resurrected, Masamichi Yaga hadn't died, and Kento Nanami was still alive. As a result, the person sitting closest to Satoru Gojo was Mahito. What the hell is that original work? Gojo clicked his tongue. Mahito suddenly turned serious. Satoru, do you believe you are living in a manga? If I'm living in a manga, I'm obviously the protagonist, Gojo said dismissively. I was practically born to be the main character. In terms of fate, I was granted the absolute highest value in this world. No one can even compare to me. Mahito could sense that, despite Gojo's casual tone, he was completely serious. Gojo hadn't even bothered refuting the idea that his life was just a storyline penned by some author. He simply accepted it with absolute calm, stubbornly asserting that if he was in a story, he was the indisputable center of it. Mahito couldn't help but snort, bursting into laughter. Unfortunately for you, you aren't. Who? Gojo's mouth twisted in severe indignation. He reached up, slightly lowering his sunglasses to expose those bottomless, azure six eyes. He glared at Mahito, visibly offended. Is there literally anyone else in existence qualified to be the protagonist besides me? What, is it you? No, I'm playing the role of the clown. Mahito paused, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. My original ending was quite pathetic. Gojo instantly believed him and roared with laughter. It's very rude to laugh like that, Satoru, Mahito complained. Gojo tapped his head, asking casually, so, the protagonist must be Yuji Itadori, right? Mahito froze. Gojo studied Mahito's expression and nodded slightly. Just as I thought. How did you figure it out? Mahito asked, genuinely intrigued. Naruto has the 9 tails. Ichigo has his hollow. Even Luffy's rubber fruit turned out to be the Nika fruit. Yuji-chan has Ryam and Sukuna locked inside him. Doesn't he fit the trope perfectly? A protagonist needs a story about growing from weak to strong. From the moment I was born, I never experienced any real setbacks. From a narrative standpoint, I'm way too boring to be the main character. Sure, some authors like writing invincible characters like me, but writing an invincible character ** is a completely different story. Very few writers could actually handle a character like me, right? Gojo looked incredibly smug, not an ounce of humility in him. Suddenly, a glass of water was hurled directly at his head. Gojo casually reached out and caught the glass, even managing to effortlessly dodge the water spilling from it. You have the nerve to say you never experienced any setbacks, a haughty, aristocratic voice snapped. From where I'm sitting, you look pretty damn pathetic right now. Gojo looked up. Sitting at a dining table on the other side of the lounge was a young girl in a sailor uniform. Sitting beside her was a middle-aged woman in a white cardigan, who offered Gojo a warm, gentle smile. Gojo couldn't suppress his own smile. You haven't reincarnated yet? Riko, Kyowa. Mahito also looked up at them. Riko Amanai was the target of the escort mission that served as the most critical turning point in the lives of Satoru Gojo and his best friend, Suguru Geto. She was Tongan Star Plasma vessel. It was during her escort that Gojo and Geto experienced the most devastating setback of their lives, Riko Amanai's death. That agony had haunted both of them for the rest of their lives. Misato Kyowa was Riko's caretaker. She had watched over Riko her entire life, devoting absolutely everything she had to the girl until her dying breath. It was Kyowa's subtle, intentional words that had finally solidified Gojo and Geto's resolve to betray Tengen and let Riko live. Riko Amanai and Misato Kyowa had been slaughtered by Toji Fushiguro at the very end, never even making it to Tengen. Riko had died right in front of Suguru Geto's eyes. In the moments before her death, Riko had cried, confessing to Geto that she didn't want to merge with Tengen. Geto had smiled and promised to protect her. Before that promise could even finish leaving his lips, a bullet had pierced her brain. It was easy to imagine just how cataclysmic the impact of watching Riko die was for Suguru Geto. And now, the deceased Riko Amanai and Misato Kyowa were sitting right in front of Satoru Gojo. Riko yelled from across the room, "Hey! Didn't you always brag about being invincible? What the hell are you doing here? You're not so tough after all." The familiar, biting sarcasm made Gojo burst into roaring laughter. He clutched his stomach, laughing so hard it felt as if the entire destiny of his life was being folded into the sound. The entirety of his past drifted before his eyes, only to vanish like smoke. He laughed until tears streamed from his eyes. Gojo pointed at Riko and mocked loudly to Mahito, "Look at her! Aside from a pretty face, she's completely useless. And I actually spent over a decade feeling sad over her. Isn't that hilarious?" "Hey!" Riko screamed in outrage. Mahito started laughing along with him. This guy, Mahito thought. Even in death, he's this entertaining. Truly worthy of the name Satoru Gojo. Mahito suddenly asked, "Are you satisfied with this?" "It's not about being satisfied or not," Gojo replied lightly. Honestly, I don't think leaving the world in your hands is a bad outcome. I'm certain anyone who truly understands you would agree that handing the world over to you is a far better choice than leaving it to those arrogant politicians. I have no strong feelings about that. The only reason I fought you is because I am human. I simply cannot stomach the idea of another species standing above humanity. It has nothing to do with whether you are a cursed spirit or not. It wasn't a matter of justice, it was purely a matter of standing. Gojo summarized his absolute compulsion to fight Mahito. If you're asking if I have any regrets, I suppose I do, Gojo admitted, looking down at his own fists. The body I tempered, the techniques I mastered, the explosive inspiration and sheer creativity I pulled out on the fly. I used absolutely everything I had. But even when I threw my absolute best at you, I could still sense your overwhelming composure. Honestly, the moment my god-slaying sword failed to bisect you at that critical juncture, I knew I had lost. Everything I did after that was just trying to make my inevitable defeat look as spectacular as possible. Gojo sighed. You didn't go all out, did you? You did have a chance to win, Mahito said frankly. Not with that god-slaying sword, but with your domain expansion. You completely overhauled and evolved your domain, didn't you? If you had managed to effectively utilize it, it truly could have threatened me. Only threatened you, huh? After all, the binding vows anchoring my ascension to godhood have already been acknowledged by heaven. No matter what you do, unless you sever those vows, you can never truly threaten my life. I assumed you had already learned that from Ryaman Sukuna, Mahito explained. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Gojo complained loudly. I was so sure my god-slaying sword was perfectly timed and aimed. But you still managed to dodge it. Why the hell did you suddenly decide to use inverse right then? Even if you had used my limitless to defend, I'm confident my slash would have killed you. I miss my one and only perfect opening. Because I knew, Mahito smiled smugly. Knew? Mahito nodded. He raised a hand and lightly pointed at Gojo's chest. Gojo suddenly felt a strange sensation. He looked down. A small, glowing window had materialized on his chest. As time ticked forward, panels resembling a manga page began to render themselves within the window. This innate technique belonged to a certain manga artist. The technique inscribes manga panels onto the target's chest, allowing the user to foresee the target's immediate future as long as they maintain cursed energy output. Of course, without the 6 eyes, that manga artist could only see so much. And because the artist himself was weak, even when he knew exactly what was coming, his body often lacked the speed or strength to actually counter it, Mahito explained. This was a technique from the original timeline. The manga artist, Charles Bernard, had fought Kinji Hikari. Even though Charles could foresee all of Hikari's movements through the manga panels, he still lost because Hikari's base stats were overwhelmingly superior. Foreknowledge meant nothing if your body couldn't react in time. But that was because the power gap between Charles and Hikari was immense. Now, the one utilizing this technique was Mahito. There was no entity in existence stronger than Mahito. With his level of power, his manga precognition could perfectly track absolutely anyone. Including Satoru Gojo. Gojo's pupils shrank. That technique was on your wish list. Of course. But against a normal Jujutsu sorcerer, this technique wouldn't be nearly as effective as you think, Mahito smiled serenely. This is a technique that scales infinitely based on the user's comprehension and growth. As a purely offensive tool, it's mediocre. But as a precognitive ability? Its potential reaches the domain of gods. Gojo finally understood why Mahito kept referring to the world as a manga. If this technique was layered with the absolute analytical power of the 6 eyes, peering into the entire world's future was frighteningly simple. Mahito had undoubtedly inscribed this technique upon himself before the battle even began, using the manga's depiction of the future to perfectly orchestrate this final clash. No matter what abilities Gojo used, or exactly when he used them, Mahito had known everything in advance. Against an opponent who held the very future in his hands, Gojo's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Gojo couldn't help but blurt out, "What are you, Yawok?" The final boss of Bleach Yawok, possessed the ability the Almighty, the power to see and alter all possible futures. By manipulating the future, he could guarantee his own victory, rendering absolutely any opposing ability completely useless. Yawok wasn't defeated because the protagonist, Ichigo Kurosaki, simply overpowered him. He died because he was outsmarted at the absolute most critical juncture. Yawok chose a future where he won, but that future was an illusion deliberately fed to him by Kaisen. Caught in the illusion, and simultaneously struck by Yuryu Ishida's silver arrow which momentarily disabled his powers, Yawok was finally stunned long enough for Ichigo to deliver the killing blow. While the current Mahito couldn't alter the future, he could perfectly foresee his own future through the manga panels. By acting in accordance with that knowledge, he locked his desired future into reality. Within that foreseen future, absolutely every single one of his opponent's abilities was exposed and neutralized. Mahito hadn't reacted to the god-slaying sword with inverse, he had been awaiting for it with inverse already active. Well, damn! Gojo covered his eyes, letting out a defeated laugh. So this is what it means to be a finite omnipotent god. As long as it's something humanly conceivable, you can realize it. Honestly, I have absolutely no idea how anyone is supposed to beat you now. So, are you satisfied? Mahito asked with a smile. Am I satisfied? Gojo thought quietly. It was true. Against an opponent with manga precognition, every single path to victory had been permanently walled off. The entire future had already been mapped out. All Mahito had to do was follow the script of his foreseen manga, and his victory was absolutely guaranteed. His opponent possessed an infinite arsenal of techniques, complete foreknowledge of the future, and wielded Mirakuji Kirigiri, a blade capable of slaughtering gods and Buddhas. How could Gojo possibly win? So just give up. A voice in his head whispered. Riko Amanai is waiting right over there. What are you hesitating for, Gojo smiled at the thought. He abruptly stood up and yelled toward Riko, "Hey, Riko!" What? Riko shouted back, annoyed. Are you finally done talking with your friend? Are you coming over here? Just so you know, you're not allowed to sit next to me. No, what I wanted to say is... Gojo took a deep breath. Wait for me just a little while longer. Mahito understood exactly what Gojo meant. He stared in disbelief. You still haven't accepted it. Gojo turned back to him. We haven't exchanged the final blow yet, have we? This afterlife born from your causality reversal hasn't truly been engraved into history yet. Mahito's smile vanished. Riko Amanai, still sitting at her table, burst into loud laughter. All right, Satoru. I'll wait for you right here. But you better not come back until you're an old man dying peacefully in a hospital bed. If you dare show up here this young again, I'll smash my fist right into your face. Misato Kyowa offered Gojo a deep, respectful bow. May fortune favor you in battle, Gojo-sama. Snap. Riko Amanai and Misato Kyowa simultaneously dissolved into mist. The entire airport departure lounge began to disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, the illusion of the afterlife vanished completely. Gojo opened his eyes. He wasn't back in the white desert, either. He was floating in a pitch-black void. Beneath his feet flowed an endless, ink-black river. A primal, needle-like sensation of absolute dread emanated from the dark water. A terrifying gaze suddenly bore down upon him from the black sky above. Gojo instantly understood. This was the River of Souls. This was the ultimate destination of the afterlife. Every single soul in the world would eventually converge into this river, settling into its dark waters before flowing onward toward reincarnation. For the first time, Mahito's domain expansion had forcefully dragged someone into the true origin of all souls. What an honor, Gojo's voice echoed with the resonance of a temple bell. He was still clad in his Buddha armor, the remnants of his Kaisen draped lightly over his shoulders. He held the fractured, 6 Perfections Eastward Journey in his hand. He had returned to reality. To think I could step into the true realm of death while still drawing breath. A technique capable of reversing the very causality of death, not even I could have imagined this. How exactly did you pull this off? The Buddha asked. In Tokyo No. 2 Colony, there is a special grade sorcerer who has never received a day of formal jujutsu training. His name is Fumihiko Takaba. His innate technique is called Ubamensch. It is a technique capable of rewriting reality itself, powered solely by the user's imagination. It is a technique that rivals yours, its potential is undeniably god tier. Kenjaku desperately wanted to steal it until his dying breath. I gave him the opportunity, but at the very end, Suguru Geto achieved his revenge and killed him, the dragon god explained. The dragon god's heterochromatic eyes glowed brilliantly in the dark void. Staring down at the Buddha, he spoke with a voice like thunder. Fumihiko Takaba's imagination was bound by his identity as a comedian. But I am different. My imagination is rooted in the tropes of manga. I pondered deeply, what kind of scenario could possibly force you into absolute, inescapable despair? My answer was, causality reversal. My domain expansion, Dharmadhatu transmigration, Nirvana realm, allows me to freely enter the afterlife space of others. I dragged you into your own personalized afterlife. If you had genuinely surrendered within your own afterlife space, then, dictated by the reality warping rules of the Ubamensch technique, you would have truly died in the real world. It was an unfathomably complex, multi-layered domain expansion. First, Mahito used his manga precognition to confirm the target's death. Once their death was locked in, he used Nirvana realm to locate their specific afterlife space. Then, utilizing the reality-warping imagination of Ubamensch, he cemented this conceptual scenario into absolute physical reality. The final step was forcibly dragging the target's consciousness into that afterlife space. This afterlife wasn't Takaba's comedic stage, it was the genuine, literal afterlife the target would experience upon their actual death. And this afterlife carried the absolute, fundamental property of the River of Souls. Acceptance. Every single jujutsu sorcerer who entered their afterlife space, whether they were paragons of virtue or embodiments of absolute evil, would naturally and uncontrollably feel a profound sense of acceptance regarding their mortal lives. In the entire original narrative, only Mahito possessed the ability to resist this absolute acceptance, purely because his idol transfiguration gave him absolute authority over his own soul. Aside from him, even Jogo, a fellow highly intelligent curse, felt no differently from human sorcerers when he entered his afterlife. He simply accepted his death with a sense of peace. Ryuman Sukuna, the pinnacle of absolute malice, had also felt this acceptance. And Satoru Gojo was the prime example. It was in his afterlife space that he uttered the infamous line, I didn't even make Sukuna go all out. Mahito had personally experienced this afterlife space twice. He knew exactly how absolute and all-consuming that sensation of acceptance was. Once a target was dragged into this space, it was theoretically impossible for them to not succumb to that peace and willingly walk into the embrace of death. Even the original Satoru Gojo had succumbed to it. But the current Satoru Gojo had genuinely and completely resisted it. In the original timeline, Gojo had failed. Here, Gojo had succeeded. Prior to this moment, even when Gojo used the god-slaying sword to defeat Sukuna, even when he manifested the unprecedented, divine body, Shakyamuni, even when he truly mastered a weapon and cultivated the divine artifact, 6 Perfections Eastward Journey, everything he had achieved could still be logically categorized as his unnatural's potential. The original prototype for the god-slaying sword was the slash that divides the world. The original prototype for divine body, Shakyamuni, was idol transfiguration, instant spirit body of distorted killing. The original prototype for Six Perfections Eastward Journey was tool manipulation. No matter how terrifyingly powerful Gojo became using these abilities, his growth was traceable. They were all destinations he could theoretically reach. The only difference was whether he possessed the motivation to reach them, whether his fighting spirit had been truly ignited, forcing him to rise as a challenger. But breaking through the afterlife space was entirely different. There was absolutely no scenario where the original Gojo could have broken through that absolute layer of acceptance. Forget Gojo, aside from the anomaly that was Mahito, no entity in the entire Jujutsu Kaisen universe could break it. It was the ultimate, inescapable equalizer of all living things. Yet now, Satoru Gojo had shattered it. In this exact moment, Satoru Gojo had finally, truly, transcended himself. "You transcended your own death, Satoru," Mahito said, his voice thick with genuine awe. "You are truly magnificent." Gojo let out a booming laugh. "Is your blood pumping yet, Mahito?" "Ah. My blood is boiling like magma. The suffocating boredom of knowing an inevitable future has been completely incinerated. Right now, I am a volcano on the absolute brink of eruption." "Satoru, I am so incredibly glad that you are my final opponent," Mahito roared. "Same here," Gojo bellowed back. "My cursed energy is circulating with a ferocity I've never felt before. The fanaticism is threatening to immolate me from the inside out. My mind is burning. I'm so excited I can't even control my own body. I feel like I'm soaring through a sky I've never seen, diving into an abyss I've never fathomed. I am on the absolute highest of highs right now." The dragon god slowly raised his right hand. He was holding Mirakuji Kirigiri. With agonizing slowness, he lowered the blade to his waist. A pristine white scabbard materialized out of thin air, encasing the blade. The friction of the metal sliding into the scabbard produced a crisp, ringing ***, a sound as clear and beautiful as a mountain spring. The Buddha raised the Six Perfections Eastward Journey, holding it vertically before his chest. He assumed a very specific martial art stance, his lead foot lightly resting on the ground, his back foot anchored in a horse stance. It was the stance for the Big Three Sorcerer family's secret art, Falling Blossom Emotion. The limitless slowly enveloped the Buddha's entire body. The 3,000 worlds draped themselves over the Buddha like a divine kesa. In this realm of death, the oppressive gaze bearing down from the black sky suddenly shifted. The gaze coalesced into a single, massive pillar of light, illuminating the dragon god and the Buddha. It was as if they were the only two actors remaining on a pitch-black stage, preparing for their final performance. Whose gaze was it? Neither Mahito nor Gojo cared anymore. In their eyes, there was only each other. God and Buddha roared in unison. Mahito, /Satoru Gojo. Mirakuji Kirigiri, /Six Perfections Eastward Journey. Has arrived. Chapter 132, 54. The divine authority of heaven and earth, God and Buddha reclaim their thrones. 3019 words. This was the end. Both the dragon god and the Buddha knew it with absolute certainty. The dragon god held the scabbard with his left hand, his right hand resting lightly on Kirigiri's hilt. He lowered his head, as if deep in thought. It was the absolute, textbook posture for an Jujutsu draw. A shockwave of cursed energy rippled outward from him, blanketing the entire world in a localized sphere of power. New shadow-style secret art, simple domain. The Buddha's response was a single-handed sign. Domain expansion. His voice boomed with the solemn, inescapable resonance of a twilight bell, nihility of the six realms, infinite void. Ever since Gojo realized his standard infinite void was useless against the dragon god, he had been agonizing over how to engage him in a domain clash. The result of that endless deliberation was what he was unleashing right now. A space of absolute nothingness abruptly overwrote the world. This was a true, absolute void, devoid of all physical matter. In his previous infinite void, this empty space merely served as a backdrop while an endless, torrential flood of raw information forcefully lobotomized any sentient creature trapped within. But now, this absolute void possessed genuine, lethal offensive power. This offensive power wasn't generated directly by the barrier itself. It was fueled by the victim's own imagination. There was a famous psychological thought experiment circulating on the internet, if you strap a man to a chair, blindfold him, and lightly trail a dull piece of metal across his wrist while telling him you've just slit his radial artery. And then you let him hear the rhythmic dripping of water hitting the floor, mimicking the sound of his own blood draining away, even though he suffered no actual physical harm, his subconscious would construct an absolute reality where his artery had been severed and he was bleeding out. His brain would accept this false information as undeniable truth. And once his brain accepted it, his body would genuinely begin to display the physical symptoms of extreme blood loss. And ultimately, that man would die of the blood loss without shedding a single drop. The experiment was, of course, a myth, a macabre urban legend. But Satoru Gojo's new domain expansion turned that myth into terrifying reality. Subconscious illusions would forcefully invade the minds of everyone trapped inside the barrier. If the target felt the blade slice them, they would instantly comprehend the lethal implications of that wound. This information would deceive their brain. And the moment their brain accepted it, the target's physical body would spontaneously generate that exact, lethal wound. Because the damage was entirely self-inflicted via the target's own absolute conviction, no amount of physical durability or regenerative power could counter it. Take immortality, for instance. If an immortal target truly, genuinely believed they had just been bisected, even if the conceptual attack wasn't inherently lethal to their immortal biology, the injury would refuse to heal. Why? Because the target's own subconscious imagination would forcefully override their regenerative factor. Their immortality would be neutralized by their own mind. If a person genuinely imagined their own death, regardless of how terrifying or omnipotent their abilities were, they would die by their own imagination. This was Satoru Gojo's Immortality of the Six Realms, Infinite Void. An ultimate execution technique designed specifically to bypass Mahito's immortality. It didn't matter if the target consciously thought about death. The moment they entered this domain, an infinite barrage of death triggers would forcefully invade their mind. If the original Infinite Void was an information bombardment designed to induce brain death, then the effect of Nihility of the Six Realms was to forcefully drag the target's consciousness into the abyss of absolute mortality. The Buddha unleashed a war cry, "Mahito, here I come!" An infinite deluge of lethal information began to violently bombard the Dragon God. Even though the Dragon God maintained the absolute sanctuary of his simple domain, it couldn't perfectly filter out the conceptual onslaught. And if even a single microscopic fragment of that lethal information breached his mind, the Dragon God would die instantly. Because the death was fueled by his own imagination, he wouldn't even be able to trigger his soul-based immortality. This had nothing to do with whether his mind was calm. Even if he maintained the absolute, tranquil void of a martial arts grandmaster, it was useless. The sheer, overwhelming volume of information would effortlessly shatter the clear mirror, still water's state of mind. In the afterlife space, Mahito had openly admitted that Gojo's evolved domain expansion could genuinely threaten his ascension. This was exactly why. As long as the concept of death invaded his mind, even a god would die by the power of his own imagination. Therefore, there was only one possible countermeasure. He couldn't allow a single flaw in his defense. He had to crush it with absolute, overwhelming power. His simple domain was rapidly degrading under the conceptual bombardment. The exact microsecond his simple domain shattered completely, the lethal information would flood his consciousness, and he would die. Thus, the Dragon God had only one option: kill Satoru Gojo before the simple domain collapsed. Logically, the Buddha should be playing defensively right now, dragging the fight out until the simple domain collapsed, guaranteeing his victory. Normally, that would be the case. But if he did that, he wouldn't be Satoru Gojo. Mahito had explicitly chosen simple domain over domain expansion to secure a one-hit kill. Did anyone seriously think Gojo would just stand back and watch, relying on a war of attrition just because it was tactically advantageous? Asterisk, are you fucking kidding me? Don't insult me, asterisk, Gojo roared in his heart. The Buddha charged at the dragon god, wielding the 6 perfections eastward journey. As he sprinted, a massive trail of phantoms materialized behind him. These phantoms physically existed within the gaps of space-time. Within the Buddha's 3,000 worlds, every single phantom was a true, physical manifestation of the Buddha. As he moved, the Buddha transformed into a continuous space-time anomaly. He was simultaneously hidden within the fabric of reality and capable of striking from every conceivable angle across multiple dimensions. This was the true power of wearing the 3,000 worlds as a caser. He was answering aggression with absolute aggression. He would shatter the dragon god's defense through pure, hyperkinetic violence and claim victory in the domain clash. The Buddha charged at the dragon god, the strongest of the modern era, challenging the finite omnipotent god. The dragon god closed his eyes, completely extinguishing his own consciousness. Idle transfiguration could manipulate the soul. Other mensch could manifest imagination into reality. The manga technique could perfectly foresee the future. By synchronizing these 3 god-tier techniques, Mahito could force a living human to experience the absolute reality of their own afterlife, reversing causality to enforce death. This was the exact sequence he had just subjected the Buddha to. Because the target was already conceptually dead, it didn't matter what abilities they possessed. The moment the target acknowledged their own death, reality would bend to make it true. But ultimately, this was a heretical path, a cheap trick designed for a guaranteed one-hit kill. The entire sequence relied entirely on the psychological mechanism of acceptance. The attack itself possessed 0 inherent offensive power. If the target managed to reject death, the attack was utterly harmless. So, what if he reversed the process? What if he discarded the psychological mechanisms entirely and channeled the absolute totality of those 3 techniques purely into raw, unadulterated offensive power? This would be a slash that transcended even Shinmyokan. Shinmyokan was the sword that reached the gods, a god-slaying strike unleashed by mortal hands. But the current dragon god was a genuine, literal deity. Shinmyokan could no longer channel the totality of the dragon god's true power. At its core, Shinmyokan was a technique pushed to its absolute limits by the half-cursed Mahito while under extreme pressure from Yuki Tsukumo. The current dragon god's existential weight vastly eclipsed the Mahito of the past. The current dragon god required a blade that truly embodied the apocalyptic wrath of heaven. The dragon god exhaled, piercing the mortal realm. The Buddha's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Mahito had always executed Shinmyokan in absolute silence, as still as a windless lake. Yet now, locked in an Jutsu stance, he had begun chanting an incantation for the very first time. This was no longer pure swordsmanship, it was the absolute fusion of sword and jujutsu. It was a strike that had never before existed in history. Primal, screaming terror seized Gojo's instincts. His mind violently flashed back to the absolute inevitability of the afterlife space he had just escaped. Every ounce of logic in his brain screamed at him to stop advancing, to instantly drop his domain expansion, and to use the 3,000 worlds to hide in the furthest reaches of space-time. Fear gripped the Buddha's heart. His heart pounded with a deafening roar, faster and louder than any moment in his entire life. It was pure, unadulterated terror. So, what was Satoru Gojo's choice? The Buddha's lips curled into a manic grin. Asterisk, isn't it obvious? Asterisk. A jujutsu sorcerer is a creature that dances on the razor's edge of death. The greater the terror, the greater the power. They weaponize fear, refining it into tangible, catastrophic cursed energy, surpassing all previous limits. That is what it means to be a jujutsu sorcerer. That is what it means to be Satoru Gojo. This unprecedented terror birthed an unprecedented surge of cursed energy. Having unleashed over 100 black flashes during this apocalyptic battle, the Buddha's cursed energy was already circulating at a velocity that defied human comprehension. Fueled by the primal terror etched into his very DNA, that circulation erupted with a ferocity that shattered all previous boundaries. Gojo had never felt such absolute, fanatical euphoria. In the space of a single breath, he completed his martial preparations, funneling the entirety of the 3,000 worlds directly into the 6 perfections eastward journey. For the very first time, the technique, tool manipulation, truly synchronized with the voice of the divine artifact. The fractured, ancient weapon, having remained silent for millennia, finally answered its master's call. A brilliant halo ignited around the staff, but it wasn't the golden light of the purifying chime. It was black. The pitch-black distortion of a black flash. This wasn't Satoru Gojo unleashing a black flash. This was the divine artifact, 6 perfections eastward journey, independently unleashing its own black flash to answer Gojo's will. And building upon that foundation, Gojo's hand gripping the staff also erupted with dark radiance. Another black flash. The staff's black flash and Gojo's black flash merged seamlessly for the very first time. This was a fusion black flash. The Buddha descended from the heavens, diving straight into the dragon god's blade. The absolute zenith of Jujutsu is the art of subtraction. Incantations, hand signs, physical posturing, the true measure of a sorcerer's mastery is their ability to omit these necessary steps while still manifesting the technique. But in this final moment, neither the dragon god nor the Buddha omitted a single step. In perfect, terrifying synchronization, they both began to chant. Piercing the mortal realm, the dragon god exhaled. 9 ropes, the Buddha chanted simultaneously. Looking down upon Nihility. The dragon god gently gripped Kirigiri's hilt. The Übermensch technique and idol transfiguration activated in perfect unison. Within the dragon god's eyes, the manga panels of the absolute future rendered themselves. Polarized light. The dark radiance in the Buddha's hand merged flawlessly with the dark radiance of the staff. Accompanied by the infinite deluge of lethal information, terrifying visions of Buddhist hells materialized beneath the Buddha's golden halo, forming his divine throne. The chasm of the azure void. The dragon god's voice was heavy and deliberate. Crow and declaration. The Buddha's voice echoed like the abyssal depths of the ocean. Infinite. Unhindered. Boundless. The dragon god stomped his foot violently. Between front and back. The Buddha threw his case wide. And finally, Satoru Gojo's 6 eyes dilated to their absolute limit. In his vision, every single connection, every fundamental building block of the world, was within arm's reach. The 6 eyes were originally designed to perceive the flow of cursed energy. But now, anchored by the divine body, they could perceive the very architectural code of reality itself. Infinite streams of information cascaded into Gojo's consciousness like a waterfall. He perfectly assimilated every drop of knowledge, every technique. His eyes completely saw through every single micro-movement the dragon god was about to make. Right now, he was a true, living Buddha. The 3,000 worlds unfolded, collapsing infinite possibilities into a single, absolute truth. That truth was the decree said by the Buddha. Every physical law expanded from the foundation of the limitless would carry the absolute will of the Buddha. And now, the 6 perfections eastward journey perfectly harmonized with his will. All concepts of death were forcefully dragged into the domain expansion, nihility of the 6 realms, infinite void, transcending logic to be absorbed entirely by the fusion black flash. And within that ultimate culmination of lethal imagination lay the Buddha's own ultimate comprehension of death. The enlightened state of the Buddha, to transcend death by fully comprehending it. That was fusion black flash, purification of the 6 roots. The Buddha swung down, delivering the final blow. Or did he? The 6 perfections eastward journey froze in mid-air. The 3,000 worlds draped across the Buddha's shoulders halted completely, as if time itself had been paused. The infinite space-time phantoms trailing behind the Buddha, each supposedly executing different actions from the deepest recesses of created space, all abruptly froze in the exact same posture. The dragon god and the Buddha brushed past each other, piercing the mortal realm, looking down upon nihility, the chasm of the azure void, infinite, unhindered, boundless. This was the logic that validated divine authority. A karmic retribution that completely shattered common sense. A single, imperceptible flash of light focused not on severing gods, but on severing the karmic weight of existence itself. Its true meaning was divine authority. Infinite void consciousness. Divine authority /. Before the Buddha could even swing his final blow, time itself was reversed. The divine authority / had already cleaved through the Buddha's body. This world-piercing / enveloped the entirety of the Buddha's 3,000 worlds. But it wasn't a catastrophic, explosive destruction. It was as gentle as a soft breeze brushing past autumn leaves. The invisible, ethereal light simply drifted through the totality of the Buddha's space-time continuum. Using Shinmyokan as the foundation. Idol transfiguration perfectly mapped Satoru Gojo's soul. Resonance exploited the spiritual connection to simultaneously inflict the lethal damage across every single space-time phantom in existence. Finally, the reality-warping imagination of Übermensch enforced a complete reversal of causality. The lethal damage was applied before the blade was even swung. Mirakuji Kirigiri's cleaving line was permanently engraved onto every single possible attack trajectory. And to guarantee Gojo couldn't pull a miracle binding vow at the last millisecond, the divine authority eyes permanently locked down the Buddha's positive-negative energy cycle. This / reverse time, shattered space-time, and inverted causality. Shinmyokan, idol transfiguration, cleaving line, resonance, Übermensch, divine authority eyes. This was infinite void consciousness, divine authority /. The Buddha's armor slowly fractured. Domain expansion, nihility of the 6 realms, infinite void, shattered and peeled away like broken glass. But the sky revealed above wasn't the pitch-black void of the afterlife, it was the familiar, endless expanse of the white desert. They had returned to the most fundamental layer of the Dharmadhatu transmigration, nirvana realm. A pristine white dragon soared through the sky, curling like an Ouroboros to cradle a brilliant white sun. He was human once more. Satoru Gojo gently let go of the 6 perfections eastward journey. The shattered divine artifact fell onto the white sand with a soft clink, kicking up a small puff of dust. The dragon god armor was also slowly dissolving, revealing Mahito's pale, unblemished face beneath. The legendary king of cursed spirits was dressed in his hari and kimono, looking exactly like a master swordsman stepping out of a period drama. There wasn't a single physical wound on Satoru Gojo's body. The divine authority / didn't sever physical matter, it severed the intangible karmic weight of a person's existence. Satoru Gojo had technically died before the / even occurred. The man standing here now was nothing more than the lingering echo of his death. In this final moment, Gojo had exactly enough time to speak one last sentence. The only reason he hadn't collapsed yet was because the causality-reversing nature of the / afforded him this brief, terminal lucidity. I need to say something cool Gojo thought. A final message for his students, for his teachers, for his best friend. Or perhaps a final, ominous warning for the victor standing before him. He wanted his final words to be a sobering wake-up call for everyone listening. So, should he give them instructions for the future? Should he tell them to surrender the world to Mahito? Should he warn them of the inevitable crises to come? Thinking about it, there were far too many things he needed to say. But distilling all of it into a single, perfect sentence, that was his final, absolute duty as Satoru Gojo. As the strongest of the modern era. As the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer. As an instructor at Tokyo Jujutsu High. Satoru Gojo spoke his final words. He said, "That was incredibly fun." Mahito blinked, genuinely stunned. The one who killed me wasn't time or disease. It was someone overwhelmingly stronger than me. Gojo smiled warmly. I think that's absolutely wonderful. Asterisk thud dot asterisk. Satoru Gojo fell to his knees, his head dropping heavily onto the white sand. Mahito looked down at him, a soft, uncontrollable smile spreading across his face. You transcended death. You transcended yourself. You grew to your absolute peak, just to meet me here. What an absolute joy you were, Satoru. Satoru Gojo, dead. Chapter 133, 55. The problem children are all from another fucking world. Finale. 5,307 words. Mid-January, 2019. Morning. Half a month had passed since the apotheosis ritual. Sakurajima. Yuta Okotsu led his underclassmen toward the island. Originally, Sakurajima wasn't exactly a bustling hub of development. But now, it was packed with people coming and going, the lively atmosphere persisting around the clock. The old, dilapidated houses on the island had been completely renovated within half a month. These renovations were commissioned entirely to sorcerers possessing the earth and stone manipulation innate technique. Since most of these sorcerers lacked formal architectural training, the quality of the renovations varied widely from person to person. The upside, however, was that it was incredibly cheap and lightning fast. The topic of Jujutsu was no longer taboo in Sakurajima. People openly and freely discussed cursed techniques and sorcery in the streets. Even though the apotheosis ritual had concluded, the dream migration remained active. All sorcerers were still free to battle within the colonies, accumulating points to purchase knowledge and techniques. It was almost unimaginable that just a few months ago, all knowledge of Jujutsu had been strictly quarantined from the public. Now, it was casually discussed and recognized by the masses. There were even quite a few ordinary people eagerly looking for ways to become true Jujutsu sorcerers. And this wasn't an impossible dream. The dream migration point exchange system included options that could bestow a mundane human with the innate talent of a sorcerer. I heard America has already started mass-producing sorcerers, Megumi Fushiguro remarked. You can imagine how rapidly their numbers are inflating. Give it a few years, and I suspect the total number of American sorcerers will actually surpass Japan's. Nobara Kujisaki frowned deeply. Are they out of their minds? Wherever cursed energy gathers, curses are born. Instead of properly regulating the sorcerer industry and honestly focusing on exorcising curses, they're blindly chasing quantity. What exactly is the point of that? Who knows what they're thinking? Megumi shrugged. Anyway, Master Yuki is stationed over there. If any truly dangerous cursed spirits pop up, she'll handle them. Speaking of which, Megumi turned to Yuji Itadori. You're planning to participate in the next Finite Infinitio tournament in America, right? When do you plan on leaving? Yuta remembered a conversation they had right before Gojo-sensei's final battle against the King of Cursed Spirits. Yuji had mentioned his intention to head to America to seek out new possibilities. Yuji was an exceptionally talented sorcerer. Considering the second tournament was being held in America, he genuinely stood a solid chance of claiming victory. No, King of Cursed Spirits was no longer an appropriate title. Mahito had truly ascended to become a god. Nowadays, it was customary to refer to him as His Holiness Mahito. It still felt incredibly weird to say. After I meet with His Holiness Mahito, and say my goodbyes to everyone else, I'll probably head straight to America, Yuji said. I've heard the atmosphere over there is completely different from Japan. For a Jujutsu sorcerer, adapting to the environment is crucial. I need to get a feel for the place first, and then I'll start pushing toward victory. That's the spirit, Yuta praised. Yuta's thoughts drifted to the other second years. Moki Zenin had been formally invited back to the Zenin clan. The current Zenin clan was in no position to act arrogant or pursue petty political dominance. With the other sorcerer factions eyeing them like hungry wolves, the sheer combat power of a heavenly tyrant like Moki was absolutely vital for their survival. All the decrepit old men running the Zenin clan had been slaughtered anyway, so Moki had half reluctantly agreed to return. And considering Megumi Fushiguro fiercely protested the idea of becoming the clan head under any circumstances, it was highly likely that Moki Zenin would eventually succeed as the head of the Zenin clan. Panda and Toge Inumaki had decided to remain at Tokyo Jujutsu High to further their studies. Neither of them harbored grand ambitions. In the future, they would likely become the new instructors at the school, taking over Satoru Gojo's role to educate and guide the next generation. While Yuta was lost in thought, Yuji continued speaking. I'm not really worried about the local American sorcerers. What worries me are the Japanese sorcerers heading over there just like me. Especially Higuruma. That guy's domain expansion is an absolute nightmare to deal with. And his cursed energy manipulation is at the absolute apex. They say his control over cursed energy rivals Ryomen Sukuna's. He's incredibly driven to win, it's highly likely he'll make the exact same choice I did. There's also that other rogue special grade, Fumihiko Takaba. But that guy doesn't act like a sorcerer at all. He just treats the dream migration like his own personal comedy stage. He has zero drive to win. Completely different personality from Higuruma. Listening to Yuji, it was obvious just how seriously he was taking this. He wasn't just casually going to America, he was actively and meticulously preparing for war. He was genuinely determined to become the champion of the second tournament to fulfill the promise he had made to Yuta. The promise, I'm going to resurrect Gojo-sensei. Yuta genuinely envied people like Yuji Itadori. They possessed no hesitation. Once they locked onto a goal, they would relentlessly pursue it to the bitter end. Even if they hit a brick wall, they wouldn't turn back. Yuji knew perfectly well that resurrecting Satoru Gojo would be highly controversial among those who had already sworn fealty to His Holiness Mahito, and many would try to stop him. Yet, Yuji chose to walk that path anyway, pushing forward without a shred of doubt. Nobara sighed. So, I guess this means we're splitting up, huh? What are you planning to do in the future, Kujisaki? Yuji asked. Nobara looked up at the sky, her tone complex and hard to read. I don't know yet. For now, I'll just stick to being a jujitsu sorcerer. I'm not like you meatheads, I don't have some crazy obsession with getting stronger. I'll probably just treat sorcery like a regular 9-to-5 office job. As long as it pays the bills and keeps me fed, I'm good. Megumi and Yuji spoke in perfect unison, you have zero ambition. Shut up! Nobara snapped back irritably. Yuta, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. They had arrived at their destination. This was the reason Sakurajima had suddenly become so bustling. A massive, sweeping stone staircase was carved into the side of a towering mountain right before Yuta's eyes. Every 5 meters, a brilliant red torii gate stood proudly over the steps. The mountain was neatly lined with cherry blossom trees. Even though it was mid-January and nowhere near the season for cherry blossoms, the trees were in full, glorious bloom. A gentle breeze swept past, scattering countless pink petals over the torii gates and the stone steps. This shrine had been erected in a single day. It was constructed using a combination of techniques, including but not limited to earth and stone manipulation, metal manipulation, forest's benevolence, sculpting techniques, resonance, and stasis techniques. In fact, the mountain itself had been physically manifested by His Holiness Mahito. It was a genuine, literal divine mountain. However, the mountain was protected by a barrier. The entire structure was hidden within the gaps of space-time. Only those who had received a formal invitation could set foot upon the mountain and behold Mahito's shrine at its peak. Despite knowing that only the invited could meet the true God, countless people still stubbornly flocked to the island, hoping for a miracle. The prices of ordinary, unremarkable houses skyrocketed. Everyone knew that this island was destined to become the absolute safest place on Earth, a sanctuary where no natural or supernatural disaster could ever reach. Yuta couldn't even begin to imagine how wildly Sakurajima would develop in the future. But for now, the rapid influx of wealth had breathed new life into the island. Every local resident walked around with a bright smile, as if all the world's tragedies had simply vanished. Yuta took a deep breath. All right. Let's go meet His Holiness Mahito. Although Mahito was now a god, prior to this, he was the king of cursed spirits. His subordinates consisted entirely of cursed spirits and curse users, a veritable army of freaks and monsters. As Yuta led his underclassmen up the stairs and through the torii gates, he mentally braced himself for how he was going to interact with his bizarre future colleagues. He had already made up his mind to join Mahito's faction, to witness the future His Holiness intended to create with his own eyes. He had expected to walk into a chaotic den of demons. But the reality was completely different. The scene unfolding before him looked virtually identical to any popular, bustling shrine in Japan during a festival. Hundreds of devout, or at least seemingly devout, believers were quietly and respectfully climbing the stairs. There were designated rest areas beneath the torii gates, where people sat drinking water and catching their breath. It wasn't entirely solemn, there were plenty of young men and women walking up with curious expressions. But no one spoke loudly, they merely whispered among themselves. Occasionally, someone would glance at Yuta and his group, but no one approached them. Yuta even recognized a few familiar Jujutsu sorcerers. None of them looked surprised to see him, they simply offered polite nods. The atmosphere was far more sacred than a standard festival, radiating a profound, divine dignity. Are you Mr. Yuta Okotsu? As they passed through the final torii gate, a shrine maiden approached them. Yuta recognized her. She was the eldest sister of the second-generation intelligent cursed spirits. Rumor had it her prototype was a kappa, but looking at the girl before him, you couldn't see a single trace of it. She had a beautiful face and wore a traditional Miko outfit, but instead of the classic red and white, her attire was black and white, a white top and a flowing black skirt. A long katana rested at her waist. Yuta nodded. In accordance with the binding vow forged between His Holiness Mahito and Gojo-sensei, I have come to join His Holiness's faction. I am Sho. Sho offered a slight bow. I will guide you from here. Please, follow me. The shrine grounds were massive, which made sense considering the foundation was an entire mountain. The wooden corridors were far wider than Yuta expected. To their left and right were tranquil lotus ponds and meticulously pruned cherry trees. The ponds featured traditional bamboo water fountains, Shishirodoshi. The water flowed gently, occasionally punctuated by the hollow, echoing *clack* of the bamboo striking the stone. Yuta and the others were completely stunned. Even knowing that the girl leading them was a second-generation intelligent curse, the sheer, radiant divinity of the place was overwhelming. Everyone instinctively softened their breathing. It felt as if even the act of breathing required strict adherence to etiquette in the presence of the divine. An elderly man approached from the opposite direction, led by a girl with snow-white hair cascading down her back. As the two groups passed each other, they exchanged polite nods. Yuta's breath hitched slightly. He recognized the elderly man passing by. From the news. He was the current Prime Minister of Japan. No, it wasn't just him. As they continued walking, more and more political figures and celebrities passed them. Supreme Court justices, standing members of the National Diet, chairmen of massive associations, old money aristocrats, and famous television personalities, both recognizable and obscure, all walked past Yuta's group. In just a short walk, over a dozen of Japan's most elite figures had crossed their path. Some looked anxious, others looked ecstatic, but every single one of them maintained a posture of absolute, solemn reverence. They walked with far more caution and trepidation than the high schoolers trailing behind Yuta. Suddenly, Yuta's pupils dilated in pure shock. The figures approaching them weren't politicians from the television. They were people he knew intimately. Masamichi Yaga and Yoshinobu Gakugunji. The principals of the Tokyo and Kyoto Jujutsu high schools were walking right past him. So it isn't just mundane society. Even the Jujutsu establishment has submitted, Yuta murmured under his breath. I didn't expect Principal Yaga to accept this so easily. Gekigunji walked past them without sparing a single glance. Yaga, mirroring the politicians before him, offered Yuta a polite nod. Although Yuta's mind was swimming with questions, he returned the nod respectfully. They were the last group they encountered before Sha finally led them to the doors of the main reception hall. Sha gently slid open the crimson Fusuma doors, bowed her head, and took 2 steps back. Yuta took a deep breath and stepped across the threshold. It was a spacious reception hall. 2 rows of low tables and cushions were arranged neatly on the tatami mats. At the very front of the room, a bamboo blind, sudare, hung from the ceiling, concealing the person seated in the place of honor. This was a traditional Japanese method of displaying supreme authority, concealing one's form and expressions, sometimes going so far as to have others relay one's words. Without a shadow of a doubt, the entity seated behind that blind was the sole true god of this nation, and perhaps the entire world. The finite omnipotent god, Mahito. With a heart full of complex emotions, Yuta stepped fully into the hall. And then, the bamboo blind was violently yanked aside. "Yo, Yuta! I've been waiting for you for half a month. Your Holiness!" "You can't just tear the blind open like that," a girl's voice shrieked in absolute exasperation. "Please, have some dignity." Yuta had fully expected the entity seated behind the blind to be clad in the most exalted, pristine Shinto robes imaginable, radiating the solemn, untouchable majesty of a living deity. After all, Mahito was a living deity. He should naturally exude a distant, sacred aura, looking down upon the myriad phenomena of creation with the detached gaze of a god. Instead, the man who stepped out from behind the curtain was wearing a casual white dress shirt. His hair was messy, sticking up at the ends from a lack of grooming. He was wearing a simple pair of jeans, and he didn't even have socks on. He had been sitting cross-legged behind the blind. He flashed a bright, clear smile. Those heterochromatic eyes, which could easily radiate divine terror, were currently crinkled in a relaxed grin. He looked exactly like a lazy college student who had just cranked up the AC on a hot summer day. There wasn't a single ounce of divine majesty to be found. Yuta's jaw dropped. "Your Holiness! You really don't care about appearances, do you? Before I became a god, I had to obsess over appearances just to survive. If I have to keep obsessing over appearances after becoming a god, doesn't that make the whole becoming a god thing totally pointless?" Mahito casually tossed the bamboo blind aside, stepped down from the dais, and stretched luxuriously. "Man, I never realized playing the mysterious deity was this exhausting. Thank God the next guests were you guys. I can finally drop the act and relax." Following Mahito out from behind the curtain was a young girl. And her identity caused Yuta's eyes to widen once again. "Rice Shower! You actually became His Holiness's chief shrine maiden." The one who spoke wasn't Yuta, but Yuji Itadori, who had stepped up behind him. Yuji stared in shock at the girl dressed in the black and white Miko outfit. Even though she was wearing the sacred garments, her face was twisted in profound grievance. She was massaging her temples as if fighting a massive migraine, only looking up when she heard Yuji's voice. "Yuji! Long time no see." She forced a tired smile. Megumi looked at Mahito, then looked at Rice Shower, his face filled with profound sympathy. "Having to deal with a god like him, you have my condolences, Rice Shower." Hey! I'm standing right here," Mahito complained loudly. Yuta peered behind Mahito. Rice Shower was the only one who had emerged. He looked at Mahito, thoroughly confused. "I heard Hikara-senpai was sticking by your side, but I don't see him here." Rice Shower sighed and explained, "The entity standing before you is indeed His Holiness Mahito. However, there are other versions of His Holiness currently occupying other spaces within the shrine. He has currently split himself into over a dozen physical clones. These clones are all tangible, sharing a networked consciousness. They are all His Holiness Mahito, allowing him to process multiple affairs simultaneously. I am accompanying this specific iteration of His Holiness, while the others are currently entertaining different guests alongside other attendants. Hikari-sama is currently with one of the other clones. In fact, it wasn't just Kinji Hikari and Rice Shower. Ashiya Sadatsuna, Jogo, Hanami, Choso, and Iso were all currently acting as attendants for the other clones. Kechizu and Dagon were absent. Their intelligence simply wasn't high enough for diplomatic duties. The two of them had formed a doing absolutely nothing duo and were currently wandering around playing, bored out of their minds every single day. There was an ancient legend about a divine child born with the ability to listen to 10 people speaking simultaneously. The current Mahito had vastly surpassed that legend. Hearing this, Yuta finally felt a genuine sense that the entity before him was truly a god. Mahito casually plopped down at one of the low tables, completely abandoning any pretense of authority, and waved them over. Come on, don't be shy. Grab a seat anywhere. Pop. The illusion shattered. The tiny shred of divine aura Yuta had just started to feel instantly evaporated. All the solemn majesty he had felt walking up the mountain was completely ruined. Your Holiness! Rice Shower groaned, her soul practically leaving her body. All right, relax. I just finished dealing with a bunch of stuffy old politicians. I've done my part, right? The other Ms. can handle the rest of the boring stuff. Mahito said smugly. Having clones is the best. It's seriously the best thing ever. We're doomed. Yuta thought in despair. The fate of the entire world has been handed over to this guy. We are so incredibly doomed. Once everyone took a seat, Megumi couldn't wait any longer. Excuse me. Where did my sister, Tsumiki Fushiguro, go? Ever since the apotheosis ritual ended, I've been trying to find her, but I can't. I even tried using my points in the dream migration to purchase her coordinates, but the system said she was outside the service area. She went on a trip. Along with your dad, Mahito smiled. Megumi blinked. A trip? To where? America. To another world, Mahito replied. Megumi froze. Another world. I recall you being one of Satoru's secret operatives, so you must have heard from him that I discovered a way to travel to other dimensions. Neither your sister nor your dad had any desire to stay in this world, mostly because they didn't want to deal with you. So, they both jumped ship. Mahito chuckled. By the way, they each left a message for you. Megumi actually had heard about this. Mahito had sensed the presence of souls from other dimensions within the River of Souls, and even before the ritual began, he had dispatched curse users to explore those other worlds. But Gojo had only mentioned it in passing. With the apocalypse looming, no one had the mental bandwidth to care about the isekai travel. But now that the ritual was over, the multidimensional travel project had apparently been fast-tracked. Anyone who didn't want to remain in this world was casually yeeted into another dimension by Mahito. Megumi's mouth twitched. Let's hear it. Tsumiki's message, do not chase after useless remnants. Do not cling to the dust of the past. Step forward, understand the agony of the stars, and meet me once again upon the eternal wasteland. Nabara looked thoroughly impressed. That's so poetic. As expected of Tsumiki-san. Mahito deadpanned, translation, stop fucking following me. I am no longer the sister you remember. If you keep chasing me, I won't hold back. I will beat you mercilessly. If you want to stand before me without getting your teeth kicked in, go train. Nabara's awe instantly vanished. She shot Mahito a vicious glare. Mahito pretended not to notice. Megumi covered his face with his hands, letting out a low, exhausted groan. Oh, and I have a message from your dad, Toji Fushiguro, too, Mahito added. I don't want to hear it, Megumi replied instantly. His message, Satoru Gojo is the one who killed me. Megumi paused for a second, then his voice turned entirely cold. What is that supposed to mean? Is he telling me not to be sad over Gojo-sensei's death? He's overthinking it. I don't give a damn about Gojo-sensei or Toji Fushiguro. Asterisk clap. 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 Asterisk Mahito applauded loudly, turning to Rice Shower. Look at that. That's the comrade you admire so much. Isn't he just wonderful? Rice Shower looked utterly dead inside. Yuji looked back and forth, quickly changing the subject. Your Holiness, I'm planning to participate in the American Dream Migration. When are you planning to start the next Finite Infinity tournament? Also, since it's called a Finite Infinity, that means you'll grant any wish as long as it's within your power, right? If I win and wish for Gojo-sensei's resurrection, you wouldn't reject it, would you? The first part of his question was just fluff. The real meat was the final sentence. Yuji stared at Mahito nervously, his heart pounding in his chest. In Yuji's mind, resurrecting Satoru Gojo, the only man capable of threatening Mahito's divine authority, would surely cause even a god to hesitate. He fully expected Mahito to deliberate and ultimately agree only with severe caveats. Maybe Gojo would be resurrected with a different appearance, or missing memories, or perhaps entirely stripped of his cursed energy. It was the natural instinct of a ruler to suppress a challenger. Yuji understood that. He was fully prepared to accept those terms, he just wanted his teacher back alive. He wouldn't push for anything more. But as Yuji's mind raced through 1,000 terrifying scenarios, Mahito finally spoke. He said casually, sure. Yuji waited a few seconds, realizing Mahito hadn't added any buts. Just like that? Sure. Yuji couldn't stop himself from pressing. No restrictive conditions or anything. Mahito chuckled warmly. Did you seriously think I'd slap a bunch of restrictions on his resurrection? Or do you actually believe Satoru Gojo coming back would cause me any trouble? Yuji opened his mouth, then closed it. Asterisk yes, that's exactly what I thought, asterisk. Mahito spoke calmly. When the Western empires established new regimes, they rarely executed the former emperors. Instead, they kept them in their palaces, giving them titles like historical archivist. Why? Because the old emperor posed absolutely no threat to the new society. Keeping him alive served as a living exhibit to everyone else that the past was truly over. Satoru Gojo is that old emperor. The only reason I killed him was because he absolutely insisted on settling things with me through violence. If he had knelt before me that day, that battle wouldn't have even happened. The only reason I haven't resurrected him myself is because his death serves as a warning. A warning to anyone else who thinks about challenging me. But since the warning has already been delivered, Satoru's value as a corpse has expired. If his student manages to win the new Finite Infinity tournament and uses their incredibly precious wish to bring him back, why on earth would I sabotage it with restrictions? Not only would it ruin my credibility as a wish granter, but it would also set a terrible, petty precedent for future tournaments. I wouldn't do something so utterly classless. Yuji stood frozen in pure shock. He suddenly realized something. Ever since Mahito appeared, aside from the incident where he forcibly swapped Rice Shower's gender, he hadn't really done anything stereotypically evil. And even the gender swap thing was, in the grand scheme of the Jujutsu world, basically just a really elaborate prank. And by the time the dream migration rolled around, Rice Shower had the points to easily swap back to being a man, but she had actively chosen not to. Wait a minute, Yuji thought. Aside from his incredibly twisted personality, is this guy actually a super nice person? Yuji's expression twisted into something indescribably complex, before finally settling into profound, genuine reverence. Yes. I understand perfectly. Mahito's gaze finally landed on Nobara Kujisaki. And what about you? What do you want to ask me? This is a rare opportunity. This might be the last time you ever get to speak with a god face to face. Ask me anything you want. Even if you want to know the future, I can answer you. Nobara fidgeted awkwardly, swaying from side to side before finally mumbling, "I didn't really think of anything. I just saw Fushiguro and Itadori coming here, and I felt awkward being left out, so I just kinda tagged along to read the room." This was an answer even Mahito hadn't anticipated. He burst into uproarious laughter. "You really are the most entertaining one, Nobara-chan." Nobara looked even more mortified. She muttered defensively, "I couldn't just leave these two idiots unsupervised, could I? One of them overthinks literally everything, and the other is a complete meathead with nothing but muscles for brains. If I wasn't here to balance this team out, God knows what would happen." This was a lie. The truth was exactly what she said first, she just tagged along because of the FOMO. Mahito laughed even harder. Nobara sighed heavily, aggressively scratching her head and messing up her neat bob cut. Then, she suddenly asked, "Before I moved to the city to become a sorcerer, there was an older girl I was really close to. Saori. Could you tell me where she is?" When given the chance to ask a god anything, some ask for wealth. Some ask for power. Some ask for love. Some ask for their ideals to be realized. Some ask for the fulfillment of their ambitions. And some get greedy and demand 100 more questions. Only the purest of souls would use that opportunity to seek closure for a childhood regret. Mahito looked deeply at Nobara, a faint smile touching his lips. She works at a corporate office now. It's incredibly grueling. All her former elegance and spirit have been completely ground out of her. She's just an ordinary, exhausted salary woman. Every day, she's as tired as an old dog in the dead of summer, panting heavily in the shade just trying to survive. Knowing that, do you still want to know where she is? Mahito wasn't lying. This exact scene had been depicted in the original manga. The elegant, sophisticated older sister figure Nobara had idolized in the countryside had been utterly defeated by the crushing reality of corporate life. In the manga panels, when Saori remembered Nobara, it was through the rose-tinted glasses of nostalgia. She sincerely hoped Nobara found happiness, completely unaware that she herself had already been devoured by the beast known as mundane reality. Nobara froze, completely at a loss for words. Mahito raised his hand and lightly swept it across the low table. A pen and a sheet of blank white paper materialized. He tapped the paper gently. A manga panel rendered itself onto the page, his manga precognition. By actively focusing on finding Saori's location, the technique automatically generated the future where he found her. Mahito cancelled the panel, jotted down the address on the paper, and handed it to Rice Shower. Rice Shower took small, elegant steps and presented the paper to Nobara. Mahito smiled gently. "If you want to go find her, then go. But prepare yourself. The elegant, cool older sister from your childhood no longer exists. Your reunion might not be as beautiful as you imagine." Nobara's emotional defenses completely shattered. She clutched the piece of paper tightly, buried her face in her arms on the table, and let out muffled, incoherent groans of frustration and sadness. And finally, Mahito shifted his gaze to Yuta Okotsu. "Yuta. Ever since I learned of your resolve to join my faction, I've been waiting for you. Half a month has passed, are you fully prepared?" Yuta took a deep breath, his expression hardening. "Yes. I am prepared. From this day forward, please instruct me, Your Holiness." This was a decision Yuta had finalized long ago. He had told Yuji this back during Satoru Gojo's final fight. If Gojo died and Mahito successfully ascended, Yuta would stand by Mahito's side to witness exactly what kind of world his rule would create. And now, half a month later, Yuta had settled his affairs and arrived to fulfill that oath. Mahito nodded in satisfaction and slapped his hand hard against the table. "Excellent. Then I have your very first mission." "I am ready." Yuta pressed his lips together, his face radiating the stoic determination of a samurai. "I received an invitation letter, and honestly, I'm too scared to go myself. So, you're going to act as my vanguard and check it out." A sealed envelope suddenly materialized in Mahito's hand. He casually tossed it directly to Yuta. Yuta felt an immediate sense of impending doom. Asterisk, what kind of letter could possibly terrify that finite omnipotent god? Asterisk. He looked at the envelope. Written in elegant, flowing calligraphy were the words, asterisk, to Mr. Mahito, star. With trembling hands, Yuta broke the seal and pulled out the letter. It read, asterisk, to the boys and girls burdened with extraordinary gifts and endless troubles, happy smiley asterisk. Asterisk, if you wish to test the true limits of your gifts, comma, asterisk. Asterisk, cast aside your families, your friends, your wealth, and everything else in your world, and come to our little garden Rodot. Asterisk. If you were wondering what Yuta Okotsu had been doing for the past half-month, well, anticipating that Mahito might deploy him to other dimensions, he had used his special grade processing speed to binge-watch virtually every popular isekai anime in existence. Because of that intense cram session, the moment he read the incredibly familiar phrasing of the letter, he instantly realized exactly what was happening. Mahito chuckled cheerfully. I told Tengen once that I could feel a specific gaze watching me from the River of Souls. And when I fought Satoru, that gaze locked directly onto us, watching our battle intently. I didn't know what that gaze belonged to back then. But right after the battle ended, this letter simply appeared in front of me. I still don't know asterisk who asterisk was watching us, but I know exactly asterisk where asterisk they're watching from. Problem children are coming from another world, aren't they? Yuta-san. You've read that light novel, haven't you? Yuta's only response was to stare blankly and utter a single word. Fuck. In the next instant, Yuta's vision violently and abruptly expanded. The situation escalated instantly. He found himself in free fall, plummeting from an altitude of roughly 4,000 meters. As the crushing air pressure of the terminal velocity drop assaulted his senses, Yuta felt a profound, self-destructive urge to just give up on life entirely. He screamed with blood-curdling fury. Mahito! You motherfucker are! Before his eyes lay a landscape he had never seen before. The horizon stretching out before him ended in a sheer, impossible cliff that looked like the very edge of the world. Looking straight down, he saw an unknown, sprawling metropolis, completely enveloped within a gargantuan, reality-defying canopy that completely destroyed any sense of scale. The world unfolding beneath him was a flawless, completely realized alternate dimension. The end. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.